it's definitely cherry picking from the top because
Yeah.
when it's a pseudo force, they calculate it, and when it's a real force, they say it's a pseudo force and it doesn't work. And it's like two
It's very devised.
contradicting like statements, right?
Yeah, it seems that that's the case. Yeah. If
Like
it's a flat
Coriolis
Earth,
is
like
the one
we know it is,
that they
it had
choose.
to, that would have to be the case. They had to sell this. They had to figure out a way. They seem plausible by using tricks, tricks of the trade. He actually goes into. There's a good one here actually where he goes into like the methods that they followed to make this like trick even people that think they understand it, and they understand it according to the way it's designed, but it's not. But it's designed to make you believe that you're on a ball and there's no other way for it to work.
Yeah, it's because if they're sitting in front of their computer all day, not out there in the real world, actually doing stuff and noticing all of these forces, then they're
Right.
never going to get it. Right?
Yep. Is Bacon still here? Or did he leave? At the very end of this one I just posted, he says, if you look long enough at this experiment until the noise of education has dimmed you away, you'll realize that only an anchored and stationary Earth can display such behavior. Okay, so wait, hold on. He's talking about the feather and where they do the vacuum chamber with the bowling ball and the feather. That's the experiment he's talking about. He says, um, only a body which itself is not free to fall can maintain a free fall phenomenon that is independent of the mass of the falling body. A universe made of bodies free to fall in free fall cannot have and maintain structure. But we witness structure, and what we witness is a structure arranged in concentric shells around us, which makes us per necessity anchored. I'm losing battery, so hopefully I can read this before I get cut out on my phone. But this is good at the end. He says, what we witness structure arranged in concentric shells around us, which makes us per necessity anchored and stationary and special. And that is exactly what governments just can't abide. If you would realize that we live in the only available place in the universe, and this only place is as close to paradise as one can imagine, then governments recklessly destroying it would be out of a job in a heartbeat. Instead, they have managed you to a point where you are reconciled with the idea that ultimately governments will destroy your paradise. And then, hoopla hoo, they will take you to a promised land, which is there on Mars. You are believing it and defending this paradigm with teeth and claws too. But you have been paid off. But have you been paid off? You should have though, because maintaining such self-destructive idiocy without compensation is much to ask. Is a little too much to ask. And then the quote that I put at the bottom for this whole thing, it says, so the Copernican lie is upheld at all costs to keep the temperature of awakening of the population down by cementing mediocrity. It is evident that the past Copernican era of human history, uh, it is evident that in the past Copernican era of human history, no well-informed or rational person can imagine that the Earth occupies a unique position in the universe. About to lose battery, so that's all I'll read from
Nice,
Brenner.
man.
You should check
Listen,
that one out.
I think people should read scientific papers more often, dude. Like, just one scientific paper a day. You know how much we could consume a year?
Oh
You know what
yeah,
I mean? And learn. Like
especially
what
because
you just read.
you're doing
In
like
10 minutes, bro. I learned more in 10 minutes than I do like 4 hours just listening to people
I
bullshit.
know. Brenner, you should go to the Brenner comp section, dude. He's got so much. All these comps I made these of like just taking screenshots on my phone with his answers. So I knew how good it was when I started reading it. There's a wealth of knowledge in there, and he goes into language and fucking history of religions and all kinds of cool shit. It's in the Brenner comp section right here in the server. There's like 80 of them.
I wasn't even aware. Thanks. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I posted all the ones I made up in there. Hours of work, dude. Putting all that shit in the straight lines and making it all, cutting it all together from a Quora page.
Nice. Yeah, I
I
feel you. I've
had,
done the
had,
same thing. I've done things like
had
that.
email screenshots to myself for each one and then line them up, title it. But it's cool because you've got one page, then you can reference that. Because I realize that like trying to reference Brenner, this is the only way to do it. Like you can't just give the link to somebody and have them go to the core page and then scroll through the whole fucking thing to get to the point where you're trying to show him what he's saying. You know, it takes too much time to do it that way. Oh, probably
Yeah.
losing. I'm
No,
probably gonna
I'm
cut
here.
out here in a minute. Probably gonna cut out in a second because I'm losing battery. But yeah, check that fucking section out, dude. It'll fucking give you so much ammo when you're talking to people about buckets and shit.
Yeah.
Well, what's up, Stacy? Are you still here? Good to hear you. I've been listening to you when I'm falling asleep sometimes. Good to have you back
I'm
at the
here,
channel.
so yeah, I'm coming back. I always try. I leave when I know that I'm either too busy, right, or I feel like I'm gonna end up saying something or doing something again that I shouldn't say or do here. Like I'm
I
gonna bounce
gotta
off
get
for
out
a
of
little
here before I
bit.
get myself in trouble.
Exactly. Because I
Right.
tend to do that here sometimes, but no, it's good to hear you too, sweetie. I was just thinking about you and Travis. I was asking about him not too long ago, seeing if he was still around the community, because he's got a lot of good information too.
Always, dude. I was just mentioning him last night to somebody. In fact,
Yeah.
he's not. He came back for a little bit, and then he hasn't been around for a while.
Really?
But
Because I haven't seen him since I've been kind of looking in, and I peer in to see certain people, that we kind of all kind of know. You know what I mean? You,
yeah,
Jeremy, all those certain.
I was asking
I
about him
understand.
myself last time he disappeared, and then he came back for a little bit. So I was like, oh, cool. Glad he's still around.
Travis, if you're out there by chance and you hear this, whether you're listening or not, we miss you, buddy. Hope you're doing okay. That's the main thing. I just hope he's doing okay.
Maybe he got a life. Maybe he got a life. Maybe he's working on getting
Right?
a wife. Who knows?
Listen, that Matrix sometimes, yeah, I was working 15 hours, a day, so it kind of just you just disappear because you have to. You got shit going on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a long day. Every
Oh,
day?
it's a long day. I was doing that literally 5 days a week, sometimes 6 days a week. Yeah. Sick
Boy,
and
where do
tired of
you
it.
work at 15 hours a day?
I was working at Speedway as a general manager in the cafe, so I ran the cafe, and it has to stay open there. You can't close it, and if anybody doesn't show up, you had to be going in for their position, and if not, you could be fired on the spot.
Oh, it's 24 hours, huh?
So, well, no, it's from 5 a.m. till 9 p.m. So I had to make sure that somebody was there from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. at all times, and if people didn't show up, I was there then. Yeah.
Well, I hope they're paying you for that.
Oh, they were more. I was making only salary. That's the bad part, because after 50 hours, I wasn't getting paid. So
Oh, yeah, that's what they do.
yeah, but I
Yeah.
made good money. I made
Great
19,
salary.
but still,
That's good.
no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I don't anymore, by the way. I don't work for the job anymore. I broke, actually, God helped me break my knee. And the guy didn't help me. He was like, bitch, sit down. So I broke my knee and I have to have a surgery, and I'm kind of preparing for that. Yeah, and right now my iron's so low, they won't do surgery because it's actually too risky. So they're trying to do my iron treatments first, and then which is like iron infusions, kind of like a blood transfusion, but not the same thing. It's not.
Maybe you should do copper infusions. The iron's the fucking maybe not.
I have so
Anyway,
much copper in my body, they're telling me, and I have like no iron but a lot of copper.
I don't know. The
Weird.
copper is a deception. They don't want. They think that.
It's like
I think
it's
that
like
they.
Ray
There's a whole
on a
thing.
wedding day.
Yeah.
It's a free ride. That's what Ray paid. It's ironic. It's irony.
Right? It's ironic. Well, my iron's at like a level 2. That's really, really, really like extremely bad. My hemoglobin's also off, and that can't be for like surgery and stuff. But yeah, I just don't consume iron like at all. Like it just doesn't happen. In food and pills, most of them are synthetic anyway. Pills, they don't really work for shit. So they're trying to give it to me in this. In fact, they're having a shortage on the shit. They're trying to get it from other places and can't get the certain kinds in. So they're trying to find other kinds of this treatment. So it's not just me, by the way, that's suffering all over the world with this. I mean, like extremely anemic. I barely can get out of bed some days. I can have 15, 16 hours sleep right now and it wouldn't even matter. because you just are exhausted. So there is something to it. I mean, I know from my own experiences for being this way for a very long time that being this low at least, it ain't good. You need something in your body for that. I'm not a doctor, but I know what I've been through. You know what I mean? Physically over it. But no, I'm glad I'm not working 15-hour days anymore. That's why I can kind of stop in here and there. I haven't been to work in like a month and a half, which is very strange for me. I'm used to working all the time. So, but it's good to not work all the time. I was living the Matrix show, like living it. I felt like, what was I doing? All that stuff about living a minimal life, don't have to have everything. I'm like, I have no time to myself. It was just work, 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 work. So I'm glad I'm not doing it anymore. I wouldn't recommend it unless you have to. Died. Right in the middle of our conversation. It's good to hear from you.
Well, in the path to recovery, I mean, sometimes things happen for a reason. Maybe you were just getting too burnt out, and it's a good thing that you can have a break.
Yeah, right. An actual break. I'm a clumsy person. Literally, a year ago had a really horrific injury, and I burnt a fourth of my body. Like I sat on my oven door in accident. I fell onto it. So I've had some crazy ass. I guess apparently I'm accident prone. I'm starting to just put my hand and go. I think I have an issue here, and I try to keep myself safe. But yeah, I was just leaving work too, and I dropped my phone, and I went to go back to pick it up, but I stepped right on it. And that's what made me, one foot went sliding up in the air and the other one went down and I just broke it. It was a clean break though, which is good. It wasn't bad. Could have been worse. You know, I am kind of interested in more. Somebody was talking about like frequency healing and stuff like that, for like breaks and injuries and everything, because I've already done my own little physical therapy for my knee. Yeah, it's not going to get any better. There is a little piece left in there where it broke two off, but I'd like to see if something like that works. 'Cause I really don't want to be put under again and have to do surgery, because usually when you open up the kneecap and you start messing with that, all I've known from friends and family is that keeps happening for the rest of your life almost. I've seen my aunt have, I think now 8 surgeries on her knee. I'm like, why? Like, I don't want to do that. Stupid. So if
Did you
anybody
break
has any like this stuff I'm hearing about, like frequency healing stuff too, if you have any information, that please send it to me. I'd be very interested in that.
what's your knee issues?
Well, when I was younger, I've dislocated both of them like constantly. I tore my right one a little bit. I've kept it the good, tendons and all that. They've never been completely torn, which is good. But right now, I've torn 2 ligaments in my knee and stuff, and then they also have got it's already basically healed now, the break itself. But they're saying they need to go on out in there, open up the kneecap, shave down the bone, some of the cartilage off and everything, and make it all nice, and pull out the piece, this little piece that broke off that's kind of underneath the kneecap. So when I go to bend it, I keep getting this pain and pressure that shoots down my leg because I have that piece of bone that's broken off in there.
But I don't know about frequency healing that though. I mean, you could like maybe try to neutralize like pain, maybe, or
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's tough to, if something's like broken off. I don't expect it's really
No.
gonna heal up. But
That's
like I
what I
said,
kept telling them.
if you didn't have that problem, I'd say you could probably do a lot with that.
Yeah.
Red light therapy. I talk about it all the time.
That's what I was hearing. It may have been you about it. I was hearing somebody talk about like blue light and red light therapy and shit. Yeah.
Red light. Yeah. If I didn't have red light, some days like walking, I'd be like, nah, I'll just like sleep all day. Like I'm not trying to walk on this right here.
If you're sure that there is a piece of bone there, right? Like there is a visualization technique that you could do to get rid of it.
Really?
Yeah, like this visualization technique, it works, and you all you use is your own mind, and you can just visualize it
Disintegrating or something.
like either disintegrating or just being able to take it out in your mind and throw it away. And you do that, and you just repeat that sort of in your mind so many times that you make yourself believe it. When you get to the point that you believe like really strongly that it's going to work, it'll just happen.
It just works. I kind of really do believe in that shit. I never used to, but that manifesting thing, I think more over time, if you believe in something and you push it, it kind of happens in this reality. I've seen it. You can have a lot of things you want in life if you really push hard for it, though. And manifest that stuff. Think about it. The knowing, though, not just a faith and belief. Like the know has to get there. Like, I know I got this shit kind of thing. And I think that's what the doctors are wondering too, is if over time that maybe it would can bone disintegrate over time? Isn't that possible if it's a tiny piece and almost like, you know what I mean? Depends how big it is or something. Because that's what it was sounding like the doctor was trying to tell me. And to be honest, we've already waited. This happened as injury in April. And I was working on it, went back to work and everything, 15-hour days on it. And I'm like, this isn't getting any better. No. Obviously, that piece has got to be removed for me to function correctly.
Well, if it does, like physically have the ability to disintegrate over time, then that already tells you there is a possibility that it can disintegrate, right? And if they've proven that, then if you can just find a way to speed up that process, then that would be the trick, right?
Huh, yeah, I know. Isn't it crazy?
Because you're actually working with something that has been proven to work and is real, right? It's not just something that they say. So if you concentrate on that aspect, knowing that it will disintegrate, if you just speed up the process, maybe visualization technique, there's also maybe acupuncture or Reiki that might be able to help. So you can try all these alternative things, like maybe get into the Barter Club.
Yeah. You know, I do a lot of dancing still every day. Keep myself physical. My doctor's very happy. He's like, "Well, your legs got muscles on them. That's good because you have." He was worried I was going to be losing the muscle from not using it as much. I am affecting my left leg though because I broke my right knee, right? But I'm affecting my left because I'm overcompensating for it on a constant basis for now since April. So you're starting to feel it like in your hip and your alignment in your body. You know what I mean? You're not standing the correct way and all that shit. But the more I try to manifest that I'm like, there's nothing wrong, my knee's fine. I'm out here, I'm good. And I get my little dancing mindset as well, which is almost like a trance in itself. If you could take yourself there. It's like my knee doesn't even bother me at all. I'm outside, they're going, that girl ain't got no problem. Why are you wearing a brace? But yeah, I do believe there's something, like the mind is very powerful. And if we can just kind of zone that in more, truly zone that in more, that we'd have a lot more powers than we have, like healing, like you're talking about, and everything. Now I gotta own it, not just think it or believe it. Own it.
Anybody ever had like a bursitis attack? It's funny when you get old and you're like, ow, this stuff hurts. Why?
Don't make me Google it, man. What's bursitis?
Bursitis is like where I guess basically your lactic acid doesn't leave the muscle fiber in an expedient fashion, and it sits there on the muscle. And what it does, acid on muscle, makes it frazzly, and so you get these like kind of fibers that sort of stray off your muscle, and then they rub against the other bullshit, and then next thing you know, you're like, ow, I can't bend my shit or whatever. And you could have it like an elbow, like joints, where it happens pretty much.
And I just called it being old, right? I'm getting old.
It is somewhat like that, but I think it's like you basically you can use an impact massager on that problem, and it'll kind of just like squeeze out it just start moving the fluid through your tissue a little bit stronger. Like some people need like 2 days to recover. Like after a certain age, it's not just like you can't just take a nap or you're not back at it in 6 hours or something. Or if you do, you're still like. You're still worn out, and you're trying to.
Yeah. Our bodies do not respond and bounce back like they used to. No. All we wanted to do was grow up. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, you want to push the pause. Where's the pause button?
I know, seriously. I keep telling my nieces all the time, please quit trying to be older. I promise you, you will remember this conversation one day, and you were going to come to me and go, why didn't I listen? Because this adulting life sucks, y'all. Don't want it. But they think they do.
Yeah, that's the only way I was able to learn another language was I had to go back into that childlike mentality to be able to learn another language, because I just wouldn't have been able to do it with all of my adult thinking. You have to go back in your mind to go forward physically.
That makes sense, man. Because I can apply that to like learning flat earth and everything. I had to go back to go forward. I can apply that to, becoming general manager at my last job. I literally had to go back in my mind and just so I could step forward in my life in that position. All that. But then it made me a better person. But you always go back to that childlike mindset in a way to I call it, and I go there to go kick my own ass as well. Like, what are you doing? And I talk to myself almost like you're talking to your child person is talking to you. That little girl inside, like, this is not what you're supposed to be doing. This is not how you feel. That's that voice within. We need to go back to that and listen sometimes. We don't listen to that little kid anymore. I was listening to everybody around us and what we're supposed to be as adults and all this shit. But like you just said, you can't really, with a lot of things, ever move forward unless you confront that. Yeah. Are we allowed to like illegally identify ourselves as minors again? Can I go back in time where I don't have to pay for life and I don't have to do this shit? I mean, I'm kind of willing to sign up for that in a way. Depends what I'm asking for here. Be careful what you ask for.
It could be a new transgender on the list of the other 127, or a new religion. Maybe you can say that I don't age. Actually, that's just how you see me. So I'm actually still 7 years old. Yeah.
Okay. And I don't age. That's what you do. That's your perception. That's not mine. Don't put that on me. I'm offended that you think I'm old. We could start using it back at them. Shit. It is ridiculous.
Did you see the talk with Brenda and Jaronism? Jaron?
No, I did not.
Wow, tell us all about it.
That's the first time I've seen Brenda on there, and apparently she was calling him names and saying bad stuff. And so when he brought that up and said, what if I, called you a few names about your preferred
situation.
gender name. It's like, yeah, it was quite straight. Like, I don't know if you could bring that up in today's society and get away with it unless you were sort of using it as in the example that he did. Like, if he just came straight off the cuff and without using another example, like he
Right.
just, I don't know, like if that would even be allowed. Just yeah, it was
Yeah. People are
interesting.
so offended you can't talk about that shit. But in reality, yeah, it's wrong. Like, how can you sit there? And Brenda has always done that. And that's why I don't feel sorry for her, them, whatever. It's like, you sit here and I respect you. And I will say shield, they, her, listen, I have no problem. Your name is Brenda. I have no problem respecting you. I don't disrespect you like everybody else does. But when you come in here and have a conversation with me and you purposely do it to me on every way, in every angle that you can, why am I respecting your feelings then? No. But it's, for some reason, it's allowed. Like, these people are bullies too. A lot of these people that want certain pronouns and all this stuff, they're the ones saying, I don't want to be treated a certain way, yet I don't want to put myself in a box. Don't put me in a box. But they're putting themselves in a box, then blaming you. It's like they're not okay mentally. No. But if you say that, actually, I'm probably wrong for saying that, right? I'm saying they're not okay mentally. But at the same time, we shouldn't even have to worry about all this stuff. It's quite simple, you know? In my time, we never, ever dealt with this shit. Never was confused. I never wanted to say I was a helicopter or a dinosaur or they, he, she, her. I'm a woman. Straight up. I don't care if I get something changed on me. I'm still was born a woman. You can't change that shit. Fucking mental out here. To be honest, yo, it's actually hard being a woman with the views that I have. And I'm against feminism and all that shit. This is why I don't get along with a lot of women. You can't. Not having the same views as I do with these people. No way.
I'm going to post a link to a YouTube video that I watched. It was just a mainstream sort of a music video by Pink Floyd. Yeah, so anyway, this band called Pink Floyd, there's a DJ that's done like a remix of it, like an updated sort of a house version or whatever, and it's just mainstream. But then when you look at the video, it's a conspiracy video about like Disney and like the moon landings, all sorts of shit like this. Like, you got to actually watch the video, and it's got captions as well. And it's like, yeah, I'll post it and you'll see what it means. Like, someone who made a mainstream, like a remix of some music. They slipped in their little conspiracy theory sort of into the video. It's got nothing to do with the music at all. Not really. Well, or maybe it does if you know about Pink Floyd. But I'll link it anyway. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, definitely it's fair. I'd love to watch that.
Even if you just play it and don't listen, like turn the sound off and just watch the video itself. Yeah, if you don't like the music. Yeah.
Well, also, I just found out the other day that one of my friends that I have on Instagram took a video of Eminem or something like that. I think it was Eminem. And it was his own video of them rapping, mainstream video. And they had new AI programs that now could take your own rapping and what your words, your shit, and add it to it. And it looks like he's literally singing your shit and rapping your shit. So, in other words, it's the same stuff that we talk about all the time, where they can make you say things and do things that you've never done. But they already got that capability and giving it to us to use for videos, music videos and shit. I'm like, huh? How'd you do that? I'm like, isn't that illegal too? Because that music and that video is copyrighted? But yeah, that stuff exists already.
Oh, I just noticed the the name of the video I just posted is called, what's it called? Pink Floyd, No Thought Control. So that's the conspiracy that they're trying to point out a few things, how we've been mind controlled. You must know the song "Brick in the Wall."
Oh, yeah.
No thought.
Definitely know the song.
We don't need
Seen
no
DVDs and
education. We
everything.
need no thought control. Hey, teacher, leave them kids alone. Yeah. Yeah, Rakia, it's the video I was talking about. Like, you got to watch the video. It's like whoever made this deep house mix threw in a conspiracy video to go together with it. Yeah. It points out all sorts of stuff in like the Disney movies with like like representations of phallics and stuff in the kids, like the word sex in the smoke, like in the word sex in the clouds and that sort of stuff, and like just like a phallics everywhere, and you know, the devil's horn sign. I don't know what you call that with your hands when you make like devil's horns, like or like you know, they're doing the 666 sign covering their eye, all the Illuminati. Like even in one cartoon on the blackboard behind the dude, I think it was a cartoon, but in the background in Disney on the blackboard it said the Illuminati, just for no reason, just like in this kid's movie on a particular scene. Why would they need to write the Illuminati? Like, fuck.
Movies should be taken down too. I'm sorry people fight over all this stuff and they want to get rid of our movies, they want to get rid of Mr. Potato Head and all this shit, right? Because it's not right to have out here in the world nowadays. But they're still allowing Lion King and all this shit where it says sex for kids. It still exists. Someone took that shit away when it happened, when we talked about it more and all that. I'm sorry, but parents should be really gathering together and saying, well, then if it's going to be this way, then we want all the stuff that's against our children taken off of it too. Boom, done. We need to have people standing up for other rights than what's happening right now. What the hell? Why is this stuff still happening? It shouldn't exist. Even though I like Lion King, by the way, don't get me wrong. Don't take Lion King away. Just take that part out. Make it say something else. I mean, they can change that shit nowadays.
Yeah, it's photoshopped because it has to be. That's what he said and how he started when he explained how he made the blue marble with CGI. Yeah, and cloning the clouds and drawing the earth to see what it's going to look like in his imagination, using data, but just interpreting the data in his own imagination.
I will be right back, even though I'm very mad at myself because I'm going to have a cigarette. Where I live, I can't smoke indoors. I don't really care to anyway. But I just broke my beautiful THC pen that I just got that would cost me $50. Just dropped it on the ground, party foul, and it is broken. Damn it. No party today. No party in the morning. But I will be back, you guys. I'm still listening, but I just can't be talking outside. It's still too early. My neighbors would hate me.
You need waterproof. You need waterproof phone and a waterproof cigarettes, so then you can go and have a shower, talk on the phone, and have a cigarette. The smoke will go right up the extractor unit.
Yes. That would be great. Come on, man. Where you at? You need to get your ass over here and help me out, man. I need some help.
Yeah. I I remember, like, I used to have a waterproof phone, and I'd finish work, I'd come home and I'd have a shower, and I'd listen to some music on my phone with the inside the shower, and and also drink a cold beer at the same time. Yeah.
Living the life. Hey, that's not bad to complain about. If you came home, listened to some music, got to have a cold beer and shit, that's living the life still.
Yeah,
Even
I
though I
mean,
don't.
you got to
Yeah.
try. You got to try. You got to make sure it's a bottle, not a can. Have a beer in the shower. Good.
Really just, I don't even need to try, but like I said, once I drink, it's like, why did I do that? Even if it's once a year, I go, fuck, man, every time it's a disaster. You know better. It just doesn't ever work out well. It starts off as one beer, two's fine, three, no, then all of a sudden, next thing I know, we had moonshine? We had what? What happened?
Yeah, yeah. You know what it is? Like, you know why they're doing this zero alcohol beer? It's because they know there's a shitload of alcoholics out there that
Yeah.
have quit drinking, and then they come up with a zero alcohol beer, and all the alcoholics go, "Oh, then that'll be all right because it's zero," and then they'll just drink it, and they'll get hooked on the taste again, and then they won't notice it when they slip in a 5% or a 10%.
Don't
Keep them hooked.
dance with the demon. Literally, it's just like I used to be an addict of opiates for 10 years. You don't see me wanting to go play around with some pills just because. Oh, I want the taste or the feel. No, 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 no. That's the reason you got into that addiction. Get away from it. So yeah, I try to. Why even make yourself a taste beer? I know you still have an acquired taste for it. Let me say, well, I just wanted to have a beer with pizza, but then you probably don't have a problem. If you have an addiction to a degree that it controls your life or ruins your life, you need to not want that taste. Try something else. Get your body addicted in a way to something else. Because that's kind of what we do anyway.
But what tastes better than beer?
Oh my God, everything? Sorry. Especially if you drink IPAs like I was, and those are just so bitter and so foul. How did I even acquire somewhat of a taste when I wanted one for that? That stuff is brutal.
Yeah, they've made beer drinking a hobby. That, like, the whole alcohol industry overall is made is like raising so much interest in the products themselves by having all these craft beers and like all these new flavors, and it's not just the advertising, it's the actual, the product itself is attractive, right? They just try and make it as attractive as possible. Yeah, and then they associate all of these things to do, with things, other things that you aspire to be or have as well. So they sort of go hand in hand. If you want to be a if you want to be a movie star, you've got to wear a particular type of fashion. If you want to be out on the boat, then you've got to have a particular type of sunglasses, because you can't be on the boat without Ray-Bans, right? Yeah, the materialistic world is very it's acidic on the mind. That's what it is. Yeah.
It's quite weird because, like I said, we all know in the last couple of years they really threw people in their homes, and like I said, I'm dealing with a lot of people in hotel rooms around, and I've traveled around there. They've turned into, like I say, escapism. So a lot of them are drinking. A lot of them still have to work, so they can't do cannabis or anything because they'll end up losing their jobs still and stuff. Because in my state, it's still illegal. So everybody around here is drinking. I mean, and now they've become alcoholics and everything else. And I wouldn't say it's the best thing for them. And it's not just drinking; it's other things too. Don't get me wrong, but a lot of it's turned to that. And that's been going on for so long, though. We can't even just say it's the past few years because even going to England, the pub life, right? The pub style, that's normal for y'all over there. That's like when you're a little boy, you grow up and you see your father drinking a beer. You know what I mean? They played football, watching a football game. That's kind of like, oh, I would be like my dad sitting there with the beer. I remember feeling the same way as like 6 or 7 when to pick up my dad's beer can. So that's been passed down by generation after generation, even for our grandparents. Where did that come from? That's obviously past and advertisements and what they did. But that whole alcohol lifestyle, that's been going on for a long time. But it's been really pushed and amped up because people are wanting to escape in the last few years. They're wanting out. But if you give the people and what they want, kind of like entertainment, give them entertainment, give them football, give them beer, give them drugs, give them that. The people won't stand up to fight because they're being too entertained, or they're being, I don't know, what do you want to call it? They're being idolized with other shit. If they're not thinking about what they really need to, it reminds me of like Rome times and shit. Like, they distracted them. So they kept in play, but really all we have to do is just say, no, we don't want this shit anymore. I don't care about your football games. I don't want your beer. Anything that you're offering me in this rat cage, it's not entertainment. I don't like it. But for some people, it is here. They love it. But all you gotta do is entertain the people and give them things like that to distract them from the bigger purpose. And then they keep in control. We'll just open up something new for you guys too to entertain y'all. If y'all get too sidetracked, you want to get back on taking, the elite out. We'll just give us something else to focus on, right? Shiny object, or here's something else for y'all. Do you think's free? Here's something nice.
You got weather changing yet, Stacey, or are you too far south? It's getting autumnal up in this bitch.
Hey, Rakia, are those actual lyrics from, like, Material Girl?
Yep. Oh no, he's changed.
Is he adding?
He's changed lyrics in there.
Oh, he's changed the lyrics. I thought, no way. How did we miss that song, man?
That's not a stock Material Girl.
It's a material world. I'm a material girl. Day and night works. When sun goes away, it brings the light with it. Circles above us, just like we see. Earth is center. The sun, stars.
You're not singing it.
What? Yeah, I don't know how to sing. Sun, moon, stars above us.
That's not the lyrics. I was responding to the Glober, asking if I knew how day and night worked on Flat Earth. That's not lyrics to that song.
Yeah, it's like that doesn't even rhyme, man.
You're too funny. I'm trying to be quiet too. I'm just laughing my ass off. I'm like, dude, that's not Material Girl. Ricky is going on, finishing another conversation. But thank you for trying to sing that for me. That was a whole new way of Material Girl. That's good.
I thought it was parody lyrics for a second, and I was like trying to sing, and I'm like, this doesn't work. I think these are just words. Awesome.
Is that Madonna still alive? Does anyone know?
Yep. I would have heard if she dead. But she never was the Madonna that we fucking think she was, because most of her shit is pitch adjusted and you can fucking hear it. That's why she sounds like she's on fucking helium. Madonna never existed. Thank you.
Yeah, but like when David Bowie supposedly died, when they said that he died, right? For a whole month, I had to listen to David Bowie everywhere, like in the supermarkets. Like it was just playing nonstop. So I'm not looking forward to Madonna dying. Really, I just have to walk around with her.
Don't gonna play the original stuff. Most of her stuff later.
She lost her mind, dude.
She never really.
She went hood. She started wearing grills. Got a Brazilian butt lift. Started acting out.
Hell yeah.
She tried to fit in with the new trends. It just didn't work. Sorry. Madonna, stay back where you were. Actually, I don't even care, but didn't work.
Now, in Material Girl, I think you can really tell that she had British producers because she doesn't say girl like I'm a material girl. She says I'm a material gal. You know, like a British person would. And I'm a material gal.
Yeah, and listen, I was only there for 6 months, and it started taking over a little bit of my accent too, a little bit, even though I'm country. You can't help it because that's all you hear.
The country accent is itself derived from the English accent.
Oh, absolutely.
It's the English people that came down to the South that started talking like Southerners, so there are relations.
Everything's from over there. I truly believe that. There ain't nothing like we may have had some stuff here already, maybe, because I can't tell you that for a fact, but I don't know. But I'm sorry, most of our shit, all of our city names, everything, nah, it's from over there.
Yeah, they got Columbus over there. Where's Columbus, Ohio? Where the fuck is that?
They probably have some Columbus over there. I have Paris, Indiana. I have Mexico, Indiana. I have so much shit in Indiana. It's dumb.
Yeah,
Brazil.
A lot of these are like sister cities, sort of like that. They'd have a city already, or maybe not, and then they would like be like, "Oh, we're partners with this country over here, so we've got like this exclusive port where people come into." So there's that. I don't think they do that any longer. But hell yeah. That's
it
cool.
is one
That's
thing
cool
when
that
you talk to people though on Discord and you hear people's accents and everything, but it's another thing when you wake up in that place and that's all you ever hear. It's totally different, y'all. It's like, what is happening? It was life changing.
That's cool. How long did you live in the UK for?
6 months. I plan to go back though. If I do go back, it would have to be something where I'm going to either like a work visa or something, because the visas are absolutely outrageous, yo. And getting, where you can actually resident live there is not easy to be a resident. No, it takes a long time. So for me, I'd have to go back probably doing cafe work, which is wonderful, by the way, in England. If you run a cafe or you're a general manager or you can run one, they are looking for that. So for me, it would be easy to get right into that field because I've already done that now that I came back. So I'm like, that's what I'm going to probably try to do. And I might get back there. And if I can, I would definitely have a work visa and figure something out, because I loved the UK. I loved where I was at in Bournemouth. By the way, Bournemouth is beautiful. It's like a tourist city, in a way. Kent is too small town. Even though I love small town, it was a little too out there. It was just too small.
A bit teeny weeny.
But it's a beautiful place.
Right. Awesome. And you picked up the language right away. That's great.
Right? Because it's English.
So good.
So good. That was probably the best thing, though. I didn't have to worry.
Any strange ones where they're like, "Oh yeah, it's just a finny up the Fruit Loops," and then, you know what I mean? Did you hear anything like expression? You're like, "What? What did you say to me?"
People from London, they cracked me up. The way they talk. Oh my God, I call Londoners or whatever. My Lord, and they're so interested in Americans. It's funny to watch, and they just keep asking you question after question about Hollywood, and they bring out that Western talk and everything. What is happening? And they ask about the N-word too. They ask about that stuff there because they want to know. They're so confused, actually, over there. What's going on over here? I was happy that they were asking.
Yeah, there was a while I thought that like even British people wouldn't say the MF word because they just couldn't do it right. There was a period, like in the 90s, like they couldn't even do it then. Now they've evolved to where they can say it. But yeah, like all this, yeah. It's interesting to see what slang they pick up and don't. Funny shit.
And being there, you're surrounded by so much culture. We talk about American culture, but really there's so much culture over there. It's unreal. I don't feel like we have that same here. We have some just Americanized fucking Hollywood culture here. It's weird.
Well, what kind of culture they got over there?
Well, you get so many influences, like, right? Even the food, like India and everything. There's so many different types of people all surrounded with their culture, and they don't try to be all one. Like here in America, it seems like we all try to be the same type of people. Like they are fine being separated in their own cultures and everything, and respect for that. You know, here it's like everyone's coming to America to be this one type of individual, right? American, you're free, you're this, you're that. No, you're not. But somehow we fall into that bullshit here.
I don't know. I guess it depends where you're at. Somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
If you were right next door to a big city or something like that, you'd be like, oh yeah, there's like lots of different types of people from all over the place.
Yes, there are, but it still seems like one type of mentality. I don't know how to. Maybe it's just because people are more reserved there. It's a different way they speak. They don't tell their business all out to you like we do here. They're not in your face, you know. No, we're here over here we're in your face.
Do you think they're more programmed than us, or more well programmed?
No. Well, they are programmed, but I still think they have more of a open mind, and they have seen some bullshit over there more. For fuck's sake, when you have queens and kings, I think they already know. They have so many books that they've read and stuff too, growing up over there. So, like I said, their mentality is different. A lot of them don't align, and they know it's all bullshit, but they still fall right into the same crap. Oh yeah, very much so. It's the same thing as it is here when you're on the streets talking to people, but you will have more respectful conversations in ways. It's different.
Did you get to do like a speaker's corner anywhere?
No, in fact, I was told not to. In fact, a lot of the people that I worked with, a lot of them were part of the Global Light Tour, want nothing to do with Speaker's Corner, because they know that people are only there to divide and to cause problems, kind of like, Antifa comes in. It's just, it's yelling, it's arguing, it's a lot of that. And if you want real, they said, conversations and getting out to the people, real people that want to hear, it's not a Speaker's Corner.
Make anywhere your Speaker's Corner.
Yep. Oh. I still should have went, though.
I heard that America has like around 800 military bases spread out all over the world. 800. Don't know if anyone knew that.
It?
I know, I was going to say, is that it? Because there's so many military bases that I've already been around. In fact, even my own state. Like, wait a minute. Is that it? That seems like a lot, does it? See what I mean, America? Just kidding. I wouldn't doubt that, hon. If not more, honestly. Probably ones you don't even know about, or we don't even know about underground.
Yeah, it's quite a strategy, but I don't want to say that's a big number, because I haven't looked at other countries. Like, it's quite possible there are other countries with a similar amount of military bases around the world.
Well, I mean, you could start counting our educational systems and our schools as some too. You know what I mean? Just saying. If you want to really get down to the basics, I'd start there too. That was formed by our own military people too. Well, not our own, but they came here to do that by design. It's like they did in other countries. That's a program. That's a silent one, though. You don't even know it exists.
Yeah, I mean, why did they even use the word program? Like Hill Street Blues. Like, if it was in England, they say, I'm just going to sit down with my cup of tea and watch my program. That's what they called a TV show back then. Even today, 2023, they still call it watching a program.
Some people say watching stories now. For fun.
Yeah.
Programs. I kind of like a series that's broken up where I watch one episode a week. I like binge watching them too, don't get me wrong, because I hate waiting that week, but nothing's as good if you don't wait the whole week, if it's a good show, you just blaze right through it and it's over. Just want
Gives
to
you
say
something
that.
to look
Thanks.
forward to as well, though, don't it? I mean, don't get me wrong, I like binge watching it too because it's like reading a book, and I have a hard time opening a book and then putting it down. I tend to read that book the next 3 or 4 days straight until I'm done. It's like a movie. I need to know what happens in it, especially for people who like information. We just keep going. So, but at the same time, we miss out on those opportunities of looking forward to the next thing you're about to watch, the entertainment, allowing it to be entertaining. Yeah, in that manner.
Yeah, and
Everybody
then
wants everything now, though,
if you're lucky enough to find a good show to watch, then don't worry. By the time you get into it, it'll be canceled. It's like, oh, cool. Now I get to find another hopeful thing I could watch for a few seasons. I mean,
like,
damn. Why are we fucking up everything, man? And the worst show is just like, let's renew that thing. That's great. That piece of shit. Let's fucking 10 more seasons of that now, please.
Yeah, there's a lot of emotions involved, right? The anticipation, like wanting to find out what happens next, and it doesn't just apply to TV or plays or books or whatever or movies. It also applies to life in general, like the ballers that they look forward to the the next moon landing, and then they keep kicking the can down the road, and it's never going to happen. So they have this bottled up. I imagine this bottled up emotional damage, with like such a letdown that it hasn't happened yet, and that's the the evidence they're waiting for.
I know
It's never
somebody's
gonna happen.
taking their dreams and fucking holding it in front of their face like a carrot. You know what I mean? Tell them there's just gonna be a sequel to the moon landing. People are gonna be upset.
It's super funny because I was living at my man's family's house for just a tiny bit, right? For like 3 weeks. And when I talked to him about Flat Earth and we kept going back and forth, he literally said to me, he's like, you need to go to the moon. We need to send you to the moon. I was like, maybe we can get some money funded where people would pay to go to the moon. I said, honey, they've already done this. Nobody's going. I'm not going. You can raise as much money you want to. You ain't going, babe. There's no going to the moon. But I couldn't believe that even now, people are like, we need to do a fundraiser for you to go so we can prove you that the Earth is the globe by sending you to the moon. I'm like, listen, y'all, stop it. It's mental.
Yeah. I mean, I'd really love to know a lot of things. I think people are used to being able to access information, and so for questions that don't have answers per se, or that we don't trust the source, that's like, yeah, you're just gonna have to be patient.
Well,
no way. Good.
I can't wait until they actually, come up with the moon landing and actually send people there and actually put them on the moon and they they put it in some format like video or like how they normally do. Like I can't wait to be able to pick that to pieces. It's just going to be hilarious.
I hope when they land on the moon, they bring like a roundabout and they can set up a little thing and then demonstrate, the Coriolis force. That'd be superbly ridiculous.
I literally told him, I was like, so you want me to go to Arizona? I was like joking around. I was like, so where's the moon again?
I just want to see the astronauts set up like a playground, like a kid's playground.
Yeah.
And be like, okay, now we're doing testing, guys. Now it's time to do science. Mm-hmm. That would be hilarious.
You guys can't deny that. For people that don't even watch TV, if something happens from reality right now, they're like, hey guys, we have a show now. We're on the moon. Everybody's watching it. Everyone on here is tuning in. I know I am.
Well, that's why they haven't sent any people up. They've been sending robots. They've been sending tin cans, because as soon as they have the guts to send a human up there in their little imagination, like it's just going to be picked to bits because people are going to be asking questions in this community like, what were they drinking on the way there? Like, what were they wearing? Like all these questions, like, how could this be possible? And it's just, that's why they haven't done it, right? Because they know that they can't do it with a human. They can only do it with like their imaginary CGI and robots. I mean, that gets picked to bits anyway. Even the CGI, if it, gets picked to bits, like the whole lot. So, yeah. It's going to be a movie night with popcorn on that day for sure.
I hope I'm still around for that. I really do. If they do something like that, please let me be around to see it, even if it's the last thing I see before I go. Like, come on, please. Brilliant.
Yeah, because so far they send humans to the ISS, yeah, don't they? That's what they say. But they don't even show the entire journey from like the from Earth to the ISS. Like there's always parts that they miss out, right? There's always a section of the video that's just not there, and it turns into CGI for a little while, and then you see them docking on the ISS. What about the whole journey? What happened to those? The evidence, the video evidence there.
And I know our community, like Kosher and all them, be like, well, why would they document all that? Why wouldn't they? Like, no. We're 2023, y'all. Why wouldn't they? I mean, we can't even. We've talked about this. Girls and teenagers and us can't even go our lives without recording everything, right? They throw it on Facebook. You're going to tell me, like, you're not going to record your whole way there? Oh shit! Seriously, if you're sending me and it's approved that we can go out there, and you're going to send me to outer space, I'm recording from the moment I'm driving to the location. I'm getting in the motherfucker, and the whole way there. And when I get there, there's no way that you're not recording that shit. Someone is for documentation proof. That's nonsense when they say, well, no, we don't have that. Why would we have that? What are you talking about? For science, you'd have it even? I don't get it. That's nonsense. Some of the shit they say is just out of control. Why aren't they questioning? Oh, wait a minute, there's a feed cut. Wait a minute. I don't get it. I start even questioning after so many years of us saying this to them too. If I was on the other side, I'd be like, you know what? They're kind of right. I'm going to start asking the same thing from my own, science groups and NASA. So can we start getting guys' videos so we can be out here doing the right thing and showing us proof? Why aren't they demanding for it too, since we're claiming that it doesn't exist, I don't get it. And if everybody's turning to there's no proof of science anymore, like there is no proof in it, then why are we spending so much fucking money? Why is that as people over the world are like, yeah, we'll just throw that much money into, NASA and research on this shit if we have no proof of nothing afterwards? What's the point?
It's like, does science prove something or does technology prove something? Well, right, because science could just be a bunch of stuff that doesn't actually translate to any technology at all. But once technology works, you're like, hey, that shit works. Must be some science behind that.
Oh, yeah. It's the same thing that me and Rakia were kind of going over the other day. Just like, they know there's a percentage even. They even say there's no proof in science. They even say that, it's always changing and all this shit, but they just will not concede on any bit that there's a possibility that they're wrong. It's actually so much double, triple speaking in this group, not our group, that group. It's hard to even have a conversation with it anymore because that's exactly what it always turned back to every single time.
And most of this kind of takes the. Okay.
There's a lot of people that drive cars and they drive them really well, but they don't know how the car works. But they can still manipulate the car and make it go wherever they want it to go perfectly.
Well, but a car's a car. We don't even know that the Earth's a ball. Do you know what I mean? So we could say we know how something works, but we at least have to say that we have it. So we could say that the car works, and we could figure out how it works. But
yeah, well, we have the Earth, right? But we just don't know how it works.
Well, I mean, presumably either this car moves or doesn't move, but what works or not works is stationary or heliocentric model. Like, just saying. But it's like a lot of the times we get, I'd say most of the time that the baller frames their arguments based on the fact that we don't understand what they understand, and that they're nice enough to help us understand it. And how annoying is that shit? It's totally annoying, right? Love it. Here, you don't understand this. Let me explain it to you. Let me explain how you're on a ball. That's just annoying. Because you don't understand it. That's the greatest part. It's like a 2-in-1. Yeah. It's offensive and it's assumptive. I love it. It's just the kind of thing a baller should be doing.
So I heard today, and I faintly remember this, that the stars, the fixed stars, have a 366-day revolution. Right now,
I
it's
know.
like, wait, 366 days. Is that true? And then I'm looking into it, and
My bad. That was
the
my fault.
heliocentric model is they're never gonna come up with the right number, because they base the spinning of the stars in reference with the sun. You following me? So if you were just to decouple, like if anybody works with Photoshop, when you decouple something, right? So when you decouple the sun from the stars, and you just know that the Earth is fixed and immovable, and then you reference the stars in comparison with the Earth. So you couple the stars with the Earth. They seem to have a 366-year cycle. So, and I've tried explaining this to flat earthers, but they just don't understand what I'm saying. So basically, the sun and the stars are not in lockstep. They might seem like they're going at the same speed, like same velocity, because they do seem to have the same velocity, but they are not on the same circuit. The sun has a 364-day circuit. The moon has a 350-day circuit. Anyways, I'm just pondering, I'm brainstorming, and I'm thinking of shit where I just wanted to add that.
Oh, you're good. I need to keep going. Do whatever you want. I can go. I was actually just trying to share the live stream because I realized that Gio has it up onto my channel on the community page, so it kind of gets out there to others as well that don't know about it yet, possibly. So you never know.
I'm at work right now. I work concrete, right? I got like I got like 60 something. No, I got like 70 bags of concrete, 80-pound bags of concrete. I got them shift over. And while I'm shifting these bags, I'm in a indoor parking lot, and there's like somebody that works here playing some crazy loud music. I feel like I'm at a club. And I don't know if you guys can hear it. I hope not. And I hope it's not leaking through, but if it is,
You sound good.
pardon me. Yeah, they're blasting reggaeton.
It's actually probably harder for you. Your headset's pretty good, where you hear a tiny bit of it in the back. Tiny. So if it's loud for you, hon, I'm surprised that your voice is actually the one that we're picking up over anything else, which is a good mic. So yeah, you sound good.
I have a good microphone at home. SM7B. Sure microphone. It's like the iPod of microphones. But anyways, this microphone right now is just one AirPod. I have one AirPod in. I'm surprised that I'm coming through clearly.
That's another thing. A lot of people don't understand or realize that there are people like yourself, and I mean people in here too, Rakia, that have been working or doing stuff at the same time of trying to think about these things, logically break them down in their brain as they're doing repetitive, because they've already gotten used to work, right? That's actually strenuous and everything else. But there are a lot of us out here, Jeremy, right? Doing his work while he's talking about this shit. So, and a lot of other people are just sitting at their desk, right, fighting us. And you guys are out here using your brain in so many different ways. So no, more power to y'all, for real, because you guys are at work saying, I still want to do this. You can't get away from it. It's pulling you in, right?
Yeah.
In some
You know,
way. Yeah.
even though they do say sometimes they're multitasking, but they're still sitting in front of the same computer multitasking.
Exactly. And this is why you guys' brains work so wonderful, and the logical thinking, and you guys use your imagination more than anything, because you're over here doing multitasking. Your brain is sparking in so many different ways. And this is why I love this subject, because it made my brain do the same thing too. Once you start doing that, it just keeps going. When you get away from it and stop it is when it would actually stop. But for us, it can't. Trust me, I did it. You get away from this stuff enough and you don't think about it, research it or anything, you're like, oh shit, my brain ain't working the same way. Once you get back into this, it's like your brain just is everywhere. Ding, 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 ding. And that's what they don't want from us, is this thinking right here. Using your imagination in ways too you never have. Our brains are amazing and powerful. I mean, think about it. You're sitting here doing your job that is actually someone else could have a hard time doing, and you're doing it probably quite brilliantly and doing probably 3 or 4 things at one time in your head. One's very robotic, right? You already got that shit down. You don't even have to think. It's just happening. Most powerful thing we have is inside of our head, guys.
Yeah, it's just for like even small things too. Like, well, actually now, I mean, fucking computers have really caught up. But it used to be that, like, if you were trying to just come up with a rhyming word, like a word that rhymes with rose, it would take a person could do it a lot faster than a computer could do it. That was back in like the mid '90s, and now it's probably different. But yeah, go people. I'm into human thoughts are classier. Yeah.
It showed me though how much we have to literally make ourselves use our brain though. If you and it's also with my mom, as I see as she got older, and the more you just sit there, your little games all the time on your phone or something, and you're not really using your brain in the capacity that was meant to, you know, we don't become that productive either. We just stay in this one little road.
Isn't it weird? Like,
explain it, you know?
It's the things in the past too that like they kind of, if you don't like dust them off every like couple of years, it's like you, not that you forget them, but I guess there's a possibility that you could forget them. You know, like we're just yeah. I don't know
if you forget them or you have to pull them back out, man, because they're still there. The flutter stuff's still there for me too. Sometimes I have to just be reminded of it. You know what I mean? Because it's been so long or something. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Right. Sometimes I feel like I've forgotten more than I know, but then I realize I don't know that much. But you know,
exactly.
I've just forgotten stuff. But it's cool. Like that stuff actually, it comes like if I don't stress out, like, and it just like kind of speaks at a slower pace, like the actual information does come through, and I'm like, oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is, just trickling in. You know, sometimes you get in a caffeine rush and you're trying to like throw out 300 words a minute or something like that, and
talking about me?
No, me. I'm talking about me.
I know.
And usually I speak pretty slowly, but if I don't have enough weed and I have too much caffeine, well, it's a lot of words that happen.
See, now you understand me. See, finally, there, fist pump. Yes. Like if I don't have some weed to calm me down, which I don't hardly ever do because it's illegal in my state, so I try to stay focused. You know, I don't get in trouble. And I'm just drinking caffeine all day. No, you're getting it. I have to catch myself sometimes because I hear myself beautifully, and I don't hear myself as fast as I actually am speaking, which I guess goes to how powerful our brain is too. Boy, you get yourself with some freaking caffeine and watch yourself go.
Yeah, it's so much like it's so much more difficult to like not drink caffeine, and I'm like because I'm trying to like cut down a little bit because I realize I probably drink too much of it.
You know, there's a whole group of people that listen to videos on double speed, like ×2, bro. Like on the regular, like they're accustomed to consuming information at a faster rate than the average person. Audiobooks, they'll put it on double speed.
I can
I'm
read
not
real
I'm
slow.
not necessarily one of those people, but I know a lot of people that do that.
Like I can either read to enjoy the words, or I can read to just scan the information real quick. I don't know.
But you know,
It goes back and forth.
there's this idea of the acquirement of wisdom, and that there's a potential to retard that growth. Like there is, and even now there's there's scares with the possible incoming jabs that can. They're trying to possibly extinguish that part of us, so that we won't be able to spiritually grow and become aware. We become spiritually retarded. Like they're trying to put it in. I know it sounds crazy, but that is a possibility.
I just watched Kingsman last night. The one where they have like the audio mind control thing, and Samuel Jackson's in there. You seen that one? You don't watch movies, so I'll
No,
send
I
that.
don't really watch movies, bro.
Okay.
Or TV.
Well, I've seen it actually once before, and then I saw it again last night, and I was like, wow, there's a lot of stuff in here, and it's quite interesting. There's basically like a type of MK Ultra, like digital mind culling that occurs, like where Samuel Jackson. I'll ruin the movie for you since you're not going to watch it anyway. Anybody else? Yeah, spoiler alerts are ahead. But he's like a tech giant, just like an internet, computer millionaire. It's a little bit like he's a sort of like a Black Bill Gates to some extent in the film, and it's just interesting that it overlaps in this whole population decreasing as a means to an end to stop global warming, which is Samuel Jackson's character's motivation. And it's just really interesting to see how that all plays out. Like there's some truth in it somehow. Yeah. It's pretty cool.
Have you guys been seeing people like ourselves who have been, I don't know, I've seen some videos that people sent me on Instagram. I don't know if I can find them again. They're just so hilarious. I'm wondering what the hell's going on in the situation, the real. And next thing I know, the guy's giving an excuse why he's being pulled over or whatever, too. And he's like, why are you wearing nothing, basically? He's like, global warming. All the global warming excuses now that they're putting out there and making fun of it. It's brilliant. We need more people doing that because I was hysterically laughing. I'm like, that's what I'm saying. I'm going to start using that excuse too for everything I do. Sorry, it's global warming is why I'm doing it. I've been joking, but you got to be careful because honestly, people are taking this shit on board. They actually believe this shit. It's wow. But then again, we're still talking about the same thing. We look up at the skies and you can't even tell somebody that's spraying. Oh, fuck it. It's right. We can't even show them and it's right in their face. So if you can show them and they still deny it, it's going to be hard to try to show them that their reality is completely wrong too. They've been already programmed in their head and their foundational mentality, right? That foundation is going to be broken. They can see the freaking sky being sprayed, but say no.
Every time I go to the supermarket, they have the hand sanitizer on both sides of the main entrance, and I see people, and they also have those wet wipes as well. So what they do is they do their hands with the sanitizer, and they get the wet wipes and they wipe down the handle on the trolley, and in fact they wipe like even next to the handle just in case they're going to touch that as well. And it's just so crazy. It's so crazy.
I don't particularly mind wiping down trolleys though, because you kind of don't know what somebody's been doing with their hands. So
you can think that, but like before 2020, did you ever think that? Like if they didn't tell you about it, but they said, here's some wet wipes for free, would you think about like going and wiping down your trolley? Like you'd think that people would look at you really strangely, right? What are you doing wiping down the trolley? They'd think you're
now that you're
right?
mentioning this shit right now, I want to bring up 2 points. One, you're right completely, because when I went to Costco and the shit was going down, everybody was wearing their mask and they're like switching out carts, and I'm like, you guys are sitting here with all your gloves and everything you think, but some people are not even wearing gloves, obviously, and they're worried about masks. However, you're touching every cart and switching them out. Nobody cares. Keep switching, keep touching, keep touching. You're getting more germs by that than even you're worrying about air right now all around you. Like, what are you talking about? So that aspect. Then I've seen the dirtiest people since 2020. I'm sorry. The bathrooms of women, you're disgusting. Nobody is taking care of themselves. They're disgusting human beings. I don't know if it's just America, but for heaven's sakes, wash yourself. Clean up after yourself. Don't shit on the toilet. Are you kidding me? This is women. Like, oh my God.
You
It's
need to
gotten
start
worse.
putting up notices. Just bring them in,
Right.
put them in your pocket, tape them up. Different restrooms you use.
So how do we get germaphobes, right? That also don't even clean up after themselves and disgusting human beings in the bathroom. Well, I don't understand. It's totally opposite. But that definitely did happen. I
I've
hate
been
going to a
like,
public restroom anymore. Mm-mm.
I think the one time in the last, it's been a long time since I've had any kind of sickness or whatever, but the one time I was like, oh man, I'm almost starting to feel sick is because I was in a supermarket and they just mopped with some kind of concoction of nasty shit or something like that. And I was like, yeah, for like 2 days, I was like, eh. I still had it in, yeah. So like, what's more harmful? It's like sometimes these cleaning agents and stuff like that seem to be way, way more off-putting than just regular air. I just want to say that. Fucked up. But they're using the same mops for the bathroom as they use for the rest of the supermarket? I don't know. I'm not a janitor. I don't know these sciences. But isn't that true? Aren't they using just mops every fucking where? Like, there's not like a bathroom mop, is there? Bathroom
Yeah,
mops.
well, in a hospital they would switch. They have different color coded mops for different areas. Yeah, but like in the
There you go.
supermarket, no, I don't think so. Right? They just use like a home grade broom and a home grade mop. Household grade, it's called. That's what they use. Household
There's
grade.
some kind of like
Probably.
Lysol agent that they're using in it. I can smell it because it's like I have a bottle of it and I never use it because it smells like the smell of it is almost like it's trying to cover up shit. Do you know what I mean? Like it almost smells like you just shat yourself and you're trying to. That's what this Lysol smells like, and that's what the fucking the disinfectant that they use in a couple of these places. And I'm like, man, this smells terrible in here. It smells
Isn't
like
it
a bathroom.
interesting how they actually have a household grade this term? I don't know if you have it in America. Like you get hospital grade and then you get household grade. I mean, for me, if it's hospital grade, then they're actually being serious about their product. And if they have to say it's household grade, it's either because the people that are using it don't know how to like use it in a system. Like, don't use the bathroom one in the kitchen. Don't use the kitchen one in the bathrooms. Like, people wouldn't understand those instructions, so they're always going to get it wrong. They're never going to follow the same protocol as they would in a serious environment like a hospital, right? So rather than actually just telling them how to use it properly, they just say it's household grade, and if you fuck up and you get sick, don't blame us. Yeah, I think they call it household grade just for liability purposes, so no one can sue them and say, hey, it didn't work, because you know people don't know how to use shit these days. They don't follow instructions. Don't even read the back of the fucking instructions. Like, you know, there's certain chemicals you should never mix together, or you get Agent Orange.
He's the most secret agent.
Some people think, oh, I've got a bit of floor cleaner here. I'll mix some bleach with it and just see what happens, and because it'll make it better. And they end up getting
Oh, you
like,
can create like sodium hydroxide pretty easily. I think I did that once when I was a kid. And I was like, I almost passed out. I was like, what are these fumes? I just thought mixing cleaners was it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What was the name of that movie that you were talking about just before?
Kingsman.
Kinsman. K-I-N.
G.
Oh, Kingsman. All right, okay. It's got Samuel Jackson, and it must be a pretty big movie, eh?
Yeah, Colin Firth's in it. It's big. It's biggish.
Is it a recent one? So it's a pay movie, is it? You have to
I
pay
guess
for
so.
it. Right.
It's pretty old, so yep, might be able to find it somewhere.
Okay.
It's on HBO right now.
HBO.
HBO. Terrible. Fuck HBO. They canceled Wing Time. Fuck them. That's a hell of a show. Yeah, why don't like refrigerator lights have lights that like go on when you close the door? There'll be like UV lights that will like kill bacteria, so that like your bathroom bacteria doesn't make its way to your refrigerator, because that happens to almost everybody, regardless of how much you clean or not.
That's a good invention, because they actually have these sterile cabinets for putting, like in restaurants, you can put all of the cutlery and utensils in them, and that's just serving its own purpose. But yeah, 2-in-1, that'd be pretty like. Would that be like a doable in a cold fridge? Like, I don't know, because like the ones I've seen that
Yeah.
they have radiant, like they put off a bit of heat, don't they?
Just put some LED lights in there. I don't know. Make the fridge work a little harder. But we're not serious about combating microbes, or else like every cash register would have this tech in it too, sterilize the money. Because that changes hands a lot, But I would imagine that even though like there might be some kind of other events going on in the United States or worldwide or whatever, that they're not going to do anything like this, even though cash is the primary transmitter of all these like weird shits, don't you think? Like, like just money changing hands. Like, I don't know. Like if it's any kind of microscopic contaminant or whatever agent, it's going to be passed around in money, no?
Well, that's why in Thailand, to combat like spreading germs and bugs, back in the day they had a campaign that was started by the king, and he told everyone to respect the money and keep it in a wallet. Made sure that everyone kept their money in a wallet, and that's pretty much, rather than just chucking it in your pocket, because you might have your handkerchief in there or whatever, that type of thing. So back in the day when it was a third world country, that's one of the things the king did to combat sort of spreading of germs. You'd never see a Thai person really, like you probably would, but like in general, you'd always see, they've got a wallet, even if there's nothing in it. Yeah.
Does anybody know if there's any restrictions in place right now from traveling overseas, especially like say the UK to here or me to the UK? Does anybody have any clue if we have any restrictions on that? I like to. The reason but I want to answer that haven't seen America yet. That go after doing that. I think they really need a perspective of over here as well, not just from what we say, because a lot of them don't really truly believe it's as bad as sometimes what we say here compared to the other places. Not that it says, hey, who's got it worse than the other. It's not. That's not what I'm saying. It's more of, to understand the people, you have to understand all of them. That's just what I mean by that. But if we're going to do something soon, I like to bring them here to do something. And it doesn't have to just be UK. It could be Australians. They could do it, you know. But I wonder if there's any restrictions so we can start something in place.
We don't care about the Australians.
Can't see why there would be any restrictions. I mean, I don't watch the
It shouldn't be
news,
right
so.
now, right? Yeah, I'll have to look into it. So I know I haven't really dived into that stuff since I've been back. I knew I had just left a month before they made the restriction, or I would have had to been, you know what, before I came back. And I was like, thank God I made it back. Thank you, God. Because I wouldn't have done it and I would have been stuck there in some way. I don't know how that would have worked, how it would have went down, you know, deportation, all that shit you have to worry about. Yeah. So I need to know for sure if there are any, because they had little things like that in small print, and the flying was ridiculous. I did have to do testing, which was stupid to do that. I had to get so much documentation and paperwork to fly. It's hard.
Well, if you've got a good travel agent, you can just call them and they'll tell you.
Yeah, that was the problem back then. They didn't know what the hell they were doing because it was in the beginning when they first opened it up. So back then, trying to get a travel agency to understand the processing, they didn't even understand. They were learning it as they went. I was stuck in Atlanta, Georgia. I couldn't go on to my next flight to England unless I provided more information. I had to call someone, get an email sent to them, then give them to them and show them for them to even let me on that plane. I was like, oh shit. I had to actually have a reason, like life and death reason for me to travel. And my documentation wasn't enough when I got to Georgia. It's like, oh my God. So I called up someone who was willing to write up something for me. And I got the documentation and I was able to fly. And I was like, wow, is this really happening? I made it. Yeah. Wasn't easy back then. You had to make up shit. You had to find had to be like a death or someone's dying. I actually was there to help somebody for a heart attack, which was not really a lie. They just had some heart issues, and I was able to go with that documentation. Otherwise, I was not allowed. So I'm wondering, if it's easy now, because we need to do something. Our momentum, like I was explaining to or talking to Richie. I don't know if y'all know him. 007. He worked with Roxanne and all those people during the tour and stuff. About how we've lost the momentum in this last couple of years of our progression forward for the truth, right? That movement has kind of been stifled, and how we're going to try to bring it back. And we've been talking on the back about how we can do that through a community whole with content creators and all. So I know that people are trying to do something, and we have to set up something first before I want to get the whole community involved. You know what I mean? Like, hey guys, who wants to help? Who wants to come? Because a lot of people don't want to do something unless you already have it designed out, which is fine. And we'll get that in play. For me, and for a lot of us, it's extremely important what y'all are doing on here too. We listen and we actually take these things that you guys say out there in the streets as well and talk about this stuff. So we thank you guys, everyone on here that are not even on the streets. You guys are doing your part as well. Everybody is who's doing some kind of
like I was just
research.
listening to you before, and how you had that small discrepancy with the actual truth, which was they weren't really having a heart attack, but you got the documentation to say so. But they did have. So, like, what it made me think of is like a white lie. Like when someone tells a white lie, there's no nefarious sort of a motive that is driving this white lie. It's all innocent, and there's no victim. It's just for pure, like a purely a good reason. But when you hear people lying about the shape of the earth, that's not a white lie, man. It's the opposite. Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm glad you pointed that out. I mean, a lot of people say, oh, they're only discrepancy. I keep talking that. It's literally, you shouldn't be traveling because you can get in trouble when it comes to legally, right? But legally, I was being right. I wasn't lying, and there was something going on, and they passed that. Now, if they wanted to ask more information, that could have stopped it, but they did not. you know? So for me, it was like, well, I didn't really lie. I just didn't give you the full truth, which is what they do, though, by the way. Like you explained, that's a perfect example. They do that all the time to us. They'll give you the truth in a very fucked up way and keep out, yeah, but you're also lying to us. Wait. Stop.
Yeah, well, in the law,
Mhm.
there's a thing called disclosure. So if you omit some of the information, that you should be putting up front, that's called non-disclosure. And as soon as you have this non-disclosure like that, that non-disclosure, if you do that in a court, like under affidavit, the judge found out that you didn't disclose that. That's called perjury, and that's punishable by like jail term. Just for words, just for omitting, some important information. It's called deception. Yeah.
Right. And in reality, that's what I kept wanting was what I was doing. But then the prince, we use the law for our advantage as well. Don't forget. And these prints were allowing me to travel for certain reasons, and that did fall into the category, and that's why it was allowed. But it wasn't as urgent as it seemed, right? But they didn't claim any urgency or anything on that. They didn't ask for any more. So for me, I felt like it may have been right. I was leaving out on purpose and all that. However, it was like, no, I don't feel anything wrong with what I'm doing because I'm falling into exactly the small print that you're allowing me to, you know? And we found that we had to go and find what is a way. We even knew that weddings, right? You can even travel if somebody's having a wedding or a funeral that didn't get to happen during certain times. So if somebody has set up a memorial, right? It didn't matter if you were just all together as a group, as a family. I'm sure people did it. You're allowed to travel for those reasons. So all you had to do in those times, if you wanted to, was fake a memorial, get the printing, get the documentation, send them out to people's addresses, have everybody be involved in that, and send that address, that memorial card to someone in another country. Then they have the right to travel now for a wedding or for a funeral and certain purposes for those reasons. So I'm sure a lot of people did it. I'm sure. And it wasn't easy,
Yeah.
trust me. You get there, you're stuck in the house, you can't leave the home. You can't even walk outside when you move this one to the other country. Like if you walk outside, they're giving you phone calls every day. You never know what's going to happen. They check in on you and they could deport you instantly and get your ass in trouble if you were not where you're at for 2 weeks solid, and sending them your testing strips that they send you in the mail. And you had to pay for all that too, by the way. It costs hundreds of dollars for those testing strips there and back.
Half the problem is that we let the rulers, we let the rulers decide what is important. We let the rulers decide, what is the, we let them say, hey, you can't do this, and they say, but if you do that, then you can. It's like you were saying, it's like what's the word I'm looking for? It's like what is what is the main issue here? It's like it's not fair most of the time. What I'm trying to say, yeah, they don't get their priorities, in line. They think they can set the priorities. They can say who travels and who doesn't travel because you're going to another country for a specific reason. What makes them think that priority is more important than someone else's priority?
That essential worker bullshit. Like, who are they to decide what's essential? Because what's essential to me may not be essential to you or somebody else, right?
Exactly.
I don't know. I don't know why anybody listens to these fucking idiots. It doesn't make any sense. There's still people out there wearing things on their faces that I see. They're terrified of the air, bro.
Man, I really wish you were here for that meat diet debate the other day. That dogs are gods guy was like just being himself, I guess. And
You're talking about Sunshine.
yeah, well, yeah, Sunshine was arguing like he was on the pro meat diet side, and then Dogs are God was on the I'll only read half or just selected sentences of the PDFs that you drop, and then claim it for a half hour kind of thing. So he was on that other side of it. It would have been great to hear you speak on your journey through beef.
Yeah, dude, all I can do is speak from experience that I've seen a benefit, and it fucking helps me.
I can say from experience that, like, watching him eat a vegan diet, like when you were on that stuff, like, it's not like the Grim Reaper was hanging over your head, but I was like, I think I heard him drive by. You know what I mean? And it was like, you know what I mean? And it's, I think I just heard him drive by, and but I'm just so happy you recovered your health and all that stuff, and through the magical power of meat, it's amazing. And also like liver too, right? He was saying like liver is the most poisonous thing you can eat. You know what I mean? And so, dude, but you've had like some very unique liver that most people have not had the balls to try, right?
Yeah, dude, I eat raw fermented liver, bro. So that's hilarious. That's funny.
Meat that nobody wanted to go into a topic about. He didn't even address that area. Nope.
I mean, I guess it would depend what type of liver it is, because there is some truth to that. Beef liver, chicken liver, right? Beef liver, chicken liver, good to go. Fish liver, good to go, as long as it's got scales. But there's certain livers, lamb's good to go. But there's certain organ meats and certain animals that are can be fatal to the human, yeah, like it's complicated, bro.
Not complicated, because it says that in scripture what we should eat and what we shouldn't eat, right? Like,
I didn't want to bring that up, but yeah. So you understand why that is, though. Like, I personally know hunters. I personally know hunters that have been physically affected by eating rabbit and bear. I know 2 cases, one with rabbit and one with bear, where both these subjects were in their deathbeds because of their diet that they chose to eat. Now, it was in the preparation of that meat. One guy had a minor cut on his hand, or a minor wound, and while he was preparing the rabbit, a specific, I don't know if I can't remember correctly if it was a parasite or a virus or something, got into his system and literally almost killed him. And then the other guy was eating bear meat, and in the preparation of the bear meat, he also succumbed to an illness, or he didn't completely succumb, but he almost succumbed to an illness, a very fatal one. And I wish that I would have remembered the scientific name for the disease, but they were both in their deathbeds. Beef and chicken and fish are good, though. You know, you can prepare fish with cuts on your hand, and man, you know, even chicken and beef, and you might get some salmonella or this and that, but it's not that serious compared to certain animals.
Yeah, I don't believe what they tell us about eating raw meat, though, either. Like how they say it's so horrible for you, so bad for you. Dude, growing up when I was little, my grandma used to like cut chunks of the steak while she was like trimming the steak and give it to me. Completely fucking raw. Like no salt, no nothing on it. Like,
yeah, I bet it won't do nothing. You can adapt, but it is recommended that you cook the meat, and you know, I wouldn't eat it raw, but
yeah, I would never recommend this to anyone. But I also grew up with my grandmother always grabbing like country sausage, right, with sage and all that shit in it, raw, eating it right out of the package. I'm like, Mom, it's not even cooked. What are you doing? Mom did the same thing. You can't do that. But they did. Never got sick, never died. I'm not saying do that shit, guys. All I'm saying is maybe our body does adapt, because my mom was raised that way as well. That was okay. So I'm not sure. But they never had any illnesses like that.
Well, okay, so talking about like grandparents and stuff, right? That's why I think that the whole age thing that they tell us when we like how old people lived to back then is bullshit. because they say, oh, the average person lived to be like 47 or 50 or whatever, right? But yet, yo, there's pictures of me on my great-great-grandmother's lap.
Hey. There you go.
Hey, who's the lady talking? I can't look at my phone. I'm driving. Stacy?
Yes.
So, Stacy, I heard you talking earlier that you suffer from malnutrition, right? That you have ailments, low iron deficiency, and all this. You know that my grandparents personally, and this goes back generations, like they had crock pots, or not crock pots, pressure pots, right? And they would cook bone broth. They would put beef bone, right, into the broth amongst a bunch of other things, and they would put it in a pressure pot and literally cook it at low temperature, but cook it with pressure. And what that does is it softens the bone marrow and all the stuff that's in the bone, and it like disintegrates it. And you eat that, and all your malnutrition will seamlessly disappear if you continue to do that. You won't have any more problems.
I kind of remember my grandma doing stuff like that too. We just don't do that shit anymore at all. Like at all. Not most homes or society now. I've had a lot of stuff in my body, and that's the problem. They've done 3 stomach surgeries on me. They've taken a portion of my intestines out. So the way that they realize that my body's not digesting and taking in the nutrition that I should be. I mean, they were telling me when I was younger that I would probably make it to 25. So I know that even though they're like the iron and my hemoglobin is so low, that they're worried they won't have surgery right now because it could be deadly. So I got to wait for my knee surgery on that. And it's just like no matter what I do, even I'm not to be gross, guys, but me having a period is losing too much blood because I'm not low on iron. So I'm losing iron through having a menstrual cycle, and that's how low I am that can even hurt me.
Do you have a Chinese doctor's clinic where you are? One that
probably do.
Yeah, you should check it out. All they do is they check your pulse and they look at your tongue and they look at your complexion and stuff, and then they ask you a few questions, and then they'll give you some herbs and they can cook it for you, and you take it home and you drink that stuff, and they'll pretty much fix the problem, because they will look at stuff like sometimes Chinese medicine it can only there's a limit. And then they'll say, well, we can't deal with that. You got to go to the hospital. But then sometimes you go to the hospital and you don't get any answers. You go to the Chinese clinic and you say, why are my eyes stinging? They keep giving me eye drops in the hospital because my eyes are stinging. But then you go to the Chinese doctor and they say, well, your eyes are stinging because your liver's fucked. So you need to work on your liver. Here's some stuff for your liver. And then you take that. Not only do your eyes clear up, but your liver has better function as well.
I will definitely look into that. I'm sure because of how many people have come to America, they may have something set up like that. I would hope so. I'm sure we probably do. I'll look into that for sure. I mean, for me, I'm any alternative because I've done the whole doc thing. I've done my own way around it and trying to get through. I've even had people in the community, I've lived with them for a little bit, who tried to help my diet. And they were just like, I don't even know what to do anymore. I said, honey, I know. Listen, I've been doing this since I was 18 and younger.
Do you know any of the TCM theory, the Chinese traditional medicine theory at all? Like, because like the most basic idea about Chinese medicine is that everything's connected. So like you might have something wrong with your eyes. It's because your liver and your eyes are actually connected. And so if you work on your liver, you'll fix your eyes, and vice versa. And like all the organs, they have like a pair, like a duality, like a friend in the body. It's like it's not just a dynamic system as in Western medicine. There's more of a relationship, and there's more going on than meets the eye. You know?
They'll formulate like an herbal cure for something, but it'll have like multiple pathways. So if it's like, yeah, they'll treat it from the liver to the eyes. They'll treat it from the eyes to the liver. Go ahead.
That's absolutely science. No.
You're cutting in and out for me.
I think I heard him. I thought it. Did you say pseudoscience? I want to hear that in like clear English.
Yeah, well, it's based on the whole Ayurvedic system. That's why it's kind of like dual purpose. So like they'll have combinations of herbs that treat both things for. Was it the concept is, I guess, the what do they call it, 7 bowls and 5 bowels or something like that, that the organs work in pairs, that they empty out into each other and they work in pairs. One is usually a purifier for a main organ, you know, like the kidneys.
For me, that for me sounds like more real medicine right there. You know what I mean? I truly believe that's how our body would work anyway. From some of the stuff you research, you know what I mean? You already start going, wait a minute, what we're being told, it can't be that way. I'm sorry. That's not how our body works. Our body's magical. It is. So if we were able to cure it correctly through the right things, it would happen, I believe. Absolutely. So I'm still trying to have hope always. And I think that's what keeps me going is that's like when they say you're going to die of cancer. If you're going to die at 25, you probably believe it enough. You might make that happen, health-wise, stress-wise, all that. I'm very thankful that the doctors showed me when I was young that you're full of shit. So
well,
I didn't believe them,
even
you know,
in
and I have hope.
it's not just Chinese medicine. Even in Western medicine, they found so many things out. Like even in the last flat Earth years, the science came out and said the heart is not what we think it is. There's this dude that dissected a heart, and he was able to roll it out like a strip, like a film strip, and they say that the heart is beating like a pump, but in reality it's more like, you know how you wring out a rag and you twist it like in a vortex. The heart is actually like a vortex. It's actually, if you unravel the heart, it's like unraveling like a ribbon, and you roll it up into like a vortex shape, and the heart's actually not beating like boom 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 like a balloon going, like expanding and contracting. It's not. It's twisting. It's twisting like you're wringing out a rag. And that's mainstream science telling you that, you know. And people still don't get it.
That's why I kind of feel very fortunate, even though I've been through some struggle and lost people along the way for cancer and all this stuff like heart attacks. But you're grateful to it because we know when we see things that the mainstream's not saying, and you get to deal with doctors and the CDC. When my mom was in the hospital for a year, I got to see the CDC shake hands and we're full of shit even back then in 2009 when she was like that. From it's basically like a MRSA. It's a cousin of it that she had. It was an antibiotic resistant infection. About killed her. So I know a lot about things like this before even all this bullshit happened and how they work. So I'm very grateful through all the nonsense, right, that God has prepared me for my journey to see a lot of things that I think can benefit others. And it keeps my mind very open to so many avenues, right? When you hear about things like you telling me about Chinese medicine, I'm like, oh yeah, definitely I'm looking into that because I don't go the mainstream way at all. So for me, I'm like, when the struggle hits you, it's still a struggle. And you may have been a victim in the moment, but the things that you gain out of that shit, right? The knowledge it's irreplaceable. That for me is what's made me so whole.
I mean, even just like when you first sit down in front of the Chinese doctor, they're going to take your pulse and they're going to give you a diagnosis. And I bet you 100% they'll be able to tell, you've got an iron deficiency, blah, blah, blah. They'll say all those terms to you, but they'll have their own idea as well how to fix it. So there will be some confirmation.
Sorry, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, they don't need to do a blood test. You know, they can just feel your pulse and they can feel your spleen and your heart and your liver and your kidneys. And they can feel all of these things, and then they can look at and ask you some questions as well about your diet and stuff like that. But most of the thing they can just tell straight away. You know, and then it's up to you whether or not you want to go with it. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, there's something about shamans and, you know, physicians, pharmacists, these people that were healers, right? But they were also connected to the spiritual, but also to medicine. And alchemy and chemistry, right? But at the same time, theology, and people, society relied on men like it was like a priesthood class, druids, right? And they had a lot of duty to be servants of men, right? And they helped men and healed men of ailments, skin issues, inflammation, all kinds of stuff, right? And I lack wisdom regarding herbs and medicine. Like there's so many different herbs and so many different names, and they all have different properties and attributes that are just so.
Can I just?
They're ignored, man.
Let me just say
Yeah,
something.
go ahead.
It's just interesting if you start like looking at like some of these Chinese herbal concoctions and stuff like that for different ailments or whatever. You start like looking up what this like Guangzhong Ding Dong, whatever the hell it is. You're like, oh wow, that's a stinging nettle. You know, so like a lot of these things that are in their medicines are like things that are everywhere, pretty much. So it's pretty cool.
But we need to learn them. See, that's the thing. I love that we're really good on the side of waking up, right? That we can admit when we don't know something. I love that. We're like, listen, I am so lacking that information. However, I'm intrigued by it. Want to learn it. Yeah. So I love when someone says, I don't either. I want to know more about these herbs, right? We only know the ones that they kind of tell us about in school, and you kind of go through, and even then you kind of learn about some, and you go and move on. You don't hear about them again. So they don't affect your daily life, and they sure in hell ain't giving them to you in your, your daily supplement of food. Definitely ain't happening. So learning about those, I think we need to get back to, right? That's the nature part that we lost when it came to medicine. We don't have that shit. It's like they're playing black magic with the shit. They're not using it for our advantage. I'm sure they are using it in certain ways, but not for the good. I mean, are these herbs able to be used for bad as well? I wonder sometimes if you mix herb with this. There's so much in chemistry that makes me go, what do I know about that? I think we're missing a lot on that shit. There's even books on this stuff that we can barely find, and some weird shit if you start looking into chemistry. So much we're missing.
Physicians.
Leslie, you may not be able to hear me, but I just saw that you were here a second ago, and I was like, oh, look at this my heart jumped and, felt all that glow of happiness and love, right? So big hugs to you, bro. Miss you. Hope you're doing well. You and your family are always in my thoughts and prayers, sweetie pie. Just good to see you. Travis, where you at, bro?
Yeah, where the hell's Travis been? But yeah, not just the herbs, but like the superfoods. Like getting familiar with superfoods is pretty. That's good shit too.
Yeah, like I know a little bit, like shilajit, fulvic acid,
like maca.
Methylene blue, maca.
But maca, you got to be
ginger,
careful.
turmeric.
You get the gelatinized stuff, not the non-gelatinized stuff, because otherwise you have to gelatinize it, or else if you just think you can throw it into a shake, you're going to be like retching like violently, which I've discovered. So watch your maca shit. But that's a tremendous like powerful food, I've heard a lot of good things about beets, but I fucking hate beets. Unless they're
man, dude, yeah, dude, beets are up there, man. Beets and carrots, believe it or not, those are potent anti-cancer.
Some people don't even think carrots are good, but I think carrots are good. I feel like that carotine's good,
Believe in that shit because I'm a caffeine addict, but somebody juiced me a whole bunch of carrots and gave it to me and said, try this instead of a coffee, and I could not believe the actual energy that I got from that carrot juice. I need to get me a juicer again. The more people keep saying that, because there is something in that. I could turn literally my coffee off if I every morning sat and drank carrot juice, and it tastes good. It's sweet.
Yeah, and you don't need to buy that sun tanning lotion because you'll turn orange if you drink it every day.
So the myth says.
Specifically, a concoction of both carrots and beets is specifically known. If you eat that every day, 40 ounces of that every day, two carrots and one beet, 2 carrots and 1 beet, that's 1 serving. 3 times a day. You do that every day, you won't have cancer anymore after 30 days. Like it's like it's a well-known thing, and they call it it's like a regimen.
It was like tons of vitamin A, right? In a carrot. Carrot's got high vitamin
A. There's something in the carrots. I can't remember exactly what it is, the active ingredient, but it's literally cancer. It can't survive around it. And then in the beets, what makes it purple? There's something in the beets that also cancer can't live around, or just can't. It just can't reproduce. You know, it's when you go into what's it called, when cancer recesses, starts going into recession. I don't remember exactly what it is, but I know that my mom was healed from it. I don't want to get into the whole personal testimony, but my mom was on it. And so 5 weeks later, her tumor has shrunk 80%. I've seen the scans myself. I wanted a copy of the scans. The doctors are like amazed. They're like, "What the hell?" Like, granted, it wasn't just that. Like, she had other things done, but she had a tumor the size of an apricot seed kernel or whatever, and then it had shrunken to like the size of like a pea, dude. And they were able to go into her and take it out. And even then, I didn't want no surgery done. Anyways, it's gonna start. I'm about to start lose reception, but it was nice talking. I'll be listening.
You're lucky you're not you're working on the ground with your bags of concrete. Like, imagine if you're one of those skyscraper window cleaners hanging from a wire talking on Discord, and yeah, that would be dangerous.
Yeah, but he'd be the coolest.
Right though? Like, yeah, you were badass.
I'm
wonder if there is
right now. Sorry, there's a little wind. Sorry, it's because I'm on the 85th floor right now. Ooh, outside. The biggest balls in flat Earth.
We just at the same time totally just wiped out how great you are too with you moving concrete. Like, no, I'm sorry, honey. What you're doing is brilliant as well, but badass if you're hanging from a skyscraper. Awesome.
I just noticed today they're building another skyscraper in the city. It was not a skyscraper like in America, but for here it's a skyscraper. But it's like the same shape as the building right next to it, and then they just look exactly like the Twin Towers. Like, when they're finished, it'll look like the Twin Towers. It's like, why?
There's so many beautiful things I was able to see, over there and so too. And still that I haven't seen that we have built back in the day. Oh my God. We'll never, as far as I know, ever become capable of doing that shit right now or anywhere close. It just takes your breath away. You know that we didn't do that. when you see it, we didn't do that. No way. I mean, humankind may have done it, people. I'm just saying this generation, our timeline that we know of didn't do that.
Yeah,
I mean, do you think the people that whoever made the pyramids would be jealous of the tallest building in the world right now? It's like, no, they would just look at it and go, that's a square box and it's tall. So what? Like, where's the detail? Where's your 2,000-ton rocks? How did you build it? With what? And what's it made of? How long is it going to last? It's not going to last as long as the pyramids.
I'm starting to think that they really had some kind of underground shit going on. I'm starting to feel like. Anybody else?
They did. They still do. It's underneath your own cities and stuff. I mean, there's actually a documentary about it. Somebody showed me about Indiana. Like, even under our stuff that my grandfather has built, it's probably some of your family has, right? So I know about masonry. I didn't know when I was a kid, but now I look back, I'm like, oh yeah, that was everywhere in my grandfather's house. Just I didn't know what it was as a kid. But yeah, he's built he built the jail, he's built the library, him and his whole crew did. So it's like, I know what's going on over there. My family knows too. There's tunnel systems all underneath that shit. You can go and verify this documentation. So it's not just our state though, it's many states and all over the world.
Yeah, I've heard some stuff. Oh, it's just, it's all over the world. But like in Mexico right now, like they're looking at some kind of a complex that like they're saying that there's like an entire city underground, like that there's roads and you know, it's just like laid out like a city, but it's underground. How the hell some people did that back then? I have no clue. It would almost like have to be already there, you know, like already kind of caves or something like that.
It's like we were built upon. Like everything we have now is like we thought we just built upon it. I've even questioned why we have so much sod and shit. Like most of the grass in America is not even real. It's funny, square patches everywhere. But what is this? Like a big mud thing came in everywhere all over the world, and I don't want to get into religion, necessary or anything. And then we just whatever was there was buried upon them. We built upon it. We restarted and we lied. We took control. Whoever that was, not we, but But it seems like happens, and that's when you just look at it for what it is. Now, I'm not saying that is the answer, but that sure in the hell looks what's happened.
Well, if you look at the Earth for what it is, and this is how you see the Earth, the shape that it is, and then we're not moving. Well, if you look at it for how it is with Tartaria, then that's how it is, right? Why you have to go to extreme thought to think any otherwise? There's no other assumptions necessary. You look at these legitimate maps, and they show Tartaria all over them back in the 1700s.
And like, yeah, it's just like Tartaria, and then there's like the Greek Tartarus, which is the underground like area, which I think is kind of
lowest, the lowest heaven, or the lowest level.
And then the B side of the Tartarian flag, if it's not the dragon, it's the maze. I don't know if anybody really knows that, but that's like what's on their heraldry. Like if I've seen like the old like whatever fucking tapestries and shit that these, I guess they're flags, but they're like tapestries. Yeah, and it's the maze or the dragon. And I just think that's interesting because the maze is also like what they say Tartarus was, like some kind of maze. And then you got the whole Daedalus and Icarus maze with the Minotaur. I just think that there's some weird bit about being underground and in mazes that like, yeah, just makes me think it's not pure fiction. You know what I mean? Like it did exist at some point.
100%. That's why they call themselves in public and on television the New World Order. They literally call themselves the New World Order because they're building upon and destroying and taking over and lying about the old world. He wrote a book about it.
Sorry. You always make me happy when you come in, though. Good to see you, honey.
Yeah, it's been a while. How you doing?
Doing well. I am doing well, sweetheart.
I'm going to take off, but like if anyone comes across light water next time you hear him come on, just ask him, because I wanted to know, he didn't get to finish what he was saying last time, how he's starting to see in fractals. Yeah. All right, good night.
Sweetheart, it was really a pleasure talking to you. Have a good one.
You too.
I think that people could wrap their mind around old history not being what it is, and us either having a mudslide and all that and redone, but they just can't accept still that it's flat, possibly. That's a weird one for me. I've had people go down that path.
You have to get right. The people have to understand the history that they think is the history that we've all been taught. The beginning of that history is the Big Bang. And several billion years after that, then the Earth created into a ball, and that's the history. And then whatever amount of time after that, they signed the Declaration of Independence. And then the History Channel takes over from there with every battle of World War II documented.
Yep.
According to them. So that history doesn't include anything being flat. It's hard to justify the two.
You're right. Purposely done, no, obviously. I mean,
yeah. I mean, just the westward expansion, then cowboys and Indians. If anyone's taken that drive going 65, 80 miles an hour from Vegas to California to LA, and you're in this one stretch of road that just goes off to the horizon. And I imagine being pulled by a couple of cows and how long that would take and how ridiculous that entire endeavor would kind of be. I don't know. I mean, it's crazy. The amount of space you'd have to traverse in open desert, not having any idea what's on the other, like if there's any salvation or whatever on the other end, it's just this desert for as long as you can see for days. It takes 3 days to cross Texas in a car. How did you, wow.
Yeah, the things that they'd have to go through, the amount of food they'd have to bring with them to survive, everything, all right? Or to have that plan. It's impossible, that trek, that walking distance.
Then,
I mean, come on.
And then even if let's say that they did have enough food and did have enough people or horses or cows or whatever the fuck, then we're supposed to believe that for no apparent reason, they're throwing up these buildings that are like the Smithsonian for some rural town in the middle of mid-America, for a post office, for a town that was just started, and you need these granite huge buildings for a post office in a town that was just created. Sure, all right, yeah.
Makes no sense. You're going from that to the next step, and there's no in between, and that don't make any. And I've talked about this with Jen even recently. The educational system, the people weren't even educated until a certain time. So you'd have to have all these blueprints, right? That people can build these buildings and everything else. Where did it come from?
You see the stonework in some of these buildings, and it's like that would take an entire person and their son of mastering this thing their entire lifetime to pull this off.
Yeah.
To do that. And then they're just like, oh, I did it in 2 years. Okay, sure. Yeah.
I'm glad you're on the same thing of that. Just like the railroads being done up and everything out of nowhere. Ding, 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 ding. We just gonna start building. We didn't know shit. We still don't know shit. No.
Where did the material come from? Where did all of the how did they know? How many architects were? I mean, apparently all the architects were being used for the World's Fairs. So how were they possibly also in the middle of Iowa making a second post office?
Exactly. I mean, seriously, we didn't have that many educated people back then at all, and they would have had to be traveling everywhere just to get this done. How was there so many people doing this?
And how weren't they still in Europe at the time doing all this stuff as well? On top, because all those buildings don't make sense. Then you see the same exact buildings in South America and in Japan and in Germany and in New Zealand. Okay, that makes even more sense. And then it's just, it's not when you really put scrutiny to it. And then you look at these buildings, like in Illinois, where they had a town hall. They had like 7 different buildings that were going to be designated for the town hall. And it's like these buildings are ridiculous. And they're made for the purpose of storing stuff and files and paperwork. But then they say, oh, well, it didn't have enough room for all the files and paperwork for a town that was just sort of started. And now they need to build an entirely new building because the one that they built prior, just 2 years prior, is now completely obsolete because they have too much paperwork. That's also very believable.
Wow. It's insane. It's laughable. That's why I do laugh at it a lot. Most of this is once you kind of get to our understanding, but it's like, what? How did we accept this? We just were like, we just accepted it.
You just accept it because it just washes over you like information of like, well, you just assume that people are telling you the truth. How did you fall for Santa Claus? When you really put the scrutiny to Santa Claus, you're like, no moron would believe this. Oh, okay, yeah, I get it now. Why? Okay.
And boy, you feel so stupid when you're the only one in school that doesn't know about Santa Claus yet, or your friend doesn't say, what, Santa's not real? You feel like the same thing when they take the globe away from you. You feel so isolated. Yeah. Kids cry, right? All that, yeah.
I mean, yeah, you have to believe in the globe before you believe in Santa Claus. So it's a lot.
Well, you know you're going to get something, so you're better off believing in it.
Yeah, right. As long as I don't care where the presents come from, as long as the presents keep coming.
But then it's like if you have motivation to get something, then you just believe whatever you want or whatever somebody tells you.
Well, exactly.
As long as it's
You're
for your advantage.
incentivized. Yeah, exactly. You're rewarded for your good behavior or brainwash or your
And that's
program.
the real lesson behind Santa Claus.
Which is exactly why I actually decided to actually tell my son Santa Claus, because I wrestled with the idea years ago when he was born. I'm like, are we really going to lie to children for all generations? Or when are we going to like? And I realized maybe it's a good thing because it teaches you to, like you said, like to scrutinize and don't necessarily just. It's a good lesson to learn about misplaced trust or whatever.
Absolutely, you're right on that. But we did it. Well, I didn't. My niece, right? My brother still wanted to do it, but it was only one gift came from Santa Claus. Not
right.
You get to have a whole tree full of shit because that's what my parents did, and it was ridiculous. We were spoiled, and it taught us things that were materialistic and everything else. So to break that, everything else came from one. Your mama and your daddy who worked hard for that shit, and this is no game. Like, so
right.
When Santa Claus was ripped from her, it really didn't mean anything to her because it was just that one gift, and it wasn't like the best gift, by the way, either. So,
right.
And then we turned it to right after that, it had to be homemade. So any gifts you give are supposed to be heartfelt and all that shit. You better either bake it, cook it, or you had an art project or something. So you can actually gain, like you just said, an advantage out of teaching your child about Santa Claus in many ways. You can, and it's a life lesson for this world to show them.
It is really incredible how you have Facebook posts now or years ago when they were talking about how, when kids compare what they got from Santa, some kids are getting a PS5 and other kids are getting pajamas. And they're like, well, why was I not good enough? And it's like, we're now creating this entire social structure over a lie that is meant to be this whole thing. But now you have to tell parents how to lie correctly. It's crazy.
It really is. We lie to our children, that's okay, but then we send it to a system that they're supposed to give them the truth, right? And they let them the entire time. I'm so confused here. This is messed up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like this whole school. I mean, but that's again, school is not there to teach us knowledge or truth or whatever. It's there to program a social structure or society in the way that is pleasing to our dear masters.
Well, Fuzzy, don't ever stop doing what you're doing. It's still very amazing and intriguing from your end, how, right? That your perspective of what you've gone through. Like I said, your parents, someone, I won't go into it, but that whole educational system, you're in it, you've been in it, your whole life, you understand it more than a lot of people probably would. So when you give your perspective, your experience of your life and tell your truth and what you know, right? And the world, it does come from for me, a different area for me, my heart and stuff. And I think it could reach more people because when they want to come back with some bullshit, you already have it and experiences of it too. So I think that what you do in this area everywhere, honey, is super important. I've always been behind you though. I hope you know that. But I think people like you that speak out, people can learn from a lot, right? It's not just because you're saying it, repeating it. You've actually lived a lot of this stuff and you understand it from a different angle.
I had a huge problem with the educational system before I found out the Earth is flat.
Yep, me too. Absolutely.
It's just, and then even before I found out that every history book I've ever read is basically wrong as well, almost, or I have to re-go over every history book I've ever read, certain ones anyway. But it's like there's almost no part of school teaches anybody about anything that's helpful for society. You don't know how to do taxes. You don't know how to do. I mean, kids don't know how to tie shoes anymore.
Oh man, that is funny. I know someone, literally, my man was told me he was never taught how to tie his shoes growing up, that he did it himself. I'm like, what? Just listen, you can, right? But the fact that your parents or no one ever taught you just baffles me.
But see, here's the thing too, about parents being able to teach stuff. Because now that I have my parents who are teachers, I've been a teacher, I've been a substitute teacher, whatever, and I now have a child. I want to teach him stuff. You think he's gonna listen to any fucking thing I have to tell him? No. Like my wife I'm trying to teach her how to bowl. You think she's gonna listen to me? No. But if she listened to some other guy tell the exact same words, the exact same way that I would, it would somehow be receptive. But because you're close to certain people, you just don't want, Dad, don't tell me. I know what I'm doing. I don't, he's like, you can't force him to learn how to tie his shoes. I don't know. Like it's, if he doesn't want to do it, there's something about your kid. We all have pushback from our parents too. Like, Mom, you don't need to do this. Dad, like, just you're being ridiculous or whatever. We all have it, and it's not. And you can't necessarily always teach certain things from parents. They're not gonna. There's so many things you don't learn from your parents, and everyone's different.
We went down the other day. I don't know, because I don't think you were here, and I wish you would have been here because it was breaking down the words. I'm like, come on, you guys are getting very, too deep here because you guys are just being ridiculously stupid because it's about the word teach, right? And indoctrination and education. And there's a total difference. You can teach anything. It can literally be wrong or right. You're still teaching somebody something. But when you educate them, you're teaching them facts. When you indoctrinate them, you're not. There's a quite difference here. And school has been indoctrination. And our parents have lost the education process, where that comes from your parent, that comes from your tribe, that comes from the people that you came from. I came out of my mama's womb. She's the one that should educate me, just like a rabbit, right? Their babies don't eat anything unless mama eats the first and shows them. My parents educated me, no one else. But we rely on some educating them though. We rely on, but it didn't happen. That's what people don't understand. What's happening with their own school books right now with their children are going, wait a minute, I wasn't taught this way. I don't understand this because you were taught also wrong. This is all bullshit. And they want to play games. They want to send your kids home with all this homework when you ain't got time to do it. Teaching your kids at school should be at home. That's not homework work, right? There should be a difference. We have no home time with our children correctly, where we educate them this whole time. It's all taken. So yeah, there's no education anymore. I don't care what people say. Yeah, you might be learning the alphabet, you might be a little tiny basics of line, but educating of the real world, it doesn't exist, and I haven't seen it in my whole lifetime. It's been indoctrination.
Which Russian was it that said, I don't.
But they got us in the critical thinking. I don't know what year they did that, what timeline, but critical thinking went right out the damn window when we say common sense doesn't exist. Those little words all the time we say and we laugh about as we've been growing up. That is reality. There is no logical thinking. Breaking it down, they automatically trust. That's where we gotta fix that somehow. But I don't really know how yet until you really are relationships with people, y'all. And that's the hardest with relationships. It's sometimes can be the opposite of that too, where they don't want to listen to you. But I've been very grateful to have people along the way, like my best friend of 30 years who was with me, now is with me, and she's listened to y'all too. And I was wondering if I'd ever have this, and I finally do. She's completely against the whole politics now. I used to have to fight with her about Trump and everything. So we're on the same page. It's brilliant. I feel like I'm very thankful and grateful because I'm a best friend that rocks with me, like on the same page every day. A lot of y'all don't have that, and I'm very sorry that the world doesn't have that. Would never ever lose that in my life. That's the best thing I've ever gained. And so I've opened up people's minds along the way with me. So we do have hope, but Fuzzy, as you go along, it's very difficult. But if you don't build relationships with people, why would they trust you? They already have a trust in something else. So why would they trust you? You have to show them something that gives them, it's sad that we have to, but that's reality. You have to give them something first. So as genuine as you can and kind of giving your own experiences and being real. I mean, being raw is probably the most way. Sorry,
you have to show them something. No, you got to find someone's red pill. Not everyone's red pill is the same size and shape. But everyone has one. Everyone has a red pill. You just got to know the person well enough to actually know how to get them to swallow it.
It really is. And it's different for everyone. It could be anything. Really can. Addiction. It could be problems of the world, welfare, poverty. I mean, you can get them on almost any angle, guys. You just got to find the right one and then just keep going. And then finally, over years, maybe, or even weeks or a month or even a day, you never know. Something hits them that hits their core that you can't shake. That's the foundation core right there that you just struck.
It's fairly easy now because after years of doing this, we all have found like most people say the exact same things because we've all been indoctrinated to say the exact same things because they're the ones that create common sense. Like everyone, common sense that the world is not flat. Everyone knows that because that's what they taught us. But if everyone,
You're right on that. I get what you're saying on that. Common sense is also done by design, where it's whatever the people are believing in the moment, and that can be common sense for people. But that critical thinking of the common sense doesn't exist. There's no
right
that thought process.
It's just asking someone to prove that. Just asking someone to prove that it triggers them, and you can see it. And hopefully, if you can just show them that, it's like, look, it should be super easy if it's such an easy thing. Like, why is this not like, where's your proof? Just prove the claim. It doesn't matter what the claim is at this point. Just prove it. And most people, hopefully that should tick a lot of people off. If just ask to do that, because that's what we all did. We had to ask ourselves to where's the proof, as opposed to someone asking. We ultimately, you have to dig. You have to want to know.
It's really difficult, though, honey. I know you're dealing with people all the same way. Are you running around people where they're sitting there going, I don't believe in the whole last 3 years. I don't believe in the stuff they're supposed to give me in my arm. I don't believe in any of this shit that's happening right now. The politics, where you can't even vote anymore. Is it right? We can't even believe them. And then it'll go right back to, we need Trump back in here. We got to put him in office. And I mean, and then if you talk to them about the shape of the earth, you're crazy. Like, you just said all this shit of the world is lie. You can't trust nobody. But when I say, hey, look, no, can't do it. Can't do it. I'm crazy.
Just ask. So lately, asking for that proof is hopefully good enough, because if you can just, if the people realize that could be the first little, you have to want to know the information. People who are okay accepting the information are never going to seek it out. Like people who are teachers, people who think they already know the book. I've already read that book. I know the information. No. And you won't even look at another book because you already know the information. That's not okay. You're being you're choosing ignorance or whatever just because you won't read something. That's not okay. You have to want to know. And so anyone just showing you something, at a certain point, you got to get someone to then start seeking out information on their own, as opposed to waiting for it to come to them. And then it's fine. Just get someone to that point, and then the rest will take care of it themselves. Because we know you can't actually prove it's a globe. Just like, that's the whole problem. That's what got us all into just, let me just go prove it real quick. Oh, whoops.
You know, as much as I felt like I didn't get anything out of the interaction with him back and forth for a couple days of talking about it and him trying to debunk me and every way possible, starting out with gravity's a theory. There's always a theory. I mean, I was like, oh wow, here we go. You know, it was interesting. It was fun. And even though he was completely against it, he was so every morning waking up trying to find something else to talk to me about. I didn't even have to say anything. So the fact that I walked away from that seed's already planted. It already irritated him. He woke up every day that I didn't have to say nothing, get my coffee, asking me questions. You know what I mean? So maybe there's a growth that may not happen today, may happen 10 years from now. I've already seen that in other people in my life where we're on the same page, and all of a sudden 3 years later, like, you know that shit you were telling me? Holy shit, it's right. It's happening now. I'm like, listen, hey, it's okay. There's more. You know what I mean? There's always more.
Yeah, I just had a conversation with someone on Facebook that he deleted it after a while. All I did was tell him, "Oh yeah, astronomy is not really a science," and they're like, "Of course it is." And then you get down to the whole thing, and you're like, "Well, where's the experiment?" And then he just deleted the entire conversation off of Facebook. Just then answer the questions and just deletes the whole thing.
They ignore.
Well, yeah, but it's like, so I don't know if, like, I think that might have been like to trigger someone who thought that they knew what they were talking about, to trigger them. And it's happened a bunch of different times where people, then I try to go back to that conversation and it's been deleted entirely. Whether they did it or someone else did it is somehow telling to me in some way that either they got discouraged enough to be like, oh, wow, maybe I'm wrong, and I want to delete my evidence of being wrong. But I don't know. Maybe I feel like in some way it got through in some small sense. I don't know.
No, you're right, and I think little seeds like that still are. But like you were saying earlier too, I think the best seeds that are planted is when you've already have a foundation of like relationship in some manner, and they have that like, intrigued by you, trust you, they kind of like you. So when you do tell them, it's like, well, what she's saying right now, I'm completely against, but there's something about her that I like from the beginning, so I'm gonna listen a little bit and take it on board, so that stuff stays there, and that seed actually will possibly grow because you had a relationship with that person, even if they hate you.
Right.
There's a reason why they did, and they have a relationship for you.
It's hard sometimes when you're talking to someone because you may depending on that relationship, you don't want to like burn any bridges, or you don't want to cause any ruckus in that relationship. But with a complete stranger, it's like, hey, if I can get to a complete stranger, I sure as hell can get to a person who knows me, or you know what I mean.
And then that stuff can be tricky too, because like you said earlier, like my mom wouldn't listen to me on Subway Bread until it was on TV. I'm like, damn it, Mom! I've told you for years.
Exactly. But when it comes from someone like who's too close of a source, like, well, I know you're not an expert, so blah blah blah, or like they have all these preconceived holdups or whatever.
Tricky game, but it's good for people like you and others in here that can adapt to those people, because everyone's different, and you learn you have to adapt to each situation and each person differently to be able to reach them. And you got to find what it is. Like you said, you're almost like we're looking for, where's their tug point where I can pull? Where's that string? It's got to be there somewhere, because they're a puppet just like everybody else until we pull that string and go, hey, guess what? Over here, guys. So you just got to find the right one to pull. Now I'm gonna start looking at everybody like they're puppets now with thousands of strings as they're walking down the street. Which one can I pull?
Yeah, exactly. Like if you can find good enough arguments that will work on complete strangers, or you have a way of dealing, like, then yeah, it's sort of better, because you would treat a stranger per se different than you would someone you know. Not you would treat them badly, but just different. Like you would be more cautious or be more what's the you know what I mean.
I do. You know what I do though? I love who I am now, and I'm very confident who I am within and everything. And I that comes from God. And by the way, it's the higher power. I'm not going to get into it, but when I have to walk around, I'm very social, so I'm out and about a lot. Like even right now, I'm sitting outside and I have probably 15 people walk by me, and I know every single one of them. I say hi to everybody. Good morning. I worked at a job that way too, so I know most of the people around my own city even. So when I walk up to people, I'm walking up just like right now, and I bring up things. Now, honestly, a lot of the times it's never flat earth, guys. It's because that will instantly turn them off for me. So I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to bring them in, like build a relationship. Hey, how you doing? What's up? Every morning and stuff like that when I see people. And the more you do that and you start talking about society, they're like, yeah, this is going wrong. This is going wrong. Next thing you know, you're in conversations that are what you never expect. You're talking about everything in life. And that's when you slip it in. But you got to find the right moment. And I think it even gets better when it's not just you one-on-one, when other people walk up too, and there's like a group, 3 or 4 guys that know each other, and they're all hanging out, and you have this conversation with them, because then when someone says no to you, the other one, wait a minute, because their brain's thinking like, oh, well, hello. And they give their opinion. Realizing that we're all going back and forth. Walk away right now. That on the made it easier for me to see because they are not like America. You don't just, we're basically here. Very, very reserved. So it's just normally happening on the streets the same way here as there is in America. So it's easier here, guys, because everybody's very talkative. Actually, we are open. We've been through a struggle.
If you're a complete stranger, I've brought up topics with complete strangers on the first time of meeting them that I never would have brought up with a person I've known for 20 years because I don't want to. Like, I know that they're, they still think that JFK was shot by Oswald. So I'm not even going to have a conversation, but with random strangers, I don't feel like there's no bridge to burn. So you can just, hey, by the way, the Earth's flat. I might not ever meet you again, but I have nothing to lose by randomly telling you this or whatever, like dropping it in whatever conversation. You would treat someone like that.
Yeah.
It's easier to do that to a stranger than someone you know. Or someone you have to interact with every day. But yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah. Anyway.
That is very true. It is. You would have loved it, Buzzy. I was on my line cooking one day. I have all my people right because I'm the general manager running the cafe. And I have one of my guys who's a 60-year-old man. He's like 62. He's a fucking brilliant worker, by the way, work ethic and everything. And we were very close, right? Talked about everything. We were also in the theater together. Choir, all that shit. We had a lot in common. Next thing I know, we're working the line, and somebody jokingly says something about flat Earth, and he jokes about it. And I was like, "Oh, really? Honey, we need to talk about that because I'm a flat earther." And he looked at me like I was joking, sincerely. Like this, he says, "No, I'm serious, honey." And he's like, "Oh no, we're gonna have to talk later." So, "Oh, yes, we are." Now we've never had a chance to finish that conversation, but it was the fact that we are already really close, and he was like, "I'm intrigued to even know how you got there," and I'm like, "Well, let's talk then," So. You'd be surprised that you would think that someone would shut you down. That try to give it sometimes. You never know what you get out of it. But it also be careful.
It opens the door you might not have. Exactly. That's why I love sometimes hanging out with someone who's a complete stranger with a different friend, and they might say something that triggers the other friend, and then now they're talking, and so now I'm like in the middle of it without having to deal with it.
I'm not sure if your connection or my connection, honey, but if it is yours, I want to hear you.
Or it's just funny, or you never thought would ever open. But
is somebody else here to tell me if that's his connection or my connection? Because I don't want to overtalk him or have not. Okay, so I say when you can't hear me, honey, your connection, like before we've had, is cutting in and out. And I love to hear what you have to say. So if you could come back in and out, sweetheart.
And probably lose reception. I'm talking.
And he knows. He's used to it. And, he just kind of spoke on what I was speaking about, too. This is why I think that whole Global Tour and tours like that are really important and actually help a lot more than just one person going on. Don't get me wrong. One person go out there, do it. Like, we all need to do that. But if we can gather as groups, there's a big outcome that happens with that. Things that you don't get from one person. The ideas are bouncing back and forth. And when one person doesn't have the information on what you're speaking about, there's someone else in the group that does. So, yeah, I like to get that back going again, where we're talking about it in the vaccines, but I don't know when that will be. But anybody who's interested, we need to get more involved in that and see if we can make that happen. I really want to bring them here this time. I don't want to do a UK tour or Spain tour. Don't get me wrong, I want to go. We're doing it one day, but I want to bring them here. There's a lot of people who have not experienced the streets here and know what this world's all about in America. They hear about it, we talk about it, but they need to experience it with us. And I think we do really well with having those people coming here to America. So if we can get that done, because I don't think we have the restrictions that we've had, let's start putting our foot in the pool, guys, and test the water. I'm still begging for one day having Fuzzy out there. Fuzzy, I'm telling you, you're gonna do amazing out on the streets with us because you're so genuine, and yeah, it's your experience, so it works out well. Anytime you want to come and do anything with a group, let me know if you guys something going on too, sweetheart, and if I can make it, I am there. In fact, speaking of that, I'm gonna run real quick. Oh,
all right.
Go ahead, Annie. Go ahead. Let's see what you guys say.
I was gonna say, like, do you think people get like wanderlust a little bit from checking out this thing, or is that something you've always had? Like, just wanting to go different places, but like, I guess when, yeah.
I'm sorry. Can you ask me that again, sweetheart?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, the longer that you've been in this, is like you just wanted to travel because you're like, oh, I can meet all these people, but like, you know, does this topic like sort of give you like the want to travel, like wanderlust or something like that?
Yeah. So it opened me up to the beginning of wanting to travel instantly. Now, don't get me wrong. I got really into this. I was already doing other stuff, chemtrails. I was, talking to Brian Staley show, doing all this other stuff, and then all of a sudden, I found the Globe Light Tour. And I was like, oh, wow. And I got in with the scenes and the people in the Discord channel that they had in their server. And then I got intertwined with one of the guys that was part of the server. I started dating him. He was my co-host. And so I wanted to come to England to start tours with him because it was already in process. So I was like, well, hell, I want to go. We ain't doing shit here in America. So that's how it started. And then we started a university tour. It's called a uni tour. We had it all set up. And then the last 3 years hit, right? Boom. So it stopped us. We couldn't travel. We couldn't do shit. And then I wanted to go for other reasons too. But as soon as the opportunity arose where somebody had, I had a paid way and everything. Here you go. You want to come? And I was like, I'm on it. And so I went. And it changed my life. I was scared out of my mind because I was traveling alone too during a crazy time. But it worked out quite well. And things there were crazy that happened, but the things that I learned from it and experienced, I would never take back. But I want to do it for even better reasons this time. So I think more work needs to be done when I travel, not just, for the experience of meeting people. Hey, you're a flat earther. Hey, this and that. It's wonderful to catch up with people like that. But I want to be there involved more with the work that's already designed, like a university tour that we wanted to do. That was really going outside of every university and well, not everyone, but in the certain towns, right? And talking to people out there. We wanted Douglas Falcon Ball. We were going to hand out his books. We were really trying to do something big, and it got stopped. So I want that momentum back again. And so that's why we're talking behind the scenes. I'm going to call Sven now and see if there's something that we can do. We're doing this every day, guys, as much as we can. We have our own life going on, but these conversations are existing outside of Discord, and we talk about the stuff that happens on Discord, though. This is an intertwined web of things in our community that need to exist. For sure. Some people are quite involved that you don't even realize, Yeah.
Shout out to Merle. What's up?
What's up, Merle? Right?
Do you think there's going to be a point where, if this came out, how could this not bring everyone together?
No, it will. It can't do nothing but, you would think.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Because it conquers the divide. So that's how we got to figure out how to conquer that divide. And I even spoke on this recently to people. That divide does not just happen within the people that you think you're fighting. That divide also happens within our own communities and within ourselves. Don't divide yourselves from people. And I've done it too when, you go through struggles and shit. This world, right? We're human. We fall sometimes. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's the accountability and the change that can take place, because we all can change every day. So we got to somehow, as a whole, get on the same page, because we're all divided too in this community on what's right, what's wrong, what's real, what's not. Is science, does it prove something? Does it not prove something? Is there an ether? Is there not an ether? We've got to come, politics, not politics, to a point that even if you don't agree on all that shit, that there's a foundation of care and love and understanding, respect of human beings and the values and morals that we should have. That needs to be set in place first, because if we can't even as a community of truthers and supposedly good-hearted people come together and not divide, right? They conquer us too. And so we're not winning. So I always say, bring it back and don't leave yourself out of it, because a lot of times we do. That's that within thing all the time. And I'm no different than you. And apologies will go further than you think. And we all just need to come together. It does not matter about your relationships you built in these communities. I don't care if you dated somebody. You should be able to still be there to support a bigger purpose. And that's what we're here for.
I mean, there's got to be some. I mean, still to this day, I don't know why we're all in this situation and why it seems to be like a big reveal almost. But there's some of all the things I've heard over the years, predeterminism is something that kind of happened in my mind, and I am starting to really question the whole thing again. And I'm even thinking potentially like we could have been sent or sent ourselves here potentially, you know. And I don't think that we have been told the truth about what the Earth is. So this for me is why I'm still here, because it didn't give me. There's still so much mystery, so much to learn. You know.
You don't have closure. And
No.
if you don't have closure, then you don't have an answer. And if you don't have an answer, then you can't believe what you're given, because you don't know. And I wish just more people, even on the other side, can go. And we said this yesterday. If there's a 0.00001% chance that your science is wrong, well, I don't call it science, but it doesn't matter. You're going to call it science. Then why are you saying it's facts? You can't even try to open up your mind to us when there's even a 0.1, which does, in reality, means you may not be right. But science doesn't prove shit, but then again, it proves everything. Huh? So it's it's good, Hamro, that you are back to, not back to, honey. I don't want to word it like that, because I think we sometimes go through cycles. It's a roller coaster, babe. But you're back to saying, wait a minute. I'm not just going to fall for anything. I'm going to keep diving into it, because there's so much to learn. You're not wrong with that, sweetheart. All right.
Well, I just can't. Pete Shea sometimes says there's all these clues and everything's known, almost like it's reality. In some department, you'd think someone somewhere knows something. They'd have to.
Yeah.
Right. And there must be clearance, and there must be certain people who have access, I guess, to what we actually know and what's possible. I don't know. And maybe that's got to be kept hush a bit, because that's powerful stuff. And if it was in the hands of just anyone, maybe that's happened before and things got out of hand or something. I don't know. Maybe there's got to be,
or they got into control and they were like, nah, we don't like this. Sweet. No, I don't know. We're guessing. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, because I think the thing I start sort of contemplating is, if this is eternal, that doesn't have a beginning. So you can't have a big bang with something potentially that's always been. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, definitely a good way of putting it. Yeah, right. Energy doesn't really die.
And it doesn't have to start from a single point either, like have a beginning.
Mm. I don't know the beginning. No, go ahead, Jazza.
No, sorry. That's the thing. We don't really know if there's a beginning. But if there is a beginning, then when did it start? And that's the same as, do you know if you're sitting in your chair behind your computer?
No, it's not.
It's this.
No,
it's
it's
the
not.
stupidest fucking question
It's
out.
nothing. It's nothing like it.
No, listen, if there's no beginning, well, there has to be, well, maybe not. Listen, I don't know, but I'm going to go deep. If there's no beginning, right, there's still a start at one point. There's still a start of something. We just don't know where, how do you even word that where you don't know? There has to be something. You can't create something. Let's not go there from nothing. That's not logical. It's not even some route I don't even go down, but for some reason in science, we're supposed to. You're creating something out of nothing. Well, show me the nothing first. And if we can show the nothing, then we can get somewhere.
But Stacey, this is what I said to a fellow female flat earther of yours years and years ago, and somehow it got construed to be something different. All I said was, and exactly like you just said, something can't come from nothing. All I said was, all of us have literally came from a big bang.
But we didn't realize that until a priest was in his possible basement in what, 1900s or something. Like, what, we're serious? Like, that's where we realized we came from something? I don't
He's trying to say,
understand.
like,
Well, but yeah.
I'm trying to say,
my parents are monogamous. There was no Big Bang.
Yeah. I'm trying to say philosophically, we all came from a big bang. We didn't know how the fuck we got here. We just did.
We just were. We have amnesia. We have no clue of what really is happening. We're trying to guess it.
So that gives me a reason to think that the Big Bang, that some space dust or whatever the fuck they call it, just collided in with some other stuff, and there was some.
But it's impossible. How does space dust get there, though, Jazza? Like, then there was something. Like, again, we're not coming from nothing. It's something came. Where did it come from? Something started something. You know?
Jazz is made of star stuff. We're all made of star stuff, aren't we?
Hey.
We all are.
I mean, maybe we are particles of it. I have no clue. You know, maybe God spoke me into existence. Maybe I came from something, from a lab. I mean, in reality, it doesn't matter. You're here. There's a purpose, and you're never going to find that answer because that's going to come within or when you pass this life, possibly. That answer you keep searching for, but in reality, are you going to find it? And you have to have the answer, because I feel like the answers are already right in front of our face. You already feel like you should, honestly, that you're here for a reason, you have a purpose, but they've diluted you down to make you think that you're nothing. Again, nothing. So our brain, we don't even understand and use the capacity of our brain. People, we don't know. And I wish more people would just put their hand up and say, I don't know, instead of trying to find an answer and giving mathematics, quantifying it, and trying to come up with some peer reviews that all these colleagues have gotten together thinking they are so fucking smart and they know this world with absolute no experimentation to show me. But we'll talk about it. Now, if you can show me some stuff, that's why people are at the point of, no, I'm not going to sit down and theorize and be philosophical about all this fucking world. I want answers. That's fine. But also say, I don't know. Don't give me a damn answer if you don't know. And if there's a percentage that it's wrong, then don't make it facts, because that's not how this world works. You know? Yeah, well, it does now, but.
Yeah, but that's actually very philosophical in what you just said, is that no one knows. So you can't say either way. You can't say.
Is that philosophical or is that truth and factual?
No, because you don't know either way.
Which becomes a fact.
No, from your own words, you don't know either way. Either way, it's how it is said in textbooks and all that shit, or it is spoken in the flat earth. You don't know either way.
That kind of reminds me of, like, is there proof in science or not? Like, the fact that I don't know is the reason that I know. Like, I know that I don't know. You're living out that fact that I've already realized, and I have an understanding of a factual thing that I do not know.
That's a third factor. That's that you don't know that you don't know. that you don't know of the first two factors. It's not science and rockets.
Oh man.
Unknown
Oh
unknowns.
man, love y'all. Listen, you don't know that I don't know that he doesn't know that you don't know, and I'm not going to do
Whoa.
this because it's not worth it. You know?
Exactly,
Jazza, do you
because
believe
you
in the
don't know
Big
that
Bang?
you don't know.
Jazza, do you
Yeah.
believe in the Big Bang?
Cheers, y'all. To my coffee though.
Jazza, do,
I
what's that? I'm
Yeah.
just, Jazza, do you believe in the Big Bang?
I don't necessarily believe in the Big Bang, but I believe that there's absolutely no reason why there couldn't be life out there.
Oh, okay, totally irrelevant. So you agree she's correct that you don't know. We don't actually
Of course I
know.
don't know. How the fuck
Okay.
would I know? That's a
Why
stupid question.
why you so mad, man?
Because that's a dumb question.
Okay. So you, just to clarify, you don't believe in the modern cosmology idea of the Big Bang Theory?
I have no reason to believe it nor disbelieve it.
So you can't answer. So do you believe it or not, bro?
Yes, I have no reason not to disbelieve it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Not
whoa,
to
whoa, whoa, whoa,
disbelieve
whoa,
it?
whoa. Did you just hear him? He just double spoke. He just said I have no reason to believe it or disbelieve it. Then he just said I have no reason to disbelieve it. That was a double speak.
Hang on. Because Witzit's trying to get me in one of his little traps that he thinks he can
No,
go,
you're putting yourself there. No, you put yourself there. He asked you one simple question, yes or no. Do you believe? A belief or a knowing? He just asked you, he said, if you know, he said, do you believe in that? And you said, yes and no. And then you said, yes. I mean, which one is it? It's a simple question of yes or no. There is no other answer.
Okay, I believe. And do you guys believe that the Earth's flat? Because you can't prove it.
Why do you feel
Wait,
compelled to
you didn't answer that. What?
I just did.
I'm just wondering, like, it seems like for some reason you're uncomfortable absorbing your belief, but it's not a big deal, man. I was just curious if you believed it.
No, we've spoken many times before, man. I don't know what the problem is, but old Stacy over here is going, you believe it? Yeah, okay. I believe that the Big Bang is the best, is the most relevant fucking thing to our reality.
But so here's my question about the Big Bang. Did space exist before the Big Bang?
Absolutely. Why would it not?
So space existed before the Big Bang existed.
Why would it not?
Well, the Big Bang Theory claims that both space-time, material, and energy were all made during the Big Bang.
That's what makes the Big Bang, the beginning.
Yeah. We'll see.
So what was before that?
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, it's even worse. It's even worse.
No. Hang on. The Big Bang, space and time existed before we existed to prove that it existed.
That's
there
a
was
non sequitur.
Amoebas and shit that
We're not talking
here.
about. We're not talking about when we existed. We're just talking about when space existed.
Okay, well that's dumb as fuck.
Okay, the actual Big Bang theory of modern cosmology claims that space and time were created at the Big Bang, and that prior to that they did not exist.
Yes, when human mankind, going all the way back, this is when you're thousands and thousands of years to cavemen when they fucking made stars in caves.
Wow.
What?
Yeah, wow.
We're talking about people, man. It has nothing to do with
when
people,
did they make
nothing
stars?
to do with cavemen.
What are you drinking?
Well, wait, okay, you won't even let me. It should have been like, I just wanted to talk for like 15 seconds. I'm just trying to make one point. They say that space and time didn't exist prior to the Big Bang, and that it was created at that moment of the Big Bang, which basically was an explosion that expanded in all directions. But if space did not exist, what did it expand into?
Okay, what's that?
Thanks for playing. Thanks for playing.
What's that? No, what's that? What would have to exist for someone to account for space? Well, not space, forget space. What would have to exist to account for time?
Oh, we're not talking about accounting for it.
Oh no,
clock.
no, dipshit. No, we don't need a clock. We don't need a clock.
He wants you to say people, so
because
somehow
the seasons, the fucking seasons can be a clock, but we just need a human to be there to account for it.
Are you saying that space and time didn't exist until a human accounted for it?
It always existed. It was only accounted for then. Just like
we're not talking about when it was accounted for, though. We're just talking about it existing.
Just like before you got your first paycheck, the accountant accounted for it.
We're not talking about when people accounted for space and time. We're just talking about when it existed.
Do you not just get the analogy I just said?
This is weird, dude.
Don't need really analogies, honey.
So are you saying there was an accountant in the beginning?
Oh, are you guys trying to be dumb cunts all of a sudden? All at once?
Why are you so bad vibration, man?
Okay. It's very simple. What was it said? He broke it. No, Jazz. Come on, honey. Come on.
Are you guys all trying to be really, 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 really nice individuals?
What? Yes.
They're not trying. They are nice individuals.
I'm not nice.
You're being a little ridiculous because that's what you guys are planning to do. Listen, it's okay. But for me, can you reel it back? Because sincerely, he was asking you very simple questions, and I was understanding it. And I know you think I'm dumb quite easily.
No, I don't.
So for me, it was in layman terms. It was easy to understand. If space and time did not exist, supposedly you just said, but before the Big Bang, when did it happen? We don't need an accountant to verify it. We're asking you then how it came from the Big Bang. What was there before then? There was no space and time?
Like what did it, if there was no space, then what did it expand into? That's my question.
Very easy to understand. We're not saying you have the answer, but we're asking what you believe then, or what you guys are saying, what you think.
Yeah, and I'm not even expecting you to answer. It's literally just a thought-provoking question. It can't work. Your belief cannot be true logically.
All I'm saying right now is, obviously, forget space. Time exists. We all know that. It doesn't matter what form we think of it in. And it doesn't matter whether I answer your question right now or in 10 minutes after I have a smoke. Time has still passed. It takes me 5 minutes to have a smoke. Oh my God, 5 minutes of time has still passed.
Okay.
I don't know how or who fucking come up with that.
People did.
Yeah, by looking at the sky and quantifying change in motion. But my brother, I was just trying to help you out because you said that you had no reason to disbelieve it, and I gave you a very simple, logical reason to disbelieve it.
Okay, well, I'm going to have a quick smoke, and I'm going to come back and I'm going to rehear it. And
you think about it when you take a smoke. If space and time did not exist before the Big Bang, and it was created at that moment of the Big Bang, and it then expanded in all directions, so that means space was created at that point and then expanded. What did it expand into if space did not exist yet?
See, the problem here is I understand what that means, and you guys don't.
Okay, then I need you to explain it to me, I guess, in more layman terms, if you don't mind, then, for my understanding, because I understand, and your whole model. You want to run away. It's okay. It's okay. Go smoke.
No, I'm going to have a quick smoke first.
In your whole Big Bang theory, literally, it just explained to you that there is no space, there is no time, forget an accountant, there is supposedly nothing, right, besides this one little thing. And all of a sudden it expanded and it created space and time with it. So you cannot say there was time beforehand because in your theory, time came with it. So when it expanded, what did it expand into? There was nothing for it to expand into. What was it in? Just one particle.
Correct.
That's what he's saying. It's very easy to understand, but people don't want to go there.
Yeah, because it just shows the fundamental flaw in the idea. I don't know if you can hear me, but the multiverse theory seems to explain that because basically the Big Bang theory is just really one universe
expanding into another universe through wormholes that are created because supernovas or giant suns that explode create like giant infinite points of density where a hole is ripped open in the fabric of space and time, connecting basically or birthing a whole nother universe in the process. I don't believe
Okay.
Man, that sounds
but
fucking stupid.
there is a way to rationalize time coming into existence in this realm for the first time. But it's not that it just came into existence for the first time. It's just that in our realm it kind of was birthed forth from nothing.
Wait.
So
We
the Big Bang
were talking
doesn't
about
exist then.
space. We were talking about space. The antecedent to expansion is space. You have to expand into some volume. You have to you fill a room with gas. You expand, the gas expands in the container. You need space to expand into. If you bring a multiverse, sure they can say that. They can say multiverse, but that's just the atheist God of the gap fallacy. I mean, they can literally say anything.
So people wonder what happens when you go into a black hole or a giant black hole, right? And then the spaghettification that occurs where you reach this infinite string, right? And that you pop out into another realm, right? That's apparently what happened at the Big Bang Theory, like at the very beginning of time and space.
No, but it can't. I'm sorry, even that can't happen. It's in something and it's expanding into something. It's already in something. So whatever the hell's going on, this multi-universe shit, there was already something. Then it's against the Big Bang Theory altogether. It can't work together because it created space and time and everything in existence, but even other realms, everything that would happen around you, or you've been lied to. And there was already then other realms because black holes can't exist. Nothing can exist. There was nothing. So all that shit that they expand into, it wouldn't. Where are we being lied to then?
So Stacey, this is like a new thing they've come up with. It's called the multiverse. So the idea is that there were an infinite amount of universes. This universe didn't exist yet. And then this information came from another universe and then created a new dimension. And this new dimension created and birthed a new universe. Right? That's the idea. But like you're saying, they still have the same problem. If you created this new dimension with this parallel universe, space still didn't exist there yet because it was created at that singular Big Bang moment. So it still had to have space to expand into. Even the multiverse doesn't help.
Even if it's not our supposedly realm reverse, it's another one. The same thing would have to happen regardless. What the fuck was the container or the space or whatever the hell this thing was in to expand into? That is never explained in any universe.
Exactly. Yeah, multiverse is just kind of like a non sequitur, frankly, because the space still didn't exist in this universe. So, like, you're gonna have to invoke a creator.
The multiverse came from one of the possible explanations of the quantum thing. So it's just another fantasy, another explanation that they just came up with. But they went with the Copenhagen interpretation. That's all it is.
Yep, and they use multiverse to try to explain away what's called fine-tuning problems in cosmology, because fine-tuning requires a fine-tuner. It's literally called fine-tuning problems in cosmology.
Yes.
Exactly. It's the official academic term. And basically it says that this universe model is so intricate and meticulous and perfect in so many ways that it defies mathematical possibility of randomness, and it requires some type of intention, of specificity. It requires a fine-tuner. And there's a bunch of them. There's like the horizon problem, the energy density problem at the beginning of the universe being so mind-blowingly perfect that it made the universe flat, and it has to be, it's like 0.0701 energy density, where it's mathematically impossible that an explosion would result in that. And, there's a lot more, and they're called fine-tuning problems. So they're like, okay, well, instead of invoking a creator, because the antecedent of fine-tuning is a fine-tuner, we'll just say that there's like an infinite amount of universes, and when you have that many universes, eventually one of them will defy the odds. So they had to fix the mathematical odds by just invoking infinite. It's stupid. It's intellectually lazy. It's like a cop-out. It's the atheist God of the gap fallacy.
Exactly. And let me just say one thing with this Big Bang thing, right? Because it's making the rounds again in the text. As far as your Big Bang theory goes, guys, I mean, it's all over, right? They found with a certainty of greater than 5 sigma that cold dark matter does not exist. So, I'm sorry, Sean G, brother, but this throws off your whole cosmological model. Like, cosmology is in crisis right now. All the scientists are really freaking out, and they're trying to scramble to come up with this explanation of what the James Webb telescope is showing. It's like a complete disaster for your cosmology, guys. I'm really sorry, man.
Isn't evolution technically against like the probability rate of it happening? I remember seeing a math equation of the chances of evolution, right? A single cell organism or dividing itself or making something that like changing, right? And
oh yeah, that's another devastation. The evolutionary story, it's
dude,
finished. I mean,
yeah,
all you have to say is
wasn't it like 10 to like a ridiculous power, right? It was 10 to like the 200th power or something like that. And so it's so out there. So there hasn't been enough time in history so far for their equation to play itself out.
no, it's worse than that, bro. It's worse than that. It starts in the beginning, right? It kills itself at the birth, right? Their whole model is wrong because what they observed at the place and time where they said, in other words, to make it simple, right? They were looking for baby galaxies, like a 5-month-old child. Like you're looking for a 5-month-old child, right? But what you find is a 14-year-old teenager in place. That is massively wrong. That is. You understand do you understand the severity of this? They were wrong by a lot, not just by a little bit, by a lot. Like, there's no way that they can explain this away. One scientist here in Ottawa doubled the size of the universe. But I found a fault in that. Even if they double the universe, they still can't explain this early formation. They would have to be 2 periods of formation. So there would have to be 1 bang, and there would have to be 2 observational bang effects. You see what I'm saying? 2 timelines. There's no way out of this. There's just no way out of this.
And the funny part is they can't even get past like the conceptual first base.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, what did it spin into?
We're stopping them at home plate right now. We're stopping them before the ball gets pitched. That's what we're doing here.
It kind of shows that the whole thing is actually not about truth at all. It's just about avoiding God.
Yes, this is it. This is when Nietzsche said God is dead. This is the passing of the religious institute power to the scientific institution power. That's where we're at now. Godless rulers. Yeah.
Hey, no, I believe in the powers that be, but this is literally removing dumb fuckery. It's literally what it is.
Yeah, you can't even answer the basic question of if space and time didn't exist yet and the Big Bang happened at a singularity and expanded in all directions, what did it expand into?
Everything.
Everything? So nothing existed outside of the Big Bang, but everything existed?
Until that point in time, yeah.
So nothing and everything simultaneously existed.
Even before the Big Bang, everything existed.
Well, what is everything?
I don't know. I'm not fucking God. I'm not God. Witsit gets shit.
Bro, my guy. If it expands, it has to expand into space. Do you agree?
It can expand as far as it can expand. It doesn't have to expand into the space of a balloon.
No one's talking about balloons.
Okay, so when you're talking about the universe, it keeps expanding. Well, I don't get what your problem is.
Expanding into what?
Everywhere.
Everywhere is a claim of space.
Exactly. That's what space is it
Okay,
not?
so space is expanding into space.
Hey, can I ask you real quick, Jazza? Okay, that little thing that you think starts it all, what is it sitting in before it expands into everything? What is it already in? Where is it at? What is it? A container? Is it in a universe? Is it in space? What is it? What is that in before it expands into everything?
What's a hermespermy and a fucking embryo?
An embryo. So next, what is it in? We're asking about the container. I'm so sorry, sweetheart, but I'm not going to do this dumb fuckery if you explain.
It's the same. It's the same fucking thing. At the end of the
it's
day.
not. Okay, no. Actually, it is. You're right. It is. So wait. It's in an embryo. So I'm asking you, what is it in?
And then it expands into the universe after 9 months.
Well, it's in something. It's in an embryo. So please explain to me where your one thing is sitting and standing, or it's in space. What is it in? It's hanging somewhere. It's flying somewhere. It's doing something. What is it in?
It's not up to me to inform you.
You don't have to inform me. I'm asking your opinion. That is it. If you believe in the theory, if you believe this story, and you can say, I don't know. Well, and that's the best answer, probably the most truthful answer you could give me. But in this moment, I'm asking you, you're telling me that everything started from this one thing. This one thing, what was it in? Where was it at? Can you please explain to me? Because it became everything. So where was it?
It's not a
what
theory.
What did it expand into?
It's not a theory. It's a fact of life because you're here to prove it.
Honey, I'm asking you because you're telling me about a theory that you believe. I'm just asking about your theory. Can you please explain to me on your theory where this one thing that started everything came from, where it's at? Because it created everything that it is. There's no space. It says it created space. So please explain to me what it is in. Please.
Have you not had children of your own to prove what I just literally said?
No, she's smoking you, man. You're just basically tapping out.
Yeah. You're giving me nothing.
Out. Yeah, you're running away.
I don't know what the fuck you said. What's it?
Like something comes from nothing. I'm giving you something. You're giving me nothing. Now I'm asking you, my something, where is it at? Where is this particle, this whatever the fuck you want to call it, energy? Where did everything start from? It's got to be in something.
Is under no obligation to make sense to you.
No, he doesn't make sense, period.
And you know what? That's fine. But it's bullshit. But then again, don't tell me it's facts. How do you know what it did if you don't even know what it was in or where it came from?
Am I roboting? I don't want to like ruin the room.
You sound good now. You're good.
Sorry. What's it in, Stacey? You were roboting. You were just talking to me. No, I couldn't hear you.
Hey man, you were for me, but I didn't know if it was me. But hey, so if there was a Big Bang and that created space and time, and it happened at a singularity, which is an infinitesimally small little bitty point, and then it expanded out in all directions. What did it expand into if there was no space to expand into, because space was created at the Big Bang?
Big dog. That's not how I've ever considered the Big Bang. Not once ever. I've considered the Big Bang as in we are individually created by a Big Bang.
We're not talking about individuals, my guy.
Okay, well that's how we got here. So
okay, so you're not addressing,
or are we just? Oh, that's why you don't want to address the question.
It's because it's a red herring fallacy.
Well,
That's
no,
so funny.
it's not a red herring fallacy at all.
No, but hold on.
Literally
Hey,
by definition.
hey, nah, real quick though, real quick. Nah, I think it's hilarious that he's trying to joke and basically compared to sex, like the Big Bang, and that's how we all came about. But interestingly enough, philosophically, I do believe that the beginning of what we consider time and space was a mystical thing, and it involved, something like that, but on a mystical sense. In a mystical sense.
Well, that's the real Big Bang is conception. They just hijacked that idea and then claimed it was the birth of the universe so they could get rid of God. Hey, the person that chimed in and said he's under no obligation to make sense to you, and you said that to Stacy. Can you make sense of it for us? Because he's just not even trying. He's just avoiding it.
No, what I said was the universe is under no obligation to make sense to you, not just Conda.
Oh, is it possible that just your theory doesn't make sense and therefore it's wrong?
Well, no, because it might just be that you don't understand it.
Oh, so it's not possible. So it's not possible that the reason it doesn't make sense is because the theory's wrong. That's not possible.
No, what I'm saying is the reason it might not make sense is because it just doesn't make sense to you.
No, what I asked you is it possible?
That's a possibility.
Is it possible that your theory's
please.
wrong? That's what I asked you.
Can you tell what, sorry?
I asked you if it was possible that it doesn't make sense because your theory is wrong.
Yeah, that's certainly a possibility. But it's also possible that it doesn't make sense to you because you can't make sense of it.
Can you make sense of it?
The Big Bang? Not really.
So you agree it doesn't
This is
make any
funny.
sense?
This is the go-to answer, right? When they're stuck, right? When they know that the thing makes no sense, but they still have to accept it because of their shadow giants, right? They've been convinced. So that's the standard answer. You don't understand. Therefore,
No, hang on. The quiet. You made an awesome point. Is because flat earthers say all the fucking time is that it doesn't make sense. That doesn't mean it's wrong.
Okay, but you agree that you can't make sense of it, but you choose to believe it anyway, even though it doesn't.
I make sense of it.
Well, you can't answer the basic question, which is if space and time was created at the Big Bang, what did it expand into? Can you answer this question? What's the antecedent for expansion?
My answer to that is I don't need to or have to answer what you should have learnt at school.
Okay, what's the antecedent for expansion?
All right.
The exact same answer. Like, what the
so
fuck?
You see, you're calling us dumb. You can't even answer a basic question.
No. When the fuck did I call you dumb?
You literally called us dumb F, which I don't just spew words out of my mouth. I try to control my tongue and have some self control, so I'm not going to repeat you. But hey, can anyone else? Can the other guy?
You dumb.
You just called us dumb.
When did he? He didn't call anyone dumb.
He said you guys are dumb cunts, and then he called us dumb Fs. Okay, do you want to bet 1,000? Okay, so if I come back to improve it, then you get kicked for a month. Deal?
Yes, sweet as $1,500 if you can prove that I said that, and then if you proved me wrong with what I said.
$1,500 if I prove that you called us dumb cunt.
And what I proved you wrong with.
See, so quickly it became that you did say it, but it's something else. So
okay, so I did prove you wrong.
No, you it's okay, but I'm just pointing out that you called us dumb cunts, and it's funny because you can't even answer this basic question. Maybe the other person can. So the question is, what is the antecedent, which means like requirement, the prerequisite, the requirement. What is the antecedent? What is the antecedent for expansion?
I definitely would have used antecedent. I definitely would have used that word.
What's the antecedent for expansion?
Okay, definitely would have used that word.
You don't know? Can the other guy maybe help me? I mean, I feel like this is a really easy question.
Yeah, it is. Why it's that easy? Why do you guys still think it's fucking flat?
Hey, this is actually stupid because Chad said this is what just happened. You came in here saying you're going to smoke a cigarette. Davis no fucking answer, took off and left because you don't know. And that's fine. You don't know, and that's what you want to admit. Then another guy comes in here and tries to say we're stupid. We just don't get it. We don't know. Then we ask him, does he know? He don't know. I'm now going back to you now telling me, I know, but I'm not going to tell you because you guys are stupid, basically. So look it up for your own self. How about you just give some information because you ain't proof, right? Wrong shit or anything, sweetheart, here, and I'm your friend. So until you want to prove something or come with some information, why don't you even give anything?
He didn't lie about anything.
Seriously.
That was a perfect recap. She didn't lie about anything.
No, she didn't.
Sorry, but you know you're my friend. That's why you're laughing. Yeah.
She was fucking balls deep. That was.
It's okay, man. I don't know. Like,
do
you guys realize that this is kind of a disrespectful thing to do, right? Where you just troll and you use these tactics and run people around when they're just trying to have a good faith conversation. So there's some people in this room just trying to have a good faith intellectual discussion, but then you guys are literally just trying to employ tactics to waste their time. Do you not consider that maybe a bit disrespectful?
No,
because I think lying about what someone says though disrespectful.
It's funny that you didn't answer the question. It's funny how in response to me calling out the tactics, you then use another tactic.
Well, because there's not.
Well, stop defending myself.
Yeah, you guys. That's what I'm saying. So you're just wasting our time. Hey, will you guys just disengage if you don't want to have a good faith conversation, please? Because there's no rules here. Everyone's allowed to
conversation. Everyone's lying about what I said.
Everyone's allowed to have their opinion. We welcome all ideas. Everyone should be given their space to talk.
Obviously not, because you're telling us to fuck off.
I'm trying to explain the moderation. Please calm down. Everyone's allowed to have their own ideas. Everyone's allowed to speak.
You don't want to make that bet at $1,500 because you did say earlier, dumb cunts, and I laughed it off because you call us cunts. I don't really mind because that's kind of like you guys' language. I get it. It's kind of like saying bitch to my friend jokingly.
Yeah,
but in reality, it's just you did say it, and you're going to lose $1,500 if you make that bet. So I would just, as your somewhat of a human being friend, say I would take that bet. I didn't lie, you know I have, but you would refuse to answer any question and be serious about the conversation. If you could, I'm actually intrigued. Whether you believe what we believe or not, I want to have a decent conversation that flows.
Yeah, but he can't because he's drinking or he's acting.
I wasn't meaning you.
Oh, he's definitely drinking. Definitely drinking.
Appreciate it, but I'm asking for people. No. I'm asking people to disengage right now. No disrespect. If you don't have something productive to add to this conversation, because people here actually care about what we're talking about, and science ain't doing shit. So can we talk about some stuff that actually gets us somewhere? Because I actually love doing this shit. I know Witsit does too, and so do you guys, who want to come in here for entertainment. But stop the entertainment, please, because for me, entertainment comes from talking and being decent and getting somewhere. So please, can we go there now?
Yeah, I mean, this is a deep conversation. I'm not even claiming to have some definitive answer or be the arbiter of truth or anything like that. I'm just pointing out the fundamental logical flaw with the Big Bang Theory. I mean, it's an interesting conversation because it's the same question that all of humanity has always pondered, which is, where did we come from? How did that happen, etc. So I don't know why. I was just thinking it'd be like a good conversation. You were like, I can't think of a reason to disbelieve it. And I'm like, well, here, I'll give you one of the hundreds that we could name, So I figured we just have a good faith convo.
What's it you did? And it was actually a good flow, a good conversation. There was no issues. I mean, hey, if we can get along, guys, and we've even had our issues, right? We're good people, though, guys. We just want to get somewhere. And I think we're all here for a really good reason, some of us, that we all know each other. Come on, Jazz, I'm even your friend. You're that. Stop the games to me, Globers. You guys, my friends, co-show. We've all laughed about this on the side. You refuse to talk about it. And you're quite open and you will concede with a woman. I don't understand why sometimes with me. But I wish y'all be real with these guys in here, too, because it's not fair. It's actually not fair. It's not fair. It does a disservice to you as a human being. And it sure in the hell does a disservice to me and the rest of people because I don't get the realness. I get a persona.
Hey, if you had to guess why...
Yeah.
They may concede to a woman. Could you come up with any guess?
Absolutely. We've even done the whole sexual thing too to see if they'll concede. We've done the games, guys. And it's ridiculous.
I can think of a couple of reasons.
Stacey, talking to you the other night. It was really good, but I've got a fire here at the moment, and I've got to go. So we'll talk to you early in tomorrow morning or the next morning.
That sounds good, hon. And let's hope to continue the conversation in a very productive way. Okay?
All right,
You have a wonderful day.
Alrighty,
Love you,
you
bro.
take care. Love you.
Love you, man.
It's quite weird because I have relationships with a lot of the people, even though on the other side, that like, how could you do that? Because they're not really like this. This is why they laugh with me. If you listen to them, you can hear it in their voice. I said it the other day to Jazz. I'm like, I know that you know that I know that you're full of shit sometimes, and that's why you laugh like that. And he was like, yeah. They admit it. These people are here for their own entertainment, and I don't mind giving it to them once in a while, but our energy needs to be directed in another way, guys. If these people are not here for the movement, what are we doing?
No, I agree, but like I think the reason that this room is so popular is because like everyone can come in, and so there's just like a downside to that, which is the trolls can also come in, right, and pretend that they're not trolling or whatever. But I think the alternative is to kind of kick everyone, and we have a room like that, right? It's called 24/7. So it just kind of comes with the territory. Like I feel like the best way to do it is to try to like intellectually trap them in a way, and then kind of use them as a way to explain certain ideas, and then hopefully get a good face. I don't know. It is annoying. I agree with you.
I mean to cut people off sometimes when I do, but I've dealt with these people so many times before, just like you have, and I know in those moments what they're doing to sit in them. I stop it. Just stop. And even with, he uses bigger words, and you guys may, throwing out there to him. Well, if you don't understand him, he could also break it down to him in very layman terms. I'm just tired of the bullshit you guys sometimes just give, because it makes our energy go in a different direction. If I can stop that and not allow people to take me in that way, we're good, and you guys too. But yeah, they're playing games, guys, and sometimes I take it. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to ask myself, and I'm going to call you out right now. For some reason, because they've been honest with me, and I've been super honest with these people, and they know it. They don't like to let me, which is kind of nice, but it makes it bullshit when they talk to y'all.
Well, we'll check this out, Stacey. Watch this. Hey, Lon, are you still here? Well, if Lon was still here, okay, check this. So, see, this is why I'm making the point that this conversation can be fruitful. So, like, although their conception of the Big Bang and time and space being created there is logically fallacious because it doesn't invoke intention or designer, don't you agree that there still could, in fact, be a moment in which space and time of this realm of our existence was created?
I don't know, man. I think that time's always existed in some way.
Okay, what about the physical space that we exist within?
Yeah, I think it's always existed.
Okay. So void.
Wait, how is that possible?
Yeah, exactly. Like, how does it exist outside of the creator unless the creator made it?
I mean, that's basically like saying the desk that I'm sitting at has always existed.
The void itself has always existed.
So then something predated the creator?
No.
Why not? The creator's creator.
Well, you get what I'm saying, right? Like, how can something exist outside of the creator unless the creator made it? You're saying basically the void, like the canvas, existed always, and the creator drew on it?
As far as I know, you can't get something out of nothing. Something always existed. And that something has to exist within a void. Now, we could say, well, maybe there's two voids. Maybe, because when we talk about space, you say, what's the prerequisite? What's the prerequisite for expansion? What do you need for expansion? Well, logically, you need space.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like, well, yeah, you can't create something from nothing other than if you're the creator, right? Like, it is certainly possible that the creator was the totality of quote unquote existence. And we get into what the word existence actually means, and it comes from existential, meaning outside of, and but that's a bit of pedantic. So like, we're just using exist for intents and purposes. So like, the only time that something could be created from nothing would be by the creator, right? I mean, we say logically speaking, nothing cannot exist. Well, sure, because maybe that area that then had existence was also created simultaneously upon the creation of whatever filled it. We're in God territory, Yah territory, to be honest. But
couldn't there be a pre-God with it?
So hear me out, right? What's 0 times 1?
0. But 0 is just an idealized concept of a privation.
You can't get anything times 0. Anything times nothing is nothing. You can't get nothing. You can't get something out of nothing. It's just like a logical dichotomy, right? But somehow we got something out of nothing.
Yeah.
Can't, right?
The creator's not limited to our physical limitations, right? Like, I wouldn't say that nothing existed. I would just say that the creator was the totality of existence and then created existential existence, which is redundant. Does that make sense? Like, prior to his subsequent creation, it was just him. And that's just, that probably undermines
that in itself is hard though, like, because that in itself is like, then everybody always will go back to, well, then how was God created? Like, it's something can't come from nothing again. That just keeps going down. Obviously, it's something out of our understanding as human beings. So
at some point you have to.
I'm not trying.
Bite the bullet.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we're told what existed prior to things existing within it. It's water.
That's true, but don't you agree the creator made the water unless the water was part of the creator himself?
Well, so that's the thing. So the creator is consciousness, and the consciousness existed within the water.
So the water was actually there first?
Yep.
So who put the water there?
I mean, what the fuck is water?
Well, good question, man. Good question.
So I would say this, right? I would say that, the scriptures teach on this, that, we are distant from the creator. We are separated from him. He is set apart. But that there will be a time where we will be unified. But that even when Adam was created, that he was distant from us. So he seems to be separated from his creation, but he is part of this creation. But we're not separated by a void. We're not separated by like a dimension, as in, how they believe in string theory and wormholes and dimensional portals. We're not separated by a dimensional portal, but instead we're separated by like frequencies and vibrations of some sort. So like these other realms, they're like, it's not that they're parallel realms, but they're above us and they're below us. And he seems to be in a parallel realm, but instead of like right parallel to us, he's above us. But it's still, the whole creation is still part of him. Like, it's difficult to kind of convey, but the idea is that this is all that's always been, is the space that we exist in is also the space that he exists in, but we're separated by some sort of vibrational frequency, in my understanding. But yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. I mean, like I said, this is Yah territory, but I would say my guess is that my guess is that the creator was the totality of quote unquote existence, and then he created a canvas, which may have been water. And then what is water has different modalities. I would say maybe it's the ether. Then his existence within that ether allowed for subsequent creation. But I don't know. Let me make that very clear. I'm just speculating.
Like, what space was he within? What space is that? I mean, call it the heavens, you call it whatever. But what is that space?
That's a great question.
It started off from that,
Because
like, where was he at when he created everything?
technically he wouldn't be limited to like Cartesian coordinates, right? Like he wouldn't be like a certain size or anything like that. So it's hard to even conceive of him needing to be in space because is he even physical? He's not material, right? He's not limited to matter. So like, is he limited to a size? I don't know. It's definitely just something we're probably not supposed to understand. So.
Sometimes I want to be limited to a space then, because I feel like God is also within everyone. It's almost like everything. So there is no space between him and him. You are part of him. You're connected. What there is. It does feel so good into existence because of frequencies and everything else, energy, all this shit. You know, it's you never will, but the theory doesn't even begin. And it sounds so stupid to even go there because that doesn't even count for any of the stuff along the way. Nah.
What if everything, including the water, existed inside the mind of the creator?
Right?
That seems to be the thing, but we all can't. He's the source of all things, of all life. But that he brought, he's set apart from us. But he's still with us at the same time. So there's like a dichotomy there, bro. Like he's everywhere. He's conscious of all things, but he's still distant. We're distant from him.
Well, I mean, doesn't the Bible even say, though, that God's never going to come here? You're never going to meet God. He's too, I guess, powerful or something. We're not going to heaven. This new heaven is created on earth. Now, Jesus Christ is supposed to come back, but God, the creator, I'm not ever in his actual presence or his area. I will never be. I will never understand that unless he somehow gives me the understanding in that day if that happens.
Well, what if it doesn't even make sense, the idea of him coming here because we exist within his mind?
That was a good one with it. Sorry. You spun me up for a second. It was like, damn, bro. So it is a matrix, but within our creator's mind, whatever that is, because we understand a mind perspective. We think of mind. I don't know.
Well, the mind and
guys.
the brain
that's the answer.
are
So don't go back to we know with a theory.
Well, but this is all speculation. But the mind and the brain are different, right? Like you make up your mind, and that's like a conscious metaphysical thing, right? So we exist inside his consciousness or mind. This is all speculation again, but I'm just saying. Obviously, not the same thing as like a brain, which is like the consciousness.
I know. I like that you broke that down for me because my energy went to brain right when you said it. So I now understand what you're saying in that concept. Thank you.
Yeah.
These conversations actually should be very, very welcomed. So these conversations, everybody should be intrigued in, by the way, both sides. But anyhow, you're not. Because science supposedly and it's quite weird how these are the conversations you guys refuse to have to. You guys back out. Actually have this with us. I'm not going to get anywhere besides what me, where our logical thinking goes, right? And we're different. And I like to hear y'all and other people in here too. Everyone that's been speaking today, it's like, but in you guys' perspective too. So maybe we can make some understanding of it because you don't know.
No, I definitely do not know.
And listen, I give much respect to Christians that can come in here and say the same things. A lot of Christians will not, and they have a hard time admitting that the book might be wrong or anything. We're not saying it is, but saying that there's this thing that we don't know. We've been manipulated in so many ways. But I will say there's a lot of damn truth in that book, whether it's written by man or written by God. But most of that discernment and understanding, I think, comes from within and our experiences on earth, nothing else. And the connections we make along the way. And I think that's from that higher power. And I don't think it really does need a book, y'all. I'm just looking at my sky right now. If you don't see a frequency, maybe not where you're at. It's insane.
So I just posted a video
energy constantly
in the live stream text on the, what is it? Gnostic creation of the world. It's an interesting listen.
Well, you know what's funny is the book says that you don't need the book. It says it's
Yes,
very,
it does
very
actually.
important, and it is an incredible advantage to have it. It's an
Well,
instruction manual, but
so the book is actually a magic spell because it's bound. So when you read the text and you accept it, you are now bound to the magic spell that the book is.
sorry, I had to show my receipt because Walmart doesn't hire people to work here because they're retarded. So I kind of miss. It's like, hey, you have to check out and do the job, but then you have to prove to us you did the job. No, you do the job. All right, sorry. What? I kind of missed what you said. What'd you say?
Well, so the Bible, so any book is basically a spell book. So when you read the book and you accept the words in it, you're basically binding yourself to the spell that the book is supposed to be.
Hmm. Well, and I heard you were about to jump in, but maybe we disagree on this or something. But it says that simply by looking at nature, no man is with excuse, or all men are without excuse, and that they will all know that there's a creator. Now, there is an instruction manual. It's obviously very important, but is it actually a requirement? I don't think so. What happened before the book? Of course, it's not a book; it's a compilation of texts. But what happened before that existed? Or of course, the age-old question of what happens with the person that's never had the book, never seen the book. Now, in 2023, that's a very small number of people, but that's why I think it clearly says like all men are without excuse. So what that clearly implies is the instruction manual is incredibly beneficial and valuable and advantageous, but it isn't literally a requirement. Now, if you have access to the book and then you choose to ignore it, I don't know, right? That's a little different, but basically the idea being clearly it's about acknowledging what you cannot deny by looking at nature, which is that there's a creator, because the evidence is all around you. You have to lie to yourself to say there is none. There is no evidence of a creator. And then it's about humbly presenting yourself to the creator, being grateful and thankful and acknowledging inferiority via humility, etc. Right? Like I think that a relationship of the creator that you know exists inevitably because you're without excuse. That's obvious. You disagree?
Yo, what's it? I think the idea you're going for with this is Hebrews 10:16, where it says, "This is the covenant that I will make with them after those days, saith the Lord. I will put my laws into their hearts, and in their minds will I write them."
That is another component of this, yeah. Because then you get into, well, we do clearly all have innate objective morals, and where did that come from? But yeah, so I'm saying like it does. I mean, I don't see another way. It literally says that simply by looking at the earth, or just nature, you know, there's a creator, which means no man is with excuse. Like all men are without excuse. So it's saying like even if you don't have the scriptures or you don't have someone teaching you about them, you're still without excuse, which means there's something that you can do without it, right? To be in good standing with the creator. It's like implicit.
Yeah,
absolutely. This is why I've said before that people just tell me in church, you have to pray to Jesus and say his name and all these certain things. But what about the people that I hear it's already written in them and they know nothing about the book, know nothing about no names? So God's just going to avoid them? That's no,
No,
guys.
it
That's not
also
how it
says
works.
that
I'm
you don't
sorry.
have to. It also says you don't have to know the name.
you're judged.
Exactly. And a lot of people that know his name, he ain't going to know who you
You're
are.
judged according to what you know, right? So you're held accountable to the wisdom that you hold and the potential that you have. Because all these variables are concluded. But I want to go back to the idea of the creator existing in the beginning and space and all this. There's an interesting verse in Psalms 18, verse 11 that says, Elohim made darkness a cloak for him. His covering was dark water and a dense cloud. Elohim's clouds went ahead of the brightness before him. This is giving you a mystical, and there's other verses that give you an idea that the creator, even though he is considered light, right, that he can hide within darkness, and darkness will be his cloak. How can that be? It's a dichotomy, and it's how can the creator, who's known as the light of all things, right? He is light, he is love. How can he conceal himself in darkness?
Oh, well, it actually makes sense in the etheric framework where darkness and light are the same thing. Darkness is just a different version. Yeah.
And it says his covering, which includes this darkness, that it's dark water, dense, dark water. And when you think about what could space potentially be, right? This void that we all exist in, it's not a black void, but it's a dark void, possibly of water. That's so when you theoretically reach the extremities of existence itself. Let's just say that there is an existence beyond the ice shelf. Even beyond that existence, at the extremities of the existence itself, that all you have is dark, black waters. And that's what existence has always been. That's what existed in Bereshit, in the beginning of creation.
So
Elohim
this is
bara,
interesting.
right? The Eretz, in the earth.
So
before all of that, what you had, hold on, before all of that, what you had was water and spirit.
yeah, so it's interesting because this kind of made me think of what NASA does, right? They show us astronauts in pools of water.
Correct. And also think about if you swim down in the ocean, it eventually gets pitch black. It gets really, really, really dark if you go far enough down in the ocean. So this as above, so below idea may not be completely detached from the truth, as there seems to be water of the deep as well, as in below the oceans, which is mind-blowing because we can't even get to the deepest part of the ocean, right? But and the pressure's so intense and immense. Imagine the fountains of the deep and the darkness and the pressure there. Now imagine that inverted. And imagine humans thinking that they can just go through it up into the sky. Yeah, right, dude. The best chance you would have is like the most amazing submarine ever, which is interesting because rockets are similar to submarines in design. But you still wouldn't be able to do it. So I'm just saying that to say, think about, we can get a glimpse into the idea on Earth in the depths of the ocean of this really dark water. But it's much different than, so you have the bottomless pit and they made it omnidirectional void of nothingness. They made the bottomless pit omnidirectional when in fact, no, it's not empty, it's water. Right. So that's like the big difference, I would say. I would say, what is water? You get a superfluid. Superfluid is a version of water. Because I don't care what anyone has to say, like everything is the same thing. And so I think the purest form of water would be akin to a superfluid. And that would maybe be what people.
Wait, did I cut out?
No, he.
They must have got him before he finished it.
Exactly.
That's all right. There's many of us that support the superfluid. Matter of fact, I'm a big component of it. Superfluid is definitely involved in some way, shape, or form. I think it could be space. You have many scientists doing research on it that says, it could be they are saying it because they need the mass to make their gravity model work. But that doesn't have to be the truth. But if it is superfluid out there, they would have to change all their observations because it would be different. Light goes through it differently. There's also super solid now that they've discovered, which could be the firmament. So there would be stages of water, air, superfluid up to the super solid firmament, which holds everything in, i.e., container.
Maybe some of y'all, because you guys are into the Bible a lot, can maybe explain to me, because I can't really go down to my Christian friends and ask these questions. They don't even go there. But the whole Lucifer, meaning light bringer and all this stuff, and then you talk about light. Is there any thought in your head that light could be deceiving? That's what we're dealing with here too. I mean, or has had meaning. I'm just wondering if that has any play. We talk about that at all, and when it comes to the Christian aspect. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Witsit talked about this yesterday a little bit, that these people are obsessed with light, right? Because they lack light because they're perpetually living in darkness. And I'm talking about the principalities, not people. But these people are influenced by these principalities that constantly live in darkness, but they're obsessed with the light. And the illumination that they bring forth, the wisdom that they have is worthless. It's worthless wisdom. And you do have this idea of an artificial light, right? Beware of angels that come to you as beings of light. And you might have a being of light manifest in front of you on a psychedelic trip, right? And tell you all these good things and tell you how you should stop drinking alcohol because it's killing you. And they'll tell you good things and sweet things. But in the long run, what they seek is your soul and your ultimate destruction. Is Lucifer, Hillel, and that's from an Isaiah verse. Hillel means the light bringer, I think. Yeah, or the light bearer.
When God said, "Let there be light," was Lucifer right there because that was his side man and said here because he's the light bringer? I mean, is light not from necessarily spoken from God? I mean, I don't know.
The counterfeit light.
Be technical, right? Like God's in darkness, by the way, y'all. And then when we don't have God in darkness is when we're going to be really hurting. The light can be deceiving, like you just said. So I'll give you everything you want. Here you go. And we fall back to light. Time as well. Light travel. I mean, it's like, I'm not saying there's anything to that because we're being very, philosophical and everything. So please don't think I'm like bringing facts over here. And that's not anything I'm saying. It's kind of questioning because you guys will go there a little bit with me. Most people in society will not. If they're in that book, absolutely not. Man, that whole philosophical thinking and everything, when you really go into it, like Lucifer was God's like right hand man. They were like buddies. Wow. And this is what we've got from it all, supposedly. Like it's the story in itself feels like there's missing pieces and loopholes. Especially to that relationship and fallen angels and everything. Did you give them the same? Oh, sorry, vehicle driving by. Did you give them free will to jump in? I mean, I thought they couldn't do anything outside of what you tell them to do. So obviously, free will was given because you fucking fell, you jumped. Like, I'm confused. There's a lot of things like that I said that I've been through church, and when you want to talk to the pastor about this stuff, you ain't gonna get answers. They don't know, and they don't want to even talk about these things. But that's in there, and things are left out. I think Quantum maybe before, or no, it wasn't Quantum. It was somebody else. Who was it? The other guy. We'll go there with me and talk about the angels and all that stuff that may or should have happened then. It would have to happen that way. You got to remember some of the stuff that it says in that book and question it. So yeah, if you're around, so is that your understanding of it too then? Because I'm almost positive that book says that the angels just did whatever they were supposed to do and they didn't have a choice in a matter. How did they choose to jump and fall with, Lucifer? And why did they go? How could they?
Is it quiet in here? Or my mic not working?
Does anybody hear Goslow?
Fucking, am I a ghost or something? Did I die?
And it's like I can hear him a little bit.
No. You're here. So I couldn't get back to the screen. We all hear you. It's dead silent.
Oh, no,
Supposed to say. Supposed to say.
really missed those though.
Oh shit! How's it going, guys?
Daisy was asking some hard questions.
Oh yeah.
It's okay. I'm used to the same answer where there's nothing. It's always like, okay, it's all right. You guys probably around. I don't know. It's all right.
What was the question? I didn't hear.
No, we were written about the book, and I was like, it doesn't matter because I didn't know. But I'm like, some of the book talks about like fallen angels, and the angels when they were created could not do anything against what God said. So how did they even fall in the first place? They must have been given free will. There's so many things left out of the Bible that I want to know the relationship between Lucifer and God. It was his right hand man, for heaven's sakes. He was supposedly, his name means light bringer. All these certain things that nothing gets addressed because if we go down that path, we don't know what that brings. But why are these things left out? Those are the most probably important things of the entire book to understand it all. It's like, where did it go wrong? And why would you let all the followers go too of his people? Literally, you're going to have his demons and other people follow, support him? You gave him free will then because you said they couldn't do outside of your will. And you gave it to him.
Yeah, the way I heard it was that the angels intervened with mankind against God's word. And that's why they were casted out or something rather. But somebody about a couple weeks ago said something completely different to that. So I'm kind of lost for answers on that one myself.
Right, I kind of heard both actually, that they were casted out, right? And then there was also the ones that chose to follow with him and jumped as well and came. Now, so which ones? I've heard so many different things, the scriptures in the Bible along the way of my journey through church. I don't go anymore, but those things used to bother me. Nobody gave me an answer to it. And I started feeling at one point sorry, and I know, please don't take this seriously. When I was younger, for Lucifer, I was like, what happened? What went wrong? Can that relationship be fixed? He must have been really hurt. That empathy comes in for humankind, which he's not. But that happened. So I started questioning at a young age that relationship between God and Lucifer. But that's what you're taught, right? In the very beginning, that's all you hear about. And you're going to burn in hell if you don't do this and da-da-da. You only realize God and the devil. So why don't I understand that relationship more? And why are things left out of that?
I heard Righteous Force say that God found iniquity within Lucifer. And that's why, that's where the separation started. Which makes no sense, because if he made him perfect, then how could he have iniquity? There's some stuff that I just don't understand. That sounds like it could be a contradiction, but it's just lack of understanding it.
Lucifer's downfall was pride. He wanted to exalt himself, and put himself on God's throne. And Lucifer and the angels were not created perfect. Nothing was created perfect. The only thing that's perfect is God. Thank you.
No, I do agree to that. But if they were almost like robots, because that's what they would be. They'd almost be like robots, because you cannot go outside of God's will. How did even Lucifer go outside of God's will? How did he even get the thoughts that he had, or any of that stuff? That he was made not to do that.
Well, where did it say that Lucifer was made like a robot or was made perfect?
Well, you're made to not do outside of God's will.
It clearly states that only God is perfect and nothing else is perfect.
No,
therefore, Lucifer wouldn't be a perfect creature because he's not God.
So God can't make something perfect?
Well, no. The thing is that unlike God and His Son, they're not tempted by sin at all. Like they're like perfect as perfect can be. But the angels, the Malachim, on the other hand, they're a separate class of creation altogether that is prone to iniquity. They, the way that the Creator set up creation in the beginning, when He created these creatures, He set them up with a potentiality to commit rebellion. But nobody had ever committed rebellion or gone against the Creator. It's the
robot.
The first one. He's the father of lies.
You're roboting.
You're a robot, brother.
Father of lies.
Yeah, we heard the father of lies, but you were a robot prior to that. What was the purpose? What was the purpose of Lucifer? Like, why did God create him to begin with? Wasn't he?
He was the leader.
He was the
leader. He was the leader when all the angels prayed to God. All the angels gave glory to God. Lucifer was the leader of that. So he was like the highest angel.
But he went away from that. He rebelled.
Glory to God, right? That was his purpose.
He didn't want to give glory to God. He wanted to exalt himself and put himself above God. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's an example of what men do today. Prideful men don't give glory to God. They think they are God. Like they'll even take scriptures, even scripture readers or believers. So take God lives within me, and that tells them that they're God. That's not the way it is. They need to read further. When you don't give glory to your Creator God, and you want to be that God, or that is where the downfall is. It's pride.
Okay, so I guess for Kate, you might be having more. It's more of like you just stated, he didn't like give them where they couldn't have pride and almost the ego and stuff. He just said because maybe I'm wrong, but I suppose the part in the Bible we've talked about before where they couldn't do outside of God's will. But just doing outside of God's will doesn't mean you don't have thoughts and processing, I guess, still going on that is maybe wrong, right? But you're not doing outside of it, right?
I think you're misunderstanding that.
Okay.
But try and simplify it a little more where you're able to do, even the angels had the will to go against God if they chose to, because choice is what proves your love, right? Towards your spouse or towards your God or whatever. So the angels that rebelled against God were thrown out of heaven, and Lucifer is the leader of the world now, the deceiver of the world. He's basically, in his mind, the God of the world, which the God of the heavens and the earth gave him that authority to test man, right, to prove love. So we're under a test every day to make the right choice to glorify God, which proves our love to him.
I also heard that the angels were jealous of
free will, and angels didn't have free will.
I guess I'm
Yeah,
not
if you
talking.
read Jude 1:6, it says that they chose to not keep their proper dwelling. They abandoned their post, basically. Jude 1:6. Who was trying to talk? Dyslo, go.
I was just saying real quick that from what I heard, I could be wrong, that they were jealous of mankind and God's, I guess, relationship with them or his love for them or something rather. Like there was some sort of jealousy with the angels and God and man.
Yeah, there was all of that, but Lucifer himself, like itself, wanted to be God, right? That's the whole point. He wanted to be God over mankind and the earth and the heaven and stuff, and that's just not possible.
There was multiple. There was multiple rebellions. We see that over time that these angels in heaven have rebelled. You see a rebellion that occurred before the Watchers. It was a primordial rebellion, and then the rebellion of the 200 Watchers that came down on Mount Hermon, and then another rebellion after the fall of Babel. There were angels that were assigned over each nation, and apparently those angels also went astray. So either they were appointed already fallen, or they fell after their appointment, or after they were appointed over each nation. So there's multiple rebellions that occurred, clearly showing that these angels do have free will.
That's my point, that they were given free will, which I thought the whole Bible was, or they were jealous of our free will and how they loved us. God loved us, you know.
No, they were
More than
jealous.
angels. They felt that way. All this stuff.
They were jealous that we had more leeway to make more mistakes. We had to decide to follow the Creator and figure it out. We were able to marry and have children, and these were things that they weren't able to do.
We could commit sin and be forgiven where they couldn't.
Well, it doesn't necessarily say that, but what it says is that they were jealous of our ability to marry and have children and stuff. But if you're at Jude 1:6 here, it says, and the angels which kept not their first estate,
Can we
but left
now?
their
No.
What?
Someone's hot mic, and who's that? Sorry, what's it? Go ahead.
Jude 1:6, and the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their own habitation, he hath reserved in everlasting chains under darkness unto the judgment of the great day. So they clearly had the will to choose. And there's quite a few. It talks about how they have emotion, how they have intelligence, how they have will, how they chose to leave their post, basically. So.
Just watch the movie Michael. It's an angel that smokes and eats a lot of sugar and things like that. They rebel.
Whoa. So yeah, like they were jealous of us, but not necessarily for free will. I mean, everything had free will. You know what I'm saying? But it's like this is me speculating in a way, but it's like if you put yourself in their position, it's like oh well, look, they get to grow up from a baby and learn all these things and make all kinds of mistakes. They have to figure out that you exist and choose to follow you, and they're allowed to like make all these mistakes and grow throughout time, and then they're allowed to get married and have babies. And we
then that free will was gone.
Do what?
Then that free will was gone at that point when they felt that way, that they couldn't do the same things in certain ways. I know they couldn't because they were angels, but I'm just saying the choices that we were making to not either follow God or not, I mean, that was free will, right? So did they have it or didn't have it? It goes back and forth.
Yes, they could choose not to follow us. I mean, follow Yah's ways, but they couldn't marry. So just like we can't fly, you know, they couldn't reproduce. Like they're not, like we're made different. Like we had some, you know, basically physical limitations, but you know, like we can't fly, but we also can't instantaneously transport. We also can't change form. They could do those things, but they couldn't marry and make babies. And that seems to be the primary thing that they were jealous of.
We could have sex and they couldn't.
I think in heaven they couldn't do those things as angels.
Well, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But if they,
they had to have humans to do it. They had to have man to do it. Yeah.
Exactly.
So I mean, I can understand. They're like, wait, why don't I get to make a little mini me? If you actually think about it, making a little mini you is incredible. You know, like the fact that like I just look at my daughter sometimes and I'm like, bro, how crazy is it that like me and my wife made that? That's like a mini version of us. You know, it's a pretty incredible thing. You get to, you know, create like a generational lineage of mini yous.
Did you actually make it, or did you just open a pathway for it to come into fruition?
No, Big Bang, sir. They Big Banged and it was made 10 months later. Don't be on the misconception that there was a Big Bang.
Our children. I don't think we created them.
Yeah, well, you definitely, it's a process, and it starts with a Big Bang usually. But it's 10 months, not 9 months. Don't let the people fool you. Look it up.
10 months. Okay.
Yeah,
you want to elaborate?
Well, by the time you figure out you're pregnant, it's 9 months left, but the actual process is 10 months.
Interesting.
Very correct. I had to look into that stuff years ago when I accidentally got pregnant. I was trying to go, what's going on? Had to figure it out step by step. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah. When you already realize you are, there's already been a month going along process, basically 2 or 3 weeks of long. I mean, yeah, it's already happened.
If I tell you it's Easter, start dying eggs. It's the truth.
I heard the Immaculate Conception was actually 10 and a half months, though. You there, Rakia?
Where'd you hear that?
I was just seeing if Rakia had anything to say to that. I don't know. I just made it up, dude. I was bullshitting.
I was going to say, I guess maybe if you want to start in the process of the man, what's going on in there, but no, not within us.
Like, don't you think it's kind of funny? I always bring this up, but if you look at it you can never truly do this, but try to look at it from the perspective of the creator, right? He can't win, man. So he makes angels, dude. They're in their immortal form. They get to move around crazy. They're in heaven, dude. They experience the celestial realm that's like incredible. They have this super important job where they help keep time for like the rest of the realm. And maybe speculatively some claim, but they have their own like jobs, and they watch over man, and they're in the presence of the creator, and they just have this beautiful existence. They're already immortal, and they're like incredibly powerful and have the ability to do all kinds of things and quickly transport, etc. And they're like, oh, this isn't fair. You know, like they get to have to figure out about you and make babies. And then they make man who gets to make babies and learn and has the journey of figuring things out and has human emotions, which it says angels also have emotions, and that we learn throughout life, like this journey, this process of trying to figure out what's going on, right? We don't have as much information from the beginning as the angels do, and we have tribulations and trials and pain so that we can actually understand the inverse of that and blah blah blah. And we have this ability to be completely free, do whatever we want to on this earth, basically. And we're like, how is it fair? The angels get to know that there's a God and gets to be there in heaven, but I don't. So it's like, there's no way for the creator to win. Like the grass is always greener on the other side, you know?
Be able to say this, like a Flutter server or something, the person, a big one. The owner's just trying to get everybody at peace, and you keep giving silver and gold, and everybody's egos and prides coming, I want that too, or I'm not as good as that person. And in reality, that star, that little chip on your shoulder didn't even fucking matter. And everybody starts fighting for no reason for the power trip. It's the same thing. It happens in life. It happens everywhere. It's these titles that we put on ourselves and wanting more and look at me kind of attitude.
Yeah, like you can upgrade to a really nice house and then just look at the neighbor's house and be like, but their house is better. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just kind of like, you're not supposed to covet because that's just such an ungrateful mentality. Another thing I think that the angels, some of the angels got triggered about is that, like, the Watchers specifically, their job was to watch over and protect us. It's like they worked for us in a way. You know, they really worked for Yah, but they were like subcontracted basically by us. And that kind of puts them in an inferior position in that sense, right? Because we have dominion over them in a way. Like they work for us and they have to watch over us. It's like the bigger brother getting frustrated. He has to keep watching his little brother because he wants to go play with the kids his age and do what he wants to, but he has to keep, like, you know, watching the baby brother and babysitting. He's like, how, you know, and then the baby brother like keeps drawing on the walls and messing up, but he doesn't really get in trouble. So that, I think that's kind of the mentality too.
I've never heard it put that way, but
yeah, I was just gonna say that's an awesome way to put it, dude. Sorry for you.
No, yeah, it's very interesting. I like the way you put it too. That's it. And this is what the point. I think it's good to talk like this, because yeah, it brings me a total different perspective too, hearing someone else's, man. Not that I say you're right, just
A lot of it
taking that on board.
is hard to understand because it's above. Like you have more intelligence above you, right? If someone created you, if that happened, and a entity created you, then of course it's more intelligent than you are. But if you go against that and you say no, it just came from a big bang or a single point or whatever they say, right? It doesn't matter. If you go against that, you have to contain all that information and byproducts, and this happens, this process, this cycle, all in one thing, and that is a tough sell.
The thing is the Big Bang Theory is a joke, but if I look at it from a God's perspective, there probably was some kind of Big Bang for. He was like, "Let there be light." Boom, let there be. You know, something was created, and we don't even know. Like we said, was the space it was in. Well, whatever. We don't understand that. We can't even go there when it comes to the scientific whole Big Bang thing, right? It's not scientific at all. It's theory. But if you take it from a God's perspective, right, where we don't understand where that space is and what's going on, but it exists. We know it does because it's being talked about. Say we go there, then something else was existed. Well, he gave it existence, but into what? Into the same space that he's in, or a different space? I mean, all these different things. It's almost like a Big Bang from his end, though.
That's what I meant by tough sell. But going back to the Big Bang, I mean, God. People say that God created the Big Bang. No, that wouldn't be possible either, because God created all things, right? Like He would have created the small bang, the medium-sized bang. I mean, I don't know quite where I fit with the bang theory of my 3 kids. Somewhere in the medium range, I would say, but it's definitely a process that starts with a bang.
It all starts with Big Bang, but not. Yeah, never mind, guys.
I think it's Owen Benjamin that goes through the birthing process. That is hilarious. He equates it to the Big Bang Theory. You know, all the the mom and dad get together and bang, and then the process of the sperm and docking. The doctor delivers you at the and all this stuff. He goes through it. It's hilarious because he does it in his own way, but it actually does make sense. But it is funny also. You're delivered through the canal, right? The birth canal, by the dock. There's all types of similar words that they use with the maritime stuff. We're under maritime law. It's weird how all that, and then when you start looking at the universe, if you bring in all the electrical terms that we use for electricity, they're used in that way. But
Now, in y'all's head, is God a physical entity or a non-physical entity?
Supernatural to me, non-physical. He came down as physical man onto earth as Jesus.
Okay, so how did He communicate with Moses?
Same way He will communicate with you if you'll allow it.
No, actually, Moses was given specific instructions to create a tabernacle, almost like a blueprint, in which God manifested Himself between the wings of the angels on the Ark of the Covenant to further instruct Moses.
So basically, Moses made a walkie-talkie for God.
Yeah, you could look at it like that.
Okay.
Correct. It was something to receive the modulation being transmitted through by God to Moses.
I think
Okay,
you have a built-in walkie-talkie. just to take your walkie-talkie theory further, it's built into your system. Frequency is in you. So
yeah,
you
but then
can
why would
relate.
God have him make it?
Right.
You're
Are you
asking
saying the
a question
tabernacle
why
is a
God would
metaphor
ever.
for something
So
existing
hold
within
on.
the body already?
Yeah, so hold
That's
on.
the
So
only way
what you're
that could work.
saying, is that Moses went up the mountain, basically meditated, God spoke to him in his mind, then he came down and built a walkie-talkie so that he could continue talking to him, but not in his mind, instead now with a real thing.
Are you mocking, or are you really trying to understand? Because it's really a
because
fine line.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand your logic of thinking
sounds like
that
you're
God
mixing.
is a
You brought up
metaphysical
walkie.
being, correct?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm trying to understand how God exists outside of existence.
God is existence.
God is existence.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. That means you're God.
No.
Well, that means you're
Yep.
part of God.
No, you're part.
Logic.
You're in existence.
It's called logic.
Well, it's your
Well,
logic, not mine.
I just logically explained it to you. You're part of God.
So then God. So I don't understand why God needed a device then to communicate with Moses.
He doesn't need anything.
Yeah,
he just
didn't
did
need
it
a
that way.
device.
Then why did he have him do it? What a waste.
Yeah, I mean,
Kind of like
that doesn't really
circumcision,
make
huh?
sense.
Now you're saying he wasted, so you are mocking.
There's
No,
you
I'm not.
guys are attacking this
Here to
guy.
mock.
He's asking questions.
You're simply
He's
simply taking
he's asking
offense.
questions.
Don't.
Hey, if
Just here to mock.
all
He's
right,
just
Don't
been
take
I'm
me
just
mocking.
gonna
personally.
back out
Here's the
because
thing. Here's the
He's
thing.
just been
Yeah,
mocking,
here's the
guys.
thing. Here's the
Not
thing. So
actual
most of the time
he
when I say
actually
words,
he's actually asked
people get
questions.
emotional. It's okay.
He's actually
You
asked
should
hey
calm
guys,
down
one
and
at a
simply
time, dude.
listen to the
actually
One at a
words.
time, guys. Hey,
He's
settle
actually
down.
asked questions. He's asked
Settle
questions.
down. Everyone, settle down, dude. I'm trying to moderate here. Hey, it's okay to ask questions. We can't just like initially jump on the fact that he's mocking because
That
there's
wasn't a
difficult questions
question.
that seem to be mocking.
Listen,
It wasn't
yeah.
a question when he said God wasted something. That's not a question. That
Well,
is
So then
not.
what was the purpose of it? You
he's
can't even
implying
explain
your
it.
perspective. Yeah.
That
Yeah, see,
wasn't a
here's the
question.
thing. Here's the thing.
When
I'm
someone's
asking.
trying to help you, dude. Orion,
Yeah,
Orion, I'm trying to help
what?
you out here, bro, so that you're not just getting steamrolled here and then you're steamrolling over me. Like, we got to give a little space to each other, guys. Come on.
Yeah, bro. Well, he asked a question. We went to answer it. We answered it with a perfectly logical answer. He then said the answer was illogical. I guess he must have ignored it or not heard it or said that there was no answer. And then he went on to mock it further instead of inquiring upon his first question if he really didn't hear an answer.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like he actually wants answers for his questions. This is like I went to a Glober and I was like, yeah, so how big is the radius? And he's like, well, the radius is, and I said, you're a retard before he could even finish. Like,
Yeah,
it's just
two people answered the exact same way, the question the
Thing
exact
too.
same way, and he said it was illogical. We were both
No, because
illogical.
it sounded that way because somebody chimed in and gave him an answer that the tabernacle was built for a communicational device with God when he was already having communication with God. So then he's like, well, you didn't need it. And in reality, if you take God out of the equation, if you do something and you didn't need to do it, it's like we're done. Like, well, what am I doing here? This doesn't make any sense. That's all he was saying because someone gave him information that he needed that for a device. It was a fair question, y'all. Please, come on.
For sure. I agree.
I thought the tabernacle was just like a setup of tents and stuff like that, where he'd set up like some kind of.
It was more than that. Yeah, it was more than that. That was part of it.
He was cooking down gold.
But yeah,
he was gold cook, gold chef.
I mean,
it's a fair question. I've asked this question myself.
Yeah, somebody answer that.
Was a literal. It was a literal power device. There's a verse that says that someone touched it without the gloves and they died. So I mean, why would the creator even need something like that built? Why would he need people carrying this thing of destruction around? What's the point?
Supposedly, when it was being carried, it almost fell over, and one of the helpers that was carrying it reached out as to catch it to not allow it to fall.
Yep.
And was just freaking obliterated.
Yeah, you had to wear a special suit to be near it.
You asked a question I'd like to answer. You said, why would God make this tabernacle or all this energy source and all that? He did it for you.
Well, I think he just wants a little bit more of a logical insight to make like sense of the purpose. Like to say that God was All right. Well, I wasn't even fucking done, but go ahead.
There's no delay.
One that wasn't done with the question, please finish on.
It's all right. I lost my train of thought. Go for it now.
Yeah.
For me, I just heard out of it though too. I'm not coming from any bad angle. That Moses was able to communicate with God. God gave him information, and he did this, right? And now you're saying it's for me, and I'm willing to go on to that. Let's venture out to that. But how am I different than Moses then? Because I can communicate God's. I should be able to without that as well, because Moses was. What is the point of communicating with God or needing that tabernacle of any way, shape, or form on this place? Because God is so amazing that why would I need that? I'm just trying to figure out the point of it for me.
Well, he chose certain people to do his miracles and do his what he wanted to get across to the masses for eternity. So he used Moses in that way. So now we're talking about it, and you either understand it or believe it or you don't. But the choice is what proves faith and love, not, mocking it or asking questions just to set up that, oh, that's illogical. I mean, you can hear the attitude, right? Like, it's weird. So,
Can I answer
you
the question?
don't have to have your faith in God.
But we're Christians.
I was muted before. I actually wasn't gonna interrupt that, so I was just asking you for the place after him, and then I was muted. That was why there was dead air. I was gonna answer, but it took a while.
You got to interrupt him
I'm
again.
gonna answer the previous question as to why there was a tabernacle invented and involved and all that. It was a holy of holies, a place where Yahweh could dwell on earth, essentially, in such a way that he wouldn't obliterate everything around him, essentially. So it was a place where he could come, I guess, physically manifest in such a way.
Isn't it? Okay, but it's for people, though, right? Isn't it? The tabernacle is like a portable sanctuary for people.
No. It's not for people. There was only.
Oh, okay, I'm reading it wrong.
Specific instructions that only certain people could enter. Moses, and then I want to say there was maybe 2 other people that were allowed to enter, and only into a specific part of the tabernacle.
Okay, so it's like a portable sacred place.
It's a place where God dwells in a physical form.
It was a communication device.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously, you can communicate with God if he's physically there in the room. So yeah.
You're saying God could physically manifest in this location if chosen to be by God, and that's why it's here, so that he can come physically manifest himself?
It's like a porta church, isn't it?
Yeah, because when he physically manifests in Revelation, he burns the mountains down like wax candles.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, unless you want your mountains melting into like wax candles and you bursting into flames, better just keep them in the tabernacle, right?
This is why I'm trying to understand it. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was speaking, but I guess I was muted. That it's pretty much what, like we were saying, when Revelation, he was burning the mountain. When he spoke to Moses in the mountain, the people were scared. Therefore, they were like, "No, you talk to him, and you talk to us." So pretty much, it was because of the people's choice not to listen to God, now to want to hear God's voice because they were scared of it. That's why the whole thing had to be done. And then Moses wasn't going to be there forever, so he had to have a way to communicate to the next person.
Wasn't Moses fucking terrified too when he was?
So God was a real thing, right? Not a non-real thing. Is that what you're saying? So God existed within the creation itself.
God is just inside and outside of the creation. What do you mean?
Oh wait, so the tabernacle is a
Yep. Have you ever stepped into a car? Have you ever stepped into a car that you created?
No, I've never made a car.
Okay, so You
Yeah, sorry.
conceive of a man constructing a car or a house and then stepping inside of the house or car.
Yeah, sure, but the man existed before he built the house. So did I. So did the pieces for the house.
That is exactly analogous to God creating the universe and then stepping into the universe the same way as a man would create a house and then step inside of the house.
Okay, so God is a real thing. Okay, just making sure. He's got physicality. Okay.
He can have physicality. Yeah, I mean,
he either does or he doesn't.
Whoa.
You can't have both. Show me
not
something
true.
that does.
How do we know
Yeah,
that?
okay.
Oh wait,
you have a limit.
What are you gonna show me? Water?
God?
He's saying God's got to have armpit hair.
So God is water, basically.
Oh, it's a little bit hard, and I'm not going to argue with that. But it's hard for me to understand. But I'm not God. I'm not shit. That's like you have us created for you. You're that powerful. And you created everything. You are everything, and I am part of you. Why don't you just create it? You know what I mean? It should have already been here. I'm not saying that it's God has his own way. So I'm not saying it's wrong. But for me, that's where my head goes. Is why? Why rely on a man? But maybe there's a backstory to that for a man to reach us. You know what I mean? I don't know.
The
go ahead,
first part of your sentence, you roboted a lot, and I pretty much couldn't grab. We grabbed the last part.
Yeah.
Hello? Am I coming through now?
Yep.
Okay, I just switched devices.
I mean, you were always coming through.
Oh, I thought I was roboting. My bad.
But just for my dumb ass, right? The tabernacle is some kind of portable tent system for placing the Ark of the Covenant. So
Yeah.
it's like a portable home for that. It's a portable garage for the Ark of the Covenant. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, basically, it was like a safety net. So the Ark produced so much power. If you didn't contain it when it was activated, it would destroy things.
Yeah, I'm aware of all that. So what about the tabernacle was in its construction made it so that it contained this mighty force beyond that of the Ark itself containing some sort of force?
It probably had something to do with the combination of the materials that the Ark was made out of and the material that the tablets were made out of. When you put those two things together, it created a battery, basically.
Oh, okay. The tablets go in the Ark?
Yeah, the tablets went in the Ark, and then it turned on.
And some kind of rope is in there too, or something? Some sort of twisted or braided thing there as well?
I don't know. I think so. I don't know. I haven't really. I read all of the instructions to build it, but I can't recall it off the top of my head. I just know the general idea of it.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it seems. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Go on.
It's all right.
I was going to say I love this conversation, although I do tiptoe around it because I try to be respectful. But it is interesting to me to think of, because I've read a few passages here and there. Like I know it's ridiculous. I've read one or two passages, but I've read a few things where I've thought, okay, there's a load of words there that seem to be saying a thing, but to me they're saying something completely different. Like they're not saying, like they're talking about a courtroom setting, and it doesn't. To me, they were talking about karma, and it was very, very obvious. So it is an interesting idea to me that you could have a puzzle within a framework, a set of words, and the more spiritually alive, if you like, or blind, you know, like, so you could have a rich guy, for instance, who's, you know, got the most extensive library, and he could buy this book, but he couldn't read it. It never unlocked the puzzle, sort of thing.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit like the secrets of alchemy and stuff like that, as far as like they're hidden pictorially, and if you don't understand what those references are anchored to, then you will not really understand how to do anything. So it might be that, you know, like this, or a lot of these like mystery schools are kind of built in that same fashion, you know, so as to prevent somebody from just like hacking their shit up and misusing their knowledge.
The Bible is probably the most interesting book because people interpret it in so many different ways. It's insane. And most people have no idea what they're reading. I mean, most people somehow like they start with it being some kind of, in the beginning was a metaphor, and then there's touches of reality, and then it's more metaphors, and then it's a little bit of reality, and then more metaphors, but Jesus was real, but then it's metaphors, and it's like, where do you exist? Yeah, because people.
What do you mean? Who says it's a metaphor?
Well, so in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now, the first question you should ask is, what did he create them out of? Most people have no fucking idea, and they flip their lids trying to rationalize their own existence. Because they think they know what they're reading, but they don't.
Well, again, Andy, hold my beer. Were you the one who mentioned karma or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. The book, the library, the Bible, is concerned primarily with like spiritual laws, which essentially is the same concept as karma is. Of course, karma is spiritual laws that affect you in this life, whereas I guess the laws in the Bible don't necessarily
to heaven and hell and afterlife too.
Jesus fucking okay. What was I saying? The
laws don't necessarily.
Thanks. Let him finish his thought. Bloody hell.
The laws in the Bible don't necessarily only apply to this life and cause and effect events in this life, but also in the next life. So it's you could almost call it an expanded karma in a sense, but I don't know if karma has all their laws written out or whatever, but the Bible is like one of the primary concerns is spiritual laws, which to my understanding is what karma is. I could be wrong about what karma is, but yeah.
Snacks, do you want to get in?
No, I'm just yelling shit while I'm muted. It makes more sense.
So karma is what you put in, you get out. That's it.
So yeah, some of the contents inside the Ark of the Covenant, you have the rod of Aaron, which is apparently like a branch of some sort that had budded. You had that. You had the 2 tablets, whose material is unknown. Some say it was regular stone. I don't know. I know that the first pair were apparently made out of some heavenly crystal. Some say sapphire, the original tablets, and a pot of manna was some of the contents inside the Ark of the Covenant when they were carrying it around. Well, the 2 tablets of the covenant, those were apparently you had on them at least the 10 commandments, or the 10 devarim, the 10 words.
Okay,
and these laws are eternal. These laws are eternal, and they were written on heavenly tablets. And apparently, there is like tablets, at least 7 scriptural tablets in the heavens that were written down before the foundations of the earth were even created. That this law was administered or was set and written in stone for eternity. Like these withstand the test of time. It says that heaven and earth will cease to exist, but my law or my word will never cease to exist.
So, I'm looking here at Exodus chapter 25, verse 8. And let them make me a sanctuary. So the tabernacle is a sanctuary for God. that I may dwell among them. Here's the reason for the sanctuary, so that he may dwell among Israel. So it says right here why he builds the tabernacle. It's a sanctuary so that he can dwell among Israel. Okay, here we go. Next verse. According to all that saw thee, after the pattern of the tabernacle and the pattern of the instructions thereof, even so shall ye make it. So that means he's going to give the instructions on how to make this tabernacle that he's going to dwell in. And the reason he's going to dwell in it is so that he can be around Israel, his chosen people. Here we go. And they shall make an ark of shittim wood, 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and the cubits and the breadth thereof, and 1.5 cubits the height thereof. And thou shalt overlay it with pure gold, within and without shall overlay it, and shall make it upon a crown of gold round about. And thou shalt cast 4 rings of gold on it. So, yeah, it's clearly a box made of wood and gold. Line of Yah said it has a couple of items in it, and it clearly states the reason for it. The reason it's there is that he can dwell with Israel. It's right there.
Well,
you can go to Exodus 25 and look it up for yourself. Thank you.
Not only that, it also, what was it patterned after? You read over it, but you read it really quick. So
okay,
it was patterned after. No, it's fine.
Okay.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying that I want to emphasize that it was patterned after.
What?
Lion.
I think maybe he cut out, did he?
Yeah.
I got a call, bro. I got a call. I'm just simply stating that the tabernacle that Moshe was instructed to build was patterned after a heavenly tabernacle with a heavenly ark of the covenant, with a heavenly altar. Even the priesthood was patterned after a heavenly priesthood of 24 elders, with in my opinion are 24 Melahim, 24 angels with a high priest. So the whole priesthood on earth was patterned after a heavenly priesthood. It's insane.
So I was just gonna post that this video that it's probably a year old now at least. And it says, "Oh, I don't think I can post it. Oh, there it is. Biochemistry debunks religion, Freemasonry, and chickenpox," which is a bit close to the. I don't know. I don't want to get. But anyway, the point is that it shows you that, and again, I'm not. It doesn't really debunk religion in the way I'm saying. It sort of points to a different thing. It points to like it's showing you're like bio. They knew way more than we give them credit for. They weren't just these primitive people, and so it's worth a watch. I ain't watched it for a long time, but let me just say on the back of that I've talked to a lot of you, like Paul, for instance, Reg to Riches, who was like, "Look, you know what? I see it as I take it literally, the text, and if it says that it's going to be a metaphor, or whatever, then I'll try and read more into it." So I respect that. I don't. Do you know what I mean? I'm not trying to say it's one way or another. It just seems to me that there's a puzzle inside that text. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just because I kind of like I can get my Sherlock Holmes hat on, you know. I kind of like puzzles, and I think I look at history in a similar way, where I think there's a middle way here, right? These people said this, those people said this, and the truth's usually somewhere in the middle. But yo,
what? Didn't it sound
Biochemistry does not prove religion in any way,
no,
shape, or form.
dude, come on, just go watch the video, and then come back.
You didn't watch the video. I'm absolutely 150,000% certain that you have not watched the video and therefore cannot speak on what it's talking about. Thank you.
No, has ruled. Okay.
No, I am a biochemist, so I can't
But you
speak
didn't
on
watch
the
the
fact
video.
that
Did you watch the
religion
video?
has
You did not watch
nothing
the
to
video.
do.
You did not watch the
Well,
video.
just go
Therefore,
watch
you
the
You're just
cannot
video.
talking
speak
I think
on
over
the
you're fine.
video.
me.
Provided
It's
You
that you can
cannot.
access the
verified.
video
You
about how you're a
cannot
It's
speak
biochemist
on
as
it.
still
You
well.
too
cannot
early,
speak
Alright,
on
y'all.
the
everybody.
Okay,
video. You
okay,
did not
okay,
watch.
okay.
What you're just
Moderation.
talking about
Do I
something
have
you
to mute
don't
everybody?
know anything about.
Do I have to mute
Watch the
everybody?
video. Watch
I'm
it.
down. Okay.
Chase.
Next one that speaks is gonna get muted. Please calm
Yeah,
down.
like I
Don't
said,
talk every Noah.
Yeah, they just talked right over me. Didn't even.
Dude.
What
Say
might have
next
been the I am.
I said next one that speaks is gonna get muted and y'all keep going. Try to moderate, try to calm everybody down, but y'all keep on speaking. One at a time, please. If this is gonna get too cringy, too out of hand, we can move on from the religion talk.
Yeah, sorry,
okay.
man. I didn't even hear you say you were modding. That's how much over talking it was. Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
that's all right, right here.
Okay, I was just gonna say, the title of the video is pretty clickbait. It doesn't really have any. I don't know if it really has anything to do with biochemistry the way that Jace, I guess, understands it. So for him to come in here and say that I'm an expert on the field when the video probably has nothing to do with the field that he's talking about, it probably has like, dude, you really need to watch the video before you can criticize it because you're way out of your depth. You have
I
no idea.
wasn't criticizing the video. Somebody said biochemistry proves religion, and
That's the title of the
ridiculous.
video. That's the title of the video. The
title of the video
of the
is
video that this guy posted at 17 minutes after the hour. Biochemistry debunks religion, Freemasonry, and chickenpox is the title of the video. That's what he was referencing to. You did not even know that he was referencing a video. And like we were all saying, you have to watch the video first because it's a clickbait title. It has nothing to do with biochemistry the way you understand it. And if you keep speaking on it, you'll just be speaking out of ignorance. Thank you.
Yeah, well said.
Yep, that's all we were saying.
So let's just move on. Let's not get derailed. Let's move on to another topic, whatever. We don't have to fight over
Yeah,
stupid
well,
shit.
just to clarify, I wasn't talking about that video. I know you keep like bringing that up. I was talking about the claim that somebody had said, not the video.
Yes, there was no
Video
claim.
I could
Wasn't
care
a-
less about.
There was no
Well,
claim.
Chase, you're talking again. They're saying you're saying okay, biochemistry doesn't do that. Okay, that's not what they were saying. They were talking about a video. You all you heard was biochemistry proves religion, yada yada yada, and then you were like you spoke because of that.
Yeah, I could have heard.
Yeah, it was not a
That's
claim.
not what you were claiming.
There was no claim.
This guy just continuously talks over me.
But there was no claim, and it's not over talking. It's just you can't. It seems like people say things, and then you purposely don't listen to them. There was no claim. It was the title of a video. The title might be clickbait, but the title is not a claim. If someone speaks the name of a book, he is not speaking a claim. He is speaking the title of the book. That's all that occurred.
And I think Andy, you weren't done, right?
Yeah, it's fine. I would just I just want to say that I in no way like because I'm just some idiot on the internet. What do I know? I mean, if you want to listen, like I asked North or somebody like that, somebody who really knows that they've read the text a lot or lying, and you tell me, but like but this video to me, there seems to be some good stuff in there, and it just tells me that book it has more depth to it than we can even imagine. So I just hope nobody got the wrong impression. Like I'm just saying, oh, this is so just throw it away because it's debunks it. No. To me, this is like, yeah, there's more to that book than I even imagined. So perhaps
So,
I'm to understand.
let's ignore the religion part of it and just let's entertain the idea that there was like first contact, right, where you had beings of another world and their creator coming to Earth and landing on Mount Sinai. And the scriptures say there was 10,000 times 10,000 myriads upon myriads of angels that accompanied a throne that perceivably looked like chariots of fire, or like it's insane. And if this really happened, and they really communicated, and the people really heard like a voice speak from this mountain, like we gotta investigate this. We can't just disregard it as pure myth.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I find it hard to wrap my head around stuff like that, and so perhaps that's why I'm thinking, well, it must be metaphor because it can't have happened then. I mean, it couldn't happen now, so couldn't have happened then either.
You don't think that we could be invaded by beings of another world, whether malevolent or benevolent? You don't think they could come visit at all?
No,
Ever?
I don't. Like I say, if it could, then it could be a limit to my understanding of things. I first put my hand up and say I might, but it's a real leap, isn't it? Don't you think? Oh well, that's why I've said a few times you got some wacky ideas. So maybe that's why I'm always thinking it must mean something else. So again, I'm trying to be very respectful because the last thing I want
It's
to do
all good, bro.
is whatever. Because I imagine somebody would say, "Oh, this must be somebody's testing my faith," or someone. No, no. Well, you know that I believe in God absolutely, and if anything, I'd want to strengthen that in someone. I wouldn't want to turn anyone off from that. So, yeah.
You don't believe in ufology at all? Like any chariots of fire? That's their description of what they seen in the sky. In modern times, it could be UFOs or whatever. But
Yeah, right. But it could be
seems to
symbolic,
circular,
though.
oval.
It's a lot of.
Sorry, Snacks. Were you trying to get in? I
Go
think
on.
talk.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wait until he's done. I didn't realize I was bumping into. I think he's mid thought. Sorry.
Go on. No, you good. Go on.
Yeah, the chariots of fire, all that stuff, or the whatever. It's a lot of them thought that that there were vehicles basically for the gods, and that's what the bright lights were that were moving. So, you know what I'm saying? I think that's probably just for the. Well, I guess for any of the sun, moon, or wandering stars. Yeah, the rest of them, they kind of, because they're at the same place all the time, pretty much, or they just basically move. I think they're in a different category of observation for them. But yeah, like you see, geez, a bunch of the different gods basically having vehicles or chariots like that. So it's pretty arcane thought. But I think it's basically like out of like the Assyrian or places where they had chariots. Like if they didn't have chariots, it would be kind of a crazy metaphor to have. Be like, what the fuck are those? Right.
Some have explained them away as like, oh, they're just talking about planets or the stars, the wheels in the sky, like the constellations of Mazzaroth. Right? They try to rationalize Ezekiel's wheels upon wheels, but that's not what Ezekiel is literally seeing. Like, if a technology way far advanced than he was ever exposed to, right? And I truly believe that some of these principalities can maneuver in crafts that resemble chariots of fire. Like I don't just pass it off as like, oh well, it's just the stars. Like the three wise men, there was an orb that they were following through the desert that led them to Messiah. But like, people will rationalize that and reduce it to just it must have been an asteroid or Venus, or they were following Venus in the horizon. Like
there's
not everything has to be reduced to just logical practical conclusions. Like I understand, but we're missing the supernatural part of it. The magic is gone because people reduce these experiences to just mere like practical phenomena. You know what I mean? But yeah, go ahead.
But it's as if to like discredit the idea that like the wise men had anything to do with the constellation Orion or those three stars. And it's like, yeah, well, those stars existed before those wise men were ever born, right? So, there is astrotheology kind of baked into a lot of this stuff. I mean, the sun, the moon, the calendar. You know what I mean? Like we're
Yeah,
we're
but
all poles and
all
things.
that was given to us
Oh,
for signs. Like it
when?
was all there for that.
And it's been many stories before that, right? And it may be other stories after, but you know, we can only put things in context that we can understand, you know. So if we anyway, so but those three stars have a cycle, a periodic cycle, and that there is something that precedes the Orion constellation, and that happened like a couple of years ago with the great convergence, right? And that itself is the myth of the birth of the god Orion out of the Greek stuff. And so, you know, to just take that for instance, right? Like if these repeated cycles happen and that there is like an astrotheological or astro, you know, explanation that they're making to just give people a knowledge base, you know, so they don't freak out when things go on. You know, they're like, oh yeah, we already know about this. We have a whole myth about it. It's cool. You know what I mean? Everything just rides on. It's fine. But it might cause like fear and crazy shit to happen with people if they didn't know what was going on, or that there's a reason. Like, wouldn't you find some way to explain shooting stars? You know, with like Leonids and Perseids and stuff like that. That's just every month. It's just somewhere different. So it's always just moving around, and like that's why so many cultures have things that they use to explain that because they see it, you know. So to discount all that and then just be like, oh yeah, just the Bible was it, like just because we have like these explanations that they're not in company of other explanations. That's all I'm trying to say. Like because you're blinding yourself to a lot of information that can be helpful in kind of determining like what the true course of mankind has been, you know. That's all. You want me to keep going? I could do that. But
yeah,
you know, just
I was liking what you're saying,
I'm not really following.
Actually,
yeah, you're not really.
so I
You never
had to
did.
leave for a second, but when I
Go ahead.
left, we were talking about the tabernacle. Another really interesting thing about the ark and the tabernacle is the only ones that were allowed in there were the sons of Aaron, and they were murderers.
Wait, did they have to murder someone upon birth, or
I don't know, but they were all murderers.
Were they
Wow.
killers?
Wait.
Yeah,
Were they
they were
killers or
killers.
murderers?
Same thing. Killers,
Were they
like
killers?
killers of other people.
Oh yeah, wait.
He's talking about after the golden calf incident, they had to murder. They had to
Or murderers,
kill
because there's a big difference between those two.
3,000
Okay.
their brothers.
So was one of the apostles. So was one of the apostles. You want to repeat that? You're breaking.
I think he said so was one of the apostles.
Yeah, so can you
Well, yeah.
So
He was
the sons
a warmonger.
the sons
I think it was Baracus or something.
Got some lags happening here.
Yeah, I
There's
don't
a lot
know.
of delays.
Yeah, I'm coming in late. So the sons being an entire line and descendants and lineage and every generation upon
Correct.
generation upon generation. So every generation.
Yeah, I'm sure they had some.
some.
Well, they had initiation rites too. I mean, before you could even go into the tabernacle, I think you had to make a sacrifice.
A human sacrifice? Like you have to
No, of like an
murder them?
animal.
Oh, but you said they're all murderers. So I'm
They
confused.
are. It tells you in the book where they murder people.
So
I think
not
they
all
murder.
of them.
Well, again, killers and murderers are different, dude.
Now I can't remember exactly where. I remember reading it, but they went and they murdered a bunch of people who wanted to join the sons of Aaron. They wanted to marry one of their daughters or something like that. A daughter of Aaron, and like the sons of Aaron agreed to it or something like that, and they had to do something. I can't remember exactly what it was, but they ended up just killing them in the end, anyways, instead of actually accepting them in. It was kind of weird. I wish I could remember where it was.
I don't know. This
I
sounds
think he's
like
talking.
a plot to Game of Thrones.
Is it me or is Dice Slow roboting?
But
Robo Dice Slow.
While he's trying to come back, if you wrote a book about today's world, would you include murder?
Sorry, I don't know if we're going down a thing there.
I'm sorry. I think I misspoke. It wasn't the sons of Aaron. It's the sons of Levi.
No matter who it was, if you wanted to tell the story of that time period and use it as an example of what to do or what not to do, would you include it in your book? I would.
Oh yeah, but I'm simply talking about them and their association with the Ark, and the fact that they were the ones who were the only ones who were allowed to go into where the Ark was, were the murderers.
You might want to post that scripture and verse and read it in context and read the chapter before.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Before we talk
That's what I'm
about it.
doing.
Yeah, never heard that, but that doesn't mean anything. I just heard about the vaults of heaven 2 years ago. So there's many things in there that you're gonna misinterpret, or there's definitely stories about murder in the Bible, 100%.
Yeah, a lot of them were murderers. Moshe was a murderer. Paul was a murderer. What's your point?
Moses killed people.
Yeah, there was wicked priests in the past.
Yeah, there's wicked people now that commit murders that find their way into heaven because they redeem themselves and they're born again. They leave that life of being a murderer and follow Christ. So then lo and behold, they're going to be in heaven. A murderer in heaven? God,
Isn't there
hard to believe?
Isn't there a different? Oh, my bad. Am I still roboting?
No, you're
a bit like.
Isn't there a difference between a killer and a murderer, though, in the eyes of God?
Yep.
So I think we need to make that distinction when labeling those individuals properly.
Well, if I
Some of
wanted
them
to
are
go
just
against
murderers.
if I wanted to go against the Bible or God's word to kind of prove my point that I'm against God or against the Bible, I could tell all types of stories in a certain way, like this guy is doing, and kind of swayed it one way or another. Of course, nobody doubts that.
I was just going to say, I'd love it if we could get some, maybe your favorite Bible passages or whatever it is, a little bit, maybe something that says a thing where you're like, oh, I'm not sure what that means. That could be most of the Gospel of Thomas for me, but that's probably a separate thing. But I remember Smurf sent me a Freemason Bible, and my favorite bit at the start was like, oh, here's some of the favorite, because here's some of the favorite passages from certain lodges. So they'd put them at the start of the book somewhere, I don't know, and say from 20 lodges, they'd got them on a plaque, say, or whatever. And so I was reading the passages, and I enjoyed reading them, and then I enjoyed looking into them a little more, if you will, on Bible Gateway or something like that. And then almost so I was looking at it, and I was like, okay, these set of words say this, but I'm sure they mean something else. So do you know what I'm saying? To me, that's fun. It might not be fun for some people. I don't know, but
no, I was going to answer your question of one of your favorite verses, but then you added the new parameter that it's one of those things what does it really mean? But one of my favorite verses I think isn't brought up a lot. It's really straight to the point. Is Hosea 4:6. It says, "My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge."
That's interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. So being, willfully ignorant, or ignorance is bliss. This whole idea. And
well, there's a lot of hating on Gnosticism. I've heard loads of people say, "Oh, that's going down the Gnostic route. You don't want that." And then I've thought, well, Gnostic just meant knowledge, doesn't it? So
yeah, gnosis.
Yeah. So they were obviously trying to figure something out.
No,
but then I have to
I
ask.
would like to. Oh, I'm
Just
sorry.
one sec. Then I have to ask, to what end, though? to what end?
Yeah,
And then people say enlightenment to
the
what?
end of salvation.
You're gonna know more than God.
The
It's
salvation
totally silly.
is John 10:1. John 10:1. Those who try to enter the house not through the whatever are burglars and thieves. They're trying to use knowledge to essentially gain salvation, save their soul from hell, instead of faith in God. And that's the whole heresy, and that's the whole reason that the Gnostics and the Christians were like in this battle, I guess, in the beginning, because the Gnostics thought that they could go to heaven just by knowing things. Whereas as it says in the New Testament, it's by faith. You're saved by faith.
That's one of the most interesting things I think about this conversation, where you have a group of people, whatever, and they're like,
Andy.
we have all these ideas that could set us whatever,
Andy.
and then we have this other set of people, but it's through faith. It's got to be through faith. That's one of the best
It has to be
conversations.
through faith. Because if God tells you to do something, right, but you don't know why God tells you to do it, you have to have faith in God and do it anyways. Even though you don't know why you're doing it, God told you, so you have to do it. You don't have to have faith.
He told me how through the book.
You don't have to have faith. You can say, I don't have faith. I'm not going to do what God says. I have more knowledge. I know what's better for me. I know what's better for me than God because I have knowledge. I don't need faith. Whereas faith is, I will do what God says, even if I don't even know why. I'm just going to do it because I know God knows better. God knows what's better for me than I even know what's better than for me myself. And that's the whole argument of faith versus knowledge, right? Some people are trying to build up their knowledge so that they can know what they're doing is right. Other people have faith. I know what I'm doing is right because God told me. Thank you.
Yeah, Hosea 4:6, by the way. You should read all of it because it's really good. My people have perished for lack of knowledge because you have rejected knowledge. I reject you from being priest for me. Since you have forgotten the Torah of your Elohim, I also forget your children. Okay, thanks. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, boom. The modern church doesn't like that one, huh?
So that's interesting then, isn't it, with it? Because I remember you having that conversation with Miggy a while back, where he was talking about similar things to what I've said, where it's to what end, but the Creator made you a very curious person and wanting to know things, but to what end is by to know, I mean, so you adhere to this one book. Is that the Torah then, or is it the Bible? I get confused.
The Torah is the first Bible.
The Bible's a
Torah,
library.
The Bible is a library. Is that what you just said, Noah?
Technically, yeah, that's what the word Bible literally translates to library, and the word holy translates to set apart. So Holy Bible means the set apart library. A library of books that are different from any other books, essentially, is what the title means.
So Torah is the first 5 books. And you know what Torah literally means?
No.
Instructions.
Right.
It's an instruction manual for life. So it's like, you can try to put together, like we were talking earlier about how it says, by looking at nature, all men are without excuse, and like the idea, well, what they do before the compilation of text, and do you have to have the text? And well, it pretty clearly says you don't have to, but you'll be judged based on what you do know or have access to, etc. You'll be judged based on your knowledge, right? But anyway, it's like you can try to build the baby changing table just by winging it, but you may be there for like 3-4 hours and have to take it apart, and it may fall and collapse when you put your baby on it, God forbid.
Nah, bro. Just show me the picture. Just show me the picture, and I'll have it done.
No, you're cheating. You're not allowed to look at the picture. Are you talking about the finished picture?
Yeah, finished picture of the.
No, not my baby changing table, buddy. No, I promise. Or you can open up the instructions, and it tells you step by step how to build the table the right way. So you can do it yourself and maybe mess up, and you can even look at the instructions and still mess up. maybe misinterpret the instructions, misapply them, think, oh, well, I can skip that step or whatever, and then mess up. But it's an instruction guide to help you build the table. That's what the Torah is.
Yeah,
So-
that makes sense. I mean, I do wonder if you could become so aligned with the present moment, with nature, if you will, that there's no person involved whatsoever, and then then it truly would be not my will, but thy will be done. I do wonder about that. I remember I was watching what's Owen's? Remember Owen's mate with the jaws? What's that guy's name?
Yeah, Jim Bob.
Jim Bob, yeah, made by Jim Bob. I was watching that guy once, and he had like a phone in. He was pretty good for a little bit. I don't know why I'd stopped watching it, but anyway, this guy phoned in. They were like a video call, and he was wandering about his backyard, and he said he were following somebody. I don't know who, but he was like chapter and verse in like a mofo, and like I remember just watching this poor guy and thinking the last thing this guy needs is more words. Like he's lost in words. Like he just looked like he was hanging on by a thread, bless him. But seemed very unhinged. And like I was gonna write a comment because it's very rare I write comments on YouTube. But I was going to write, but I never did. This is typical of me. I probably did make like 3 or 4 comments a year. But I was going to put just right underneath that video, this guy needs to just take his dog for a walk. He would and be still. He doesn't need more words.
Real quick, I just want to elaborate on the word Torah and that, aura. We hear this word aura or orb. There's a primal root to that word in the Hebrew. And in the Hebrew, where you get the word aura, it means light or uncovered darkness or confusion, depending on, how you use it. But it means light. Or means light. And the light can expose the darkness. The light can expose confusion. And you got the word yara, which means to point out or to direct. And the word Torah is literally a compound word. And it's using both the word or and the word yara. So the light points to what is righteousness and what is darkness. The light, the Torah. And so ora, which is literally a separate word in the Hebrew, ora. All it's missing is the tav in Torah. You take the tav away and you have ora. Ora means I shall point out, I shall direct. Torah means he shall give light and direction. And then urim, when you get the word, the turim and the tumen. I mean the urim and the tumen. I shall give lights to them. That's what urim means. I shall give lights to them. And then you got Proverbs. For the commandment is a lamp, and the Torah is light. And it's instructions, but it's not just instructions. It's light to our eyes. It's light to our souls. But yeah, go ahead.
I just think that people. This is why I've often, said that ideas are dangerous, because perhaps you need to go through a certain amount of suffering first. I don't know what it is, but essentially, what you observe, and certainly myself, but easily, the people, is that they don't have thoughts. The thoughts have them. The idea takes root in that person, and then it doesn't let go of them. They're not free at all. They're just locked into this idea. So ideology is very dangerous to me. That's the way I see it. So perhaps I don't know, I need to look at this Torah, I guess. From what I've seen and from what it's produced, when I look at people like JT, I look at it. You guys seem pretty cool, so maybe this is one set of ideas which is pretty good. And didn't someone say that the book itself was saying you don't need the book or something like that? So there it's pointing to, like I've said before, if it's saying the kingdom of God is within, and right there it's showing you that you don't need a book. But I suppose it's good to for some people that do, maybe.
I mean, do you think people get conditioned after a while? Like it's difficult to say, like, within our modern society, like, but aren't there generations of your lines like that have lived and died, but like, is there some kind of epigenetic information where we have, is there something like genetic memory that where you just have instinctual intelligence? It's a little bit different than being taught, but just that you intuitively understand things based on
Definitely. I love that Krishnamurti. I'm watching him, and he coins this term, choiceless awareness. Isn't that good? Choiceless awareness. I love that. And I think it just means to be very as present as possible, because we tend to get take away. It's funny because I've been told it's because I'm a Pisces, but I don't know. But I tend to get lost in thought more than most. I'm a bit of a dreamer, but I'm not the only one.
You had to run away high so you wouldn't come home low. I got you.
So I differ in my perspective on morality, that we are born with a moral compass, but everybody has a different moral compass, and they're not all calibrated the same. And there are certain things that are in the gray that we, as human beings, we don't know the right judgment call, right? Where the word of God does convict us and perfect us, where we can't do that on our own. We don't have the renewed heart that we're promised. We haven't received that yet. And I know a lot of people a lot of Christians talk about that we have a new heart, and now we can discern between good and evil at all times. But that's just not the case. We depend on the word as our sustenance to dictate to us and expose to us what is darkness, because it's not clear to human beings exactly what is considered darkness to the Creator's eyes. But the word does convict us so that we have no excuse. Because there are people that have never been exposed to the word that don't even know what they're doing is wrong, and they continue to do it. And those people, if they truly haven't been exposed to the word and they truly don't have a relationship, and they're isolated in some remote island somewhere, those people aren't going to be judged the same way as I am, because I'm not ignorant of the word anymore. I've read it for myself, so now I'm held to a higher standard. But yeah, go ahead.
No, that's a good point. You make a good point there, Lion. For me, I can only speak from my own experience, where Snacks, you hot mic, you dude. So say I'm fumbling along and I'm making all kinds of mistakes, and he's making me suffer terribly, and I'm making me suffer. I can project it outwards and say, no, it's you or it's them, it's her. They're making me suffer. But no, it's ultimately you that's making yourself suffer. And then through this terrible suffering, it sort of rips away the bullshit, and so you become more aligned with what is. I think naturally, this is where I kept saying that to spiritual entropy. There's this pressure that's pushing everyone, and I do wonder if you could become so aligned that then there is no, there's no choice. You just do, you just be, I guess. And then there's no mistakes to be made. I don't know, because I'm still just fallible. I still make mistakes, and I still get lost in thoughts occasionally. And I've been doing this for a long time, so yeah, I don't know. I do wonder if I could just become so still that the I don't know, the creator itself could speak through me. But maybe I'm deluding myself. I don't know. But it is when I've been. It feels so good that I don't want to speak. I don't want to speak over it. I don't want to speak over that silence because it just feels so peaceful. So I don't know.
have you listened or checked out Steve Young and his exploration for finding cosmic stillness?
No.
No, me either. Thought it was relevant. But that is what he's that's what his like you know, he has like, I guess you could call it a class, or you could call it just like his objective is to kind of teach what we're searching for, what you just claimed you were searching for.
Well, the irony, the funny thing is that what I realized was that the thing that I was searching for, I already had. And every person has that stillness inside of them, but it's just obscured by thinking, by all kinds of chaos that's going on in the head, and the terrible suffering that I went through, and I'm talking like to the edge of madness. But I, like Andy Dufresne, I come out the other side sticking of roses. But that's alcoholism. That's a baptism of fire right there. I talked about that before, where like you drink, people that perhaps don't realize it, but one of the things that I've said this a million times, so sorry if you've heard it, but it slows down that mind stream, doesn't it? And then all of a sudden, it just feels very peaceful. And then a few more drinks and you just pass out. But if enlightenment is anything, whatever that is, I would say it's not unlike being drunk, but without the terrible side effects of alcoholism.
Now here's another interesting thing about the Ark and the Tabernacle and all that stuff. The priests, who were the sons of Aaron, because only the sons of Aaron could become priests. The priests didn't eat bread; they only ate meat. Leviticus 6:23. Every cereal offering of a priest shall be wholly burned; it shall not be eaten. And that's the only thing they ever offered was meat and cereal, breadings.
That's pretty interesting. Well, they used to also like let's get some Vedic in here. They used to just basically to hope for their grains to actually grow better for their whatever crops that they were planting. They would also burn these in a sacred fire to like sort of talk to their creator and have him bless that area. But it's a little bit of a similar tradition, just about. Ritual burnings.
You guys believe that there's chemicals that you can put in the air to influence the weather? Because, I'm just going to sound a little out there, but I heard of some sort of, this was a while ago, so I can't remember where it was from, but essentially this Greek ritual, fertility ritual, where they burn something, but like actually what they're burning causes some sort of chemical reaction in the clouds to cause them to rain more or something. That's just throwing that out there. You can call that retarded if you want.
It's called cloud. Listen. Wikipedia. This one. It's really easy to find. Cloud seeding. They started it. I think around World War I. Not sure. But
what I'm talking about is ancient Greece, like Aristotle and Pythagoras times, like 500 BC. They're burning some shit, some sort of rite of Vulcan, which apparently is some sort of volcano god or something, and they put some cloud up in the air, and apparently, like, some guys were saying in modern day, like, this could potentially influence the weather, blah, blah, blah.
There's also like another route to this too. I guess just with burning things, that they say that just the ashes of that thing are like the anion and cations of same particles, and you know what I mean. This is like some orgone energy type thing, but that basically it restores out the ecosystem. But much like a forest fire does the same thing, as it's kind of renewing the land, and I guess in some way, you know, it does kind of happen like that, or you know, smoke may cause it to rain because of just like the moisture, adhering to the particles and smoke and stuff like that.
That makes me think of when you burn sacraments, when you burn marijuana, right? And you're inhaling the essence of a plant through fire, through combustion. To us, it's so commonplace. We're used to it. We grew up, our parents smoking tobacco, like it's just like a regular thing. But if you really stop and just look at it, like, what are you doing? You're consuming the essence of a plant with, by fire. Like, isn't that like kind of like pharmakia in a way, or some sort of alchemy? Like, what do you like? It has to be like, you can't just disregard it. Like, and then all the effects that it can have. Like, we know that smoking a substance is way more potent than eating it. Well, debatably, but you get what I'm saying.
That's not true, man. Eating it is way more potent than smoking it.
I mean, just burning something is alchemical. So it's an alchemical function.
Light up, yeah.
All right, check it out. So it's literal alchemy. What you're doing is you're taking an element and turning it from one thing to another thing. So you're turning. I'm sorry. You're using an element. I was wrong. You're using an element to change something into something else, not necessarily change its whole properties. But for instance, when you burn something, you take it from what it is. Say it's plant matter. You burn the plant. Well, now it's carcinogenic plant matter. It's plant particulate that has been changed, and the magnetic stuff is all different, and the field probably changed, and all kinds of crazy shit goes on with that. But what's funny about it is you can burn something a million times. You're never going to actually get rid of it. You're just going to separate it into smaller and smaller pieces.
This might be a carbonization in terms of alchemical process, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm not going to look it up, but there's other things like calcification and other processes. But on the alchemy tip, not a lot of modern alchemists out there, are there? But anyway.
Well, I mean, you could call the blood over intent people alchemists, right? The people doing blood magic.
Yeah. I think it's like
technically alchemy.
Niche sacrificial like magic.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Yeah. But I mean,
it's magic for fighters.
Listen, we're performing alchemy whether or not we like it, even with our thoughts, our intentions, our emotions, our decisions, our words, the whole deal.
It's interesting. Like, just thinking about like what I mean, even some of these monoatomic type things, or what they call like white mana, which is just like volcanic ashes and all kinds of stuff like that. But like, you could have a solution made out of that, or you could just ingest it. You know what I mean? And then it's like getting like you're processing like earth materials like with your stomach, and that's maybe a little bit like alchemy going on there.
Oh, absolutely. So, I think what I meant to say about
like
the process.
Can I close? I want to say something really profound.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Just my strong close is that like we are alchemical bodies. Like our setup does that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we process. So like what I keep trying to say is like there's elements. There's 4 elements that we can tangibly get to: air, earth, fire, water, and it's using one of those elements to change something, change the state of something to perhaps include other elements or make it something different. You know what I mean? Like it's using, so alchemy is using one of the 4 elements to perhaps manipulate physical reality. I think.
Okay, you could look at it that way. I mean, yeah, I was just going like with the, I guess, classical stuff or whatever kind of books I can get my hands on. Which is
I hear you. It's crazy.
You know what I mean?
Research Hermes Trismegistus and the Emerald Tablets of Thoth and all that stuff, and you'll go down a rabbit hole.
I know about the Hermes Trismegistus. I'm not so 100% on the Emerald Tablets, but but then it's like, how did they make Emerald Tablets? Because they're probably not emerald. So like, it makes me think that they were probably just making things like glass. You know what I mean? From slags. You know what I mean? And and they had an understanding of metallurgy, maybe different than what we mess around with. But like, they were definitely fucking around with stuff. So
yeah.
And then I wonder, like, what in the when we're talking about the Ark of the Covenant, like, what is the mana? You know what I mean? And I've heard other people like describe, like modern people, like say that mana is related to like monatomic gold or something like that, which is just a way that you can process that material. It's maybe in a little bit like easier than how we do it too. A lot of it's just through chemical manipulations.
So I just want to say that the Emerald tablets are fascinating, and I've looked into them, but it's hard to really pinpoint any credible source. But I've read a ton of material on it. But the idea that there's like tablets of stone and crystal with encryption on it, that's very ancient. And I brought it up earlier because if there are other realms above us, like in these realms, these entities can write. Right? There's language. There's literature. There's even clothing. Like it's insane. Like if you really stop and really consider this to be true, like there's beings that wear clothes in realms above us, and they have writing, and they have tablets that they write on sapphire and emerald. Like, come on.
Well, the alternative to that is the as I've said before in that conversation I was having with Blaze in Livestream too, if that stillness is sanity, and then the more on a sliding scale you move away from that, because that's what I think of as the beast, the carnal mind, and that's getting away from nature. So if you think of it like that, like today when we look around and we see people confused by a lot of things, by their own gender even, to me that's a very simple way of looking at it. We are having to have this extraordinary stuff that you were just talking about, Lane. It could be that too. I don't know, but that's the way I see it.
Well, here's the thing. Like in the wild, like you're not gonna find a slab of sapphire or a slab of emerald. It's not like that.
I want to ask Sensi, because he brought it up, the emerald tablets.
Yeah.
Do you know what font it was written in, and what is your opinion on the font?
I don't know what font
research.
it's written in. No, I don't know the font. What is it? Aramaic or whatever? What is it?
I don't want to say.
Oh,
you already
Greek?
know what it is, dude.
Is it Greek? I don't know.
Nope.
Hebrew.
Depending on the scholars, they'll tell you it's Phoenician.
Oh, Phoenician. Yeah. That makes sense.
They'll say it's Phoenician, but if you look, it's Phoenician.
Historically, yeah, that makes sense.
So who are the Phoenicians?
They developed language, phonetics. When someone says phonics, I'm hooked on phonics. That comes from the Phoenicians. They supposedly determined one of the first way to communicate with each other. I think, right? First language, the first like spoken word. Am I right? Or at least that's what we're told. The thing that shared they
No, they had an alphabet.
Am I wrong? Oh yeah, they did the alphabet. Right.
Yeah, people spoke before the Phoenicians, but
no, I meant what I meant was
the Phoenicians.
Alphabet.
The Phoenicians took their alphabet and related the symbols in the alphabet to the actual sounds coming out of your mouth instead of it being a little picture.
Yeah. Nice.
No, they're not the first people to do that.
I don't think I'll be able to continue because my reception, but the ancient Phoenicians were the rebellious Israelites. That's who they were. They mingled with the Assyrians and Persians, and so that's who the Phoenicians were. And that script is Hebrew. That's written in the Emerald tablets. Now, what is Hermes Trismegistus, right? Who we know as Thoth? What's he doing using Hebrew script?
Well, he must know something, maybe.
Well, the thing is, because Hebrew was the universal language before the fall of Babel, and him being a fallen angel would have been using that language because that language is apparently the same language that the angels use.
Right on.
But it's the ancient Hebrew that's been lost. So, anyways, I don't have to go down that route, but I'm just simply stating that.
Well, I have one more question.
We don't have to do that. We don't have to entertain this.
I have one more question for that. Would it be then? safe to say that in that vein, it would be wise, just so you can learn as much as you can, to research Hebraic gematria, right? Maybe.
Oh yeah, you could compute the Emerald Tablets.
Yeah, what's his name? The tribe of Dan went with the Phoenicians, traveled the world on the sailboats, some shit like that.
You know about the Tuatha De Danann?
Yeah, so the Phoenicians and the tribe of Dan lived right next to each other. And essentially, Dan got kicked out, so he decided to gang up with the Phoenicians, and then they just sailed everywhere, and that's the story.
Like, it seems like they wound up in basically Ireland.
Well, that's one of the places. They went to Spain. They went to Northern Africa, Carthage. They went.
So out of that though, there is that thing I posted earlier, which is Lu, or I guess Lu. Maybe I don't know how you would say it in Proto-Celtic or whatever, But anyway, if that generates from that era, then that's interesting. That's a tri-faced god. That's Lu, and that sounds a little bit like it could be a little bit like if you just put cipher on the end of it, could be an interesting fold in, right? Like, don't you think that biblically, at least, like that even from King James, that they had already absorbed these other tribal elements and stuff like that? It's how it kind of becomes the biblical canon to some degree. So it's like, I wonder if it's not like been used within their churches. Like, wouldn't you preach to different places where there are churches? Like, you'd go against folklore or whatever. You'd go against whatever you'd just be going Bible. So you're going to have different ways to kind of get at them, depending on what their beliefs are in a way. So I just wonder if it's not folded in that sense, like to where like Lu is like, I think, like an earth god, or not unrelated to like a Saturnian sort of concept, horns on his head and whatnot. And that is kind of like, pagan sort of, like, I guess people can understand devil horns, stuff like that. And, or no, actually, I think Lu actually has like antlers. Maybe he might have like deer antler horns or something like that. But
Horns
anyway,
represent power in the past. It doesn't mean evil. It means power. It's a crown, right? Someone wears a crown, and then someone's evil, and then 1,000 years later, everyone who wears a crown is evil. No, the horns were a crown. Like, it just represented power. You wore horns on your head if you were a powerful individual. And I think it started with Nimrod. He put horns on his head or some shit like that.
You know what I'd do? I'd fill those horns with magnets and copper. Fuck yeah.
It's fun that we can come together and try and piece all this shit together. I mean, it's probably 10 lifetimes to do it, but it's fun that we've found a crowd, a crowd of nerds that are like, let's figure this shit out.
The thing is, it's really interesting to talk about what is truly powerful here in this realm. It's always very, very interesting.
The realm, Middle Earth.
It has the most power.
We definitely live in Middle Earth. If you open a King James 1611 Bible, it has a map of all the places that the shit occurred in, and it literally says on the legend Middle Earth, and it's like, wait, that's where we live,
right?
And that's
then they also call it like Midgard also.
Yeah, Midgard, which literally means Middle Earth or Middle Kingdom or something like that.
And then you go to Asgard at the North Pole and you fucking party down for 2 weeks while the snow and ice is gone, and then you leave when the vortex starts back up. Wait, what?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, and then what they celebrated that with, they took it down south and made it into Stonehenge. And we're just like, yeah, well, this will be our mini version, Burning Man. I don't know. That's a pretty interesting thought.
Yeah.
But there, yeah, like I think it's near the Czech area, like Czechoslovakia, Germany, Austria, Hungary, maybe Hungarians, yeah, or the Hun-Orients. actually, as their proper name should be.
Attila the Hun.
Yeah, like the Huns, I guess, existed before Attila, but yeah. But they're Orients, right? So they're like, that's interesting to me, or that we call them the Orientals, or just this. It's all a lot of it ties to this Orion stuff. So I get down with this Orion connection.
And yes, and it's like orientation. To orientate is the first time you've done something, you become oriented with it, right? So
you orient
they might
yourself.
they might have been one of the first people to acknowledge becoming oriented to a specific kind of maybe practice, traditions, beliefs, or the truth of nature. Not sure.
So the Orient.
Yeah, the Orient.
A lot of this, like using of triplicate stuff in nature and not nature, architecture, and also in these like tri-faced gods that we have here between Lu and Brahma, and probably some others. And then there's the triune concept, the Trisketarian concept, whatever. It's like all these triples, right? And then we have like these triple pyramids. We've got Angkor Wat's. They've got three main buildings there. They also were into that, but I think within and I could be wrong here, but I think within the primitive traditions, then it's like that. Those three stars would have been like the two eyes and then the eye in the middle. So they would have looked at it like a different kind of constellation in a way, not like the warrior pose or whatever that we normally see. Some other earlier constellations are with a triangular head, which would basically point to the gnomon, sort of and it always will point towards the North Pole.
Well, yeah, man, three is the most powerful number here. We know it.
Talk about the three wise men earlier. Yeah. So, and plus it's like a sort of equatorial star system or star, whatever, bunch of stars, and you can follow it around the equator. You know what I mean? You can migrate with it, like in the summer months. Just hit it up.
Well, and you get 360 degrees. So if the Earth is a sphere, that they're like, oh, it's powerful anyway, because we're going to say it's 360 degrees. 6 plus 3 is 9. 9 is the number of the ego. You invert it, you get the 6, which is not the ego, I guess. But it's powerful. It's all super powerful. The 3.
Yeah. Yeah, as a way to break things down, like breaking them into triangles and for geometry, breaking things into triangular forms or using triangles within triangles. You get Sierpinski sort of geometries and stuff like that. And
you put a right side up triangle one way, and then on top of it an upside down triangle. You get the Star of David. Yeah, both of those are supposed to be one with a line through it. One is fire, one is water, one is male, one is female. And those are two triangles put together to make a 6-pointed thing. Then in the middle, pentagram, or maybe I'm wrong about that one. But what I'm trying to say about music. So
hexagon becomes there's like the hexapenta dualities that sort of exist, but we can go on.
So similarly in music, there's four beats per measure, but it's actually 3. The 4th is a rest, so it's like breathing. You breathe in 1, 2, 3, rest. 1, 2, 3, rest. So it's not 4 beats per measure. It's total it's 4, but the 4th is when you're starting the breath over. So anyway, crazy shit.
Yeah, we walk in basically 2. We're walking in like 2 sort of.
Right.
And but we can process 4/4 as a walking beat.
Well, right, because we don't have 3 legs.
Right. Yeah.
And that'd be strange anyway, because you'd start it you'd go left, middle, right, middle, left, middle, right, middle.
Middle. Left.
Yeah, middle. It'd be the middle leg.
But then like things that are in marching beats, like 6/8, like we could process that in 4/4 kind of context.
Yeah, 6/8 would be 3/4. But then again, it's the 3 and the 4 creating the whole thing together. So 3 plus 4 equals 7, and there's 7 octaves. Isn't that crazy? There's not 8, there's 7.
Oh yeah, there's 7 audible octaves.
Yeah, and they call them 8 because it starts over at 8. So like the end of the 7th is 8. You see what I'm saying? It's a flow that doesn't have a beginning or an end. That's what I learned from one of my music teachers. There is no first beat or fourth beat. They all flow into each other. It's 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 or 6. 1 2 3 4 5 6. But then those emphasis. Listen to the emphasis on 6/8 time. 1 2 3 4 5 6. There's only 2 beats of emphasis.
Or you could put the emphasis on the downbeats. It's like 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6. Or and then it's just that develops where the downbeat like is and the pulse is.
Yeah.
Basically, just trying.
Yep.
Figured it. Figured it out.
I just posted that, Sean, from the Universal one, and as you said it, I was reading that there's 7 tones of an octave. I was reading it just as you said it. I love them synchronicities.
Yeah, man, that's crazy shit. I went to school for it for a couple years, so I just sat back and I was like, wow, the whole time.
Yeah, we're dividing up like our tonal system, basically for piano play.
Yeah,
because we use, and because we use like choirs of different instruments together, so like, yeah, this just happens to work out pretty well. But at other times, in like the Byzantine, they used a 72 note scale, which is pretty
yeah, that's
witchy.
crazy.
But that's something that they did then. And at other times, like there were, I think, prohibitions on certain types of notes and things like that within the church. But not only that, like just any kind of free flowing stuff that wasn't already like written down was sort of like looked down upon. Like
Yeah, like if you didn't, if you freestyled, if you picked up a guitar and just kind of went nuts, people would be like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Right. Or like, let's say if like the artist formerly known as Prince was like in the choir or something like that, and he was just like busted out some sexy ass moves, they'd be like, "No, dude, you can't even do that."
Right. So, and here's the thing: there's everything that you can hear audibly, everything that's aural, AURAL, which gold is in there, by the way, and raw, no big deal. But anyway, so anything that you pick up that way is going to affect you emotionally, spiritually. You'll get tired or more energized, all kinds of stuff. Like middle C is quote unquote, there's 528 hertz. I think it's 528. Is supposed to be quote unquote the love tone. It's supposed to be DNA healing, and it's just one. It's that note, by the way. And if you play that and you give the intention, I am healing myself with this. My belief is that it works. And so there's brown notes. You heard of brown notes, a note that someone plays real loud and someone poops their pants because of it. All this kind of stuff, man. It's all
low frequency stuff. Yeah, it creates like a sympathetic vibration with your bowels. I've actually seen people like pass out going in front of a music speaker. We're getting a certain tone. My friend just like fell right on the ground. I was like, "See his name?" Like, no.
Yeah, and you know what's funny, dude?
You know what's funny? Thousand Ways to Die. On the 1,000 Ways to Die, there was a kid who hacked a U.S. Army file, and supposedly there's tones in there that can either kill you or that can release dopamine. And I guess this kid downloaded the tones that release the dopamine. It's literally a drug tone, and was selling it on disk or hard drives or something, and got busted. And then eventually he went hacked back into it and found the tone that kills you, I guess. And that's how he died. That's how they found him.
Wow. What a story. Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, but
check out the show. 1,000 Ways to Die or something like that? Never heard of it? It's on there. It's one of the episodes.
That was on Spike TV, yeah.
Something like
They had
that.
some fucking retarded fucking like One guy like put a nail on the ground and then like fucking slid over the nail. It was so ridiculous, that show.
Somebody tried to like run a voltage meter across their chest, from hand to hand, and that puts enough voltage across your heart, which will kill you.
Right. Those
Yeah, I
used
don't
to
ever.
those used
Don't
to be
go
called
punch-
Darwin Awards, right? Remember the Darwin Awards?
Don't go plugging yourself into a voltage tester now, everybody.
The Death Note, eh?
Yep. There's the death note. There's the drug note.
Well, I believe that there could be a Death Note, but I don't know if you could play it loud enough off your PC to kill yourself. Like,
I think he
same
had
thing with
headphones
the-
on.
Yeah, headphones.
Same thing with the Brown Note or whatever, isn't it? It needs to be at a certain decibel level to make you take a shit. You can't just like
Yeah.
play it off
That
of
is,
it.
that is a good point.
Apparently the brown note you don't hear it either, and it's just turned up real loud. You don't hear it, and all of a sudden you just feel terrible and you poop.
Yeah,
it has really loud.
that's what I'm saying. The sound is actually causing a physical vibration in your body. It's not your eardrum receiving the sound and then a signal going to your brain and then your brain saying, "Oh, kill yourself. Oh, shit yourself." It's actually the sound is actually vibrating something. So the sound has to be loud enough to actually vibrate the part that would kill you. I don't even know how the Death Note would work, what part of your body it's vibrating, but it would actually need to have enough decibels to have the actual energy to vibrate that part of your body that it's resonating with.
Right, and you'd have to do that just that one tone and frequency. See, we probably hear these notes, as we're hearing all the sounds we hear through the day, but we're not hearing a concentrated, note that one way or another. So it's not going to really affect us, especially at those decibel levels that needed to affect you physically. Yeah, I agree.
I don't know. I think somebody might have just hit me with that brown note.
That was me.
I gotta
Yeah.
pull over here.
Imagine having the sex note and being a club DJ and just fucking hitting it over and over again, like the fucking clitoris note. Like, yeah, I'm gonna.
It's called.
I'd be fucking
It's called
that shit like this, dude. I'd be like,
called Spanish
that's what
fly,
I'd be
Noah.
fucking-
There's a scientific way to deduce what the clit note would be.
Well, French.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, pregnant women, their urine has a pheromone in there that's that other women are aroused by. So that's a secret ingredient in Spanish
And the
fly.
women we think they're all just harmless out there. The
you're
women
saying
going,
is-
look at your baby belly, but it really thinks I'm attractive.
So what you're saying is if I get something sprinkled on me by a pregnant woman and go to the club, I'll have better luck.
Yes, significantly better.
All over you. Like,
you might have to eliminate the urine smell. Just try to like extract that one specific pheromone. But if you could do that, yeah, bro, like you're gonna be killing it, dude.
it'd be like Mama June on some chocolate cake right there.
Call you Papa Noah, Daddy Noah.
Yeah, I don't. That's such a pregnant urine, eh? That's fucking weird.
I know, right? Women are weird, bro.
Nah, yeah, women are weird. I agree.
I mean, they freaking. Was that you, Noah, that mentioned the full moon and like how women like their menstrual cycles will like coordinate around the moon or something weird? Somebody said that the other day.
Called the tides.
The red tide.
No, so the menstrual cycle. The menstrual cycle is a 28-day kind of deal usually, and the moon seems to do a lot of similar. There's correlation between the moon and periods, basically.
And then other women, like if they're around each other enough, they'll regulate their menstrual cycles to be in coordinates with their surrounding peers. Like all weird, bro. Like all weird.
Yep.
Women are always confused on eclipses.
The more you learn about women, you realize that they have way more of a, I guess, biologically built-in crowd mentality
Like men obviously have the same thing, but to women it's like our crowd mentality plus their own extra more like added on icing on the cake crowd mentality. Almost like a like when a bunch of guys do something, we all do it, right? But like with women it's like that, but like double. It's like even worse, essentially.
Yeah, and then they also remember it too.
Yeah, they're highly prone to influence. It sounds like what you're saying.
It's interesting, that idea that, people, what they do in a crowd versus what they do as an individual is very different. It's like when someone's in a car, someone's behavior changes when they're in a car. Shit that they'd never do if they were just walking past you. But yeah, it's funny to think of, because I always think of it like the emotional pain body stuff that I've talked about quite a lot.
Real quick,
yeah, go on.
while we're still on the or close enough to the topic of clitoris that got brought up, do you guys know the actual shape of the clitoris? Have you guys seen the actual shape of the clitoris?
Let me guess. Pine cone?
No, it's a really bizarre shape. Like you could probably Google it, but it looks like a freaking sea creature or something. It's fucking weird.
Yeah. The hood is crazy looking, but yeah, it looks like an orchid. Looks kind of like an orchid.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I didn't think about that. You're absolutely right about that one. Yeah, women are weird, bro. Just gonna throw that out there.
Shout out to Mickey Rourke.
They're pretty simple. All they do is follow the instructions of whoever they perceive to be the most powerful at the time, which is the government and most of our land spaces. No, I'm serious. I'm not even shitting you. They're very simple. Whoever's the most powerful in the social situation is the leader to them. And that's mostly the government. It could be you, the husband, or it could be the government. And now you're stuck in competition.
Shot caller.
Yeah, or her boss. It doesn't even have to be her husband. Whoever she perceives to be the most powerful.
Crazy, bro.
Yeah.
And I can't even deny it.
It makes sense, man. That's why you go and then all it is every time you go to the club is a extreme competition to see who's the most powerful guy in the club. Oh, I have bottles and a fucking bunch of fucking guards around my table with sparklers. I'm the most powerful, right?
I'm the one.
And in
You
real
want
life,
my seed. Here I am.
Yeah, sparklers. Yeah. See what you're
That's pretty spot on, Noah.
I think humans in general, man or woman, want to take comfort in the safety of knowing someone stronger and more capable than them is taking care of the scary shit. That's what I think.
Nah, I agree with you, except for the fact that those men you described are feminine men, essentially.
Well, I agree. I'm talking about society, I guess. People in general. It's not just, I like I said, I think there's lazy enough men out there to make it seem like they're basically doing the thing that women do when women look for the strongest male to help with their survival, best case scenario survival. I think some men do that, like you said, feminine men. But I also think just regular men are out there like, I can't fucking deal with all this shit. I can only take care of what I can take care of. I'm going to be most powerful in my little situation. But I do have to trust the government and scientists with everything else.
If you're a fully grown male and you trust the government, you're a feminine male.
You might be a bit. Not to discredit women in any way. I feel like I kind of shat on women, but they are beautiful. They are highly needed.
the most beautiful thing fucking ever. Like, listen, God definitely knew what he was doing. God definitely had, like, he's definitely the best artist and the biggest genius of all of us, just by looking at a female body.
Right. Just knowing, like, listen, if the female is how we know true beauty exists. I don't give a fuck how good looking a dude is. He's not beautiful like a woman ever.
You know what gives beauty beauty? It's geometry. It's specifically incommensurable geometry. I guess that's a whole nother topic.
Symmetry, maybe, is the word you're looking for.
Well,
how would I
symmetry is equal parts. This isn't that. This is like incommensurable geometry isn't necessarily symmetric. It's the logarithmic spiral, essentially. It gets pretty deep. Like, we could probably spend a few hours on that specific conversation.
Well, they call it Mother Earth. Like I said, I think the feminine energy is more beautiful per se than the masculine. The masculine's productive, kind of bad. It's supposed to be badass. Get the rest of the shit done that nobody else wants to. Build the house. Go kill the animals. Right. But the feminine, nurturing kind of thing, flowers have it, right? You look at a flower. I don't think masculine at all when I look at flowers. I think feminine. And so, like I said, I think the feminine thing is the beautiful thing.
There's really both, actually.
I don't know. I don't look at my dick and go, gorgeous. I just don't. I think dicks are weird looking. You know what I mean?
No, but there are flowers that look like that as well.
That's true. And fruit and all kinds of shit. You're right.
Yeah, dick-shaped fruit, dick-shaped flowers, all over the place.
Let me just answer Truth Prevails question.
But that's no. Let me just finish. There's more
All right,
to
you
this,
finish,
this
and I'll go
dick-shaped
after.
mystery. No, I'll tell you, because it's got to do with, like, whether that plant itself, like, is estrogenic or more testosterone in profile. So, like, a female flower is really more like something for like, women shouldn't take penis-shaped flowers. All right, you go, Andy. Fine.
So, for my 30th birthday, my girlfriend got me a trip to Vegas because I wanted to be a professional poker player. You're welcome to start laughing now or rolling your eyes. Anyway, I was fully aware on some level that I was being tested by her and this is why I just said to Truth Prevails, they're going to give you the shit test. And I failed that test miserably because I was entering my phase of alcoholism. And believe me,
You gambled your wife away.
I didn't die slow. Come on. I didn't even want to be around me, so I can't blame her for not wanting to be around me at the time. So there was a very knowing in me that she was losing respect for me in that moment. Trust and respect, as Truth Prevails just put there. And it's so weird because over this period of months, because it wasn't just that one thing, it was almost like I was outside of myself looking in or something. Like I knew it was happening and there's nothing I could do about it. Absolutely nothing. So that's what I meant by the shit test. Truth Prevails. And I failed it miserably.
Yeah.
What was the dollar amount that you lost her on?
A dollar amount? What are you on about?
I'm essentially alluding to the fact that you probably ran out of money and you offered her up on a roulette gamble or something.
No, not at all. I hope that made sense to you, Truth Prevails.
My bad.
But yeah, the moment they lose trust and respect for you, that's it. It's over, and it's only just a matter of time, basically.
But yeah, just to further say about somebody mentioned that symmetry, it's actually the opposite of that. It's more of a ratio of unequal parts. Hopefully that makes sense.
I didn't follow you.
What's that? You didn't hear me?
I said I didn't follow you. Heard you fine. It's dissymmetries that cause symmetry.
I don't know. I don't know what would be the antithesis to that.
I don't either.
If you look at the statues that they carved in Egypt, you're going to find perfect symmetry. Left side and on the right side, you can superimpose each side on each other.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about like both sides rather than just the one, right? Like if you look at the silhouette or the profile of a Coke bottle, the original Coke glass bottle, which was designed or inspired by the woman's body, there is no equal part there.
That is true. That is true. Yep. You can see that very easily in a woman's breast. One is bigger than the other always.
34, 26, 34. Or should I say 34, 26, 36? Your preference. But yeah.
Yellow or a double base. Yep. They kind of have that
Yeah,
too.
so symmetry definitely is not in the human body, but artists use that as perfection. Yeah.
It's no different than the golden angle or the golden ratio. Like it's this divine proportionality of 1 to phi as phi is to 1, which probably took it 10 steps down the road further than I should have, but I had to. Sorry.
No, you're onto it. Phi. Phi is a big thing in the proportionality of the animals. The ants, the thorax, the legs, zebras, and all that. Yeah, there's a definite proportionality in phi as it purports to life. Yeah.
All life follows this pattern. You could see it in the sunflower, the geometry within the sunflower. You could see it. You can see it in everything. This is what I call God's thumbprint. For me, this is like a very big proof that science has yet revealed about God and His design.
It's really like
Absolutely, bro. The more
there's
you
two
look into
things though.
science, the more you'll realize there is a creator.
Because there's like the anti-space of what the Fibonacci series is, sort of. So it you know, even though there's Fibonacci, there's also the Lucas series, which is like really based on the Fibonacci series, but it's sort of like the that's sort of the chiral part of the number, the leftovers of it. And so that's pretty interesting too. But I think of them as one giant burrito of numbers myself. You could think of it like spatial, counterspatial almost.
Just look at the Fibonacci sequence, right? That should tell you everything you need to know. It's everywhere. Everywhere.
Like you can pull Lucas series numbers out, basically doing the same formula, but instead of starting at 11, you start at 21.
Well, we got our base system from the Sumerians. The 60, the 360, all that's from the Sumerians.
It's I think it's really resultant of just having base 1 through 9 to some extent. But yeah.
Are the Sumerians older than the Pythagoreans? I
Oh,
think
yeah.
they are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By far, yeah.
The Pythagorean cult was based off of what Pythagoras learned in Egypt.
Also, the Scythian people.
And what's the connection between Egypt and Sumerians? Is that like the same geographical location or something? Just
No,
separate time periods?
no. They were during the same. They were during the same period. They're essentially the same, I guess, civilization. Maybe kind of like how us and Russia are the same civilization, but we're two different nations, right? We share the same technology. We live at the same time, but we're two different nations in two different geographical regions. Babylon and Egypt were essentially two separate. It's like us, yeah, like us in Russia or us in Europe, right? Like they are a different nation, but they're technically the same civilization. They use all the same technology. We all speak the same language. They might speak a little different, but they all speak English in Europe, right? So that's kind of what it was like in Babylon and Egypt. Was like one was near the Nile, and actually there was a Babylonian king who went down into Egypt and conquered all of Egypt, and then was like the united king of Egypt and Babylon, and a bunch of other shit. So yeah.
Yeah, you see, there's two time periods, right? The one you're talking about now is the time period where we think the Egyptians are the ones that build the pyramids, right? But that's kind of misinforming, right? Because the common belief is now that it's not those people that build the pyramids. They say, well, I believe now it's a pre-Diluvian, pre-flood culture that built those pyramids. So it's kind of wishy-washy, right? And Summer was a bit before Egypt. The the cultures did cross in between, but Summer was before.
Have you seen them talk about how it's water erosion on the outside of the pyramids and on the Sphinx that like tore off its like features and stuff?
Yeah, what do you think causes water erosion? A giant flood or a giant ice age?
I mean, some people
What
theorize
causes
that.
what causes water erosion? An ice
Some people,
age or a flood?
okay,
Neither one of those.
I would say a flood, being as like water everywhere would cause that, not an ice age. And ice age just would freeze everything over, dude.
Yeah, an ice age would take the water away. An ice age would take the water and turn it into ice. So I don't know how the mainstream scientists, oh, there's water damage on this pyramid. It must be from before the ice age. Like, you are a fucking retard if you believe that.
You know, some people have also suggested that like that it was used as an aquifer, and then like water came out the top of it, on the back of it anyway. Like that's
Guys,
most
in order for there to be water erosion, it can't be either the flood or what you said. It has to be constant water, constant rain, erosion, not just a one shot. You understand? It had to happen over a long period of time. Does that make sense?
What happened? I just was helping a homeless guy and came back. Everything's silent.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
I guess I killed the room.
What'd you say?
No, I was just thinking about it for a second, dude.
You want to give a brief rundown on what you said? I missed it, I see. Or not, it's okay, no worries.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, is the Sphinx like the whole thing's built, or is it built off of a mount or like a piece of rock? Yeah.
Well, there's actually passages underneath it. There's actually passages
Regardless of
underneath
that, like, is
every
the
single. Go ahead.
Okay. Now tell me about these passages. It's great.
Well, I'm just saying they're all connect. All of the megalithic sites in Egypt are all interconnected underground, and it's just odd to me that science and the world governments don't really want you to know that for some reason. They say there's far more of ancient Egypt underground than above ground, like way more underground for some reason. Most people don't know that.
Yeah, they say you haven't found 10%. Yeah.
The ground did not become sand. The fucking ground was there and then the sand covered it over. Mountains did not just become sand. The desert was, it's not just a sandy desert because the ground turned into sand. The fucking desert like covered it. So yeah, obviously there's shit underground over there. Like that's just how it is.
Well, most of the pyramid was covered also, right? Think how many years it took to do that, to cover the Sphinx. Like that thing was there for thousands of years.
Give a couple blow dryers. I think me and Mike could get it done.
Yeah.
Well, but then does idea like was it the face of a lion before, and then they carved that off to make it a face of a man later on when they captured
That's
that when they
right. They
put the
say
pyramids there. So the Sphinx actually could be older than the pyramids in this case.
that's right, bro. They say the Sphinx was there
Dating
before.
rocks. They say they can date rocks because they know what the atmosphere was like millions of years ago. It's like, is that how it works?
No. They can't date rocks.
Exactly, but that's all they have in Egypt is a bunch of rocks. So how are you gonna say this rock is older than that rock?
I don't know,
Older.
man. I dated Kosho's mom once, and she's a bit of a rock. So just saying.
So this is what happened. A couple of archaeologists from England and France went over there. Actually, Napoleon found it. And they just made up a story. That's it. And everybody fell along. It was slaves that built it, blah, blah, blah. Well, now we know that's impossible. So what now?
They
did research and they found artisans. They found places where there was actual workers, professionals. They found kilts. They found where they slept. They found where they ate. They were not slaves. Definitely
They have
not
bills,
slaves.
right? They have bills that they found.
They were construction workers, just like today. Professionals.
Hired out from somewhere.
Oh,
Did
the
they
story
drink?
that they tell us.
They drank
Some
some
of the
kind of
people
beer
that build it.
mixed with Blue Lotus. They were like chilling on that shit, building pyramids. I don't know. Unless all that
Well,
shit's faked, I mean, you know. Sure. Could be.
well, anybody's free to believe what they want. If you want to believe that, first of all, the interior, on top of the king's chamber, there's like 7 steps, and there's about 100 rocks that are 70 tons each, and those had to be lifted 350 feet in the air. 70 ton
You gotta
blocks,
say
about
the
100 of them. Yeah.
yeah, the
I got to go
internal
back to
piece.
work.
Go
Got to
ahead.
go back to work. I just wanted to say one thing real quick. Just remember, before you build anything, right? Anything that requires accuracy, such as these megalithic sites, i.e., these pyramids, the surface of which you're building upon the foundation has to be flat and level. Okay, and when you understand how vast these megalithic sites are, and the fact that they're interconnected to perfection, that should tell you something.
Absolutely, bro. Yep.
Well, you know how they made perfectly flat surfaces in the past, right?
Mm-hmm.
They used the water level. That's what ancient builders used. They would take a channel of water, and they would take this channel of water and they'd put it around their structures. That way that they could compare the level in the channel to everything else. And guess what? They would get perfectly straight horizontal lines and build magnificent structures out of stone using those perfectly straight horizontal lines. This is how I can cite it as a globe debunker or a globe, like basically the claim that the earth isn't flat is ridiculous because all structures are built using water level. Every single one on planet Earth or plain Earth or whatever you want to call it. Whatever we call what we live in this reality, all construction ever that's been done precision has used water level. Sorry,
you can claim that the water level just appears to be straight, and then once you get long enough, it starts to curve. But then now you have the positive claim. You have to support that, which they never will. It's a great, I guess, proof in a sense that we have, but it's actually supported by all structures ever built by humans. They have a claim which they will not support, which is that straight line becomes curved at a certain fucking scale and distance. They won't show it. They will never show it. They will just tease.
Check out what I posted, Anchor Watt. Exactly what you just said. Get that beautiful square water.
Yeah. I was going to say Anchor Watt. Yeah, nice.
That's all you need. The water doesn't drop or hump. End of story. Your fantasy has just ended. It's that simple.
So here's our claim. Water level is straight and horizontal based on the fact that every single building in existence since the beginning of history has been built using that knowledge. Their response is, no, on a larger scale it curves. And then you ask, what's the evidence? And I'm telling you right now, you will get nothing. And if you get something, it will be something based off of nothing. It will just be nothing.
Yelling at us, though. I just feel like you're yelling at us. I have to keep turning my phone down every time you talk.
Just turn my guy down. Put me on like 75%.
Okay. So you can continue talking loud. Okay, gotcha.
This is just how I normally talk, dude.
Hang on real quick. The thing is, you know, we're going to be here for a long, long time. And the thing is, because we are relying on real world evidence and not settling for mere equations to explain our reality, like I said, we like to go out and check, outside of a piece of paper or from on the computer. And when we do that, it's not a globe. So the longer we keep at this, the less and less globe believers there will be, because there's a lot of honest people out there. I will tell you that. But they have to listen. The point is, they have to rely on equations. We rely on the real world. That's a big problem for them.
Hey, did you guys see this video where this guy digs this hole on the beach in Ireland, and then it makes the news, and then this astronomer comes up and talks about how it's like an astronomical event, like there was like they put a rock in the middle of it. The guy was like, "This is from up in outer space." I put the video in the chat.
Awesome. Thank you.
I mean, so many of the guitar designs have this kind of like hourglass figure type thing. I was just still thinking about that. Some of them are like weird trapezoids and squares and stuff like that. But a little European stuff. French curve, got the whole thing going on. If you guys want to get back to geometry class, anybody? Sacred jump.
Hey, is the guitar built to the golden ratio?
It's kind of sad is that there's a perfectly good geometry textbook that's existed for like 3,000 years, and everyone who learned any type of education up until 100 years ago was required to know about and read this textbook to understand geometry, and now it's not taught within the last 100 years. This book is called Elements. Yeah, it's basically the textbook on geometry. They don't teach it anymore. It's kind of strange How something could be good enough for 3,000 years, but nope, within the last 100 years, we have relativity, so we're not going to teach normal Euclidean geometry.
Been replaced by Minecraft, bro.
So what happened? Everybody went quiet?
Activate the clitoris frequency.
I had to
Because it
take a
should be just
call.
like making a base, like a tiny base trap, basically. So I think you just need half the height of the cubic volume, and then you. Yeah, so
Well, if you
that's
divide the
so
trilymbium
short wave.
from the glutosium, then you might make some headway.
I forget what the wave periodicity of a like middle C is. I think it's about like 3 feet or something like that. So if you're trying to get it down to like a bean size, I mean, it's a high frequency.
You don't think
But
those
then within the bean frequency, right, you're gonna have all different types of geometries that could be stimulated by that wave length. You know what I mean? Like a small gland or whatever. Anything else like a relative size.
Well, it depends on the CAT scan machine if it hits any bones or not.
It's probably something in the frequency wavelength of like young Justin Bieber. It's probably somewhere around there. I'm gonna have to guess at it.
Uh-huh. So we're done with the pyramids, I imagine.
So I'm so curious about these Chinese pyramids, man, and the ancient pyramid connection and stuff like that, man.
Bro, I think there was one, I call them the melty rock civilization. I think there was one civilization
Pyramids are
way in the past
multi-made?
that built all these stone things. That's what I think. I've talked to this other guy that's really the man, and he thinks there was two. This guy Forrester, he's been to all these sites like dozens of times.
Yeah.
He believes there was two stone building civilization, ancient, and they were worldwide.
Right. It seems like, is it possible to like just like the idea? Go ahead, Noah.
Say again?
I was gonna go after, but this guy's not taking up the dead airspace, so I'm just gonna go right now. SC, that's pretty consistent with the scriptures, given that there was a pre-diluvian civilization that arced over the whole world, and then there was a post-diluvian civilization that span across the whole world, being the first Babylon. The first Babylon was a one world system. In the pre-diluvian, everyone knew each other. So that is scripturally I guess that consistent with scripture, essentially, which is a historical document outside of what zealots may say. I mean, you don't have to believe that it's all true or whatever, but it is an actual book written by men who lived. So, yeah, they do record 2 worldwide civilizations.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't deny that. I wonder what the time frame is though, because the Bible has what, a 6,000 year time frame, and we're talking about 12,000 years here. So, but I don't deny it. Yeah.
The Septuagint is more of an 8,000 year time span. There's the time span is recorded by the ages of the guys and when they died and when they had their sons, right, with the scriptures. But those numbers are actually different in the Septuagint than they are in the Masoretic text. So it's 6,000 if you go by the Masoretic. I think it's about 8,000 if you go by the Septuagint.
Well, yeah, I didn't know that. That's the one where it was directly translated from Jewish to Greek, right? With the scribes there.
From Hebrew, yeah. It was in 300 BC is the oldest one. Oldest complete Old Testament is actually Greek. And it was 300 BC. Ptolemy got a bunch of Judean elders essentially to translate their library into Greek, and that is actually the only one that survived from that old. The Masoretic text is
Oh
from.
my God! Is there an actual? What was the actual topic? Were we on the Bible already, or was there an actual topic?
Just wanted to talk on that.
Literally asked me a direct question, so I don't know what you're getting.
I wasn't talking to you. No, I was talking to the room. Was there a topic? Were we on the Bible, or was there a different topic going on?
Yeah, prehistoric stone building worldwide civilizations.
Okay, let's keep it on that then, please.
We were talking about pyramids.
Well, we got into the Diluvian flood. That was me, so maybe that's what brought that.
Yeah, I just said one about how it was consistent. Then he asked me a question about more of an academic question, really, than anything.
Okay, and here I am keeping us on topic. So let's move on with the ancient buildings or whatever.
Yeah, so
You guys try to derail into that shit every fucking 5 seconds. Let's stay on topic, please.
Dude, I don't know what's your problem, man. We were having a completely good conversation.
Yeah, and I'm here to keep it on track. Go ahead, big pyramids. Let's go.
There's no evidence that any civilization existed in the Americas and in Europe or Egypt at the same time. Any of the ancient ones.
Okay, let's see. What was the time frame, SC, that you were saying something about 12,000 years?
Yeah, the time frame is 12,000 years. They're saying that they think these stones were built. Yeah. So now there is evidence of people in the Americas, and as a matter of fact, I think that they were African Americans. I think they're called the Tomac. You'll see these huge round faces, right?
Right.
And they have black features, right?
They do.
I don't mean to sound racist, but it is what it is. We look different, right? So yeah, so I believe there was an African race, black, in the Americas 12,000 years ago. Yep. So if you want to be
I agree that could be. My point is that there isn't any civilization that existed at the same time. Like descendants came over, but there was no empire that spanned the oceans.
Well, we don't know that because go on, bro. Okay, I'll go. But we do have evidence of civilizations worldwide. I just mentioned them to you. We have stone formations in Japan, China, South America, Central America, North America, Europe, Africa, China, yes, everywhere.
Ukraine, Eastern Europe, Ukraine, the steppes area over there too. They get pyramids.
Yep.
They get it all. Yeah, they do. They have pyramids fucking everywhere. Everywhere. They even said that there's one in. Bro, even the mainstream liars say that there's pyramids in Antarctica, dude.
There's even pictures of them. There's one Now, I don't know if this is true. There's one that's 2 kilometers one way, like square, right? It's 2 kilometers round. So imagine the freaking size of that thing. Now, I'm not saying it's true or not, but yeah, there's pictures of that.
How long ago was the Egyptian civilization said to be around?
Well, they say 3000 BC, right about there.
Cause yeah, in my city in Florida, we have like these mounds and stuff, and in front of them, the state of Florida has put historical information that says the Ayas Indians were in Florida 10,000 years ago, and the Ayas Indians spanned a big region.
Yeah, there's no way the Egyptians built those pyramids with those stones the way they tell us. We're talking 70-ton stones lifted 350 feet in the air, right? And there's like 100 of them. Today, the construction firm would find that very, very challenging indeed. So there's no chance that they did that back then. No, like zero, -10, as a matter of fact. 70 tons is like 35 SUVs. Just for, a little comparison. 35 SUVs lifted 350 feet in the air 100 times and placed perfectly. Perfectly.
You know, I love it when people say, "Oh, there's no evidence of that or this," right? And then like places like Gobekli, what's it called? Go Gobekli Tepe, right? Were discovered. And I know people always talk about Gobekli Tepe, but they're trying to say it was 12,000 years ago. I'm not saying that that's not necessarily possible, but in my understanding, it's not possible for mankind to be that old. But regardless, you have places that conventionally were, according to science, were impossible. That advanced architecture went back 12,000 years, right? But then that was squashed when Gobekli Tepe was found. And then you have evidence, like you brought up, SC in South America. I'm not sure that they were African American, but they did have their noses do resemble the same
Indeed,
noses of
bro.
African Americans. But
Big lips.
Cambodians do too, though. So for all we know, they might have had more of a Cambodian complexion and still retain the
bro.
same nasal features and lip features. Yes, because I have Cambodian friends that, besides their skin tone and their eyes, they pretty much look black.
No chance, bro. I had Cambodian friends in
Yeah, I'm
Laos.
not gonna lie.
No way.
I've,
They don't look like that.
I got a coworker who's Mexican and looks just like that creature or that being that you have in that statue that you posted like a week ago. Sorry to cut you off, Noah. I've been meaning to say that though. It doesn't have to be an African American descent to have those wide nostrils and the big luscious lips. There's plenty of Latin Americans that have those similar features. Sorry, Noah. Go ahead.
I don't know where you guys seen these people, but I've had Laotian friends from Cambodia, and they don't look African to me. So I don't know.
I'll post a picture of him. I work with him tomorrow, and I'll post a picture of him, and you tell me if that doesn't look exactly like the dude in that stone statue that you posted. I don't know. I'm not looking at the live feed but today, but you posted this picture about a few days ago, maybe a week ago.
Okay, I'm curious to see. All right.
Yeah, so I'll supply a photo too when I get a chance, because I've seen facial comparisons with that statue, and there are Asians that will fit the criteria, like the shape. I'm saying not the skin not the skin color, but the shape of an African American. Like they literally have the same facial features, except that they're red tone, a red bone.
Okay, I'd be interested to see. Like I said, I've had personal friends that were from that world. Yeah.
So with those Olmec stones, those Olmec heads or whatever, I've seen them before.
and I'm gonna make a statement very similar to what someone else said. I had a Chinese girl that was my roommate when I was in university, and she's Chinese, bro. And her fucking head, like if I shaved her bald, she would look exactly like one of those fucking Olmec stones. So I don't know. Those facial features, I think they're just non-Caucasian facial features. I wouldn't say that they're necessarily dark or light skin though, because this girl was quite pale and Chinese, but she had that exact Olmec-looking face type. Like I'm telling you, bro, if you shaved her head, you would be like, "Whoa, is that a fucking Olmec head walking around?"
Okay, then I get it. I haven't seen any, to be honest with you, but okay. If you guys say that
And
they look similar.
adding to what Torah said, that Florida came out, archaeologists in Florida came out on the public record that there's evidence, right? Archaeological evidence. But in Puerto Rico, archaeologists discovered, and you can look this up on archaeologyworld.org, they discovered 800 stone runes with the same writing that the Emerald tablets are written in, right? And this is insane because, like, I don't know why this isn't worldwide news, but they just kind of swept it under the rug. Oh, no big deal, nothing to see here, folks. There was 800 stone had gold plate. It was gold plated. They found gold traces on the font itself. Like at one point, it had gold plated. It was gold plated, and they were authenticated and they were found to be legitimate. And these things are being discovered all around the Great Lakes. The Great Lake regions are also known to all kinds of artifacts are being uncovered in the ground that shows that there was men here a lot longer than they're trying to tell us, and that these men did travel from the cradle of civilization, from the Fertile Crescent, that they had migrated their way over here, and that there are structures in South America and in the Americas that are older than the nomads that migrated to this land. That when they migrated here, there was already structures here. So you have places in the Americas that are antediluvian. So we have a unified structure, a unified society, clearly evident by the architecture itself. And now people will say, "Oh, well, many civilizations could have come to the same architecture naturally." I mean, how many ways can you build a building? Fair enough, but the way that the geometry, the sciences, even in their writings, like this was unified society. There's no doubt in my mind, and there's plenty of evidence to support that.
This is what you should be looking for, right? Mortarless buildings. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
If you look at a lot of these megalithic sites, they were built on, they were built on top of. Like the further down you go, the bigger the stones get, and then yeah, the mortar disappears. And they did things with such precision. No matter like what megalithic site you go to, it could be in Mexico, it could be on any continent. They're for whatever reason previous civilizations had built it, and then past civilizations built on top of it with less intricacy.
Exactly, bro. In other words, technology gets better as you go down, not up. It's crazy and absolutely evident that, yeah, there's no way that those Incas built those things, and no way the Egyptians built those things.
I might be crazy, but I envision a world in the past where you had like these ley lines and the electromagnetic spectrum was stronger. So you had more power flowing through the grid and it's going through the earth and through all things. So this Tesla technology, if they could tap into that, right, through these pyramid structures all over the world, like you had like this crazy advanced society, man. Like this is the days that the occult talks about, the days of Atlantis, right? And this unified culture was so insane, bro, because they had tapped into the sciences beyond anything that we can ever imagine. We're just now turning full circle from how things were back then, right, with genetic technology. And there was all kinds of chimeras and inbreeding and alteration of the genetic structure. Like there was all kinds of things going on, and the architecture was out of this world, and there was like a vapor canopy, and it was all different back then, man. Like, I really believe that. %50 water. So the oceans didn't exist. There was more surface area. Everything was more vibrant, fertile. Things grew bigger. It was insane. It was like a
50%
sci-fi novel.
more fresh water or water in general?
15% ocean compared to today.
15% more, you saying?
No, that's all there was. It was 15%, according to Ezra.
Oh, okay. So
1/7 of
everything
the
was locked
world.
up in the polar caps or something along those lines?
1/7 of the world was water. So that equals to 15%. So where did all this water come from, right? Well, it came
Well, like
from
I said,
the vaults of heaven
polar cap.
in the deep and inside the earth. It came forth. But back then, that's why you see all this, these civilizations that are submerged, because at one point the sea level, or not the sea level, the ocean floor would have been exposed and would have been fertile ground to build and live on. But after the flood, the sea levels rose.
But why are we seeing fossilized sea life at the peaks of a lot of these high mountaintops? Like, that would indicate, maybe the earth is growing potentially.
Maybe.
I mean, it's another possibility. Like, and I've actually heard this. I've actually heard this from a mainstream outlet too. They said that the earth is actually growing. I couldn't give you the entire scientific breakdown of it, but it's something along the lines of as this I don't know if you want to call it dark matter is passing through the earth, a portion of it is collected and resides within the central portions of it, causing the outer extremities to grow over time. So it is a theory that the earth is actually growing in size.
I've heard that theory said that it expanded. Even the Globers say that maybe there was something in the past that made the Earth expand that affected its orbit around the sun.
Well, I'm not getting that crazy with it, but I'm only speculating on what the information at hand that's before me, such as fossilized sea life at high elevations and such. And they would like to tell you that it was that what is it, that flood, pre-diluvian flood or whatever you guys call it, that created these these waves, or even the glacial meltdown, where it kind of dragged a lot of this stuff to these areas. But that doesn't make much sense to me.
Yeah, so Randall Carlson and Robert Schoch, Graham Hancock, they're the biggest names right now regarding this topic, and they all have their own independent ideas. Some different, obviously, Randall Carlson talks about the Younger Dryas period, 12,000 years ago, where the glaciers started receding and the Earth started to warm up, and the last ice age was over. And from that point on is when like mankind started to like really start building things.
Yeah, so essentially we have a bunch of water damage everywhere on Earth. We have sea creatures in places where the water level isn't now. And we have every fucking civilization in history recording a giant flood. Therefore, it wasn't a flood, it was actually an ice age. Come on, guys. It was clearly a flood. There's clearly an anti-flood fucking propaganda, and the ice age is literally what they're trying to blame all the evidence for the flood on, an ice age.
It's literally what it is. Oh, there's water damage, ice age. Oh, everyone recorded a flood. Oh, ice age. Like that's what it is, dude. The ice age is a fraud. It's a scam. It's made you to believe that there wasn't a flood when there was. Everyone says there was, and there's evidence for one.
I thought the film with the talking mammoth.
This is just like everything else. They tell you a story, but you see something completely different.
Yeah, like who would have thought every civilization saying there's a flood, water damage everywhere, and sea creatures at levels where the waters aren't at today would indicate an ice age? Wouldn't that indicate a flood or a higher water level? Not a fucking ice age? Are you kidding me? Like it's such an obvious cover up of the flood. The ice age is such an obvious cover up.
It could have been both. Ever consider that?
What, an ice age ending causing a flood?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not discounting that. But every time they mention an ice age, they never mention a flood. So it just seems like one is cover the other.
Well, here's one more possibility. There was a flood, then it froze. We don't know. Definitely water damage, right? But how to get there?
Okay, so like imagine you've seen a house, right? There was a house. You went into the house. There was water damage all across the first level. Everyone in the house is saying, yeah, our house got flooded. And then you found rotten fish on the second story of this house that were just apparently there. Would you think there was a flood in the house and that's why the people said there was a flood and that's why there's water damage and that's why there's sea creatures in the second level? Or would you fucking then say, you know what? Everyone in this house is a retard. There was actually an ice age here, not a flood. The water damage was caused by an ice age. This is what we're looking at, dude. I mean, that's a direct analogy.
Yeah, man. It could be a lot of things. When you find fish on a mountain, there's something there.
Look, just like the pyramids, right? They tell us they did it with this chisel and this stone, right? Then we go to the site where they say this happened. We look, we see this massive thing. Then we look inside and we see granite stone weighing 70 tons, lifted perfectly 350 feet in the air. And then we ask ourselves, well, I ask myself, is that possible to be done with slaves and chisels and I say no way. It's that simple.
But did they find fish then?
At the very least, they would have to have some sort of system of levers, pulleys. You know what I mean? I'm not discounting the idea of some sort of hypersonic fucking laser weapon that floats the box with a fucking UFO. But I'm saying it could be that. But at the very least, they at least have had to have levers, ropes, pulleys. You know what I mean? Some basic construction technology. Now, I'm not saying it's not UFOs, but I'm just saying like they definitely weren't doing it by hand and whipping the guys back and make like move that 1,000-ton stone harder. Let me whip you. Like no matter how much you whip a human being, they will never even be able to budge the fucking stone, let alone move it. It won't even shift in the sand.
No chance, bro. It's physically impossible.
Dude, no, yeah. Listen, I can't even have like a drum filled with water and not a drum, like if you have 1,000 fucking liters of water, dude, in a drum, you can't fucking move that. It's physically impossible for a human to, like an NFL player could fucking charge up through the fucking middle and hit it as hard as he wants, and it might shift by a half a centimeter. So how the fuck is something way bigger, not made of water but stone, moving around with fucking by whipping some guy on the back? Yeah, let me whip you harder and you'll be able to move something. That's not how it works.
And don't forget, it had to be on an incline, right? They had to move it on an incline. We're talking about 350 feet. That's how many skyscrapers? How many stories of a building? 25 stories? Think about that next time you're in an elevator and you're on the 25th floor. Yeah.
Did you say they had to bring it up to the 25th floor?
The 25th floor.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that, no matter how much you would whip a human being in the back, it would just never happen. You could whip them till they died. The stone would just stand there and not move. Sorry.
Yeah, there's no chance. There's no chance they did that. Zero. I would bet anything on it. No chance. It's physically impossible.
Now, you know what I heard was a pretty interesting idea is that they used logs and they floated it on water. That could actually work. Like you build a boat around the stone and essentially you flood where the stone is and carrying it on a canal. But then they would have to have a canal system to carry these stones. But that's a possibility of doing it. Like there are possibilities of doing it without having UFO, but it's definitely not guys pushing on it. That's like it wasn't the football team pushing it. I'll tell you that right now.
I say if without machinery, that couldn't have happened. Impossible. No chance. Not by ropes and men. They had to have had some sort of, there had to be a pulley system. It had to be something that, leveraged the weight.
Yeah, how heavy was this stone again, SC?
Well, the bigger ones on the top, those were 70 tons. In other words, 35 SUVs.
Dude, 70 tons?
Yeah, and there's
70?
100 of them.
That's fucking ridiculous.
It's impossible.
Yeah, no slave built that shit. Listen, slaves are only good for doing menial garbage tasks. You don't give slaves knowledge. You don't have slaves do complicated things because then they'll know how to do shit. You give slaves small tasks, like go pick this plant out here. That's it. So it definitely wasn't slaves.
No chance.
There's a million blocks, dude. One pyramid, like a million blocks.
Well, it's another thing. The time frame that they say, it happened in 22 years, they say. There would have to be one stone put in place every 2 minutes or something.
Yeah, it was something retarded. But there's no way. There's no way in 20 years. Even if you were an alien, I don't think.
Y'all are thinking about just placing them too, like moving them there. You had to quarry them, right? You had to cut them and shape them and then move them and place them or whatever. I mean, there's another step to it that takes just as long, I think, or longer.
Even worse, yeah.
How do you quarry the bottom of the stone without getting crushed? Is my question.
Well, how do you transport it? Rakia has a point. How do you put that on a boat? How do you do it without the tilting? There's so many. Yeah.
They have examples already because I guess there were stones that they tried chiseling out of the bedrock that they just abandoned it because it had cracked, and they just abandoned it. So it was like half quarried out, and they full block, humongous blocks, equivalent to the size of the Great Pyramid blocks, were found in what's the place called, man? Oh, I just had it in my mind, bro, and it slipped. Oh man. But anyways, it's like a block that's like it must be like 100,000 tons. One block, dude.
In Lebanon, you're talking that one that they.
Oh yeah, in Lebanon. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, bro.
That's the killer one. Yeah, that's amazing, man.
I personally think it has to be like a higher energy source or power or whatever you want to call it, like something beyond the way we think.
Yes.
I just go with that. I can't explain it. it's the unexplainable, right? You can't come up with a logical explanation, and every time you do, there's so many holes. The time period, where they got the source from, I mean, all of that. Even the resources of manpower that it would have taken, or the amount of rope or pulley systems or river systems or whatever you want to go with, or all of it above, it just doesn't add up. To me, it's just some type of proof of a higher existence.
Yo, Lion of Yod, what do you think about gigantic human beings building the stone structures?
I mean, that's basically what I believe. I believe that it was people, antediluvian individuals, probably with the help of demigods, constructed the Great Pyramids of Giza. I mean, I'm not the only one that believes this. A lot of people, even modern academia, like Robert Schoch, who graduated from Boston University, he's put his reputation at risk, claiming that the Great Pyramids seem they seem to be a lot older than what they're telling us, and they look like they were submerged underwater. Because he's a geologist, and he's saying that the erosion on the Great Pyramid of Giza and the Sphinx are consistent with both structures, and all over the world, mind you. When you look at these megalithic structures, they look like they've been submerged underwater. There's a difference between rain erosion and water that, or structures that have been completely submerged. There's a difference in the erosion. Like, let's say like you had heavy storms for thousands of years that eroded on the rock structure, right, or on the surface of the rock. The erosion on the Sphinx and the Great Pyramids and other structures in South America are consistent with erosion that they would have been completely submerged. But if you look in recent history, when were the Great Pyramids ever completely submerged in the last 4,000 years? They weren't. Not that I know
don't
of.
think you have your facts on that one, bro. I don't think you have your facts on that. The erosion on the Sphinx, they say, is because of rain and water running down, not because of it in flood. You're right. There are differences.
Yeah.
And that's
Robert
not.
Schoch, though, says the contrary. He says that the Sphinx shows erosion consistent with it being submerged. But the modern academia is against that.
Yo, so yeah, we have structures that have been submerged in water, but no, it was an ice age. That wasn't water. That was actually just ice. Yep, there was snowflakes, water that flooded it. Yep.
That was definitely water, bro. Now, whether it was a flood or continuous erosion is to be debated, but it definitely was water.
Yeah, it's water for sure. But yeah, so I think that it would have been, according to Greek mythology, Hebrew mythology, Sumerian. These beings were demigods, bigger, and some of them had powers. And mankind back then were huge, bro. Like double. We're talking about 15-foot men, but that still wouldn't be big enough to build these things.
I
So
was just going to say that this theory is sense because why would somebody build something? Why would a giant build a small like interior structure? You understand? So if you look at the steps, if you look at the interior, they were not giants like they're saying. Whoever they were like our size, more or less.
This is what I think. I think it was both. Like, say I'm the giant, right? And I pick up the block because to me, this block looks like a brick. To you guys, this block looks like a fucking semi-truck container with a mountain container on the back, right? To me, it looks like a brick. So I pick up the brick and I take a couple steps over and I put it down. And then you, the small fuckers, go and do all the detail work essentially around the brick. And then I slide the brick into place. And I think that would have been a good system, right? Small people, like children, doing the detail work, and big fucking giant fuckers moving the actual shit around, essentially.
I don't think that like crazy giants built the pyramids. Like I said, like mankind back then were like 15 feet tall. Now you had like the Titans and stuff, but clearly they wouldn't have fit inside the pyramid like Essie is saying. But that's why I'm saying that it wasn't necessarily giants that built them, but there were advanced there was advanced technology back then. I really don't know how they built them. It wasn't just physical labor though. It wasn't just like giants picking up blocks.
Wait, if there was a giant the size of Godzilla, what would stop him from picking up a semi-sized block? A block the size of a massive container. What would stop him? If a semi-truck was analogous to a fucking Lego block, and this individual was as big as Godzilla, couldn't he pick up whatever he wanted and throw it around because he's huge?
So it seems we're all in agreement that it wasn't slaves with ropes and chisels with stones, right? We're in agreement with that, I think.
Yeah. Just whip him harder and he'll be able to move more.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the funniest thing ever. Yeah, bro, just punch me in the face and I'll be able to bench twice the amount. Yeah, next time I go to lift weights, if I'm gonna go do a squat, just punch me in the stomach, whip me on the back a little bit, and I think I'll increase my weight. In fact, I'll increase my weight to 70 tons. And all you have to do is whip me a couple times.
You know what gets me upset is I'm sure they found other stuff underneath. Because like we said, there's like 90% under, right? And I'm sure these guys found stuff that they're hiding from us. That's what upsets me the most.
Oh, dude, people find like openings and shit and aren't even allowed to go in. The government will come and shut it down and be like, "Yeah, you can't even go in here. Sorry." It's like, wait, like, but we were finding all this cool writing and shit, and they're like, "Yeah, nope, sorry, government property. Get the fuck out." So yeah, I know what you mean. Like they're literally and they're not even doing it at a low key. They're just purposely, obviously covering it up and not letting you see what's actually there. And essentially, no one's doing anything about it because everyone has bigger fish to fry. Everyone has to go to work every day, right? So
Just whip him and whip him good.
Whip it into shape. Shape it up. Get it straight.
So
Move
clearly they had
forward.
advanced.
Straight ahead.
Clearly they had advanced building techniques. I've looked at different methods that they might have built the pyramids. Like there's one idea that they poured the blocks in place, and now after so long, it doesn't look like poured concrete, right? Because all this time that the rock has now changed, it's like it's petrified, and we really don't understand petrification like we think we do. At least I don't believe that modern science does, because we know that things get petrified a lot sooner than they try to claim. But I've seen like rocks that look like in South America specifically. I had not in person, but in different forms and such. I've seen blocks that looked like they were poured in place, but it's like it doesn't. The only reason you would know that is because of the shape of it. Otherwise, you'd think it was just a regular rock. Like you would
Well,
never would have known that it was poured.
wouldn't the iron within the port in place structure align itself within a shorter time period of alignment, to where um, it might not align with the northern magnetic pole due to the curing process and the time at which cured?
That's a good point. I looked into the rock thing. The pour. What, you want to finish off on that, and then I'll go. I think you want to respond.
No, Dice Slow was saying something. I haven't said nothing.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay, so I'll check this out. I did some research into this, right? So what I found was the poured theory, right? There's a way to tell the difference, because apparently the way the rocks and the shells are aligned inside the stone, the natural stone and the pour stone will show different alignment. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I've heard about the iron, how it lines up with magnetic north. right? When it's liquid, when it's magma, all the iron particles, they line up with magnetic north. And then when the rock solidifies, so it turns from magma to rock, it freezes that time frame in place. And then they claim to be able to date rocks using the magnetic field and the movement of magnetic north.
No chance. Then they would have to know when the changes occur. It's both. You know. But what I said is absolutely true, because if you take like aggregate and mix them up, right, and pour them, they're gonna have a different setting than if they were to happen natural. You understand what I'm saying? They'll be more uniform, I believe they say,
The
on the
strata.
poured one. Yeah.
Yeah, the poor won't have strata like normal Earth would have strata.
Exactly. That's it. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
But these stones in the pyramid, poured or not poured or quarried, either way, what I'm gonna say is they are all magnetically aligned. So if they were poured, they had to be all poured at the same time and all cure at the same time. And if they were quarried, they had to be quarried they had to be quarried exactly out of the mountain how they were going to be placed in Egypt, essentially, since they're all facing the same direction. Thank you.
Here, I'll post an example of what I've seen. And if it wasn't for this example,
Oh
this
yeah,
rock
bro. It's in
itself,
that
you would have never known that it was at one point liquid, right? Because
That's what I call.
that's what I'm saying. Like, go ahead.
What, you think this was liquid at one point?
Yeah, clearly either they had a technology to be able to soften up rock and turn it into magma, make it malleable and shape it into blocks, right? And then just kind of position them. But some of these blocks are so heavy that it's like there's no way imaginable that they would have been able to just lift that. But I could see them pouring it in place, right? If you built like a form, like concrete, you build a form and then you pour it in place. And then you move that same form up, you pour another one, you move that same form up, you pour another one. Next, you got a pyramid in a quarter of the time. Or maybe, it's all theoretical here. I'm just saying. Like this is one of and there's evidence like clearly that they were using this advanced technology to make this
I don't know if
ancient
you heard me,
concrete.
Lion. Yeah, I don't know if you heard
Go
me,
ahead.
Lion, but I addressed the fact that when you're dealing with rock, like for example basalt, there's iron within that, and that iron, upon cooling, aligns itself with that northern magnetic field, right? And so when you're talking about something like a slurry poured in place, you're not going to have those effects. So that's one way to kind of differentiate if it was or was not.
That's a good point.
So
Yeah. Look at that
what
rock,
I
bro.
envision, right? What I envision is at least the South Americans. I can't say the same thing about the Egyptians, but they had a technology where they could soften up rock and turn it into liquid, like magma, like rock itself. So it wouldn't be a
How do you know?
concrete mix
Whoa. How do you know this? How
like
do you know this?
silica and calcium. What happened?
How do you know this, bro?
It's an accident.
From like Brian Forster is a good candidate. Not candidate, but like a good resource because
It's it's not mag.
Go ahead, Noah.
It's an acid that they would make when
I've heard that as well. How do you know this? You don't know this.
Well,
when
hold on.
these South Americans were mining up gold and shit, there's a waste that comes out of the mine when you're digging in the ground that's acidic. I think it's like sulfuric acid or something. It's one of the strongest acids known to man. And essentially, this is a normal byproduct of mining things. And they mined a lot of gold back in the day. So they had all of this sulfuric acid. And what they would do is they would mix it with some sort of plants or something. And they had like a combination. And they would create like a acidic paste, which they could kind of, essentially melt rock in a sense. So it's not magic. It's just chemistry essentially. But yeah, they did have that in South America and shit.
So to add to that, and apparently the way that they received the knowledge to how to do that is they were observing a bird, and the bird was doing something weird, and I don't remember exactly what, but it was using something as like a catalyst to soften up rock or something like that. And then I don't know the exact story, but they found it in nature and they replicated it and they found its potential. But to add to that, they also had methods of like using the sun alongside that technology. They also used the sun, and they could put up crystals or lenses and use the sun's rays to be able to heat up stone. But that's all again, it's all theoretical, but there's evidence in the way that
Well, there's actually evidence for that. What you just said. You
go
could
ahead.
take like a Fresnel lens and melt rock. So yeah, I don't see
Not
why
like
they
that.
couldn't.
Like
But
that.
massive lenses. We're talking about massive lenses and massive amounts of heat being
Oh, okay.
produced here, not like a little magnifying glass.
Yeah, but my shit is not theoretical. Like they actually found the fucking traces of this fucking acidic paste
Yeah.
on stones in South America. Like they actually use this shit. They would mine for gold, and then they would take the wastewater from the mine, which was like fucking acid, bro. It would burn your hand off. They would take that shit and mix it with this plant matter and make a paste, bro, and put it over their rocks. And then they would put the paste between the rocks essentially as a grout. But it wasn't even a grout. It was like an acid, bro. So it just fucking it essentially burned both the rock on the top and the rock on the bottom. And the weight of the rock on the top would provide a force that presses the rock into each other. And with this acid paste in between them, they would essentially even out in a sense and get these like. And they've tested for this paste and found it, bro. They wrote papers about it and shit, and they knew about this acid because they literally dug it out of the ground, and people would get hurt from it.
Okay, let's say there is this acid, right? Let's say they had use of it. Why would you do that? Why would you put acid on the after you finish the blocks? Why would you? It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so you have one rock on the bottom, and it's a different shape than the rock on the top. So when you put the rock on the top and the rock on the bottom together, there's going to be a gap between the rocks. So by putting this paste, you essentially melt both the bottom of the top rock and the top of the bottom rock, and they essentially join together. Instead of having a gap between them, it's almost like one rock in a sense. It's almost like grout, but it's not grout because it doesn't
So
harden into something. It literally
it
melts both together.
makes that edge of that rock malleable to the point where they can form together and fuse, or they just kind of okay.
Yeah, but okay, that does make sense, but it still can't explain how they level out, how they become perfectly straight. You cannot. It's impossible to ensure if you have two uneven surfaces. If you just put acid there and just let the weight do the job, that won't work. How do you figure that's going to work?
No, listen, you have a rock on the bottom. You put the acidic paste on the rock on the bottom. Then you place the stone on top. The stone on top is like fucking 500 pounds. That 500 pounds of force from the top is being pressed into the bottom rock, and between the two rocks, there's an acidic paste that essentially liquefies the gap between them, and they start to join. Like
well, the
fucking.
problem with that is we would see the excess spilling off over the edges and the sides, right?
Bro,
and we don't necessarily see that.
They would wipe it away. This is done by humans. It wasn't natural.
Oh, okay. I got you.
The acid doesn't even naturally form. They had to it was in the wastewater from the mining. So the acid's not natural, the paste's not natural, and the two rocks stacking on top of each other with the acid between is not natural because a human being had to do it. This is a manufactured process by human beings in ancient South America.
Gotcha.
It's like concrete. It's like building cinder blocks, bro. Cinder blocks are not natural. Neither is the grout between them. It's entirely human. So yeah, there's gonna be no spillage on the side because there's gonna be a dude wiping the spillage away. He's not gonna fucking stand there and have shitty craftsmanship and have melted sides of his rock. Just like you wouldn't let fucking grout just stick out on the side. Well, I take that some fucking masons are shit. But if you're gonna build a cinder block wall, you would take away the extra grout. You wouldn't just leave it there to fucking be sloppy.
Yeah, you don't got to carry on any further. That made sense.
Look, I'm not a stonemason, but I don't see how that happened. You have one stone, which is irregular surface. You have another stone, which is irregular surface. Then you put acid in between. Now, even if the rocks become malleable, how do you know that the one that has a bump on it will not leave an impression on the other? Like, we're talking about perfectly straight rocks here, perfectly level. I can't see that happening. Sorry, bro.
No, the rock. I don't know what you're referring to, but they literally, this is how they built structures in South America. Like, they literally found the acid from outside the mines, and they found the paste, like traces of the pastes in between the stones, like on the cracks of the stones. And when you look at the structures, they're not regular rocks; they are irregularly shaped. And so people were for so long like, how did they perfectly align these irregularly shaped rocks to perfectly fit into each other? Well, they didn't. They just fucking melted the sides so that they would fit each other, essentially. And they used the force of gravity, which is why the stones were so big, as the pressure between the two sides.
Yeah, maybe so, bro. I just can't see it. I can't see how they can do that every time. And no, I call impossible on that. Sorry, bro.
So it's impossible to stack rocks and put a paste on between them like we do with cinder blocks today and bricks today.
Yes, impossible to reform them to be evenly shaped on all sides. Yeah, I call impossible on that. Yep.
Not evenly shaped. They conform to each other's shape.
Yeah, but I mean the sides all flat and level. All the sides.
They're so precise.
They're
They're
not
so
flat.
precise. In
What?
Egypt, they're so precise that they would have had to have been poured, or there must have been some other technology that we're not aware of, because it's the precision is just too insane, dude.
Yeah, it can't be
For
there.
the size of these blocks.
Yeah.
But we can't underestimate man's ingenuity. But I say that maybe there's also things that are variables that we're not looking into, like maybe volcanism. What kind of volcanism were they surrounded by? Was there magma pools or rivers of magma that they could somehow reroute, right? Like somehow create assembly lines where you could somehow reroute this magma, or there'd be different processes where it'd be from partially malleable to like completely liquid. Because apparently there must have been like some assembly line, like there had to have been, right? So they were diverting lava into like core. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, man.
Look what I just posted. You're gonna tell me this was done by acid, placing blocks next to blocks? No freaking way. Come on.
SC don't like that one. He don't like the acid. I feel you, bro. I don't. These are just different ideas.
Don't believe me. Look at your eyes. Look at it with your own eyes. Can this be done in the way that our buddy just said right now? It's impossible, bro. There's no way you're gonna stack that and press it and make that shape. That ain't gonna happen, ever.
Man, I know I build retaining walls for a living, dude. I do this stuff out here. Megalithic retaining walls too, not like the little cinder blocks, like big ass blocks.
Now they definitely had a technology to melt rocks. I call them the melty stone civilization, but it's definitely not done with acid. They had something that we can't even fathom. I think, like
The
way
blocks that
beyond.
that we use to build, they're all precast. They were made, using a form template. You know what I mean? And you just put them in place. But they're huge, dude. You need I don't know exactly the weight of them, but you can
I
see them on
think
the
this
side of
was
highways and
showing
stuff.
off.
Go ahead.
What I think is this was just showing off, right? I don't see any reason why they did this, right? Okay, we understand irregular blocks, if put irregularly, could withstand earthquakes more. We all know that, right? But this, This is just showing off, I think. What is this? Like, do you know any mason that has ever made a design like that ever? Ever. Like, if you were a mason and you did this, what would your boss tell you? Like, did you come in drunk or something? What is this? He's going to tell you. What kind of bricks are these? Where'd you get them? I don't know. Anyways, I didn't mean to poo-poo on your theory, bro. I mean, I'm just stating the obvious. That's all. So what does everybody else think? Can it be an acid? Can it be poured? Is it quarried? What do you guys think?
Yeah, that's what I think, bro. I think if I was by myself and I had to cut some large rocks in half, right? I wouldn't use a saw. I would use acid. That's the most logical way to. If I had a huge stone, let's say I had the stone the size of a cathedral, just a giant fucking rock in a field, and I was like, damn, I'm gonna make a perfect cut and cut this perfectly in half. I wouldn't use a fucking laser. I don't know how to build a laser. I don't even think there's a laser possible that we could build. I wouldn't use a fire. I wouldn't use a chisel. I wouldn't use a saw. I would just put acid and I would just apply it in a perfectly straight line and melt out the rock. Melt the rock in half. I have a perfectly straight sheet of rock. Just melt it in half. That's it. I think acid is a great contender for a technology used.
I hear you, know. Okay, let's think of it like this. Today, right? People cut stones, right? What techniques do they use today to cut stones? Is any one of those techniques involve using acid?
We do use acid to shape things, but I think it's metal and stuff.
Yeah, so if this was a technique, would they not use it today? No.
Oh, because wait. We don't even use shit that we know about that's better for us today. So why would we start using some? There's a lot of shit that we do today that is not the best way to do it. So that's not really an argument, I would say. Like, why would we not do it that way today? That could be essentially stated for almost all aspects of life.
I guess fair enough.
Water seems to be one of the most destructive things. I've seen there was like a water a pressure hose or of some sort, industrial one that was cutting through like steel block, dude. I was like, what the hell? Like it was cutting through anything. Like anything you put in its way, it would cut right through it, right down the middle. You guys ever seen that?
Yeah. Do you know that water is the sharpest tool we have today to cut? That thing that you're talking about right now. That
Yeah.
is the sharpest tool we have today in our disposal.
That's fucking
Yeah,
amazing.
man. That's what I'm saying.
It's crazy, bro. Yeah. Better than laser, better than anything. Water. It's a nozzle so small that the pressure is so intense that it could cut anything. Yep.
Pretty insane. But you wouldn't expect that because water, I mean, it just looks like, people jump into it. It's not hard, but it is hard if you put, if it's pressurized.
Well, if you high enough level, you hit water and fucking kill you. So.
Yeah, that too. Hit
Now
water at terminal velocity.
imagine if they used water to cut. If they had figured it out back then.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good one.
Yeah.
That would definitely be more of an explanation for the pyramids because, like, they're literally cut into like these fucking rectangles, right? So I mean, water would make sense, dude. If you're just fucking, I don't know how they would do it though.
With
But
today's
to be fair,
water can definitely do.
to be fair, they do show grinding marks, like blades, dude. Circular blades were being used. Doesn't mean that they had electricity, but there's clear evidence, empirical evidence of blades being used, bro. And most those blades were most likely made of metal, which would go against the modern paradigm, because metal
What
wouldn't have existed back then,
what
not
metal
in the way
though?
that we see it.
What
Go
metal
ahead.
though? Was it bronze, iron, steel, copper?
We don't
What
know.
metal?
We don't know.
What metal?
Ones can do it.
We don't know. We don't know, but they have that. They have ideas. But you can see the circular blade marks yourself. Go look at go look at some of the Brian Forrester's work.
Yeah, he's
Even the
the
drill
top.
holes, they got drill marks, bro. Like they had literal drills, like bits. You can see it. They had literal bits, dude.
Yeah, dude, I just looked up Brian Forrester and a child actor in a fucking sailor suit came up, so I really don't think I can look it up myself. Send me a link. I want to
Dang,
see
I
these.
can't.
Well, I'm driving, but if you can later, I don't need it now. But I just first thing I typed in was a child actor, and now traffic's moving, so I'm not about to be fucking doing that.
But no, like I love this guy. He doesn't believe like I believe at all. But the work he's doing, right, is huge, bro, in my opinion, and it's just not being taken serious. But like he's sending all kinds of DNA samples into different labs all over the world. He literally he has multiple independent labs testing his samples. Some of his samples don't get returned to him. He'll like send out a sample and he'll never get it back. It's like what the hell? Like they'll just steal it. Like they'll in my opinion, I think that they do evaluate the evidence, and then once they find out what it is, they like confiscate it, bro. They like take it. So he has to be very careful when he sends samples in, what lab he sends it to, because a lot of his samples end up going missing, bro. This is a problem that we as truthers, this is stuff that we have to deal with. But so he's sending. Go ahead.
Isn't that fucking ridiculous though? Isn't that theft? Like, shouldn't he be able to like get his property back? Like, hey, like I gave you. It's like if I fucking sent my car to a guy to get a fucking paint job on my car, and he just stole my car. I'd be like, what the fuck? Where's my like? That isn't that theft, bro? That's in like at the very
Yeah,
least,
man.
that's in theft. Like that's actually a crime. Like they're committing a crime.
Yeah, so he's talked about sending in us. He'll send in like a whole skull, bro, of like some exotic, like it'll literally be like an elongated shape, like some stuff you see in the movies, bro. He'll send something like that in, bro, expecting it to get it back, bro. He won't get it back.
That thing got lost in the mail, bro. What?
Dude, and so he doesn't do that anymore. He don't do it as much. But like there's so many of these skulls, bro, and they get tested. They're coming back to the Caspian Sea area, but they're from Paracas, Peru, and from around Peru, and it's like, what the hell are these things doing here when they're from the Caspian Sea, according to genetic testing. And this is why yesterday I brought up the Mexican bodies, these alien bodies that the government in Mexico released to the public, unveiled to the public. Like, I'm not so quick to disregard it and dismiss it, because like I've been looking at this work for a while, and there's all kinds, like the Star Childs, those skulls, there's skulls being discovered with like fangs and all kinds of weird stuff, bro, that just don't, people need to wake up, man. Like this stuff's out there for anybody to see. It's not like at first I used to see these skulls in conspiracy circles and I would laugh like, oh, those people really think those skulls are real. And then like I actually for the first time humbled myself and I looked into it and I realized, like, and this is before flat earth, that I was looking into these skulls. These skulls are legitimate, man. And they are shown to be part human, but they're hybrids. And the other half, they don't know. They're just unknown. But anyways, I don't mean to rant on, but and specifically Mexico, South America, and like areas of Bulgaria in the Caspian Sea and near there's an island off of Italy called Sardinia that they're discovering these skulls. So these individuals with these elongated skulls, this was a unified culture. Because if you're finding them in Bulgaria and you're finding them in near Russia and the Caspian Sea in the Appalachian region, I mean not Appalachian, Caucasus region, and then you're finding them in Peru, then clearly, and clearly they were all over the world, and probably in Antarctica too. Who knows?
Yeah, but Antarctica is like a fake place. There are islands and there are continents that they take people outside of and say, "Go look, it's Antarctica." Like, yeah, no, bro, you're just next to an icy island. But there's no actual, like, it's a fake thing, like, as we understand it, I'm pretty sure. Antarctica is just a catch-all term for the shit that's not on the UN map. If it's not on the UN map, that's Antarctica, essentially. But yeah, I
And
just
then,
add that in.
what do you think about Dr. Greer? I mean, clearly the guy, he's not a believer in this and that, but that little alien, whatever creature that was like 12 inches tall. Remember, it had like the ribs and it had the weird alien head, and it was tested to be authentic. Remember, and he released that, and people thought he was like, oh, it was like fake, it was all fraud. And now you got the Mexico releasing bodies. Like now bodies are popping up. And this was shortly after this government employee came out saying that they have biological evidence or biologics in possession. You know what I mean? Like this is all happening at the same time, and we can't just be quick to disregard it, bro. Because me and you, we're believers. We know that these things exist. There's other entities out there, bro. Like clearly, you know what I mean?
No, I posted you the thing on Brian Forster. Just the first thing I saw, he has dozens and dozens. Like this guy is top. When it comes to these old stones, nobody beats him. Not even the doctors and these big wigs. This guy is number one.
This guy's in the field.
I think he's been to Machu Picchu 70 times.
All right, I'm gonna take a look into this guy's shit. Thank you. Like I just subscribed to the channel and got the video on my other tab.
Very humble guy, and he explains everything and he shows you. He's there. He walks with his camera, showing you what he sees. He's really good.
There's magnetic anomalies that he'll show you, like where like you'll see like things like near certain structures, like the magnetism is insane. Like he'll show it, like he'll actually be standing next to a block with a meter, and I forget exactly what meter it was, but he'll show you like there's all kinds of weird, interesting anomalies near these structures. There's another Indian guy called Pahavin, something like that. He also shows Indian structures. India is another place, man, filled with all kinds of architecture and weird mercury amalgams in their temples and weird stuff.
Yeah, there's another guy that goes in with the square, and he like puts it on the stones and that, and you see like perfect 90s, perfect alignment. Got his name. He's good as well.
What's with the what do you think about the? Because you said like he goes near these structures and the magnetics, it gets all nuts. What do you think about the fact that maybe they built the structures in the locations? Maybe it's not the structure that is causing the magnetics, but the location causes the magnetics, and the structure is just there to essentially like harness that effect for some sort of technology, I guess, in a sense.
Yeah, well, those are the ley lines. They say they're built on ley lines. So they say the pyramids and a lot of those stone structures, I haven't checked this myself, but they're apparently on the same line on Earth. So they call those magnetic ley lines, I think.
Yeah, there's one allegedly at 33 degrees latitude north. That's supposed to be like a really big ley line.
Yeah, I haven't really looked into that to tell you the truth, so I really don't know much about it, except that it's supposed to be some sort of energy that they tap into.
I hear Walter
Irregardless.
Bislin. I hear Walter Bislin has a new alien to God calculator where you can slide all the factors around and it comes out with a different human form.
Hey Dan, what's up? I thought you weren't available for a chat, you bastard.
I'm not. I can't take on subject. I just want to post. Bislin's been typing stuff, chiming in on some of the stuff that I guess I was talking to Dr. Parks about.
All good, man. But let me know when you're available. I would love to have a chat with you.
Yeah, later on. I'm supposed to be at work 45 minutes. I think this went.
Now look at these rocks, man. Now, who in the hell came up with that design, and why?
Essie, do you think they maybe, or they possibly softened the material, shaped it, and then had a method to harden it? That's at least what I think.
Yeah, it appears
Technically,
that
that
way.
could be done with rope.
Yeah.
You know, technically, that could be done with rope, string,
With what?
string and rope. You know, like repetition, like a bandsaw. Any kind of band that continually. You know, remember if there was a gap to begin with, you could get something in there. So you'd just be essentially like you do with trees, you put in a wedge so that you can continue the gap, keep the gap as you move across, then drop your wedges out. I mean, they could even fit, it could even fall into place at that point if you had, and let's say you had, you know, little spacers in there that disappeared. You know, like with water, you know, whatever you're talking, you know,
Okay, if you were
disintegrate.
cutting a stone, would you cut it in four, or would you make like more faces and make it more difficult for you? Like cut six
No,
or eight?
I think those are adaptations to the stone original's shape. I don't think it's a design. I just think that's the way the shit laid, and some people come behind it and fit them. In other words, they're stacked and then fitted.
You gotta be kidding, bro. Did you see what I just posted now?
I
14
know, I'm
past
checking it
4?
out. I'm just trying to imagine. Just trying to imagine what it would take. What's
What?
the difference
Don't
between?
imagine. Look, have a look. Have a look.
I am. Well, what's the difference between right above that dude and his like see the Utah shaped one above him? The Utah
Okay.
shaped stone. What oops. What's going on? Is that the same stone that's been adjusted? Or is it a
Yeah,
coincidence?
it's one stone. The one directly where his hand is, that's one stone. And look at the cut there.
Why are the
Like
gaps
you,
so different?
sorry?
Like what's been fixed on the lower one? Like where are those big gaps in the upper one that don't appear in the lower one?
I don't understand.
You don't see big shadows in the upper one where the guy isn't there? Giant gaps?
Oh, yeah, yeah, that's protrusion. There's protrusions in the rock and it's casting a shadow. Yeah.
So it's just the angle, the shadow? Those aren't
No, it's an
gaps.
actual
That's just
knob, bro. It's like a protrusion, like a knob. There's plenty of those all over the place.
I'm just saying, don't underestimate a shitload of manpower.
No chance. This is not
There's a
about money.
guy, there's an Army Corps of Engineers guy that said once, he says, give me enough money and I'll build a bridge to the moon rotating on its axis. And
Yeah,
he
Fleming's
might
full
have
of
been
crap.
right. No, he's not full of crap. What he knows is that engineering can pull shit off. His limit was money, because he came from a position of unlimited manpower. Remember the old thing? Oh yeah, you in what army? This guy's packing an army. He's not afraid of manpower.
Yeah,
So
well,
it's
tell
interesting.
him.
When you got thousands of people to do something, you might get something done like this. That's all. I'm not pushing it.
Dan,
Just
are
say,
you
when you
aware?
got a thousand people in a year to do it, you might get this done. That's what I'm saying.
Right. It does make sense if you think of it logically, but it doesn't work that way. Are you aware that they hired a team of professional masons? They gave them the stone, right? And they were just going to build a little mini pyramid. Do you know that they couldn't pull it off? In the end, they had to bring in a crane to finish it off. And we're talking about a thing that was like 20 feet high or something.
I wouldn't expect a modern craftsman to have the same skills as an old school craftsman anyway, because we've been using modern tools.
Well, how about the lifting?
You
Why
see that
couldn't they
fucker
lift?
do that? You see that one guy lifting giant stones all the time. That one dude, he pivots everything, finds the pivot point, it rocks everything. I mean,
Can he
I
lift that
have
thing
seen
up
that guy.
350 feet? Can he pivot it up 350 feet? A 70-ton
No,
block?
sir. No. No.
Yeah, so there's that. Look, it's just like with cosmology, right? They tell us one thing, then we look at it and we say, wait a minute, this is physically impossible what you're saying. What are you talking about? This is the same thing. They tell you an ancient civilization using bronze tools and stones built the pyramids, lifted up 70-ton stones, that's 35 SUVs, 350 feet up in the air, placed them perfectly, and did that 100 times. Yeah, okay.
I don't know. Imagine having 1,000 people for a year. You might get shit done.
What
I'll
about
give you
Imagine having
2,000.
there?
I'll give you 2,000.
There's tunnels under the earth that people don't know. They don't understand how they were made, because the amount of dirt that you would have had to displace. And when the Nazis, when they went to the monks in Tibet, and they talked to the monks in Tibet, and I don't ask me where I can source this information. It's just stuff that I've read that's crammed in my head from different sources. I can't even remember where I got it from, but I'm pretty sure it was from a documentary called Hollow Earth Chronicles. But anyways, there was all the talk about the Vril and the Black Sun and Heinrich Himmler and all this. Well, apparently they documented things that the monks, different mystics from around the world and wise men, right, that they were interested in talking to. Well, some of these wise men, they had this idea that under the earth there are caverns and passageways that are interconnected. And apparently, when you talk about what's that place that they went to, Asgard, there's like these apparently declassified Nazi maps of like what's in Antarctica and underneath Antarctica and this inner Earth. Well, there's like passageways that connect Tibet to Antarctica, if you believe it. Like there's underground tunnels that can connect from Argentina or Peru, right, to Antarctica. But what human would have made these tunnels, right? And how would you like these? It's so it's a logistical nightmare. How could you have done something like this? And these tunnels are so ancient. There's no way that they would have been made any other time besides before the flood.
Where do you have like any proof of this at all whatsoever? Or is this just like wild speculation? Because if there was tunnels that could be accessed, then you could just completely avoid having to go across water to get to Antarctica and all that fun stuff. Where are these tunnels located, and how have you substantiated this claim?
So a lot of it is from Native American sources. Like you have Native Americans in Puerto Rico, There's a guy. His name's Joseph Riverwind, Chief Joseph Riverwind, who is a native. He's a Taino, but his wife is Cherokee Indian. So he's an interesting guy. He also happens to be Torah observant in Hebrew, but in his culture, through of oral tradition, but he understands that apparently in Puerto Rico there are lakes, and in those lakes there are passageways that lead you into a greater underworld chasm. That the natives talk about this area. It's in the earth that connects all the way down to the tip of South America and beyond to the Antarctic region. Now, Chief Joseph Riverwind that's one testimony, but there's other testimonies from Tibet that the Nazis recorded also that I've used as source reference. But there's also a third, which is when you look at the Hebrews, they talk about the inner earth and the different chambers, and then you got Admiral Byrd. Anyways, when you start collecting all these sources, you come to the understanding that there's underground hollow areas in the earth, and then we talk about DUMBs, right? Deep underground military bases, where it seems like the military and the governments of the world are aware that there's also these underground caverns, right? And apparently, if Hitler did escape, there's some fringe theories out there that he escaped into the Antarctic region, and that there's a whole population of people indwelling inside Antarctica, like underneath, like they started a whole civilization. I don't necessarily believe it all, but it's just things that I've read over time. But yeah. But so not only do we have megalithic structures that seem to be antediluvian, but we also have underground passageways, caverns, and tunnels that also seem to be antediluvian, and with potential artifacts in them. Part of the transition or passage right to become a chief in Puerto Rico, and these natives in Puerto Rico, they would have to free dive to a great depth to then enter into a little underground cave to then retrieve an artifact and bring it back. And if you brought it back successfully, the elders, once you brought your token that you were there, they would evaluate it to see if it truly was from this area. Because apparently, I don't know, they could tell. But yeah, so like, and they're starting to find like caves and all kinds of places all over that they didn't even like. We're talking about like whole worlds, bro, with river systems and plants and creatures that have never come up to the surface. They just exist in these caves, in these cave worlds.
Okay, like I've just, no offense, but I've seen like no evidence for this. I mean, stories are one thing, sure. Like I hear stories like Globers tell me all the time of these vast distances with these worlds that have all these things that they talk about, right? But I don't have evidence for that claim. I'm just, no offense, like it's
I get you,
like
bro.
an interesting story. I'm just wondering if there's any way that you could practically validate any of the claims at all whatsoever.
Well, I
Do you
posted
even
links
have
to
like
Phil Schneider talking about it. They're right there. Phil Schneider.
Oh yeah,
talks about it.
Snyder's another one. Yeah, that guy's his
He
testimony
talks
is
about
insane.
during
So-
military contract finding these areas of vast inhabited places.
That's the guy. He's
where-
missing a finger, right?
Yeah. So I've heard, I've heard these stories of encounters with people down below in tunnels with military operations going on and so on and so forth. My only issue is that I've got no empirical evidence that that's taking place other than a story that somebody from within the government has told me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get you, man.
We have found ancient underground cities. I just posted one. There's one in Turkey that are huge. That is huge. That we know for sure. But the fact that this underground huge complex joining cities to cities, that hasn't been found yet.
Yeah,
Like a disrupted one. You're
it's
gonna like
just
that one.
it's thought provoking. I can't say that it's a fact, but I do kind of lean that way that I think it is possible.
Well,
Only because of my own philosophical bias, though. Because
One
I'm
thing
telling you, there
that I
there are
know
things. Go ahead. Sorry, Noah.
that I live in Hawaii on the island of Oahu, and all the mountains here, this is a fact, are Swiss cheese, dog. There is fucking underground tunnels that go, and this is lava rock, dude. It's not sedimentary, metamorphic rock or whatever. This is fucking lava rock, basalt, whatever you want to fucking call it. And they have different names for it, but I've been inside these tunnels. I've seen entrances of these tunnels all on the side of the mountains everywhere. I mean, there's these mountains. They literally like iron cast made giant fucking things to store fuel and water in. So, what Lion of Yah is saying about the underground? I don't know about these giant tunnels that go to Antarctica or whatever. I don't know about that, but I know that it is a fact where I live. A fact. It's a real life thing that there's tunnels everywhere in these mountains. And I've literally been inside of some of them, and I've seen many entrances to them. So
Yeah,
it,
sure. Right. So there's
man-made.
yeah,
Yeah,
Swiss cheese or whatever. It's a thing. At least here it is.
Bro,
yeah, there's a
natural
lot
or
of places.
man-made? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, natural or man-made. It's hard to tell, SC.
Okay.
So I grew up in the state of Missouri, which I think has more caves and caverns than any other state in the country. And yes, there's a ton of underground networks for sure. But that's kind of a natural occurrence, right? Many of them, some of them were inhabited, some of them not. You know, huge, vast cave networks, but they're all kind of natural, and they usually lead into some type of aquifer, or they have some sort of spring associated with them. So I don't discount that there's vast networks of underground tunnels, if you want to call them, caves, caverns, all that kind of stuff. Like that's a very common natural occurrence. I don't know if I've seen enough evidence of the vastness of a cave or a tunnel that's leading from one country under the ocean to another country or anything like that. Like I don't know if I've seen much of that. I know that there are huge storage facilities that are underground, right? They'll quarry out to store many times like food products because you'll get a constant temperature and stuff like that. There was one of those in St. Louis, close to the river, and there are some underground tunnel networks that trucks can go through and stuff like that to transport. But as far as I see there's
I
ancient
respect that.
cities where you can go down below and you'll have like the catacombs and stuff like that, and you'll have what appears to be a city built on top of a city. I see a lot of that stuff, but I don't know if I've seen enough substantial evidence to support a huge like tunnel system that leads somewhere like Antarctica. I don't know if I've seen anything.
You know what? And I'm not judging you. I respect you for being skeptical and reluctant to believe such a thing because it seems outrageous. But just like flat Earth, bro, like you know what I mean. Hollow Earth is a whole nother rabbit hole, bro. And there's a Nazi connection to it. There's an antediluvian connection to it. There's a government connection to it. You don't have to. I don't necessarily believe all the things I read either, but these things are very hard to substantiate unless you go to explore it for yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, yeah, no, I believe that there's like a literal underworld, like Sheol, all that stuff. Like I believe that
all right.
that is there, but I kind of felt like you were alluding to some sort of construction that took place in the past with some sort of people that were doing certain things, and I don't know if I've seen any evidence of that. I know that the creation is kind of like Noah was saying, Swiss cheese that's floating on top of the water or has some sort of foundation, but is filled mostly up with water down below and caverns and an underworld. But I don't know.
Yo, there's my dad's, my father's boat mechanic or some fucking shit. I don't know. He always uses his fucking boatyard. So that guy, his basement, he said like years ago, in his basement, bro, like every fucking once in a while, like maybe twice a day or whatever, he could hear a fucking train go underneath, like 20 feet underneath his basement of his house. Hear a train going underneath his basement. This is in Oahu, right? We don't have any trains. There's no trains that go anywhere. But there is an underground, well, yeah, like not like a fucking slave smuggling, but like a actual underground railroad over here. And I've seen it because we got, with my company, we got subcontracted to do a little government work, and there's a thing where you can go inside of, and there's a fucking railroad underground, like underneath the earth, bro. It's crazy.
I'm still puzzled as why you would make rocks like this. Even if you have the ability, why the heck would you do this? It blows my mind. I can't think of a logical explanation. Like, look what I just posted. Why the heck would you do that? Why? It's like making life difficult for yourself.
But what do you guys think about the idea that maybe some of the Nazis escaped to South America and Argentina and set up camp there, and
That's a
they
fact. You don't
continued
have
their
to.
experiments there, and then possibly even ventured down to Antarctica, and because they wanted to escape repercussion from the rest of the world, they found a way to hide underground in Antarctica until things kind of cooled off, right? But then they're like, you know what? This is actually a nice place over here. They got this geothermal vents and this and that, and who knows what's there now. Maybe the Germans were the first ones to really start, really taking control of that area. And we talk about Project Paperclip, or what's it called? Yeah, Operation Paperclip. Anyways, I'm just trying to spark a conversation, provoke thought.
So here we are talking about all this stuff, and here we got a guy Casey at wherever he is, and the only thing that he can say about those rocks is that evidence fighting against the wall. Like, imagine what kind of a brain, what kind of a person would say that? Like, just try to imagine. Blows my freaking mind. Like, what inkling would make you think we were talking about flat Earth, showing that picture of a wall? Like, man, you got issues. We're talking about amazing cultures that build amazing things, did amazing things with rocks. And this dude is thinking about flat Earth. Unfreaking believable, man. Dude, you are the last person on this planet that I wish to discuss anything with. So please, don't even bother. Either come in and talk or just forget I exist.
I just got back. What's going on?
Well, we have the multi-rock thing there, and
Oh yeah.
we're talking about it. And this guy's telling me, what does that have to do with flat Earth? It's flat Earth hidden on the wall, and it's like, gee, man.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's some kind of direct or indirect correlation to flat Earth that's somewhere upon the topic, as I addressed that in order to build anything to great detail of accuracy, you have to start off with a flat level foundation, which further indicates, you know, the consistency of the topography, not having a curved baseline to it. So that's just my take on it, right? So I think there is a correlation with flat Earth and the whole topic of conversation, but doesn't always have to be about flat Earth. We talk about a multitude of things in here.
Yeah, well, we're talking about a wall and the way it was designed, and it looks like the rocks are melted and all that stuff. Like, my point is, they want to fix the issue, they'll just try to ridicule it and say, well, what does it have to do with this?
Right.
Like, my point is, how could you not look at that wall, those stones, and like be in awe? How could you not question that? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Who is this KCM? Why didn't you come in, KCM, and fight for your belief? Tell us. Well, we don't have to fight. Just tell us what you think. Yeah, it's true, Labette. Come, let him come in and explain. Like, how can you not look at that and say, something's up here? Or maybe he has info that we don't know about. Come and tell us, bro. Okay, good. We're gonna have Labette. Perfect. Let's get a convo going, because this is interesting stuff. Maybe there's stuff we don't know.
So he's gonna hop in 5 minutes. Issy, I see you're the only one really talking now. I'm just hoping that you could maybe help me up. Do you, by any chance, have temperature measuring equipment and a camera? I'm looking for measurements of the ground temperature and then the temperature just above the ground, say about a meter or 2 meters above the ground, and then a distance of about 50, it'll probably be about 50 meters, maybe 60 meters from that position. You could probably even go closer, say about 30 meters. But I would like a recording from ground level till about 1 meter up into the air, with measurements of the temperature to the distance that you're measuring. So, oh man, I'm rambling here. So the observer at a point, and then looking 30 meters ahead to another point towards the ground. So you can use a road, but I need temperature measurements of the ground and then about, say, 2 meters up in the air. Do you have that sort of equipment by any chance?
I'm afraid not, bro. No.
Okay.
I wouldn't even know how to go about that. Yeah. I mean, the ground is easy, but further up ahead, I don't know, infrared?
No,
asking the wrong guy.
just the general air temperature, the outside air temperature. So it can just be general air temperature.
Well, I'm sure you can do that yourself with a thermometer.
I have. I'm looking for more people to assist with the data, that it's not how do I say this, biased. So I've got the universities involved as well now, and
You could take a sensor. You could take a sensor, accurate attach it to a balloon, which will record the data as it gains elevation, and see if
So
it's consistent.
not that high, not that high. Just general air temperature, and then the temperature at the actual road level. The reason why I'm asking this is I've done a paper which I've pre-printed, and so it's pre-published and sent it to Andrew Thomas Young as well as the University of Cape Town, regarding inferior mirages. And I believe I have compelling evidence that inferior mirages are caused by internal reflection. I have my theory for superior mirages, or a fata morgana as well, but the inferior mirage, the mirage that we're seeing, is all due to total internal reflection. And the math that I'm using does predict correctly what I observe. So I'm just looking for more data. I don't have all the equipment. I was using my cell phone to get average, I'd say average data, but the data that I received did give me accurate predictions. So I believe that I have proven an alternative for the explanation for mirages with the math and the data. I'm looking for more accurate data, and that's why I asked if any of you guys have the equipment. I don't have the funds to fund this, but the universities do appear to be interested.
Can you give an idea of the equipment that would be needed to help you with this?
The universities gave me the math and some books to read through to confirm my theory, which I've done, and I eventually finished my paper and published it. And there is interest. They say they will be able to supply the equipment should this go further. They haven't exactly provided me what equipment would be needed. I suspect an accurate temperature measurement regarding the level which I'm predicting that's in my paper, and then just the general air temperature above that. The distance measurement would be a general tape measure. That will be fine, but it doesn't even have to be that far. I've made predictions within 5 meters up till 50 meters, which have all been accurate thus far, which is what has sparked the interest with the universities.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, possibility that I could help out if I knew the equipment that was needed, for sure. Like what they would consider accurate equipment, right? So they can't just say that I wasted my time because I wasn't getting an accurate enough reading due to the device I was using or something.
Let me confirm that. They have been generally acceptant with the data I provided. Even though it's not 100% accurate, it is very close to generally accepted temperatures that are provided, and that's why so far it's been compelling evidence. Obviously, if it has to get to a level where it's going to possibly change textbooks, they would prefer it being 100% accurate. But for now, I think I'm just asking a favor. I'm not asking for something that's going to change textbooks. So if you guys have the equipment, I would really appreciate that information.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, can be more specific. Yeah.
Say that again, Essie?
I said I wouldn't mind helping if you can be more specific, because it seems like a simple enough thing.
Yeah.
If it's just a simple thermometer, yeah, I'm sure we could do it.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. So let's take this as an example. You're on a road and you're seeing a road mirage. You can sometimes see it up to 15 meters, depending how low you go. And my theory predicts that the lower your angle of incidence, you would experience total internal reflection. Same as that you would see on a glass of water, for instance. Your angle of incidence is much more due to the totally different densities there. But so the reason why I say this is pretty simple is you can do this at a very low angle, which I've done within 5 meters and proved a point. So if you're able to do it
I
on
wanted to
a
add something when you get a
yeah,
chance.
go ahead.
So one other thing you should be accounting for is the wind speed. Depending on like how many knots the wind is blowing, is going to affect that heat wave signature that you're talking about as being. So it's just one more variable to include when you're trying to go through all the finite details to come up with an accurate hypothesis or theory.
So that hasn't influenced that much, to be honest. I've done this on a rainy day and I've done this on a perfectly sunny day, and the differences weren't that much. So,
well, I mean, this is how snipers are able to make determinations down the field of sight as to what to account for when it comes to crosswinds, so that they can put the bullet on target within the first shot. So it has a great deal of the physical versus the apparent location. So it's something you might want to consider, or at least reconsider.
Okay, no, I think then you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. So I'm not talking about refraction here, I'm talking about reflection. So the angle of incidence is what I'm measuring when that takes effect, and that would happen at a specific angle according to the densities and the refractive index per density. So if we have two different temperature air density, or two different pockets of air that are two different densities, there would be a boundary layer between the two. And if the one is at, for instance, a temperature of 30 degrees and the other one is at a temperature of 20 degrees, they both have the index of refraction, and then at that boundary layer, there's a specific measurable, I've got the math here, where you would expect to see the angle of incidence, where to go past the, I think it's called the critical angle, something like that. I've got everything written here in my paper. I don't know the language. I've just been seeing these things and I'm asking the questions and they're giving me the words. So anyways, it's depending on the gradients would depend on the angle that it would reflect and not refract anymore. And with the math and the temperature gradients that I've been putting into the math is giving accurate predictions. So when we're seeing an inferior mirage, for instance, we're seeing total internal reflection and we're not seeing refraction take place, which is actually fascinating. And yeah, that's why I need more data if possible.
Well, I mean, it's all a mirage, though, is it not? Whether you're talking about refraction, reflection, internal reflection, like not apparent. It's apparent. It's not actual. So we're dealing with a mirage, and I'm just saying, like, the mirage will further distort depending on the atmospheric conditions, not only due to temperature, humidity, and the differences between those two air levels, like you were talking about, like a difference between the two creating this thing, but also the wind movement. Like all of this is going to play a part. But yeah.
So the current explanation for mirage is refraction, where there's bending of light taking place, which is, I do not believe that is taking place. It is all in total internal reflection. We are seeing a reflection. There's no refraction taking place. When we don't see the mirage, that is refraction.
Yeah, but the point I was just making is that you're gonna get a different resolution depending on what the wind movement is doing.
Not at 5 meters, for instance. I've done this experiment on 5 meters, and I did not notice.
I could do it at 2 feet on the hood of my car, and I could show you that when the wind is blowing, depending on the direction and the knot speed of the wind, is going to have a different effect of the resolution of the object in question that I'm trying to, purvey here within the optical demonstration.
So it's not the actual object that I'm measuring. It's when the reflection takes place. Does that make sense at all? I know this is it's a Discord. I'm going to get a lot of flack for this. The universities understand what I'm doing. It was a very simple question that uh, helper asked for, yeah, just for the little bit of data. But yeah, if you guys want to dig into it, yeah, I think let's rather wait till the experiment is or the paper is completely published. Then I will share the published paper, yeah, and then we can take it from there. I think that's maybe a better option. It is in review at the moment, so I'm not too sure how long it takes. I published it, I think it's 2 days ago, so it's still under review. I actually updated it today with the math, so maybe we should wait till then.
Yeah, that's probably good. Yeah, I didn't mean to like try to. I wasn't like trying to discredit your thing or nothing or downplay it in any way. I was just trying to throw out another possible thing to look into when trying to make an accurate conclusion. But it could be a non sequitur to what you're doing. So my bad.
No worries. Yeah, that's why I think. Let me rather get once it's actually officially published, then I would say let's go ahead. It's a pre-print publication that I'm doing because I see the publication costs like 15,000 or 20 something thousand rand, $1,500 or something. So I'm just first doing the pre-print so I can secure my publication and get a digital print to it. But yeah, once that's completed, I will gladly share it here, and then you'll get an understanding of what it's actually entailing. So I understand. I hear what you're saying, but it's that as far as the universities are, the discussion I have with the university, that shouldn't have an influence in what we are testing here.
Yeah, so if you get the specs of like the equipment that the university might be using, like something that they consider accurate equipment to take the measurements, shoot me a DM and I'll see if it's possible or plausible that I have access to it or the ability to acquire it and see if I can help out in any way, shape, or form.
Thanks, Napalm. Yeah, funds on my side are quite tight, so that's why I asked for help. So I do appreciate if you are able to help. I emailed them back they emailed me back today. I replied to them. They do take quite a while to get back to a person. When I do get feedback, I will actually drop an email to them this evening or tomorrow morning and ask specifications on equipment. As far as I understand, they're willing to do this. We just want to. I think they're double checking the maths and all that of my paper that I sent to them as well. But so far things are looking positive, which is really cool. But yeah, I'll definitely stay in touch. I can't promise you when.
Yeah, that's good, and it's also sounds like it's plausible that this information can be verified by somewhat of an average individual that may have access to accurate temperature measuring equipment that they could also test and verify this, which would be a good thing to have it done multiple times to confirm. I think that would be awesome.
What's pretty awesome, I've been messing around with it at the moment. I'm putting the math into a program, so you can put in the temperature at different distances or at different levels. So for instance, ground level and then above ground level, and the app that I'm busy doing should give you a prediction when you would expect to see a mirage. And I'm struggling to get the math to work in the program, but the math itself works. So if I put the math in manually, and I go out and I put my camera up, and I say, I'm putting it up at this height. I've measured that temperature. I see the mirage at that distance, which is what's been so fascinating. My math is matching what my expectation is. So the app I'm busy trying to build here, I've got very little development skills, so I'm really struggling. But the app that I'm trying to build is to say, okay, you put in the temperatures, and it'll give you the prediction of where you should see the mirage take place. But the math works, which has been fantastic. I'm so excited about it, and it's all got to do with the angle of incidence, because it's total. I'm claiming that it's total oh fuck, what's the word? Total internal reflection.
Awesome, dude. That's awesome. That's stuff I've been like asking the Glovers for. Like, hey, if I could provide you with X information, would you be able to give me a prediction? So that's cool. Yeah, I'm willing to help. Let me know. Shoot me a DM.
Cool. Thanks. I appreciate that, Nepal. Just remember, this is not Earth shape related. It's basically just the understanding of mirages and why we're seeing what we're seeing at certain distances.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I really would like to get to an understanding and a baseline of that information. And not a lot of people are like really trying to figure it out. I don't think they're just trying to assert their side or the other, right? Like, I don't know. Yeah. Let me know if I can help. 'Cause I've got access to many different variables, right? Whether it be over land, over water, specified distances over water, stretches of beach where I can go from one to the other or across a body of water, or just fairly flat surfaces for long distances, all kinds of stuff. So let me know.
Yeah. So, for instance, I took general data and I put it into the math that I use for my theory with the ocean, and I get an average of about 7 to 8 kilometers where I should start seeing mirage take place over our conditions here in Cape Town, and that is more or less where I always see the mirage taking place at the height that I film. When I do a road mirage at the temperatures that I measured, okay, like I say, I don't have the best measuring equipment, so I get a, a more or less correct information from the measuring devices I use. But my prediction with the information that I use in it, I'm getting 57. Oh, sorry, I got 59 um, meters where I should see a road mirage at 1 meter high. And I was like, oh my God, my app said I should be seeing it at 57 meters. So, oh, not my app, my math tells me I should see it at 57 meters. So for me, that was wow. And then when I took the same data and I put it 10 centimeters above the ground, with the same information, it told me I should see it at 5 point something meters. Oh man, I got all the stuff is here written in the notepad. 5 point something, and my math said I should see it at 5.7. I think I saw it at 5.3, and yeah, lo and behold, I saw it at that location. So that's why I say I think I'm onto something, and that's why I believe that the universities aren't agree with me that wow, this is worthwhile looking at. And it's all got to do with the total internal reflection, and different density gradients with different temperatures. So it's where two mediums meet. Um, they don't mix. They're separated, and there's a boundary layer between them. And instead of the light refracting into the medium, or it can refract into the medium, but only at certain angles. But if you come at the beyond I think it's called a critical angle, it'll actually reflect off that barrier, and I believe that is why we're seeing a mirage, be it a road mirage or a mirage out in the ocean. It's all reflection. It's not refraction. Napalm, I'll actually if you're interested, I can DM you a draft of my paper with my personal details redacted. If you're interested in looking at it.
If that was directed at me, Beerman, yeah, I'd be interested to read through anything you have for sure. Sorry, I was just a little distracted. My wife just got home, and you know how they can get when they unload shit on you.
Yeah, no worries. If I could ask you then just to try keep it with yourself. You can share it around a few people if you really have to, but try keep it with yourself. But like I say, I'm gonna redact my personal details from the paper itself.
How dare you? I need your address, sir. No, I'm just playing.
Cool, it's incoming.
Yeah. Wait, so what was the verdict ultimately with the pyramids? They were built by UFOs and Bigfoot, right? Using sound technology. All right. Because like Bigfoot, Yeah, it's not even as big as it gets. They're like Titan Bigfoots, big feet. Many of them. Yep.
Essie, I see your guys hopped in here. How do I say it? Lebetta? How do I say that? Anyways, yeah, Essie, that guy's hopped in.
Yeah, Labette.
Labette.
Can you repeat, please?
What's your address?
It's somewhere in France.
Hey, Labette,
Hey.
did you want to have a convo about the pyramids?
Oh, if you want. I am not. I am not the how to say. I'm not aware of everything about the pyramid. I don't know how to tell. I am not. I have bad knowledge about pyramid. But if you want.
Oh, I misunderstood because I thought when we were talking about in text, you mentioned something.
No, I mentioned you were speaking about Cassia that does not even about the wall
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah,
and not even like you passed the peak of the wall and it was like it's a new proof of flat Earth or I don't know what and not even thinking about the complexity of the wall.
yeah. I posted a wall, and right away, instead of thinking of the wall, he went to, well, what does that have to do with flat Earth? Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's not even a flat Earth Discord, so it's a principal subject. So don't get me false, but
Yeah, instead of like wondering and being in awe of the stonework, yeah, they just block it, and right away, what does it have to do with flat Earth? Nothing. We're talking about a wall. Yeah.
exactly. I would love to see a debate with Cassia right now, if he want to get a VC check. I don't know if he is, but
Yeah, me too. Maybe he knows something we don't know. I mean, yeah. Anyways, I gotta go for a drive. I'm gonna be silent for about 20 minutes. I'll be listening.
Lebet, your voice reminds me of the Merovingian from the Matrix Part 2. Matrix Reloaded.
you don't want to be VC check to be able to speak, Cassia? I don't know if there is a mod somewhere, but oh yeah, too bad.
Yeah, there's well, you've got the pyramid in Versailles and the pyramid on in Paris, the glass one outside the Louvre. I don't know if you heard of the Louvre. Anyway, they got them a pyramid there, and then there's talk of another place that allegedly may have been a pyramid or like a mound structure, but then later like maybe both those over. So would that those things? Well, you heard it.
It's me, you are roboting.
No, I'm not orbiting. I don't believe on an orbit.
Okay, so you are just have to listen to some stupid flat earther and get a laugh. I am training my English. I am using you, Cassie, to train. Ah, he left. Ah, too bad. He left.
Yeah, I'm surprised we don't talk more about Lord of the Rings, but with the Middle Earth being there, and everything, and how that's a popular movie, book, everything. Yeah. Yeah, there's probably not a lot of experts on the scriptural Lord of the Rings.
Napalm, are you there?
No, he didn't want to talk Lord of the Rings.
I think he's fainted. He read my paper and he's flabbergasted. Just kidding.
Okay, Jeremy's not here, so I can't blame the dead chat on Jeremy this time. Who did it? Who's the guilty culprit?
That did what, AC?
Killed the chat. Was it Sean G that killed the chat?
No, I think it's me, man. When I brought up the whole fucking reflection thing, my paper, then it went dead.
He fucking killed it. He crushed it.
What's up, Sean? You still mad at me, bro?
Man. Grudges, you know, they go deep.
Me and Sean used to be besties, but he forsaken me.
You gotta used to be friends, right?
Yep, he put the scarlet letter on me.
Yeah, Sean hasn't spoken yet, so yeah, if it was me, I do apologize. I didn't mean to do that.
Nah, I'm just messing with everybody.
I was trying to talk some Lord of the Rings, you know, bring that up like a topical conversation, you know. But don't you think it's funny that like we don't have like a lot of it ever? Really, we don't talk Lord of the Rings, but the whole thing is Middle Earth, right? Like we already have that. Like there's no planets in it. You would think we'd have like 100% of that audience for our material.
Of what?
The Lord of the Rings,
Oh.
which may or may not be based on real events.
Yeah, you're gonna give me a lot of shit. I haven't watched the Lord of the Rings yet. Oh my god, I haven't even watched Star Wars yet.
I think you could say that Star Wars itself is kind of built upon, you know, the trilogy of LOTR.
I still think The Matrix is, if any movie like tapped into something, I think that's the one, man.
No way.
I enjoy the Divergent series and
No
the
way.
Maze Runner, especially the last Maze Runner.
No
Oh
way.
my god, that was brilliant.
Fudge all these dystopian films. Fudge them to heck. Yep, I said it. LOTR is like a series it's at least like 2,000 years long, you know. Gandalf is like old as shit. Dude's immortal. He's a mortal wizard, bro. What do you want? Even though he dies for 3 weeks. You know what I mean? I'm saying.
Well, the people that make these movies, they got some vivid imaginations, man. I'll give them that.
It's the author, J.R.R. Tolkien. This was written in the early 1900s, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a hyper dramatized. I think it's a cartoonification of actual history. He was actually researching real shit and then came across it and he was like, hey, I can't even out this shit. I have to codify it. I have to make it look like it's all some other crazy shit.
Yeah, I hear you, bro. That guy is quite an author.
I mean, like these different races are like sort of symbolic of certain races, I think. You know, within the story.
Well, you have to think that all these writers, like for example, Star Trek, right? I think the Star Trek writer, he was Jewish, right? I think he because if you see all the races in that he does, right? He draws on his knowledge of his race, right? The conflicts between, like the one that blew my mind with like half white, half black face. Have you seen that one?
Oh yeah, sure. But he was like shacked up with Uhura. They lived together in an apartment.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
yeah,
that.
yeah. But you know what I'm saying, right? Like you'd have to draw from somewhere to come up with these stories, right? And to me, it's like he drew from the conflict of Arab and Jews and that kind of a thing, right? Different races. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like the original Klingons, I think were like some type of like they were meant to be a little bit Asian as well, like not just dark skinned or whatever. They're like dark skinned Asians with bad foreheads. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, to me, I always had the Klingons uh, like the Arabs or something, like the enemies of the Jews. I had them in my mind because I was thinking in terms of race and who the author was, and you understand what I'm saying, right? Not to be racist. Like if it was a Chinese, maybe he'd draw like he would be inspired by dragons or other, you know what
Oh,
I'm saying, other
yeah,
enemies. Like
the Klingons are all
yeah,
about like some kind of Japanese like situation,
yeah, like
samurai
the
culture
enemy,
or
right?
something like that.
Like the Russians, like the Klingons, you think of them as the Russians or something, right?
Yeah. I don't know.
But then you had the other race there. What were the other ones? Forget the other one. They were powerful
Romulans,
too.
bro.
Yeah,
Romulans,
the
yeah, you want to mess
Romulans. Yeah,
around,
that's right. Yeah, yeah.
fuck around in the neutral zone, you find out. About to decloak off your port bow. The fuck? Put your shields up, motherfucker. But we're about to tell you
Yeah.
something. And what somebody else was like saying something about like just the word something raw, and I was like, hoorah, like almost like yeah, kind of like that's a weird thing. And then making the whole USS Enterprise international. You know what I mean? They were way about that before. They even dual rolled Sulu. He's kind of part gay, part Asian. So that's amazing. Anyway,
And notice that confederation, that would be like NATO, right? It was a confederation state of planets, whatever it was, right?
United Federation of Planets. Yeah, so it's more like the
Yeah,
UN of planets.
exactly. Yeah. Well, yeah, more like the UN, I would imagine. Well, no, because they were aligned. Those planets were aligned, right? So it would be more like NATO, because those planets would fight against the Klingons and the Romulans, right? If I remember correctly, or were they all together?
Yeah, basically neutral space is neutral space. You might have fight there, you might not, but you definitely want to be in Romulan space, because you're definitely gonna get your ass shot up.
Don't venture into Romulan space. Yeah,
Romulans
it's
don't.
like the
They
Crips and the
don't play.
Bloods. Yeah, you
And the
were in red
Ferengis
in
are
our
not.
neighborhood.
Are Ferengis a little bit like Jews? Maybe kind of. I don't know. Maybe kind of. Sort of.
Yeah, I'm convinced. I mean, it's written like you can tell. You can tell what inspired him in all the episodes, right? It was all about this race against that race, and this race. And notice they had eliminated money. There was no need for money. Everything you wanted was provided for you. Just you had a machine, coffee, hamburger. The holodeck. That's going to be a reality soon. They're trying to do that with the virtual reality thing there.
Yeah, that was the best thing in Star Trek. Well, one of them, but the holodeck, yeah, that was sick.
If anything to be recreated, that would be like the ultimate thing. And the food machine, of course, right? But yeah, those two things, like, I'll have that. Like, you want to play baseball? Okay, you set
they
up
had
a
a
holodeck program. Yeah.
for like a real field. I know you could do all kinds of crazy stuff in there. I mean, you're thinking about baseball, thinking about something else, but you could do a lot of cool stuff in there.
Yeah, like you can do combat instead of playing the game. You are in the game. You are the player. Or anything you want to practice. You want to practice. You want to learn the guitar, right? So you get a virtual guitar teacher. Boom, you learn the guitar. You want to learn martial arts. Well, you can spar with the thing all day long and actually have contact. Like the holodeck will be able to flip you, like really flip you or hit you, like, and you can set the settings, right? Hard, medium. Just don't go on Mike Tyson because You remember the first phone that came out? They were like flip phones, some of them, no? Didn't that like kind of Star Trek-y thing? There's enough of this nonsense. Somebody bring up a topic in reality.
Bro, your head's not in the right spot with the holodeck.
Yeah, well, I can think of those things too, Jeremy. But this is a family show, right? Is that where you're heading?
All right, as long as we're on the same page.
Gotcha. Think of those possibilities, yeah. Actually, that could alter the human race right there. That probably should be banned. Also, check this out. What I found: Neil never ceases to admit to to like entertain us, to give us stuff. You know the Earth rotation nonsense, the Coriolis. And they say, well, you wouldn't feel it. It's only 800 miles an hour. You wouldn't feel that. It's one rotation a day. Well, check out what Mr. Neil says here. He says that if the Earth were to stop spinning, of course, we're going into fantasy la la land now. If the Earth were to stop spinning and you weren't buckled up, he says, you would go flying out the window. People would go flying out the window, 800 miles an hour that way. So for all you ballers that ever argued with me against that, well, here's your man right there telling you what would happen in your fantasy globe if it were to stop spinning right now. You'd go flying 800 miles. I even believe he gave a direction. I think he said east. How do you like that?
That makes sense, though. If what he's saying in the sense that if you're in a car and the car just had to stop, you'd also go flying through the front window. And I think that's why he says what he's saying. If it is spinning, of course. But yeah, I think yeah, it's the same concept.
Well, he is right. He is in this. He is correct. I mean, it's
Yeah.
physics.
Correct.
You cannot change physics, right? If something was rotating at that speed and it would suddenly stop, well, there you go. You have to be going flying that way. There's no way around that.
Unless you tethered to the earth.
Yeah,
Or if
unless you have a
gravity,
seatbelt on. Yeah.
yeah, or if gravity is strong enough to hold you.
Yeah, and then you would stay there, but your eyeballs would probably pop out of their sockets, and maybe your tongue would go flying out, and part of your skin. Maybe some skeleton would be left over. I don't know what would happen.
Maybe that's what happens with the rapture. So when I think in the Bible they speak about something like that, when the sun and moon stopped or the sun stopped. Maybe the earth stopped and that was the rapture. Everyone went flying off the earth. If you get what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
See if you
If you
can't
came to a
feel
dead stop.
see if you can't feel the spin of the Earth in the heliocentric model, you can't feel it or any of the movement of the Earth. If the Earth stopped, you shouldn't be able to feel that either.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, it's very interesting what our favorite scientist just came up with. But I feel
Dude,
you.
I've never been as sure that we're not spinning.
Say what?
I don't know, man. I can't VC at work. I'm all laggy. So
No, you were okay. I just didn't hear you. You're pretty good now.
I said I've never been as sure that the Earth stopped spinning since I came up with that Coriolis argument. Because, like I said, they took a peanut out of every bag or something and saved like $1 million and like saved the airline tons of money or something. Like, there's no way they'd be flying a longer path.
Yep, that was a good one you came up with. The one I like even better is where you placed the line there and then you put the merry-go-round in. That one was even better. To the point.
Oh, who did that? I didn't do that.
Didn't you do? Weren't you talking somehow in that manner? I think you
I've
did.
tried to come at that from every. I've tried to go at that argument from every angle to where it's undeniable, but I don't know. I never thought of doing that. I mean, I did have a meter stick there at one point, but
Yeah, this Coriolis is tricky. Remember the combos we used to have a couple of years ago on this?
yeah, I remember. Dude, it's tough, bro. It's tricky, man. It took me a minute to get it. There's some people walking around still confused on it.
I hear you, bro. Yeah, this one is there's a lot of wiggle room for them because they're gonna start non-rotational, rotational, blah blah. They're gonna go into reference frames and try to mess your mind up. And yeah, they can do that. Yeah. But if you keep to the basics, right? The number one thing that there's no way that they can argue it. They can't have it both ways. It has to be either two things, right? They either have to say that the Atmos is turning with the Earth, then they're finished. There's no Coriolis, or they're gonna have to say something different. Then it's gonna have to be visually. You're gonna have to be able to see it visually, at any given moment. So, I mean, there's no way around it. I mean,
can we discuss that, like, with a non-confrontational method? Like, I'm not that dude that joins the Discord to fight and to prove a point. I'm here to get information. Can we discuss that? Because I've heard the discussion and I understand it to an extent from both sides. But yeah, if you're willing to discuss it, but non-confrontational, if you get what I'm saying.
absolutely. I'm only confrontational with the people that are confrontational with me, and you're far from that, beer man. So there's no worry there.
Okay, cool. So as far as I understand, and yeah, like, I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of what the word means and whatever. So correct me if I'm wrong. I understand that if the Earth, let's use the current model, the Earth rotates, and as far as I understand, the atmosphere rotates with it. Is that correct in understanding that? But obviously, the higher you go, it's going to be a little bit faster, or it's going to lag a little bit behind. But technically, it's still moving with the rotation of the Earth.
Well, it depends who you ask, but yeah, we can go with that general consensus if you like. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So if you're flying an aeroplane, this is my understanding of it at least, is if you're flying an aeroplane, you're moving with that atmosphere. You as a propelled machine, is you when the Earth is rotating, for instance, from east to west, and you're flying from east to west, you're moving with the atmosphere as well as the rotation of the Earth. So you you're going to be slightly faster than the Earth, but when you're going against the Earth, because there's atmosphere moving against you, you trying to propel yourself against that atmosphere. So it's like going up and down a river. You'll go quite faster down relative to a different reference frame than what you would be going from the top to the bottom. But the ground, or the water below you is moving faster. Hopefully that made sense, but I sort of see the argument there of why it's said that way. I probably didn't make sense. My bad. I'm
No,
seeing
you
it in my
made perfect sense. You made perfect sense using it as a river. As a matter of fact, I try to explain it that way in certain types of arguments. Yeah, think of it because it's like a fluid, right? The atmos is like a fluid, so that's a very good way to think of it. It's like going upriver or downriver. That is a very good way to look at it.
So where's the actual issue? I'm still trying to figure out where the issue is. I understand with the Coriolis, um, in the sense that if you shoot a bullet, it's not actually propelling itself anymore, but the atmosphere would have an effect on it because it's still within that medium. So it's like me shooting a bullet through a river. The river's going to be pushing it slightly one direction, but it's still going to be heading on its path, but it's not actually propelling itself. So yeah, if I think about it, the bullet should possibly be more affected by the atmosphere than the actual aeroplane, because the aeroplane at least has a propeller pushing it against that force that's in the
Bullets
opposite direction.
spinning though.
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up. Check this out. Let's go with a boat. Put the bullet aside. Let's stay with your river example, right? So now you said downhill and up. I mean, flowing up and flowing down river, right? So now let's say you have a boat, right? And it can go 20 miles an hour. But you have a river that is flowing downstream 40 miles an hour. And you want to go upstream with your boat. Can you ever make it to a destination upriver?
You're gonna lag behind. So that would be the west to east. So yeah, the plane would have to fly more than 1,000 miles per hour. Fuck yeah, I see what you're getting at. It is
Yes.
confusing. Oh my god, now it's blowing my mind. Okay. Okay, so that's blowing my mind now. Okay, I'll try to figure that out. Just by saying that has made me think, okay, cool. Because I thought I made sense of it, but now that you say that has really got me thinking. Okay, give me a moment.
No worries, and I'll tell you what they say. They'll say, "Oh, that doesn't matter because you're all flying together, and within that you can still maneuver because the plane has power." And that's the story you're going to hear. But when you break it down to the river flow, right, and the actual mechanics of the situation, you'll see that there's no way around it. It's impossible. It's physically impossible.
Oh man. Okay, so I don't want to be that guy that says, "Okay, but I want to
Yeah,
ask the
yeah.
question at
Please
least."
be that
Okay.
guy. Please. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So if I'm going with the flow of the river and I'm going at say 100 kilometers per hour with the flow of the river, and the river's also going 100 kilometers per hour, we're going to be in this. I'm going to be in the same position relative to that river. Is that correct?
Yes. You won't be going anywhere. You'll be like in one spot. If your power boat can go 100 miles an hour and you're going upstream and the river is going 100 miles an hour downstream, it would stand to reason you would stay right in the middle there.
No, other way around. So same with the other way around. With the propeller speed. So the propeller can only propel through the water at that speed. So the river's flowing 100 kilometers per hour, and I'm flowing down the river at 100 kilometers per hour with the river. Would it still it'll push itself slightly faster, but it's not going to be going 100 plus 100. For instance, the river's going 100 and the boat's going 100. It's not going to be going 200 kilometers per hour because it
That's a
doesn't
good
have enough.
question. I haven't thought of that one. I don't know. Will it go faster?
It
I don't
wouldn't.
know. I don't think
It
so.
shouldn't. It
It
shouldn't.
shouldn't. Yeah. Yeah.
No, but it will go slightly faster. But I understand, or I think I'm understanding, or I'm seeing where the issue comes when you're going up the river. If your boat can go 100 kilometers per hour, and the river's flowing 100 kilometers, as far as I understand, you may be able to flow a little bit faster than the river because you're pressing against it and there's more force pushing against the back because of the river flow itself. But you're not going to be going relative to the, say you had to be outside the reference frame, that boat's probably going to be looking like it's doing 2 kilometers per hour, but it will still be making headway. But going downriver, like I say, it'll be faster, but you're not going to be doing double the speed. No, I don't see that happening. Myself as a boater, that's why I've thought of these things, and that's why I like to use the boat analogy. Because I myself, like I say, boat, so I've experienced similar things, but I've never thought of it in such a large scale.
That's good. That's interesting what you said the other way around. I never really thought of it that way, if you can go faster or not. But definitely we're in agreement that if you're going against the river and you could only go 20 miles an hour, but downstream it's coming at 40, can we agree that you'll never make a destination upriver?
I don't think you would know. I don't. Yeah, I don't think that you would. If you're trying to get to a space that is stationary, because it's a river, you wouldn't be able to get a stationary further on the side of that river. No.
You guys got this all wrong though. Everything's moving with the water. In the earth analogy, the earth is moving, the air is moving, they got it all moving together.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, no, I get that, Jeremy. I get that. I'm trying to use the land next to the river as the reference point to see the distance that you're actually moving, or the speed that you're moving. And that's
But
why I
in the
say.
earth,
No, go ahead.
in the earth thing though, there is no land next to the river. It's just a river because they gotta have it all moving together.
Exactly. Everything is moving as one. The Earth and the Atmos in their fantasy model.
Correct.
Yeah, so you're not.
So that I. So I get that. Sorry, Jeremy. So I get that. So that's why I'm saying, if you want to look at where you're moving up on the river, if you're using the side bank as a reference, if that river's flowing, then the ground below the river will be flowing with that river, and that's why if you're trying to move upstream, remember the water that you're moving on there's ground below you as well. So if you're in one spot, say the river's going 20 kilometers per hour, and you in that same reference going 20 kilometers per hour, you're going to be in one spot, but
You get it.
the ground below the river will be moving. You will get to that destination. So you're still actually going 20 kilometers in reference to the river below the water, the ground below the water. That's as much as I get from that.
No, they're moving together. In their model,
Yes.
the ground and the river are moving together. Like the bankment beside the river and the river are moving together. It's kind of crazy, but that's how they have it.
So, Essie, put it this way. Say put a pink pole up on the river, and the river, that pink pole's coming towards you at 20 kilometers per hour, but the ground below that pink pole is also, it's stuck to you remember the water and the ground is moving now with Jeremy's idea now with the earth not Jeremy's idea, just the idea, that the earth and the atmosphere is moving together. So what I'm trying to say is you've got the water moving, but you stuck a pole in the water into the bottom of the river, and that everything's moving together. So the water and
yes,
is moving
No,
towards
there's
you.
no. Can you hear me?
No.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
No. And with the earth, with this whole earth thing, it's only the water. There is no pole in the water. There's nothing stationary like that. Everything's rotating. So if you go left, right, forward, backwards, whatever in the river, it's like all the same speed because everything's moving with it. Like it doesn't matter if you try to go against the current or with the current. You're just going the same speed as everything's. That's how their model works.
No, that's fantasy. No. That's fantasy. That doesn't work.
That's their model.
There is no scenario where there could be a river flowing in one direction and you can go and freely move in any direction you want. That doesn't happen. Forget about that.
Yeah, I agree. It also doesn't happen.
There's no model in which that makes sense.
I know, but that's how their whole heliocentric model is because everything's going with the. It's like all there is in your analogy, all there is the water, and it's flowing. That's all there is, though.
Yeah, that's
There's nothing you can't set. You can't set any poles in the ground. You can't reference anything that's not moving with the river.
But
theoretically you can because it's moving all together. Like I never used that analogy, like Beerman said it, but theoretically, if you wanted to do that, you could because the land and the water are moving together. So
yes. So that's why I'm saying if you want to use the land sides as a reference, cool. But if you don't want to, then it's cool. We can use the river moving. So the boat is now the reference frame, and then the water and the land below the water that the river is actually in is moving towards you at 20 kilometers per hour. So if that boat's, if you standing on the side of the river, you outside the reference frame, and you looking at that boat, now technically it would move backwards because it's going to flow with the river at 20 kilometers per hour, whatever you want to use, 20 kilometers per hour. And if that boat doesn't move, it's going to be in the same place with the land because it's just going to flow backwards because the land's moving with the water below it. But if that boat puts 20 kilometers per hour thrust on it, it's going to stay in the same position if you're standing on the side of the land. But according to the water and the land below the water, it's actually moved 20 kilometers because it stayed in the same place. Does that make sense? I'm looking from I'm looking from the side of the land, and the river and the water's moving together. Does that make sense?
If you were to look at it from a God's eye view, right?
Correct.
You want to go, Jeremy?
No, I'm just saying everything in their model is just the water. Like you can get outside the reference frame and be still, then the whole thing's going to be just flowing, but things are still going to be moving in relation to each other, at the same speed. Like nothing's going against the flow because everything's in the flow already. So it's not like you can't go against the flow. That's their model. I know, but that's their model, Essie. That's their model.
Yeah, but even in their model, that's impossible. You can argue it from 12. Like that can't happen in physics. There's no. You can't show me this in any fluid mechanics. Like that can't happen. If there's a fluid flowing, it's gonna affect you. There's no reality where that fluid that's flowing past you is not gonna affect you. That just there's no way.
Essie, did my explanation make sense? Otherwise, I have got an alternative to try make it more clear.
Well, it does, because if we're going with the water and the land stuck together, yes. I never use that. I go with like what Jeremy's saying. I just use the fluid, right? I have no need for poles, in the water. You know what I'm saying? You can just use the fluid. Yeah.
But even going against the flow like that, you would then make ground. Technically, you would make ground. You would make 20 kilometers of distance per hour if you're traveling against a 20 kilometer per hour flow, because you would technically
No, you wouldn't. How would?
So you would be in the
You're
same
not
state.
traveling against anything. Everything is in the flow. There's no traveling against it.
How is that possible? How can you be in a river or any fluid with a flow and it doesn't affect you? In which world, in which imagination can you imagine that?
So I imagine it in the river. That's why I say that I'm imagining it in the river.
Yeah, but that was like more directed to Jeremy, because he seems to be trying to make sense of the way they think of it, right? And I'm saying, even in the way they think of it, even in their fantasy model, it's impossible. So I'm trying to see where Jeremy's at on this.
You got a boat. Okay, you got a boat in the river.
Yeah.
And can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, you got a boat. It's in the river. You got land on either side of you. In fact, there's 4 boats there, and they're going to go in every direction. But there's land in 4, like a compass, north, south, east, west. There's land, and there's boats in the middle of that. Right? You with me so far?
Yeah.
There's
in their
4
model,
boats.
the land.
Go on.
Yeah, in their model, the land is moving with the boat. So everything's moving together right now. Like the river's flowing, but the boat, the land, it's all flowing together.
Yes. Okay. At a certain speed, right? At a certain speed, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Go
Everything's flowing in sync together at a certain speed in your river analogy, which doesn't
Like
really
a river.
work
Let's say
because
40 miles an hour. Let's say 40 miles an hour, flowing in one direction. Okay. Go on.
Okay. Then if you try to go with the current, there's not going to be any Coriolis effect. If you're going back and forth, straight back and forth, that's the equivalent of like east-west in their model.
Hold on.
If you try to go across the...
Yeah, but hold on. You're just saying going. Now, you got to keep in mind that we only have craft that can travel 500 miles an hour, let's say an airliner. But in their model, since you're talking their model,
the speed doesn't really matter.
The speed is 1,000, right? So if you want to go against the current in their model, how are you going to do it if your mechanism can only go 500 miles an hour? How is it possible?
Okay, wait,
That's what I'm trying to tell you. There is no going against. There is no going against the current. You can't go against the current because everything is in the current.
I think
you
you're
go
in La La
offset
Land,
to the
bro.
current,
I think
and then you get the
you-
Coriolis. That's how their
What
model
kind of-
works, dude. I didn't make this shit up.
No, I'm telling you the ridiculousness of their model, and you're sticking to it. No, it can't work. Even in their model, there's no fluid that can be flowing a certain way, and you going against it and not have enough power to overcome that speed. There is no model in the known universe that could work in, unless you can find me one.
Yeah, you don't need to overcome anything because everything's moving.
Look, dude, if you can find me a boat that can go upriver when it can only go 20 miles an hour while the river is going 40 miles down, then you can come and talk to me. Until then, save your breath, bro. It ain't gonna happen. Fluid mechanics.
I'll just wait till you guys are done, and then because I'm too laggy. Okay, I'll just wait till you guys are done because I'm too laggy to try to get in if there's 3 or 4 people or something.
Cool. So Essie, so imagine this now. So yeah, once again, I'm going to go into the world of imagination. I'm just trying to make sense of it myself, and that's why I'm asking the questions. And yeah, hopefully I can get you to understand where I'm coming from. So let's take the river traveling. I'm going to use 20 kilometers per hour. It's the number that keeps popping in my head. I don't know why. So 20 kilometers per hour. The river is if you had to put a little leaf on the water, 20 kilometers, an hour later, that leaf would have, with no propelling, it would have drifted down 20 kilometers. You got me on that. You understand that?
Okay, good. Yeah. I'm just using logic here. I mean, I can't see it any other way.
Cool. But now there's let's say the bottom of the river, I'm going to use a treadmill now for an example. That treadmill is rotating at 20 kilometers per hour, and it's the whole length of this river as well. So it's a 20-kilometer long treadmill, and that treadmill's also traveling at 20 kilometers per hour. And there's a picture of a leaf at the bottom of this treadmill, and it's in sync with that leaf on top of the water, or just below that water level. So these two are traveling at the same speed at the bottom
Yeah, like
together.
your pole example. Yeah, gotcha.
Cool. But now you put a boat onto this onto the top of the water, and this boat is now, say, with the leaf. It would also it wouldn't, in relation to the treadmill, it would go nowhere unless it propels itself. So even if it propels itself at 5 kilometers per hour, it's still going to have 5 kilometers resistance against the 20 kilometers. So after an hour, it would have traveled 5 kilometers in relation to what the treadmill was moving, because it's going against that current. So even though it can't keep up with the total speed, it's still gone resistance, 5 kilometers resistance against that treadmill. Does that make sense?
I haven't really gotten what you're saying. No, not that it doesn't make sense. I don't understand it fully.
Okay, so the boat is, for instance, if it's floating, it's at 0 kilometers per hour, and it's just drifting down the river. So there it's going 0 kilometers per hour. In relation to the treadmill, it's also 0 kilometers. But if it's going 5 kilometers in the opposite direction of that 20-kilometer drift, it's going to be traveling 5 kilometers in relation to the treadmills, because there's resistance.
If it has more power, if it has 25 mile an hour power, if the downstream is 20, right?
No, it wouldn't need, because think of it like drag. It's basically 5 kilometer per hour drag. It doesn't have to have 25 kilometers to make up the 0 kilometers drift that it's going in.
I see what you're saying. So if it's slightly overcome the, okay, yeah, I guess that's a, okay, go on.
So that's the way I understand and see it. I can imagine it that way. I understand it that way. So it's if you're going against the crossway, east to west, it's going to drift. You don't have to correct for it because it's drifting in the direction that river is traveling, or moving. So you would just.
Oh, you're saying crossways. Oh, okay.
No. So I'm just saying an example, alternative example. If you had to go crossways, it's also going to be drifting with the river, but going up. No, I'll stick to my 5 kilometer. Think of it throwing a drogue stone in the water, and there's resistance. It wouldn't travel the same speed. If you put a leaf in the water, or if you put yourself.
I get you now. Okay, I see what. Yeah. The resist. I see. Yeah.
So think of it as a 5 kilometer per hour resistance against the existing flow, and that's why you technically do travel 5 kilometers in relations to the treadmill and the water.
Because of drag, you're saying.
Yeah, it's basically a drag, but I do believe that there's a slight increase in speed, but I don't think it's that much. I don't think if you're going 20 kilometers or 5 kilometers per hour downriver, I don't think you're going to be going 25 kilometers per hour. No, I think you may be doing maybe 27 or 28 kilometers per hour. I don't think you're going to be
That's
going.
interesting. I never thought of it the other way around. Yeah, that's it's a good one.
So hopefully that helped clarify that. But yeah, like I say, I appreciate the alternative research, but sometimes even myself that loves the alternative research, I see where there are a few gaps and my understanding of it. I like to share that at least.
Can you see it in the baller point of view? Like they say everything is moving together, therefore they can move freely in any direction, like Jeremy was saying? That model, can you see that? You're a baller yourself, right? So can you see that? Like logically, does that make sense to you?
It logically in the model that's presented, yes, I can see how it does work. If it is that model, I'm not gonna defend it, no. But I do see how it works, but I'm not gonna defend it. So I'm just gonna defend the concept of it, if that makes sense.
So you have a question about the mechanism because of the conversation we're having with the water, right? The fluid being a boater. You're saying, wait a minute, how can we be in the? Anyways, that's just me. I mean, I could be wrong. That's just my take on it.
So the reason why the question is, I want to question why the concept is in question, because I understand how it works. Why is it said that it doesn't work? Like I say as well, oh man, I don't want to get on sides here, but I appreciate what's being done, and I do believe that we've been lied to on certain things, and the model that's presented to us, I think they're hiding land at least. That I would.
Yeah.
But the concept, how they present it to us, I do believe it can work. If it is that model, I don't know. I just think they were able to prove it that way, or not prove it, to give the explanation of how it can work that way. And I see how it could work that way. If it is that way, I don't know.
Okay, I admire your honesty. So that's good. Yeah, like I'm not saying that I know how it works. I'm just saying logic. If it's fluid mechanics, if you have flow, you have flow. That's it. If you have something in that flow, it's going to be affected. There's no two ways about it. You can't just say, "Oh, in their model, it's all spinning the same way." So what?
So yeah. So what about the convert? What do they call it? The conservation of momentum. I'm still driving, guys. So the conservation of momentum, that law, which you would expect that there'd be some sort of effect where planes going northwards, right, from south to north or from north to south. It's like you're going across against crosswinds, right?
Yeah.
You're going against the momentum of the Earth, but somehow there's no bias towards a certain direction. Like if the Earth is rotating counterclockwise, relatively, right? It's rotating counterclockwise when we're looking at it. Then I would expect that some sort of bias where the rudder, no, not the rudder, the vertical stabilizer, I think it's what it's called. The vertical stabilizer should be, you should have to you should have to tweak it a little bit to correct for the not just the crosswinds as in the jet streams of the air, but the actual physical spin of the Earth should be affecting the aircraft. But we don't measure that. There's no such thing as that.
You're absolutely correct.
Dude, there is no actual physical force with this. It's a pseudo. We know why they call it a pseudo force.
Fictition.
Am I lagging?
No, we're hearing you loud and clear.
Yeah, so there is no force.
So I
What does
wouldn't.
that mean?
The Coriolis force, that's not an actual force. It's only, you know why the Coriolis happens. It has nothing to do, there's no force actually pushing the ball into making a curved path.
Yeah,
It
we
also has
know.
nothing to do with the conservation of momentum. Well, I don't know. What's his name? Lion just said there was an actual force or something. It also has to do nothing with the conservation. What's up?
No, yeah. I don't believe that there is a force. I'm saying that you would expect a force according to their model to affect aircraft flying northward.
No.
But you don't see that. Are you saying that
Well,
we
I know
shouldn't
because
expect
they
that?
say that they don't expect that. There's no force, not an actual force. Like there's no force pushing the thing out of the way. You know what I'm
Well, there's
saying?
absolutely no force. Even in their fantasy, this is a
That's
visual
not a
effect.
force thing.
Yeah, it's visual.
Yeah, it's visual.
That's all it is. Yeah, let's get that clear. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. It would be a model of what I think both ways could be observed either way, and if this is a model and the way the model's been presented, I wouldn't see why you would need to correct for anything with the model that's been presented. Which is where I believe that there's
Oh,
a.
they have to correct.
Ooh,
They
I
have to
wouldn't.
correct for it.
Okay, I didn't understand that. So I was gonna say that's where I believe there may be a catch-22, but yeah, I don't see why you would need to change for that
You
conservation
don't.
momentum
Well,
thing that you mentioned.
because think about the mass. Think about the mass of the Earth just moving, right, at a constant speed. That all that mass moving should be affecting the matter around it. You would expect that.
You
No,
see the thing I did?
What? Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we
we
hear
can
you.
hear you.
Okay, I'm not going to move this spot for a second. They would have to correct for it if you're on Earth. You would have to correct for it, just like if you were on the merry-go-round. You can't throw the ball straight at the person. You need to correct for it and shoot it where he's going to be. So I don't know why you don't think you would need to correct for it.
So because the merry-go-round's not that the air in the above the merry-go-round is not moving with the merry-go-round, because the air that's with the earth is moving with the earth. That's why you would. I don't believe that you would need to correct for it. There may be a slight change the higher you go. Maybe I really don't know. But I think it would be so slight you wouldn't even need to correct for it.
Okay, hold on.
You wouldn't. Yeah, go ahead.
I got to move. Hold on. I got to move from the last thing to say. About air moving or air mass or whatever, it's real effect. When you're on a rotating platform and you try to shoot a projectile straight, there's going to be deviation. It doesn't matter. Like when you're not actual deviation, apparent deviation. Throw the ball goes in a straight line. You're rotating underneath it, so there appears to be deviation. You would have to correct for it if you were trying to hit something on the surface. You would absolutely have to correct for it. It's not like a debate or nothing. That's just how it works.
It kind of is a debate, and here's why, Jeremy. Picture yourself in a rotating hot tub. So you got it on a round table, hot tub. And you turn it on. 2 days later, it's going real slow. It's only going like maybe one revolution every hour, like the Space Needle restaurant. Something slow. Napon, you can go ahead and say, "Here we go." This is how you think of things. And we shoot those little underwater torpedoes from one side to the other. There will be some deviation, but it's not as much as you think, because along its path from one side to the other, or from the center to the edge, or the edge to the center, more analogous, the water that it's going through is actually moving. So very similarly on the Earth, the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, because you know this because you can go out on a still day and see trees not move and go up to 10,000 feet and have there still to be no wind. So we know
Xanax,
if it is moving, the air has to be
please.
moving.
Oh my God, Xanax.
That's a very.
Xanax.
You guys are ADD. You can't understand a 3-sentence description, really. I mean, it's not that long, and it's really concise.
I mean,
So the
how
air,
much longer are you going to go on for?
on the object? You don't have to lead it. You just steer toward the destination. That's it. That's all I had to say.
Dude, on the Earth, you got to correct for the Coriolis effect, right? Otherwise, are you gonna land in the airport, or are you saying there's no corrections for the Coriolis on Earth? You don't correct.
Along the way, you have to make some corrections because the air, the drag.
Okay, exactly. Beer man.
Yeah, go
ahead.
Yeah,
Beer man.
go ahead.
Yeah, you heard Xanax. You would obviously have to correct for it.
Yeah, so like I said,
That's how their model works in your model.
So yeah, it's not my model. It's the model that's presented to me, and I'm saying that I understand the model that's presented to me to an extent. That's why I actually hopped in here and asked the questions about it. But like I say, I think there will be so few corrections to be needed to be made. It will be minor corrections, like driving along the road, and your steering wheel maybe turns a little bit left or right. You make these little minor corrections. I don't think it's this massive correction that you have to turn and yeah, I just don't think it's massive directions. That's why
A wise response, Bear Man. Good job. Yeah, there's very little
There's
correction.
not massive corrections you have to make because guess what? It's not rotating. If it was, you would have to rotate it. Even Xanax has said over 24 miles of Lake Pontchartrain, if you shot a ballistic, you would have to lead the target by how many feet, Xanax? Just over 24 miles. Yeah,
About
ballistic, hauling ass over 24 miles. You'd have to correct that much. So he's full of shit. You don't have to correct for this because guess what? The Earth isn't moving. The only thing you correct for is windage, humidity, the things that we correct for.
No,
exactly.
Windage is not an issue unless you have a crosswind. It doesn't affect it like you think it does.
Well, then you don't have to correct for anything. You just aim at the target, shoot, and fire.
No, so in the manuals of all the artillery manuals you can ever dig up, the ones that have been declassified by the Navy, they specifically say if you're shooting that far, you'd have to make a correction that would be about 100 feet one way or the other to your target 24 miles away.
So you do have to correct.
You absolutely
so Jeremy's correct. You would have to correct. A long distance, 100 yards over 24 miles is a lot.
Yeah, that you have to correct for that. Now that would be leading the target, as he said. You didn't listen to what he said.
Wow, Jeremy is right. Okay.
Flying. The corrections are different. Leading the target, as Jeremy said.
No, that's a lie. The correction would be the same. You just wouldn't notice it.
Can I finish a sentence without you interrupting me?
You did. You said flying would be different. I said no, it wouldn't. You see how the conversation works?
While I was in the middle of a sentence, just let me speak with full sentence. So while you're leading the target for a ballistic, while you're flying, you're making small corrections along the way. Both are corrections. One's leading, the other one is actually flying. So when you're flying, you will be making small corrections along its path to equal the same as leading the target on the ballistic. That wasn't hard, was it, Rekaya?
Don't patronize me, man. I summed up your stupidity before you even finished it. That's how
now you have to result in
lame it is.
Insulting me? Now you have to result in insulting
me. It's just lame. We don't do that.
More insults. More insults.
You're a pilot. You claim to be a pilot. You do not correct. You go straight towards your target, no matter which direction you're flying. Where it would depend on which direction you're flying, how much correction you would have to make. You never make corrections. You only get pushed by the wind. Same with ballistics. I don't care what's in the books, what man has written down to trick people or whatever. When you actually do it in reality, you don't correct.
Can I translate what you said? I don't care what all the experts say. I'm right. I'm Raki. I have no experience in this field, but I know what I know. That's what you're saying.
What are you talking about? All the expert pilots, none of them correct.
That's
one.
Not the question.
Yeah, it is. You said experts, the pilots themselves.
Yeah.
So the people that actually do it. The book doesn't fly anywhere unless you put it on the plane.
Okay, so the book's wrong.
But the pilots themselves don't correct.
Didn't I just say we fly to a point? You even said that. And I said, as far as ballistics, which aren't flown, you know this, there is a correction. It's called leading or lagging that particular target. In the north, if we're shooting something to the northern direction, we would have to lead it by 100 yards, over 25 miles. And it's in the military manuals. The military has specific data about the exact agenda for all sorts of types of artillery. I'm specifically talking about a 16-inch gun, 50 caliber, shooting 25 miles. 100 miles, you're going to be 100 feet off. That's a lot. And that leading you'll have to actually do. Flying the plane there, you would never notice it because you're just flying point to point. I mean, I don't know why this is so hard to understand, Rakia.
I got a thing here to mention.
It's not hard to understand, you patronizing fool. Don't patronize me and I won't call you a fool.
You were insulting me, so I figured I'd patronize you to get you back.
Now you're cutting me off in mid-sentence. So I understand your silly story. I know it's written down in your books, but it's not reality. It's kind of like Santa Claus. You know, there's movies and books. It's not reality. There's no jolly fat man coming to bring me presents. There's no correction.
So the military is wrong. The Navy made it up. Not a real thing. They've proven it over and over again for over almost 100 years now. They're wrong and you're right. I don't understand how you can be so arrogant.
No one's proven it. I'm not arrogant. I would just like to talk to one pilot or one aviation, anyone who's telling me what path to take and which direction I'm headed, east, west, southwest, north, or south, how much I'm going to have to correct. And if I don't have to correct, then it either doesn't exist or I don't know. I mean, what would it be?
You're still not listening.
Can I just bring up something?
Last moment.
Okay,
I'm sorry, but real quick, just respond back to a crack here. You're right, and you're still conflating the steering of a plane. Pilots are not going to be able to say anything about it because you just fly point to point. Only a ballistics expert in large military guns would be able to give you the explanation and the proof and the evidence for which they use these documents and these data and these instructions. It doesn't apply to flying a plane because you're just going point to point. I don't know how many times I got to say that, but
you don't have to say it ever again. I understand it. Do you hear me?
Great.
I understand your silly story. What I don't have is an expert telling me that going west, I have to deviate this much, so I have to correct it. When you put it on autopilot, it's going from point to point. It's not correcting.
Correct. You don't have to correct for Coriolis because you're flying the plane. You got it.
Yeah, I just want to bring up back to the analogy. I was having the chat with SCR. I'm sorry that I had to actually bring this discussion up because I know it's been discussed so much in here. But anyways, if I'm going across a river with a boat, and this river is very large and it's traveling at 20 kilometers per hour from the top down, and I'm crossing it from left to right, and now I'm using my boat and I'm using the boat's engine and it's moving it across, but it's going to drift slightly from right to left because the river's going to push it slightly right to left. But if I shoot a bullet across it at the same speed that boat is traveling, the bullet's eventually going to slow down and drift more to the left because it's slowing down. It doesn't have that momentum, that propeller that the boat has. That's as far as I understand where the ballistics and the Coriolis comes in. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding of the Coriolis versus when the whole discussion gets brought up with the ballistics versus the propelling. The propeller keeps propelling it in a direction.
Dude, the ballistics.
Down.
The ballistics go in a straight line. All right, you shoot a ballistic, it goes in a straight line. You have control. You can adjust it along the way, so you don't have to fly in just a straight line. That's the difference.
But it's also got the drag that's with that flow of the. That's why I use the river again, because it's still got the drag. So the atmosphere is dragging it.
Bro.
So as much as it's dragging the plane has got.
Bro, there's not drag like that, dude. That's why I tried to tell you earlier. There's no drag like that. That's why I tried to tell you earlier that everything's flowing. So there is no drag because it's all flowing.
There is still a Coriolis force, a pseudo force, which acts on the airplane in a picture a 2 mile an hour crosswind on a 747. It's not going to move it in lockstep to that crosswind. It'll apply a small force to it, and that force over time will move it. If you had it sitting on the runway on frictionless pads, where just hypothetically, the 2 mile an hour crosswind would move it very, very slightly. Wouldn't be ever going 2 miles an hour. Never be able to have enough force to do that. Over time, it would if it was completely frictionless and no other forces were acting on it. But it would act somewhat on the aircraft. So that's what the Coriolis effect does with the atmosphere, which then acts on the plane as it travels north or south.
How do you prove lockstep again?
Look up and see if there's any deviate. Put a balloon up and see where the balloon goes above your head. If it's not moving, then the atmosphere is moving lockstep with you.
Or the Earth ain't moving. The most logical thing. Somebody with a brain, right, that thinks logically would say, it ain't going differently because the Earth ain't moving. That would be the go-to thing, I think.
Well, I know you think that, but if
Go to any balloon launch who flies the hot air balloons and ask them, when you go up, what's gonna make you deviate, the wind or Coriolis? Just go.
Yeah.
Okay, another expert that he wants to use. Okay, balloon pilots.
I never said anything about Coriolis. I said the air is moving in lockstep with the Earth if it's not moving. And
no, it's not. That doesn't mean that. That's your theory.
No,
it could be stationary and the wind could be moving the balloon.
The air, in order for Coriolis to affect that balloon, it would have to move. So it
that does not. No, what you just said does not prove the air moving lockstep with the Earth. It's just words. It's just something you write down in a book and teach the kids, and over time they learn it and they believe it. Faith. Okay. You can't prove it by launching a balloon like that. Go ahead and launch a balloon.
I know you can. You're not proving it.
So you're admitting you can't prove it. So what's your proof again?
It's a non sequitur, a straw man.
What's your proof again?
About Coriolis.
I'm asking you what your proof is.
I never said anything about Coriolis in the balloon. He asked how you can prove that the Earth is in lockstep with the atmosphere by launching a balloon, and it doesn't do it all the time because there's Racky, please, man. I know you're all hyped up, but just relax for a second. I said you
just. I mean, what is your problem?
Can I just finish the sentence?
How much more jacked up can I not be if I'm on mute?
You're pretty jacked up. So let me just say that the question was about the air being in lockstep with the Earth. If it is not moving, then it's in lockstep. And certainly the answer would be either the Earth is not moving or it's in lockstep and it is moving. But I didn't say either way it's proof of anything. Just said that's one of the ways you could show that it's lockstep. Proving it's moving is something different.
Not a way to show that it's lockstep.
Actually, it is. And the other way you can show...
you admitted that it's not proof.
It is an evidence that it is in lockstep.
So not proof.
Okay, you just want to fight the fight. The other
no, just asked you, is it proof?
And you said
yes. And I said, and you said evidence. I said, so it's not proof. And then you said, I'm whatever. I'm whatever. So it's not proof.
Okay, let's just move on.
It's not proof.
Dropping something down a very, very long hole and a deviation there also is a form of Coriolis, and they show that too. That's been proven.
That is not proof of Coriolis. That's proof when you drop something down a small hole, depending on the object, the shape of the object, and the air that's in the hole, and the gases that are moving, and all that, how that object is going to be affected as it free falls through that hole, through that cylinder. That's such bullshit.
Well, okay, you say that, but they actually have controlled. So some of the independent variables that they are able to, or the control variables that they control, and the independent variables that they change in these experiments do show strong evidence that there is Coriolis in dropping something down a hole. Yes, those are
not proof.
Variables.
Again, strong evidence.
These kind of things are considered evidence. There's no proofs in science and physics. These are evidence.
Proof. So you can't prove it.
Jacked up.
I'm not jacked up. I'm being very specific. So when you say
over me,
as you talk over me. So when you say strong evidence, and I say not proof, your comeback is I'm all jacked up.
I don't know where you get that from, but yes, we have strong evidence.
You just said
tests, in these experiments that Coriolis is a thing that is supported by these experiments. It's a hypothesis. We can say it's Coriolis. We can set the experiments any way you'd like. You think it's aerodynamic, you think it's magnetic, statics, whatever you think it is. Keep on trying to rule that out, or make it in a way, whatever the result is, to see if it follows that particular logic or your idea or your hypothesis, and you'll see that it's not. They've done this for years and years and years, and never have had any other variable other than the fact that Coriolis is that independent variable that
That's
changes
not true.
direction.
That's not true.
Find one that.
And
Well, you can say it's not true,
hang
but you
on,
haven't
hang on.
provided
It's
me
my
a.
turn as your monologue. So as you went through all those things, it's still not proving. It's just evidence of your theory. It's supporting your theoretical bullcrap. Yeah, not proven.
Now you're being pedantic. Yeah, some people would
Just
call
say
it proof.
it's not proven, man.
I'm trying to be accurate. I'm accurately calling it evidence. And so if you think you have evidence that is contrary to that particular theory or hypothesis, please bring it forward. But so far, you've brought nothing but words.
I don't have to I brought nothing but words. I don't have to come up with anything to disprove your theory. Don't. Right? I do not. You haven't proven your theory yet, nor will you ever.
The gunboats shooting 16-inch shells, 50 calibers over 25 miles is proof, but we call that evidence in science and physics.
Little pixie ducks animals are getting on that bullet as it flies out of the gun and flaps their wings and makes it fly. You can't prove anything.
You're right.
I can't prove what. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for admitting that. You can't prove it. You can just only support your theory with whatever supports it. Whatever doesn't support it, you say, well, something else must be affecting it.
Well, I can prove that it's not actually happening. I can prove that it's not happening. I can absolutely prove that.
How?
Well, when they shoot the bullets are going in a straight line, right? Because they can't. There's no force pushing them to the left or right, save for the wind.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so you agree to that? Yes, they are going in a straight line, and they just appear to deviate.
Except for any forces that could be acting on them along its path.
Save for wind, yeah, save for wind, because we know Coriolis force isn't a real force that actually pushes objects out of the way. That's why it's called a pseudo force.
That's right, but the effect is still a force based on the comparison of the two frames. So when you shoot something on a rotating reference frame, there's a deviation in that rotating reference frame that's very real, because when it lands, it's 100 yards off. Why is it 100 yards off?
It's not real. It's not a real force. I can't go on with you. Never mind. Forget it.
It is a
you talk too long.
with respect. It is a force with respect to the two reference frames. You shot the projectile in a rotating reference frame. It deviated in that rotating reference frame, and it missed the target. So in Newtonian mechanics, it has to have some force that deviated it. That's called the pseudo force. But the reality is it did deviate. Now, with respect to the inertial frame, the one that's not rotating, it went straight, as you said. So that's why they call those things pseudo forces.
Are you trying to talk your way out of this? And you think if the audience hears you say mad words, that you're going to be the one that comes out on top of this? But that's your tactic. So the bullet goes in a straight line, and there is no force pushing it out of the way, save for wind. There's no Coriolis force pushing it on a different path. That's a pseudo force. That's a mathematical force for if there was an actual force pushing it, how much it would have deviated it. Now you can keep avoiding that, maybe say a whole bunch of words in response to this that doesn't have anything to do with what I just said.
No, because there actually is another force that you didn't take into consideration that is true in the model, that when it is flying through the air due to Coriolis is going to act on that projectile, because the projectile is being shot towards something that's actually moving. It's moving out of the way, but the air is roughly attached to the Earth as far as synchronized, and it will actually add a slight effect to it as well. Not in sync, but it will have a small force to it, which is a real force, but it is due to Coriolis. And the Coriolis is just comparing the two reference frames. Don't separate the two. It's very important to understand the inertial and the non-inertial frames have to be considered in these type of discussions.
Bro, you're just saying mad words again. Because there's no Coriolis force, save for the wind. We know wind can affect bullets. But save for the wind, there is no other force pushing the projectile off its path. We know this because we know how the Coriolis effect works. You've also personally told me yourself that when it comes to non-inertial reference frames, Newtonian mechanics falls apart. You've told me, though, you've said those words out loud to me.
Yes. Things don't act like they should. But the fact that it moves, we can still apply those forces and say, why did it move? What would it have taken to make it move? And that becomes the inertial force, which is the pseudo force, which is still very real in the non-inertial frame. They're very real because we see the
It's
deviation.
not real, dude.
Hold on. Now I go back to things that you can relate to. You're in my race car. We're at
Xanac,
Auto Club Speedway.
it's
We're going
not real,
150 miles
bro.
an
Is
hour.
this pseudo horse in the room with you right now?
We're going 200 miles. We're going 150 miles an hour into turn one, and you forgot to tighten your seatbelt. There are pseudo forces that will hurt you. So they are very real in the frames that you're studying them or looking at them through. Or in, sorry. The pseudo force is the inertial
Dude,
force.
we're trying to figure out if there's a. Thought you were done. My bad.
No, sorry. I paused. Sorry.
There is no force. The Coriolis force is not an actual force pushing things out of the way. It appears real, but we know that the bullet actually goes in a straight line because there are no forces pushing it off of its straight line path.
You keep saying that, but the ground itself is actually moved out of the way. So that movement, relative respect to the object, can be looked at as an acceleration. And all accelerations require force. Who's hot micing?
I don't know.
They can be attributed to.
Hold on, Xanac. Who's hot micing? Xanac, hold on, man. We're gonna talk through a hot micing guy. What? Do you have any social awareness at all?
It's lying.
Respect to the social awareness, and with the social awareness, respect to the hot micing.
I didn't hear for a second. It's hot lion at the bottom.
Lion, you're hot micing, brother.
Oh, he bailed. He jumped.
Yo, I don't care what you could look at it as. There is no force pushing the bullet off of its straight line path. That's not how Coriolis works. It's because the ground moves under it. It appears that there's a force there, and it appears to deviate, but actually it goes in a straight path.
Well,
save for its arc or any wind.
If you make that statement, speaking it in physics terms, you're incorrect, because anytime there's motion, and we can compare the reference frame, we can actually say there's a force behind that. That's what differentiates the inertial force with a proper force or real force.
Bro, I got an earth science teacher in the building right now. Do I got to go put him on this?
Yes, I'll go.
So he can show you how wrong you are. So he can show you how wrong you are.
Jeremy, it's
on the citation. He's going
keep that in mind.
to contradict the citation. Come on, you're pie in the sky in it. Come on.
Hey, what's the non-rotating reference frame?
The inertial frame.
Which one is that?
What do you mean? Which one is that? The one that's not rotating or accelerating.
So which one is that in this scenario?
Like if you're in a plane, the people in the plane or the projectile or whatever.
No, things can be moving at constant rates.
Like what area? There is no area. You'd have to be like moving with the bullet.
I just want to know what scenario what in the scenario is not rotating.
For example, in a loosely orchestrated discussion, we could say the park where the rotating merry-go-round is. If you're on the park bench, you could be looking at things from the inertial reference frame. That could be the inertial reference frame when it's not rotating. And being on the merry-go-round or looking at things from the merry-go-round in the rotating reference frame, you could be looking at things and things spinning around you. And there's no
we're standing on the ground is the non-inertial non-rotating or the inertial non-rotating frame.
Remember, the frame is where you observe.
I asked a question, dude.
I know, but I can still look at that. I can still be the guy on the ground and look at things from a rotating reference frame. Doesn't mean frames are not.
I'm asking you, which one is the non-rotating reference frame? You said that phrase 5 times.
Yes. Well, I can't be more clear. It's the one that's not rotating or accelerating. So even the guy on the ground.
Which one is that?
Even the guy on the ground could be in the rotating reference frame.
So which one is it when you invoked the non-rotating reference frame in this scenario?
The one that's not rotating.
Who's that?
What do you mean? Who's that? It's where you look at motion from. Now you're talking
where you look at motion from.
This is a very common mistake that first-year physics students make. They think that
now you're just gaslighting because you can't answer the
I'm
question.
not gaslighting you. I'm exposing you to not allowing me to answer the question. You insulting me back. So let's just talk
I've asked
normally.
the question 5 times. You still haven't answered it.
I can't. You're not. It's not answerable because you could be the guy on the ground. The ground's not rotating, but you could still be in the rotating reference frame. All points are in all reference frames in the universe simultaneously. You know that.
The ground's not rotating?
No, in this particular scenario, it's
Oh,
not.
awesome, bro. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, in the scenario. Don't get so jacked up. Come on.
In what scenario? Is this a real life scenario?
The flat
Real
Earth
life scenario. You want to know
the flat Earth
you
scenario
want to
that's not
know
rotating.
what example you could say what is a non-rotating frame and what is a rotating frame? Well, the guy sitting on the park bench could be looking at motion on the merry-go-round from a non-rotating frame. He could be
on the Earth, standing on the ground.
Could be.
So the ground's not rotating.
We could be. We could say that we've made it that way. If the Earth
We've
stopped,
made it that way.
yes. Compared, see, it's all translational as well. We can look at things and say that let's say the Earth is rotating really slowly, which it is. But let's say we accept that it's rotating, just in this model. We can say it's rotating so slowly that we can use it as the inertial frame, even though it's not.
We can't. It's still rotating.
I know, but we can use it for our analysis. It's moving so slowly. We can say we're going to rule out these small errors that we're going to.
No, we're not going to say that. We're not going to say that actually,
Yes,
because we're not going to.
You want to know what frame is inertial?
Let's state the question actually before you pre-answer.
Yeah. So if it's rotating, then how can it be non-rotating?
If it's rotating, right? It's absolutely
okay. Cool. So when you kept invoking a non-rotating reference frame, you were just making up some hypothetical scenario that doesn't exist in your paradigm.
No, I was giving you an example of something that's rotating, what's not rotating, because you asked what the difference was like between the rotating and non-rotating reference frame.
And then you invoked something that you claim is rotating and claimed it's not rotating.
Okay, then we got to go a little deeper because you're getting very pedantic. So if you want a non-rotating reference frame, that'd be strictly inertial. So you'd have to find a frame, a set of point coordinates that have no motion or no forces acting on them. There's no acceleration.
Relativity says everything's in motion.
Doesn't matter if it's in motion; it has to be accelerating or rotating.
Okay. Is the Earth rotating?
The Earth is rotating.
Okay, so then no one on the Earth's in an inertial frame.
Yes, they are. They're on all frames simultaneously in the universe together simultaneously.
They're in all frames simultaneously in the universe. Did you just say that?
I did.
Oh my god!
What did Rumpus tell you about this, Zanuck?
Pardon me?
Look, I almost had him on the Force with it. The Force is how we get him on this. The fact that
I just wanted to point out
that there isn't.
He keeps invoking a non-rotating.
You can write it down.
That it's rotating at the same time. So.
You can write it down.
Zanuck, you're pissing Ali off, Zanuck.
Pardon me? Pissing you off? What did I do?
You're pissing Ali off. And me. Yes, me.
A reference frame is just a point coordinate system. There's no it's not a thing, You just don't. I'm on the ground. What reference frame am I in? It depends on which one you look at it from. If you want to be in that rotating reference frame and be looking at things from an inertial frame, you can do that. It's going to look kind of weird.
Okay, can we get back to this force though?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's not an actual force there that's making things deviate off their straight line position, right? It's only an apparent force, not actual force. That's why they call it a pseudo force.
Inertial force.
Yeah, so it's not an actual force. There's no actual force pushing the thing off its straight line path.
Correct.
Okay, so the bullet is going straight, right? The bullet just goes straight. There's no wind on it. The bullet just goes straight, right?
In the inertial frame, somewhat.
In reality, we're just talking about in reality. There's no forces pushing the bullet to the left or right. So which way can it can't go anywhere but straight.
Okay.
Otherwise, you need a force.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, sure. Or I mean, are you sure about this? Because we know that you need a force to move something to the left or right, right?
Right, but when something moves.
Okay, so the bullet actually goes. What's up?
You had stopped out. I think there might be a lag. I thought there was a spot there I could say something back to you, but you didn't hear me. Pseudo forces, inertial forces, are based on something as simple as just I shoot something and then the target moves on me. So the translation between the path of the object and the target that had moved, there is motion, there's acceleration, there's deviation, and there's a force, because you can't have motion without acceleration. I mean, you can't have acceleration without a force.
Yeah, so this thing deviates from its. So this thing goes in. You shoot the bullet. It goes in a straight.
And the surface that you're referencing it from is moving. So you missed the target. So how did it do that? Because the target moved. It's that simple.
Right? Doesn't there's no forces pushing it, so it has to go straight in reality, right? Because there's no forces pushing it. In reality, we shoot a bullet. There's no forces pushing it off its straight line path. Is it going in a straight line or not? Yo, am I roboting?
Not really. I mean, if you eliminate all the other forces, the real forces that you're talking about, yeah, it would be going a straight line with respect to the inertial reference frame.
What's the inertial reference frame?
The one that is not rotating or accelerating.
Which one is that?
What do you mean, which one is
this
that?
ain't about with respect.
That's a kind of an ignorant question. I give you
Jeremy,
the
go ahead.
answer.
You didn't give an answer. You said the Earth, and then you claimed it was rotating, and that's the non-rotating frame.
I said it was.
Jeremy, go ahead.
I said it was rotating so slowly that we could consider that inertial for the comparison to the rotating object, which is the merry-go-round, which we could then match with a rotating reference frame, which would be the point coordinate system that's rotating and synchronized with the rotating merry-go-round. And we can
Oh,
analyze
so the inertial non-rotating frame is the one that's rotating. Got it. Thank you. Thanks for clearing that up.
Yeah, I think you still have a problem with, you can look at motion from a rotating or non-rotating reference frame. Those point coordinate systems are ubiquitous. They're consistent for the entire universe. Where you look
No, it
at
has
them
nothing to
from,
do with me having a problem of where you can look at motion. It has to do with you claiming a non-rotating frame is rotating.
I never said a non-rotating frame was rotating ever.
You literally did.
I literally did not. You said that I said the Earth was not rotating, and we're thinking and using that as establishing a coordinate system that is.
So the Earth is not rotating.
I said if we stopped the Earth and looked at it from the Earth, because it's rotating so slowly, we could loosely use that object and call it non-rotating, and then establish a frame around it to be the inertial frame. But if you want to be accurate, no, the Earth is still rotating, even though very slowly, and it is still part of all reference frames. It can be looked at it from an inertial frame, or it can be looked at from a non-inertial frame. It depends on where you look at it from.
We figured it out. So you don't want to be accurate, quote unquote. I got it. Okay, we can move on.
No, I changed and became very accurate. You can look at all motion through any reference frame you'd like. Any reference frame.
And I got you. I'm not trying to hijack the conversation, Zach. You said that the Earth is rotating, but it's not rotating. We get it. You're crushing.
You're missing. That's being very disingenuous and being a little bit jerky too. I said we can use it loosely as not rotating to establish an analogy, a park, where we're looking at the park versus the rotating merry-go-round. In that scenario, I'm loosely saying the park could be looked at as the inertial frame, but it's not. It's part of something that's actually on a rotating body, but it still can be part of the inertial frame. But that'd be more complicated if it is actually rotating.
Wait, it can be on a rotating body, but it can be an inertial non-rotating frame?
Yes, I'll say it 4 more times.
This is just so blatantly dumb, dude.
Motion from any reference frame. Reference frames are just apply to reality
not rotating.
Reference frames are just point coordinate system. It's where you observe motion from.
It's a thought experiment.
Just because you're
it has
standing,
no application in the real world.
It does actually. You can get on a merry-go-round. We can talk about it that way. It's all translational. All these coordinates and all this motion can be explained mathematically, no matter where you are.
But
you have to use the flat Earth to explain. You have to use the flat Earth to explain your globe model. Gotcha. It's nothing new. You guys have to do that.
At what point Earth not rotating? At what point on the Earth are you not in a rotating reference frame? Never in your
Always.
paradigm.
Always. No, always. Because you're in all
Oh my
reference
gosh.
frames simultaneously. The Earth is not a frame.
Wow.
This is the problem most people,
Wow.
especially flat earthers, have a problem with. Nathan Thompson and Nathan Oakley specifically.
You just invoked the Earth as a frame.
I didn't.
You literally did.
You misunderstood what I said. I never said it was
You
a
said
frame.
a non-rotating frame was
I said
standing
if
on
you
the Earth.
if you match the point coordinate system to the Earth and said that the Earth was stationary, not rotating, you could then say that that point coordinate system was inertial. That
Wait, I
includes
thought the Earth wasn't a frame.
You could be inertial. You could be inertial sitting on that park bench, but you're really not inertial if you're on a spinning ball. And the reference frame
So
would
then
be
you can't
slightly
be
different because it would
inertial.
be rotating also.
Dude, okay, Zan, this is getting redundant. You're just blatantly double speaking. You're claiming it's inertial, but it's simultaneously non-inertial. It's rotating, but it's simultaneously non-rotating. Okay, so we can move on.
say that.
You have to
I didn't say that.
invoke an inertial, absolute, stationary frame of Earth for your little thought experiment here that you're going through with Jeremy. So just go ahead and hijack reality and then pretend it somehow matches your fantasy model like you always do.
I didn't do any of that. That's grandstanding, and you're straw manning me, and you're even putting in the chat. It's inertial, but it's not inertial, dude. I said very
quoted you
clearly,
verbatim.
we're assuming the Earth is not rotating. If we do that, we can establish these people on the park on the ground as inertial. But in actuality,
Why would
they're
we
not.
assume the Earth is not rotating if
Because
you
I was
believe
using it for an example. Dude, don't be silly. I'm using it for an example. It's not the way reality is. I'm just using it to compare an inertial frame with an inertial frame.
No, you were
If you
arguing
wanna-
about
I gave you-
Coriolis happening in reality. No, you were
Yes.
arguing about Coriolis happening in reality with Jeremy,
Correct.
and you invoked a
was.
non-rotating frame 7 times before I jumped in. Now that I put your feet to the fire, it's just for intents and purposes for a thought experiment. But no, you were claiming this happens in reality, and you have to invoke a non-rotating frame to even suggest it happens in reality. But simultaneously, you claim reality doesn't have this non-rotating inertial frame because the Earth is
try.
supposedly rotating. No, there's no nice try. You have to hijack reality
I
and then
don't.
claim it's the opposite.
Well, let me explain, because you got that all wrong again. More strawman and more misinterpretations and misrepresentations. The bullet that's shot out of the gun is inertial. Once it's shot out of the gun, besides the forces acting on it due to its weight, it is inertial. That inertial frame is what we're talking about. You're saying, well, where's the inertial frame? Where is this? It's when it's not rotating or accelerating. That's the frame.
When is the bullet not
It's not
rotating
an
or
object.
accelerating?
It's not the Earth. Well, let me finish. It's not the Earth. You keep on confusing the frame which you view motion from to these objects, whether it be the Earth or a bullet or a rocket or a boat or water or atmosphere. None of that is a frame. The frame is just the point coordinate system for which you view motion from. You're still getting it wrong, even now. Trying to like lambast me and browbeat me.
No.
You're still getting it wrong. If for
No,
people in physics, listen to this. For people in physics, listen to this. They would know what I'm saying. They would know you're confused.
No, all you're doing, dude, is you're claiming that you're going to observe something that's actually rotating, but you're going to treat it like it's not rotating. That's objectively what you're doing. Name one.
No.
Hey, when is the bullet not accelerating or rotating? Isn't it in the air? Isn't it traveling in the air that's rotating, leaving the ground that's rotating? Isn't it itself accelerating? Oh, but it's actually inertial. Oh, but it's the coordinate system you view it from. I'm not done. I'm not done because I have to take my daughter and stop interrupting me. I'm saying one more thing. Oh, but it's actually just the reference frame you view it from, the coordinate system you view it from, which is in every scenario rotating, but we're going to treat it like it's non-rotating. Okay, so it's just doublespeak, but I'm going to disengage now. No matter what you say, I'm not responding because I'm grabbing my daughter.
And you can listen if you like this while you're going through daughter. So, no, I mentioned there's other forces involved. It has weight. I mentioned that specifically. And also when you're shooting a bullet, there could be wind. So there's always going to be forces that are moving things around. Nothing will be purely inertial. In fact, it's not inertial at all. But things drop out of an airplane. Not inertial either, because it's roughly inertial until it starts hitting terminal velocity or approaching terminal velocity. At that point, it's not inertial at all. Now it has weight and it's sitting there not accelerating anymore. So it's not inertial.
Real quick, Zanuck, is roughly inertial. Is that a physics term? Roughly inertial?
Yeah, you could use that as a physics term if you're doing a test where you're using the Earth, for example, the ground as an inertial frame and all the points in it, and then looking at some motion and then translating that motion between the two frames. Yeah, you could say it's roughly inertial. It's close enough. It's a rounding error because the Earth moves so
That's
slow.
it. Did you get that term phrase from a physics book, or?
I'm sure I can find that phrase in a physics book that's analogous to that. If
Let's see
there's
it.
a problem,
Let's see
if there's
it.
a problem with comparing motion from like
Show me
someone on a
roughly
cartridge,
inertial.
Yeah, Jeremy, just real quickly, Zach, if I was doing an experiment with something that really didn't weigh very much, could I roughly say it didn't have any weight at all?
yeah, you can look at the universe and say there's no mass. You'd be correct. You can say there's zero mass in the universe. You'd be correct by most physics standards. That's how physics works. You make assumptions, you make those very clear, and then you calculate from them point forward.
Hold on, physics works where we live in a massless universe.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, okay. That's.
You never heard that before, have you? I like to bring new things to the table here if you can help you out.
Massless universe.
Yep.
Yeah, so something that doesn't weigh much really doesn't weigh anything at all, does it? Because you can just say that.
But then physics will do. But then physics will do the Cavendish, right? Is the Cavendish experiment? Hold on, Zanuck. Is the Cavendish experiment? Is that physics?
That's physics, yes.
Oh, and what's happening? Mass is that with mass attracting mass?
Mm-hmm.
So physics does a thing where mass attracts mass, and then they say they live in a massless universe. That checks out.
Took both things out of context. When we talk about the mass of the universe, that's a specific question. Talk about whether mass exists on a smaller scale. Yes, of course, mass exists. But in the universe, see, that's how physics works. You have to set your stage, ask your question, and answer it within respect to those guidelines and confines of the question. So when we talk about is there mass in the universe, if you're a physics student, physics professor, PhD, and you say, or even an astrophysicist that's well established, like Neil deGrasse Tyson or somebody, and you ask them, is there any mass in the universe? Is there any measurable mass in the universe? And the answer, if you say there's no mass in the universe, it'd be the correct answer. Because there's so little of it for the volume.
And then you would do Cavendish right after that.
Then you say yes,
and that's all. That all checks out.
At a small scale, we can do these kind of things. Yeah, of course. Remember, there's galactic scale, there's universal scales, there's micro scales, there's quantum scales. Physics is very involved, right? There's a lot of different scales, and every scale has different rules and laws and rounding and errors. So when I talk about the inertial frames, we can be roughly inertial. We don't have to be exactly inertial.
No, you can't. That's not even a thing. You made that shit up. There's no such thing as roughly inertial. That's not physics. That's not physics at all.
That actually is, because even if I drop things in a vacuum, there's still a few particles that'll be hitting, so it's never really purely inertial, because the object I drop, even though they say it's inertial when I drop, or you're in a plane that's doing a maneuver that gives you weightlessness, you're roughly inertial.
Dude, it either is or isn't inertial. This is another scenario where you're just gonna try to say as many words as fucking possible, but there is no such thing as roughly inertial. Something either is or isn't.
No, we set our stage in our experiment. We set the guidelines. We allow those errors to be present, account for them, and then do our tests. We don't need it to be perfectly inertial. We just need to have it relatively inertial to the object and the experiment we're actually doing. For example, a merry-go-round. We're doing tests on a merry-go-round. We can care less whether we have an pure inertial environment or something roughly inertial. We're going around the sun. The Earth is spinning. All these things. Did they affect the experiment? No, not that we can measure, but do they affect it? Well, yes, absolutely, they do affect it. We just can't measure any of it. So it's not purely inertial.
Or the alternate explanation is we're not spinning. Therefore, that doesn't affect the experiment either.
Well, we have a Foucault pendulum, which actually contradicts that line of reasoning. It would definitely show spin, especially since it has such predictive qualities. Show that the Earth is round and it's spinning.
Just for the record, physics will tell you there's no mass in the universe, and then do the Cavendish right after that. So we can do that in physics, and then say something's roughly inertial. That's all physics stuff.
If you said to me, how much mass is in the
Is that a
universe?
yes or no? Just is that a yes or
Yeah.
no, please? Just for the record. Okay.
Because different scales. Physics is defined by the scale. All physics is always defined by the scale. Things are different at the quantum level. Things are different at the small scale level, the micro level, and the galactic level, and the universal level. Everything has different rules. So if you looked at the universe and said, "Is there mass in the universe?" and your answer is 0, you'd be correct.
And physics is going to tell us the answer is 0.
Mm-hmm.
And then do Cavendish right after.
Because on a micro
All right.
scale, there's much more things we can test. We can then say math does it. Oh, look, it does test. For the micro level, even the macro level, in the galactic level, it's still there. We can see galaxies. We can see the Earth. We can see the moons. We can see everything. So obviously there's mass. But if you look at things at the universal level, through the universe, how large the universe is that we supposedly understand and know, we may not. It could be all just a big, a big misconception, misconfusion. But for what we do understand it, how we do understand it, we would say they're so big that the mass we do see is insignificant, and roughly there's no mass in the universe.
Well, the smartest thing you've said all night is what you just said prior to that ending statement, where you said maybe it's not, maybe we don't know, maybe we're way off.
Mm-hmm. Always a possibility.
Danica, I'm curious when you said, there's different things apply between the micro and the quantum and the macro galactic, and at what point, in order to differentiate between what applies what's a demarcation line between these different scales? Because it seems like we observe things and it doesn't add up, so they just make up a story that fits what they're looking at. There's nothing which is actually all applicable and universal. So where's the demarcation line? How do you know which thing to apply to get the correct answer?
Well, give me an example. We'll do something really simple like A equals F over M. We want to get an acceleration in something. But we're doing something at the quantum level. Newtonian physics doesn't really apply to. Of course, at that level, Einsteinian physics would be almost impossible to apply to it. So even with Newtonian physics, you're not going to be able to get things to move. You're not going to be able to measure acceleration or even replicate forces to create accelerations at the quantum level that you can actually visually see. But you can do that in your backyard or in your garage. You can apply force and see a proportional change in acceleration based on a proportional change of force.
What do we visually see at the quantum level? What is it? When has anyone ever visually seen anything at the quantum level?
Floating particles, in particle vapor depositions that are done in 10 to the minus 10 torr vacuum chambers, are actually sputtering, magnetic material or certain types of metals onto silicon or gallium arsenide substrates. And at those levels, anything you did at a larger level would be feeble. It wouldn't even come close to what you see at those levels. And you can visually see it. You can see under electron microscope, see the trenches and the structures that are built at the quantum level that could never be built using the Newtonian or standard physics at a larger level. So, yeah, we understand quantum physics quite well, actually. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to be have this conversation with these beautiful, tiny little computers with just, being able to store trillions of pieces of information and access them in, fractions of a second.
Zanuck, in fairness, I think what he was trying to figure out is when does it go from quantum to, I don't know, Newtonian in the math? I think that's kind of what he was asking. Like, what's the threshold?
I think I answered it best I could. That's exactly how I was answering it too.
Okay.
It's like, when would a sputtering gun stop depositing magnetic material on a glass substrate in a vacuum? If you had a really big vacuum and a sputtering gun the size of a Colt 30, Colt 38, Colt 45, is that gonna work? Will it stick? Will it create structures? How small would it have to be before that actually happens? I don't know the answer to that, but it's somewhere in the micron level. Micron realm.
Zanuck, are you good with math?
In my head, not so much anymore. But why? Used to be good with math.
I've got a few. It's probably trigonometry and angle calculations I did for a paper that I recently pre-printed for publication.
I'm good with trigonometry. Yeah.
Could I send you it's actually two calculations in one that you can verify that I've done it correctly?
Sure.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna DM you then. It's gonna be 3 images because if I copy and paste it from my paper, the actual figures don't come up correctly. So I've done a few screenshots.
Yeah, no problem.
But,
Yeah, no, I don't care.
okay, cool.
Big as you
Thanks,
want.
man.
I'll check it out.
I emailed him to Matthew Learns as well because, as far as I understand, he's a math teacher or something. But yeah, more eyes is obviously better. So yeah, I just DM'd you now the 3 things. So there's a bit of context.
I said as a math teacher. He said.
As far as I understand, I think Matthew Learns is a math teacher or
Oh,
something.
Matthew Learns. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's pretty sharp.
Yeah, I sent it to you now. If you need more information, just let me know. But I think everything is in there. But yeah, like I say, if you need more information, just let me know.
Yeah, I have to take off and go to an appointment in about 5 minutes. So I'll probably look at it when I get back.
Oh, even if it's tomorrow, that's fine, man. I'm gonna
Okay.
head to bed soon. And
thanks.
it's not like a 1+1. It's quite complicated when you see it. And also, if you don't get it right, dude, I'm not gonna hold you to it. Like I said, I'm getting it checked out. This is stuff that I've been
Yeah, it's
discussing.
definitely a little bit involved. You got internal
Yeah.
reflections. You have reflection, refraction. I hope you're not confusing the two in your first in the scenario. Boundary at layer angle. We're going to undergo total internal reflection. Oh yeah, so you're comparing reflection and refraction. So I'll look through it. It's definitely not simple. But thanks for shooting over.
Yeah, so I've been communicating with the universities and a high school regarding my miraging paper that I've been writing, which like I said, I've pre-printed it now, and it's with the university. And this is the math I used. I'm not 100% confident with it, but I'm confident with it, at least, because I've been dealing with educated people in this field. But if the math is correct, I don't know, because I am getting different answers from all angles.
What
But
are you looking to discover or reveal from this exercise? What's your, if you were to summarize what you found?
Yeah, I made an observation that miraging is actually all internal, total internal reflection, and there's no refraction or bending of light happening. And
I think I'm with you on that. I've been studying that quite a bit myself too, and a lot of people see these reflections. And I've always said, even when I was very young, I picked up on this, and many people didn't. And I proved this to myself because I say it's heat, the temperature differential, the road's really hot, reflect. But I've shown pictures of reflections off ice and snow, same next to a road. But it's in the daylight, you still got sun, okay. Then I did it at night, late at night, when all the road is exact same temperature, and you still saw that same reflection off the road. And the key factor there is not seeing any positional change of the road. All you see is the surface that is reflecting, and you see a line of delineation between the road and like the tires of a car approaching, reflecting off the road, and its headlights, and maybe a light pole or something on the side of the road, or even a light in the ground, or reflection on the ground. Yeah, I agree with you. I think there, as a surface starts, that angle starts getting larger and larger away from you, it'll eventually become so flat, so acute with the horizontal, that the surface contours become very smooth. And smooth surfaces can, even over vast distances, can reflect light, and you're seeing a lot of that reflection off of the surface because of the distance and the angle to it, and the quality of the surface. Now, choppy water won't do it, but a street will, a road will. I was noticing yesterday. Where was I? On the water. Yeah, I was on the water. It was out of the Delta, and we had a little bit of a chop, but we saw the reflection off the water at a 2 mile distance. Pretty distinct, and there was no refraction. It was all reflection.
Correct. Yeah.
Can I get y'all to look at my picture and text and explain the mirage in there?
Yeah, that's reflection. So where they're meeting, where they converge, where you see the greater sign and lesser sign, that would be the. So from where that water line ends, which is probably called the curve of the Earth, that is not the curve. That there's still water behind that, and the miraging's on top of the water. That's actually blocking the water. So the end would be where those two.
But that is
points are meeting.
that is classic refraction in the process of the light in this mirage. Because notice how it look how far it is. It actually does block water. It actually blocks the photons, the light coming off the water that you normally see. If that would, you can go to this spot on a different day at night or something and not see this effect, and the water will be a higher level.
Yeah, I've done it where the bridge is parallel. It's not under. It doesn't appear to be underwater. Why does it appear to be underwater?
Yes, so that's my recent observation. And when I took the temperature measurements with basic tools, and when I put in those temperature measurements in my calculations, I was able to predict the angle that I would need to put my camera to see where the mirage where the reflection would take place. And with my math, it was like a 98% accuracy. And that's why I decided to publish my paper, because I thought
That's
it was a
amazing.
breakthrough.
So,
Yeah.
So why does it appear underwater again?
So there's a amount of air that's just above either sea level, ground level, generally over level surfaces. It's more stable, but there's especially on roads, it's a little bit narrower. But over choppy water, there's still a level of air, or an amount of air. So let's say over this water, it's say 30 centimeters thick, or not even 30 centimeters, 15 centimeters thick over the water. But there's an amount of air that's trapped there at a certain temperature, and then the air above that, the air that we are in, for instance, when you're walking around, those two aren't mixing, and there's a boundary layer between the two that separate them. So because the sun is baking on the tar, or the sun is heating up the water, those two different the air temperature differences don't mix, and there's a boundary layer. And what happens
So
is
it makes the water appear higher.
no, so we're seeing a reflection of that, like a road mirage. That road mirage is on top of the road. So this air pocket is on top of the water. So you're seeing a reflection on top of that water. So if there is a geometric horizon, it's below that mirage. It's behind the mirage. The mirage is blocking it. If that makes sense, at least.
No, I agree with the mirage is blocking it, but it's water, right? There's a bridge that is in that area that's above the water that you can't see because it looks like water now. 6 days
Correct.
later, I went back and now the bridge is there. It doesn't, water is not obstructing it, and that's more of what the bridge actually looks like from 7 miles away. But my point is, on the first picture, the bridge appears to be underwater, just like when anyone posts a picture from further away where the boat appears to be underwater. It's a mirage.
Yeah, so where the bridge is going in the opposite direction, that's all miraged. So no, yeah, that I wouldn't know
The whole
exactly
thing is a mirage.
the technically yes, especially the Fata Morgana. I've come to realize, especially when I reverse videos in the opposite direction, it looks like we're looking through a corridor. Earlier on today, I asked for a perspective picture, but don't worry, I got that. But basically, we're looking into a. That's why it's so rare to see a Fata Morgana. We're basically looking in a corridor of two different gradients, and the reason why we see the upside down ship above the target is because we're seeing a reflection above it on the next density layer above us, but it's a very rare phenomenon.
Yeah, I get it. But this bridge picture is similar, and the shrimp boat picture that I have is similar to every picture ever posted by any Glober that shows a building 15 miles away that's cut off at the bottom and the water appears to be above it, or a boat in the distance. Like there's a boat in the foreground that you can see, but then there's a boat in the background that the water appears to be higher in. It's just where the mirage starts. Distance matters because the conditions change. Everything's different on a different day. If you have two boats and one of them you can see and one of them you can't, on a different day you can't even see the second boat and the first boat would be mirage. It's just due to the conditions.
Before I make any claims or what I do believe or what I think is happening, I would love my paper to get peer reviewed. And if I am proven correct with my theory, I do have ideas and I do believe I think I know what's
Nice.
happening here. But
What's your definition of mirage?
Reflection.
Mine is an optical illusion created by the conditions of the day. I'll post mine.
I've never done anything like this before, and the feedback I got back from the university this week was awesome. So that's why I don't want to put any claims yet, because if I'm wrong, then I don't want to embarrass myself too much. But yeah, it's awesome that they've shown interest in what I'm presenting, which is
Just because a university tells you you're wrong doesn't mean you're wrong. It means they're where they have to come from on their best guess and all their research that they've done with their biases. That's the conclusions that they come up with. It doesn't make you wrong.
But
It's
yeah,
just like getting a second opinion on a doctor's because there's so many variables. Everybody's an individual, so one medicine might not work on that, blah, blah, blah. It's just like that when you're viewing the atmosphere over distance. There's so many variables. There's no one way that it can happen. In your area, these conditions might be different. The sun, just the sun source, the light source may be different slightly and changes the whole view. Or if you change your angle, like if I go further to the east in this picture, the whole view changes. You understand what I'm saying? More of the bridge or less of the bridge appears underwater. 6 days later, this mirage happened because they had a big rainstorm. It dumped a bunch of water in the lake. So warm water mixed with cold water. So it created this huge mirage, short distance, 7 miles. Like even closer, the tall part is 7 miles away from me. The closer parts that are underwater are less than 7 miles. They're only 1 or 2 miles. And I'm right next to the bridge. It's a straight parallel bridge, but it appears to curve towards the viewer, which is me. When I walk to the west side, which is on the same shoreline, I just walk to the opposite side 20 minutes later. I can show you the same exact effect on the other side where the bridge appears to bend towards me, curve towards me, and is still underwater. I'll post that also.
yeah. So that would line up pretty well with my theory, and what I'm quite proud of is where I was able to provide data and mathematics to my theory, and when I use the mathematics in my data, I'm able my prediction is correct where I should expect to see a mirage, which is what I find fascinating and something I never thought I would ever do in my life, and I've done that after now 3 years of looking into the subject. But I did that with a basic recent mirage observation on a wall, and yeah, I put the math in, and since then I'm able to predict a distance, which is pretty cool for myself.
That's cool putting numbers to it. I'm not that guy, but I'll take pictures like this and videos. But you see, the last picture I posted is me at a similar position and height on the opposite side of the bridge, like on the same shoreline, but on the west side of the bridge instead of the east. And now the bridge appears to curve towards me as well. It was curving the other way towards the east. Now it's curving towards the west. And it's a parallel straight bridge. It doesn't curve.
Yeah, with my data and my observations, where you see the two meet, the actual horizon is on that path just behind that, but at what distance I don't know. But where you see that miraging start from the water at the bottom of the picture towards the place where the images meet, that is still level water. It's just the reflections above the actual water. How high, I'm not too sure yet, but I do think it's only a couple of centimeters thick. It's basically a trapped air pocket, and the air above it and the air below it are two different temperatures, and there's a boundary layer between the two, and we're seeing total internal reflection within the medium that we are in. Same as that if you take a glass of water and you look at it from the bottom up, you'll just see reflection. But because the water is a much denser medium, the reflection happens at quite large angles. But when the two mediums are very similar, you need to be at a much different angle to actually see reflection. Otherwise, you'll see refraction. And miraging doesn't. Yeah, sorry, miraging doesn't show refraction. Miraging's all reflection.
Have you ever thought about the reflection being angled towards you, like a mirror in front of you is giving you a reflection that's parallel to the floor, parallel to your eyesight, or whatever you want to say, like perpendicular. But tilt that mirror where the bottom is closer to you and the top is further away, and think about the effects that you would get, right? It starts to look like a silly mirror, or things are stretched or lifted or sunk or whatever. That's how I view it. I think the reflection of the light is being manipulated, where it's coming into the viewer at a different angle, and then a lot of that information gets lost because it can't get to the viewer because of that reflected angle.
So especially with the Fata Morgana, when we get the boundary layer above, the Fata Morgana is generally a very busy mirage or busy event, where the inferior mirage is generally a stable event, and that's because that boundary layer is a much thinner boundary layer, or a thinner, less thick boundary layer or pocket of air. But where was I going to go with this now? Yeah, so the mirror thing. So it's the same thing if you watch TV at night. I bring up this analogy quite often because that's where I got the massive idea from. Is if the TV is next to the sliding door, and if I'm watching the TV from either angle towards that sliding door, the TV still looks perfectly clear to me. It's the way that light is reflecting off the glass of that door. And I can watch TV at any angle into that sliding door, and I see depth, I see everything. It's just the way that light is being reflected, and that's why the mirage is always so perfect as well. All most of the time perfect, but when it is at a bent or disturbed angle, you're going to see stretching and all sorts of things, which you generally see in these Fata Morganas, which I thought they weren't superior mirages, but I've got a better explanation for it now, and I believe my explanation is correct.
So when you see a ship in the distance and 3/4 of it is missing, what do you think that is now?
That's a very interesting question. And depending on how much of it is missing is another question.
Well, how much
yeah,
is missing, or if all of it's missing or none of it's missing, is just due to the conditions of the day. We're proving it right here. You're writing a paper about it. These are conditions that on this bridge that cannot be Earth curve, right? Because it's too close, right? So it has to be the conditions of the day causing these mirages to obstruct or cause the bridge to disappear and look like there's water in front of it, just like we see the boats even further away, which means it would take less of a condition change to create this effect because you're looking further distant.
correct. So I've put a video up on my channel recently where I show proof mirages cause obstruction. But in saying that, then I've done a side by side where I show on a different day where the mirage is not obstructing, and this is a short distance. It's like a 5-meter observation on a wall where there's miraging happening. But there is a passageway where people can walk through, and the actual physical wall is the obstruction. And that's why I say, let me first see if I'm correct in my theory and my hypothesis. Then I will definitely share some claims on
Yeah,
regarding.
cool.
Yeah,
You said mirage was reflection, so what causes the reflection?
that's the angle of incidence. So when light hits the boundary layer at a angle past, I think it's called the oh man, there's a name in my fuck. I'm very bad at these writings. Um, the critical angle. If it's past that, it starts refracting. But if it hits it at past that critical angle, it will actually reflect off that boundary layer, and that's why we're seeing reflection, and that's why we're seeing miraging happening at certain distances. So the
Yeah, I
road
get what
mirage.
you're saying. What changes that? Like on different days, that angle is different. What's the change? What changes?
The temperature difference between the trapped air in the lower medium and the air above that. So, for instance, that's why the road mirage is. Yeah, so that's why the road mirage is generally so much closer, because the density, the temperature differences are much different than that we'll see over water, and that's why they're much
What
further.
else?
What else? You saying what else?
Yeah, what other conditions would change to cause a change in your reflection? It wouldn't just be temperature, right? And that's why I say the source of the light, because that changes the angle that the reflection is coming from just by itself. That's why I say conditions, not just temperature. You understand? My definition of mirage is an optical illusion, something that's not reality, being caused by the conditions of the day. the light source angle, the reflection, how smooth the water is, how much wind there is, the temperature differences, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. When you limit yourself to just one and you leave out perspective, oh, by the way, you're doing yourself a disservice,
So for me, with my theory, no. So my theory is all related to total internal reflection, and that's all based on an angle between different density mediums or mediums and their index of refraction with regards to its temperature gradient, or with regards to its temperature. So if I've got a pocket of air that's 40 degrees Celsius and I've got a pocket of air that's 20 degrees Celsius, they will reflect differently at different angles than a pocket of air that's 30 degrees and the other one 10 degrees or 20
Okay,
degrees.
let me ask you a question based on what you just said. You're an observer. You're in one spot. You have a pocket of air that's this temperature and a pocket of air that's that temperature, and it's causing this angle reflection, and it's causing whatever mirage that you see. Light source angle. You don't think the view of that viewer changes? Of course
You
it
broke
changes.
up there. You broke up there. Say that again.
Am I better now?
No, you broke up again.
I'm in a bad spot. Okay, hang on. Give me a second. I'm driving, so it might get better. But say you're the viewer. Just let me know if I'm breaking up and off.
You sound good.
If you're the viewer, okay. If you're the viewer and you have a pocket of air, your theory, and it causes a mirage, and then the viewer stays the same and the pockets of air stay the same, but the light source changes angle by, let's say, 30 degrees. You don't think that changes the reflection rate? Of course it does.
I don't know. I don't think so. Not with my small scale experiments with total internal reflection. No, it hasn't changed that. I only see the light reflected off the boundary layer at the angle that it can reflect at. All other light is refracted.
You're right. I get what you're saying. I agree with you, right? I'm in total agreement. Yeah, but it's reflecting at that rate because of where the light source is and the temperature. Now, if the pits don't change due to that factor, like there's multiple factors. But anyway, I like what you're doing.
Yeah, I missed a lot of what you said, but I don't know if did he break up for everyone or
Yeah,
just
he
me?
was roboting there. Yeah. But
Okay.
it's just
I'll wait till I get home. SE can explain it.
no, you're okay now. It's just that certain spots, Rakia. Don't give up.
So don't get me wrong, Raki. I'm not dismissing what you're saying. I'm just saying with what I've been working on. This is where I'm at now. I don't want to make any other claims other than what I have present or what
No,
I've
I get
worked
it.
on. Yeah.
I get it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, just think about this. You're on the right track, right? You're smart enough. You're putting in the work, but you can't limit yourself. Don't limit yourself to just pockets of air temperature created by temperature change. It is that temperature is a huge part of it, but you would have to see how the source of the light, that angle, if that changes, of course your reflected light getting back to you as the viewer through that medium of pockets of air caused by temperature change would deviate.
No, of course. So for now, I'm treating this like a big project, almost like a software project where I'm giving little nuggets of confirmation in between. Instead of me providing everything at once, I just want to get some sort of building a foundation on my theory. Trust me, I've got a lot that I think is actually happening as well.
Yeah, I got you.
But I think this is my first real bit of concrete scientific evidence, especially because I've got the math backing me up, and which is what mainstream does like as proof. And because of that, I think I've got solid concrete evidence for my claim. And once I've got that, then I can build onto my next hypothesis or theory, and we take it from there, I guess.
Have you been to the beach and tried to take pictures like this?
I have got quite a bit of my own. Yes.
Oh, so you know exactly what. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I know.
Same spot, same exact spot, same exact height. You know,
Yeah.
same day, but you can go in the afternoon or like a few hours later, and you're gonna see a complete different image.
Correct.
So yeah, it's all visual due to the
Can
utmost. I mean, it's very simple. It's not hard.
I ask you
For
something?
me, the main factor is heat haze. That's the way I see it. Of course, everything is combined, right? The wind, the pressure, all that, right? But for me, the main factor is the heat haze, is the air, the hot air rising and stirring everything up. Like,
Go ahead, Lightwater.
Beerman, when you say boundary layer, that's what you used. Am I correct?
Correct. As far as I understand, it's also known as the interface layer. It's the layer between two different mediums.
As I understand for myself, the mirage effect, it is where the lensing effect starts. And when the lensing effect starts right above the water, where it's the most dense, and it advances a lot in distance because it gets less dense upward, and then this lensing layer is almost like a slowly growing ramp, and that ramp acts like a mirror towards what you see on the horizon.
Lightwater, I used to present the lens idea as well. I think a little bit differently to what you're saying now, which I put up on my channel yesterday or the day before yesterday, where I said, guys, I think I'm wrong with what I've been presenting, and here's my new information.
Yeah.
So I admitted it recently, purely because I was able to make the prediction on three different occasions and with three different conditions. The one was sunny, the other one was cooler, and then the third day it was raining. And each day, when I took the measurements, yes, granted I had basic equipment, but each of them, when I put the numbers in, I was able to predict the distance I would expect to see mirage start happening at certain angles and distances. And because of that, I immediately went onto my YouTube channel. I put up the whole thing there, attention, important notice, and I said I think I'm wrong. But yeah, the lensing effect, definitely, I'm not going to rule it out yet. I am a big advocate for it.
Yeah, I'm absolutely certain about it. By the way, and then it depends on how certain layer density layers can be trapped, because if the flow is going freely up, there will be less density, but if it's not able to penetrate through certain layers and is kept down so the density grows, then there's more slowly ramping up of this lensing layer, and until it reaches a certain height, and then it is almost at equal distance, or maybe only more slowly grows, and things like that. I think in that way more.
Lightwater, if you like this subject, then what you're talking about now, go research. It's called the thermal boundary layer.
I'm not very technical, and I don't even want to do it.
Okay.
And so I'm looking at it at a slightly different perspective as you do. I want to be more at my own roots, and you try to be more in agreement with a lot of people, and so it's yeah.
No, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
So no one provided me with my observation. I took the observation myself. I took the measurements myself. So my theory is all mine.
Another
But
thing worth noting, guys, I wanted to mention it before and I forgot. You see the last picture Rakia posted?
got you.
Okay. Do you see where there's like a V shape? Can you spot a V shape anywhere?
A sideways V or a proper
Yeah,
V?
yeah.
Shit, I'm looking. I see a lot of
You don't
V's.
you don't see that the white V to like. Okay, you see a pole. You see the pole, the what would you call them? The satellite receiver pole there. What do you want to call it? The antenna
On the
thing
left, on the
on the
left hand
left.
side. Yeah, on the left. Yeah, got you.
Okay, then you see a black spot next to it where the
Yeah,
bridge is. Now you see that white thing next to it.
I see the two white dots.
Two white dots. You don't see like a continuing, like it looks like a V thing. Are we looking at the right picture?
His last one at 34 past the hour.
Yeah, you don't see like that white. It looks like a chevron, like a V thing.
Is it the whole big like a boomerang?
Yeah, like a boomerang.
Okay,
That's right.
okay,
Yeah.
I got you. Okay, I got you. It's got two white dots
Okay.
on it.
Now find the tip of that boomerang.
Yeah, got
See
you.
the tip on the right hand side?
Yeah, where it's like meeting the other circle
Yeah.
almost. Yeah, got you.
That's the separation of the mirage.
Yeah,
You can
that's
follow a line, draw a line left and right. Look where the poles is. That's where they separate. Follow it. That's where
yes,
the separation is.
correct. And this water is actually just below this mirage in that same direction. It's still going up slightly.
Yeah, but I mean, all these pictures, for some reason, the separation ends up being a V shape. That's one thing
Yeah,
I noticed looking at. Shout out Travis. Looking at Travis's many pictures like this.
yeah. So where you see this water and sky meet, between that part and where you see that V, what you're talking, that fold line. Yeah, I call
Lady
it the
Ether
fold
Band.
line.
Shout to the
That
Lady Ether Band.
that would still be water, but it's below, not below as in behind this water line, but just below the actual mirage itself, the mirroring that we're seeing. Um, yeah,
Yeah, I
so
think what you see in front underneath that line, that's a mirage, and what you see on top of that line, yeah, it's freaked out, man.
yeah, what you see on top of it is actual,
Yes, and what you
but
see on the bottom is the reflection.
correct,
I
but
believe that's how Travis explained it. Yeah.
when we see an inferior,
Have you ever talked to Travis?
yeah,
Beerman?
yeah, he doesn't seem too fond of what I do. He criticizes a lot what I do,
Okay.
but it's fine. Um, yeah,
Okay.
but
Are you sure?
generally we chat a lot. Huh? Oh, I thought someone was saying something. Anyway, so if you look at the superior mirage or the Fata Morgana, it does the same thing just in reverse. So if you actually take a video that you're seeing a Fata Morgana and you go into your video program and you flip the video 90 degrees, you'll see the same thing happening just the other way around. It is fucking beautiful, and you can actually trace that that barrier. It's like looking down a corridor. I'm going to do a video on it shortly. and then I'll share it, yeah, if you guys are interested, to show the two different effects. And then, like I said, I've done small scale observations or small distance observations with the same effects, which has got me to this whole theory and hypothesis, which led me to the math, which led me to my claim. And now I'm with the universities chatting about it, which is incredible.
Yeah, the floaty boat one is the freakiest one, if you ask me, because it mimics the sky. You know what I mean? On the ocean. That's freaked out. Like, and of course, it appears the boat is in the air. But yeah,
That's
that
like a
one is.
car.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a car in a road mirage. It's the same thing happening. The boat is not in the actual medium that's causing the reflection. So you're seeing a reflection off that boundary layer of that different air density pocket at specific angles. Say there, Zanik posted a pic. Basically, the same thing's happening. It's just that car's not in that very thin pocket of air where
Yeah,
the air.
all perfect. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say all perfect visual effects. Absolutely nothing to do with curves or things like that. All visual effects due to the atmos and the conditions of the day.
Yeah, it's very interesting. But guys, when this is officially published or whatever, I'll definitely share some of the stuff. I've shared some documents with people, but I'm not sharing everything purely for privacy reasons as well. But if it is official, I'll definitely share it. Other than that, I gotta head to bed now. It's 12 o'clock. My wife's already in bed.
Good on you, bro. Good night.
Cool. Thanks for the chat, and yeah, see you guys soon. Cheers.
What's your address?
Cheers, snacks.
Later.
One by one, how the dominoes fall.
Reality and water. What a combination. Yep. But Beerman is a wise, intelligent person. He doesn't. He looks at things realistically. So that's a rarity in the baller community. Sorry, guys, but I mean, you guys believe in crazy stuff.
Yeah, I have to remind people when they start laughing at me because I think water doesn't curve, which sounds crazier? That the water, that pool outside, if you connect enough of them together, some guy in here created 9 trillion of them, would create a sphere. You believe that the water curves underneath your feet, in any portal to you, there's someone standing upright, and the water is sticking to outside of a ball, and it's curving. My stance is that the water doesn't curve. It's just a plane of water, and the land comes out of it, and we have elevation change based on it, just like what we observe and measure today.
Absolutely. That makes more sense than the stuff that you guys believe in. I mean, it's just facts. You can't change water. You can't change what water does. You can't make it do stuff you want it to do that it doesn't do. I mean,
well, why would you take the default claim that the water is curving when all you can do is measure it to be horizontal? Like, we even use it to create horizontals, yet you think it makes a sphere. If you put enough horizontal water level tools together, it creates a sphere.
yeah. How many times have we? Yeah,
that's a hell of a thing.
I think it plays into like a psychological part of the human being, like believing in something bigger than yourself. If you know what I mean.
Well, you've been programmed. I was programmed. Yeah. I watched all the TV. I went to school. I saw the globe on every truck that I passed, and on every TV show and channel and commercial. It's programmed.
I can agree. I mean, I'm a flat earther. Been so for what, 7 years now. But when you say Earth, what I picture in my head is a globe. This is something I'm never gonna escape. It's there. It's programmed. You know what I mean? Like Earth, and like in my brain when I picture it, you know, when you look into inside your head, it's a globe. It's this fucking globe floating in space. It's ridiculous.
It is weird how
Yeah.
that programming is so strong. But when I think of Earth, I think of land. So there's Earth underneath the seas. You understand? The sea floor, the land, that's the Earth. The water that's above it that creates the seas are the seas. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know. I know. I get it. I mean, Earth can be used in so many different contexts, and yeah, I mean, I get it when it's used in a holistic sense of like what I believe Earth is like what is like the equivalent of universe in the globe ideology, right? That's how I picture it. Earth is this is it. This is the universe. There's no escaping it. There's no going into space. No plan B fucking planet out there somewhere. You know what I mean? This is it. Earth is reality. This is the universe.
That's one way to think of it, and it could be the correct way. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it's just my perspective on it. I mean, like I was reacting to the term Earth, you know, how you can use it. So I'd like to use it in that sense, but you know.
See, what it comes down to is we've been taught all this stuff. This is what the main takeaway should be, right? No one in his right mind, I think, at least I think so. If you just, no one has told you that you would believe right now that you're traveling at 1,000,000 miles an hour, rotating at 1,000 miles an hour on a ball, surrounded by water and gas next to, like in a vacuum. Like you would never, I mean, really, would anybody come up with that on his own?
It's kind of amazing. Yeah, it's like a play toy, and yet, yeah, it's also like what you live on. That's pretty crazy, right there. No,
Yeah, it's not
that
a
almost makes
lesson
it
in.
fun. Like,
Sorry.
yeah, we'll play kick globe. Go ahead.
No, I think I have a connection problem. I'm sorry, but I was just gonna say, yeah, it's not a science nor a physics lesson that you learn at school. That you're traveling that fast anywhere as a globe. You know,
I
it
know.
would be a hard lesson.
Is
Hard
anybody
lesson
ever?
to teach, right?
Yeah, were you ever taught that in school? That speed? I don't think
Definitely
I was
not.
ever taught the speed.
Yep. And nobody's gonna. I mean, like I said, it's a hard lesson to teach. You're gonna skip that one. That's not what you're gonna teach.
I remember them showing, the sun and and then the planets like around, that thing that they show, right? They even had
Yeah,
a
everything seems
yeah,
still like is just
yeah, yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
Are you telling like a second grader, third grade, like it's that far? Like first grader, like you can tell them how fast they're going. They have no idea how fast. They have no idea how far is. They're listening to Grover from Sesame fucking Street telling them about that shit. You know what I mean? So
Like they try to make us feel crazy for questioning this stuff, but am I crazy questioning that I'm traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour right now in
I
11
know.
different
I
vectors?
know you don't need to ask that question because I know you're firm on the logic, man. It's pretty
you'd be
easy
like,
once you
Yeah.
get it.
or it's like you live on a baseball and you're throwing it really fast, but you're going even faster than that on the baseball earth ball that you're on, Jimmy. Right? That yeah, that makes sense. That's how
Right.
yeah. That's how let's go with that. That's a good one.
No, but like you said, I mean, in actuality, that's what they chose. When to teach the little kids, it's not to mention any of these speeds or give any how do you say, like not even like their pictures that they use and these models, right, have nothing to do with the speed. That's just erased from the curriculum.
It's true, right? Now that I said it and I thought of it, I never thought of it before. We were taught the motions and the orbits, but was speed? Try to think. Was anybody taught speed? I don't think so, right?
I can raise my hand. No, not me.
Right, me
At
neither.
1,000,000 miles an hour.
Like I'm sure somebody would have stood up and said, "What, man? How fast?"
Well, the thing that's actually like that sticks with me as a flat earther, looking back at my upbringing or the teachings in school, was how flat Earth, because it was brought up actually in my school, and how they how is looked down, like these ancient motherfuckers thought the Earth was
Ridicule.
flat.
Right.
Ridicule, exactly. There was a laugh, like the teacher would laugh, like it's and I just mimicked that, and that's how I thought my whole life. It's just funny, yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's all indoctrination, man. They start off in school, and then I guess the movies take over. Then Neil deGrasse Tyson's take over. And before you know it, you're traveling at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Like, whoa, what's going on here? Whoa.
Yeah, and it's a system. I mean, it's pretty easy. I mean, the teachers are indoctrinated, so they can give out that curriculum pretty easy. No questions asked, if you know what I mean. Like, they're just as indoctrinated as the fucking students. So
They're paid to do it.
yeah,
They make a
yeah.
living to do it. They get all summer off, paid vacation to teach this theory. Of course, they're going to do it.
Did you want to be a teacher, Rookie?
I didn't, but I see the lure, right? You have authority, you get off, paid vacation, blah, blah, blah. But they're paid to teach this. They're not going to question it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Comes down to everything, though. I'm leaving tomorrow to go build a church in Costa Rica. And the leader of the group said, when you get there, don't question the method, right? Just do what they ask you to do. So in every aspect of life, we're taught to just conform, follow the authority figure and, just get along, go along to get along type thing.
Yeah, it's not something I would conform to across the board, but I do believe in some sort of authority, and in some certain contexts, I would prefer authority actually. And yeah, I mean, I believe in law. I believe in things like that. I mean, we should have some authority, but not across the board. That's what I'm saying. So yeah.
I'm anxious to see what Beerman's gonna write. It looks like he's gonna whip up a very interesting paper. And now, don't forget, we're taking it. He's like from a point of view of like he's kind of undecided. Like he's kind of in the middle, Beerman, right? He's like actually the perfect person to do this because we're gonna get perspectives from, shall we say, both sides. But it seems to me that he's leaning a little bit like, shall I say, on the side of reality, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, I've been saying some of the similar things he was for years now, but I went out and did my own research without being biased, right? Like I didn't know all these things. I actually was taught most of what I know from a Glober, like from the Glober group, taught me how this would work, and we see this and how mirages are, and blah blah blah. Well, Now when I use those arguments against them, they deny them. I'm like, how can you deny something you taught me years ago? Don't teach me compressed perspective and then deny that it's happening. Shout out to Soundly. You can see Earth Cray with your 2020 vision from ground level.
Oh yeah, I'll shout him out too. He gave me the 90-foot hump in between your lake, Rick. Yeah, 90-foot hump of water.
I would say I just want to give a shout out to Flat Earth. I mean, I'll admit, Flat Earth is what gave me logic, what gave me critical thinking. All these were just in the backseat until I realized the Flat Earth. It just gave me this this edge. Just a shout out.
See, the shape of the Earth is like really one thing that personally I think we'll never know. We could assume based on this and that and water. But the fact is, it's not just about the shape. Look at all the other things. Look at all the other things: the pressure, the water, the this, the that. You know, the vast distances, the motions. There's so many things that we can like put the rest about the cosmological model that it's not even funny. You don't even have to mention shape once to kill their cosmology.
I never use flat as a shape. I use it as a orientation, like horizontal, level. That's what I mean by flat. Like the Earth is flat. Obviously, there are fucking mountains and valleys and all that. So when I use the term, it's just in the context of orientation more than like a surface characteristic. So, because I mean, a lot of people, actually, a lot of flat earthers still actually debate this matter, and it's an issue. And all it is just a conflation. It's just like nobody, like people speaking over each other and past each other. They're not even getting what the other's trying to say within the flat earth. But yeah, flat, it means horizontal, level. That's how I would say most flat earthers describe the earth. It's not an aspect of the shape of the earth. I mean, the shape is a globe issue. It's not a flat earth issue.
No, I get how people use that term, and I don't even want to get into that conversation. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
I appreciate that, man. Honestly, yeah, that you do get it. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, SC gets a little bent out of shape because, somebody says flat Earth. Next thing, somebody else is pushing this like floating asteroid Earth and space junk and whatever, Just gets all.
Now, I've learned to live with that term, right? I learned to live how people use it, and there's no reason to get into that.
Yeah, I made my peace with it long ago.
Yeah, that's why I can proudly say I'm a flat earther.
And I don't hate on like jumbo shrimps,
Yeah, and I won't hold it against you if you say you're a proud flat earther. No bother to me, not at all.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I would hold it against you if you said you're a globe earther, though. I'll admit that.
Vera might hold it against you. No, not really. I really don't care what people believe, to be honest with you. As long as you don't try to convince me, right? I'm good. I'm good,
Yeah, I
dude.
mean, that's one way of looking at it. Yeah, but but in like a discussion where you're trying to establish truth, right? I mean, it's not the same playground that you just mentioned. I mean, yeah, me dealing with society, I don't care what people think, right? But being put in a room and trying to not convince, but debating ideologies and whose is essentially better or the truth, that becomes another issue, right?
Okay, so no, I don't. I'm not gonna do it. I'm almost tempted to do it, but I'm not gonna do it.
I just
Oh,
hopped in here, but that
I
sounded like
wasn't
a really
baiting
good
you or
point.
anything, but no, not really.
You
Like I
almost
wasn't
got me.
baiting
You
you.
almost got me.
No, I wasn't. Honestly, man, I wasn't. I wasn't baiting you. But yeah. No, someone wanted to get something in, so go ahead.
Oh, I said I literally just hopped in here and heard you say that, but I gotta say it sounds like a pretty solid point you're making. Not that I know the context at all, but what you said just sounded pretty good as I hopped in just now.
Good as in logical or
Yeah. Good as in something I would stand behind you.
sound?
Yeah, sound.
Nice. Thanks. Oh, it's Fundy. Fuck, I know that voice. Yeah, it's you, man. Fundy. Long time, bro.
Hey, I haven't even looked at your name, but I know you by your voice as well.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
got to be Egypt.
Yeah, I didn't look at your name either. I figured it out. I knew it was you. And it's been a long time, man. Yep. Good to hear your voice.
Yeah, guys. I mean, all of us being back together again is great.
So were you saying that even if you know the truth, that doesn't mean you think you'll be able to sound more convincing than someone who's trying to propagate a lie? Say
Yeah,
in a debate setting?
that was along the same lines of what I was saying. Yeah.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
I have no faith at all that the truth is going to sound more convincing to a general audience.
Yeah, true that. And even a follower of that so-called truth may not have the tools to convey it in the best way. That's another issue, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. They still
That's what I
know
thought.
it's true, and they're in the fucking right. But yeah.
Okay, so who has the truth?
Ooh, what a deep
Nobody.
question.
Nobody. I mean, truth is like it's not something that someone has in essence. Truth is just truth. It's there. Maybe waiting to be discovered in essence, but yeah. I
I
don't
think
think
if I
people hold truths or what. Sorry, go ahead.
I think if I were to take the time to give my most earnest response, SE would hit me with like I don't know, something like that's dialetheanism, or that term that he introduced to all of us. You know the one, SE? What did I say it right?
Yeah,
Dialetheanism?
dialetheism. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if I expressed my deepest opinions, that you'd kind of you'd smell it and you'd be like, smells like dialetheanism. Not that I'd call it that or anything. It's just my feelings on things.
Well, give us a try. Give it a go. You never know.
Okay. So here's one I thought of today. I was thinking about my general philosophy of the universe being a reconciled paradox surrounded by a transcendental object on both sides. It's actually just one in a different dimension. And I was thinking like, okay, what's a practical example of this, right? We have words that represent opposites, but we don't have any examples of them in their pure their pure like exemplary form. And so the example I thought of today was the two words we know of, opaque and transparent, and just another set of opposites that there are no examples of in their lonesome selves, because, for example, you might look at your hand and be like, "This is opaque as fuck. This is not transparent. Light is not passing through my hand." But then you know that you can take like a flashlight in the dark and put it underneath your palm, put your palm over like the bulb side of the flashlight, and you'll see the light shining right through your hand, right? And then you might say, well, there's got to be transparent things, right? And you say, okay, what's like the clearest thing I know? Glass, air, maybe. But you know that there's no air so transparent that if stacked up in a direction long enough, peering through it, that it doesn't start to reveal the slight degree of opaqueness that it has, and that there's no that there is no object that some light can't pass through, at some light frequency or some frequency of light. Everything is somewhat translucent and everything is to some degree opaque. And there is no example of something that is strictly translucent or completely opaque, because everything in this world is neither black or white, but just some shade of gray, from dark gray to light gray, but never purely white or black. And
Yeah,
so
I mean, I was gonna ask you, like because you initiated, your little rant there. I didn't mean to call it a rant, but you said reconcile a paradox, or a
reconciliation.
a reconciled paradox. What the fuck is that? I mean, a
So,
paradox is a paradox because it can't
right,
be reconciled, but
right. Paradoxes don't exist, right?
No, they do.
By definition, paradoxes don't exist.
He's right.
Wait. Okay, in that sense, maybe I agree. Yeah, but
A paradox is like
paradoxes are a thing.
is like an impossible contradiction.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. And so, but this
you're saying these are not even possible paradoxes.
Yeah, paradoxes don't exist.
Well, yes, I agree in that sense. But what do you mean by a reconciled?
Right?
What's a
Yeah.
like, give me an example of a reconciled paradox?
I got you. So existence
You're both
is
right
the
here. You're both right.
existence is the reconciliation of a paradox. So in like a higher or lower, whichever way you want to view it, dimension or plane of existence or metaphysical whatever, right? There's this transcendental object that is actually paradoxical. It doesn't exist, right? Existence is
Hold
the
on.
term that
That's
applies
another
to this.
word you used a lot. Fundy. What's transcendental?
It
what that
means, to me, it means that there's like a set of like givens, things that you can take for granted at play in this world, and something transcendental would be immune or not under the thumb of the way of. Exactly. That'd be one example of something transcendental, something that isn't under the same set of rules that existence is.
Also include
not realistic, in other words, not reality.
Would that include a reconciled paradox?
No, existence is the reconciliation of a paradox. It's the making of compatible of something of one thing that is two absolutes that are opposite.
I think I know what you're saying, but I can only see it like in a linguistic sense. I mean, like in the sense of, is it black or white, right? It's neither, like,